Upon graduating from college, entering the real world opens up a new chapter in life for many young adults. This was exactly the case for Grace Millane, a 21-year-old from Essex. After earning her degree from Lincoln University, she embarked on an exhilarating journey, exploring various places and meeting new people across the globe. However, the excitement took a tragic turn just before her 22nd birthday on December 1st, 2018. The man involved in unusual activities and the events that unfolded on that evening can be traced back to Auckland, the largest city in New Zealand. Known for its stunning harbors, vibrant culture, and lively atmosphere, Auckland attracts people from all corners of the world, seeking a blend of modern living and natural wonders. Grace Millane, a 21-year-old tourist from England, was one such visitor who came to experience the tranquility of nature and indulge in Auckland's delectable cuisine. Unfortunately, in 2018, Auckland became infamous for a horrific crime that occurred during Grace's visit. Imagine a typical Tinder date turning into the gravest mistake of your life. Well, that's precisely what happened to Grace Millane on December 1st, 2018. Before delving into the details, let's get acquainted with Grace herself. Born on December 2nd, 1996, in Essex, England, Grace was the youngest of 3 children with 2 older brothers named Michael and Dick Lynn. She was a cheerful and outgoing individual who cherished her family dearly. With a sociable and optimistic personality, Grace always sought to make the most out of life. After completing high school, she pursued a bachelor's degree in advertising and marketing at the University of Lincoln. During her time at university, Grace not only worked various jobs to save money, but also formed lasting friendships and built strong connections. One of Grace's acquaintances, Jeff Kinworthy, emphasized the vibrant and lively nature of Grace during this period. Grace possessed a deep passion for painting due to her immense creativity and artistic abilities. She dedicated a significant amount of time to creating paintings and took great pleasure in sharing them with others. Grace's thoughtfulness in expressing herself through her art was greatly admired by those around her. In September 2018, Grace successfully completed her degree and proudly donned a cap and gown. Instead of immediately assuming adult responsibilities, she eagerly anticipated a new adventure before embarking on the next chapter of her life. Grace had diligently saved up for an entire year to embark on a backpacking tour and was fully prepared for the exciting journey that lay ahead. Following her graduation, Grace became known for her compassion and kindness. Prior to commencing her trip, she undertook a truly special act. Grace decided to cut off her hair and donated to the Little Princess Trust, an organization that creates wigs for children suffering from cancer. In October 2018, filled with anticipation, Grace bid farewell to her family home and set off on her travels. The spirited graduate departed from Heathrow Airport, ready to embark on her first major adventure. Over a span of 6 weeks, Grace explored Peru on a backpacking expedition in South America. Surrounded by fellow travelers from various corners of the globe, she fully immersed herself in the country's breathtaking beauty. Although her time there was brief, Grace cherished every moment, fully aware that it was merely the beginning of her global journey. With great excitement, Grace eagerly shared each photograph with her family, expressing her love for every aspect of her trip. On November 19, 2018, Grace arrived in New Zealand, brimming with enthusiasm to explore the stunning landscapes of the North Island. Unlike her planned excursion in Peru, this time in New Zealand was a solo adventure, granting her the freedom to savor the experience at her own pace. After enjoying 10 marvelous days exploring the North Island, Grace made the decision to celebrate her upcoming 22nd birthday in the lively city of Auckland. She arrived in Auckland on November 30th, 2018, just 2 days before her momentous day. Grace stayed at the Base Backpackers Lodge, a popular hostel on Queen Street, where she shared a room with fellow travelers. In the evening, she socialized with new friends she had met at the hostel, excited for a memorable birthday in the heart of New Zealand's largest metropolis. Despite planning to have an early night, Grace decided to browse the popular dating site Tinder while lying in bed. She hoped to connect with local people and make new connections during her stay. On December 1st, 2018, at approximately 5:37 p.m., Grace left the hostel for a date night in the city center. She wore a knee-length black dress, white shoes, and carried a cute little handbag. Grace had exciting plans to meet someone special she had matched with on Tinder. Initially hesitant about the meetup, Grace and her date eventually decided to go for it after some more chatting. They made a plan to grab some drinks at Sky City, a trendy entertainment complex and casino, just a short distance from her hostel. Just before her date arrived, Grace took a photo in front of the Sky City Christmas tree and sent it to her family back home. After sending the message, Grace looked around and focused on her phone. It was around 5:54 p.m. when a guy wearing sneakers, jeans, and a light blue unbuttoned shirt approached her. They shared a quick hug and then headed to a burger joint on the first floor. The evening was off to a great start with no indication of the unexpected events that would unfold. They had dinner, got to know each other better, and instantly clicked. The vibe was so good that they decided to continue the date. Their next stop was a Mexican bar in the complex, where they enjoyed a few more margaritas. They arrived at the Mexican bar just after 7 o'clock p.m., spending the next hour and a half sipping on drinks and having a fantastic time together. The night was turning out to be a blast for Grace as she celebrated her upcoming birthday. Around 8:30 p.m., as depicted in the video, the gentleman settled the bill while engaging in conversation with the bartender. Subsequently, he and Grace embarked on their next destination, eager to continue their enjoyable evening adventure. Approximately an hour later, they made a stop at a nearby establishment called Blue Stone Room, a bar situated just a few minutes away from the man's residence. At a certain point, Grace rose from the table, and for an inexplicable reason, the man took hold of her handbag and began searching for something. This behavior raised suspicion, particularly considering that they had only just met. During their time at the bar, the atmosphere became more intimate as the two engaged in flirtatious banter for about an hour. It appeared to be a typical casual date with nothing extraordinary occurring. When the man excused himself to use the restroom, Grace seized the opportunity to send a text message to one of her friends back in England. She enthusiastically shared how well the date was progressing and how they had connected. Filled with excitement, she promised to divulge all the details in the morning. Unfortunately, that subsequent message never arrived, and tragically, her friend never heard from Grace again. The following morning, which happened to be December 2nd, 2018, Grace's 22nd birthday commenced with a flurry of text messages and missed calls from her loved ones, all eager to wish her a happy birthday. As the day progressed from morning to afternoon and then evening, the celebratory greetings for Grace's birthday went unanswered. She did not answer either of her two phones, as both calls were directed straight to voicemail. She failed to respond to any messages or share any pictures of her trip, to update everyone on her well-being. Initially, Grace's parents were not overly concerned due to the significant time difference of 13 hours between the UK and New Zealand. They assumed she might be out celebrating her birthday in an area with no cellular reception. However, as the hours turned into days without any communication from their daughter, the silence became increasingly conspicuous and worrisome. Grace was renowned for regularly updating her loved ones about her travels, ensuring she never missed a day without checking in. Therefore, her sudden disappearance on her birthday came as a shock and raised concerns for her worried parents. The growing silence only intensified their apprehension, leaving them wondering where Grace could be. Sensing that something was amiss, her father wasted no time and promptly purchased a ticket to New Zealand, embarking on a journey to find his daughter. Upon arriving on December 5, 2018, Grace's father immediately took action by filing a missing persons report with the local authorities. The New Zealand police swiftly responded to the situation, actively involving themselves in the case as soon as they were informed of Grace's disappearance. They promptly reached out to the hostel where Grace had been staying, and it was confirmed that she had not returned on the night of December 1, 2018. Initially, the police did not suspect foul play since most of Grace's belongings remained in her hostel room. However, due to the urgency and mounting pressure, they promptly organized a press conference appealing for assistance in locating 22-year-old Grace Millane, who had last been seen at 7:15 p.m. on December 1st. Recognizing the significance of social media and public reporting, over 20 staff members were assigned to the case. They understood the importance of gathering information and utilizing the community's support to aid in locating Grace and resolving the mystery surrounding her disappearance. Fortunately for the detectives, it did not take long to identify the last person seen with Grace before she vanished. Their initial step involved delving into her social media accounts to unravel the digital trail and piece together the events leading up to her disappearance. This digital detective work proved to be a crucial aspect of the investigation. On the night Grace disappeared, she made a change to her Facebook profile picture. Shortly after, a comment was posted under the picture, complimenting her beauty. This caught the attention of the police, who identified the person behind the comment as Jess Kempson. Jessie was staying at the City Life Hotel in Auckland at the time. However, what raised even more concern was a previous post written by Jesse. In parts of the post, he expressed remorse for his mistakes, arrogance, and selfishness. But before delving into that, let's gather more information about Jessie. Jess Kempson, who was 26 years old at the time, was born in Wellington and had a nomadic childhood due to his parents' separation. While his grandparents played a role in raising him, he grew distant from many other family members. People who knew Jesse described him as a compulsive liar, constantly fabricating stories about different aspects of his life. He would make up tales such as being the cousin of a famous All Blacks rugby player or falsely claiming to be terminally ill with cancer. His habit of lying extended to everyone, including employers, landlords, partners, and even his own family and friends. Jess's constant lying led to him being evicted from multiple residences and losing jobs repeatedly. For instance, he once convinced a former landlord that he was a professional softball player signed by New Zealand's national team, the Black Sox, and was awaiting contract money. However, after 8 weeks of excuses, the landlord grew suspicious and contacted the Black Sox management, exposing Jesse's lies once again. His last job in telephone sales also ended in dismissal due to his deceitful behavior. Coincidentally, it was on December 1st, 2018, the same day he met Grace Millane, that he lost his job. Recognizing Jesse as the last person seen with Grace, the police realized he held crucial information for their investigation. Consequently, on December 5th, 2018, the day Grace was reported missing, the police visited the City Life Hotel to speak with Jesse. As they approached the front desk, Jess returned to the hotel as well. Interestingly, upon spotting the police, he swiftly turned around and began walking in the opposite direction, keeping his head firmly facing away from them. However, the police quickly noticed Jesse's attempt to evade them, pursued him, and brought him in for questioning. Despite Jesse's efforts to appear innocent and deny any involvement in Grace's disappearance, the police persisted with their investigation, even in the face of his occasional concern. During the interview, the police had a dedicated investigation team diligently working, with one crucial phase involving the examination of CCTV footage. Auckland City boasts numerous CCTV cameras, which provided an extensive amount of footage from the night Grace went missing. Analyzing this footage was time-consuming due to its minute-by-minute coverage of every area. Nonetheless, it proved invaluable in understanding the interactions and movements of both Grace and Jesse, as well as the progression of the evening. While being interviewed, Jesse brought up the concept of catfishing, expressing apprehension about meeting someone who may not have been Grace. He claimed to have chosen to meet her at Sky City amidst a bustling crowd to ensure his own safety. This appeared to be an attempt to establish his innocence, suggesting that if the person he met wasn't Grace, he too could have been at risk of disappearing. The police found Jesse's reactions and behavior during the interview somewhat peculiar, particularly considering that the woman he was with had actually vanished that night. At one point, Grace faced a decision. She could either head back to her accommodation at the base backpackers by going to the right, or she could proceed towards the City Life Hotel where Jesse was staying. As the investigators intensified their pressure on Jesse, he began to display signs of unease and slight panic. Nevertheless, he continued to assert that he had nothing to hide, despite the escalating intensity of the questioning. According to him, nothing out of the ordinary had occurred that night. According to his account, The date concluded positively with a warm embrace and plans for the next day. They bid farewell around 10 p.m. and he mentioned that he attempted to message her on Tinder the following day, only to discover that Grace had unmatched him. This marked the abrupt end of their interactions, as Jesse described it. However, the officers were still in the process of reviewing CCTV footage from the City Life Hotel, and more answers to lingering questions were on the verge of emerging. Despite Jesse's claim that they parted ways on the streets, the footage revealed a different story. Both Jesse and Grace were captured arriving at the City Life Hotel arm in arm, appearing content. They even exited the elevator together on Jesse's floor. Surprisingly, there was no footage of Grace leaving the building, which raised concerning questions about what transpired after they entered the hotel. On the morning of Grace's birthday, cameras recorded Jesse leaving the hotel, but there was no sign of Grace. The cameras closely monitored his movements in the subsequent hours. Jesse left the hotel and engaged in a peculiar sequence of activities. His first stop was a nearby store to purchase a suitcase, followed by a detour to acquire cleaning supplies. Before noon, he hailed a taxi and headed to a car rental company, where he opted to rent a flashy red Toyota Corolla. After several hours, Jesse met another woman he had connected with on Tinder. She later recounted disturbing conversations that took place during their encounter. In a shocking turn of events, he discussed burying bodies, methods to eliminate the smell of blood, and claimed to have acquaintances who were police officers. His date felt extremely uneasy, to the point where she declined Jesse's offer to ride in his car. Instead, she chose to find her own way home and vowed never to communicate with him again. Following the unsettling date, Jess ventured back into the city center, but this time he had an unusual task at hand, renting a rug Dr. Carpet cleaning machine. During the staff's inquiry into his request, Jess calmly provided an explanation for needing it. He had some red wine stains that required immediate attention. Despite the unusual nature of his request, maintained a composed and ordinary demeanor throughout the interaction. Later that evening, at approximately 9:30, Jesse was observed loading 2 suitcases onto a hotel trolley. He proceeded to unload them into the Toyota he had previously rented. After placing the bags in the car's trunk, he returned to his room for the night. The following morning, around 7:00 a.m., Jess once again appeared on camera. This time, he visited a nearby store and purchased a shovel. Subsequently, he entered the rented car and embarked on a drive. Approximately 2 hours later, he was spotted at a local car wash meticulously cleaning the vehicle. It was evident that he took great care in this task before returning to his apartment. These actions, particularly the purchase of a shovel, raised additional concerns and contributed to the enigmatic sequence of events surrounding Jesse. Finally, on December 5, 2018, the day Jesse was questioned, he was observed visiting various locations, including Albert Park, where he disposed of items in bins that were wrapped in black bags. Despite Jesse's denial of any involvement during the questioning, the police began to harbor serious suspicions about him. The forensic search of Jesse's room revealed even more disturbing details. Despite his efforts to eliminate any traces, Grace's blood was discovered throughout the floor. The application of luminol revealed the extent of the cleanup attempt as the entire room emitted a glowing reaction. Furthermore, it became evident that Jesse had walked through the wet blood multiple times. As time progressed, fear among the public grew, and the police expressed grave concerns for Grace's well-being. On December 8, 2018, with an increasing amount of evidence coming to light, was finally apprehended for further questioning. This time, when confronted with all the discoveries made by the officers, his narrative underwent a drastic transformation. During the subsequent interview, Jesse asserted that upon waking up the following morning and realizing Grace's lifeless state, he was overcome with shock. However, this raised numerous inquiries regarding how one could fail to perceive the well-being of their partner after an intimate encounter to the extent that she could perish. Despite this, persistently denied any culpability in Grace's demise. The contradictions between Jess' initial and subsequent interviews were stark. According to the interviewer, he exhibited traits of a narcissistic sociopath who derived pleasure from his actions. In Jess' account, he claimed to have been so terrified that he possessed the presence of mind to strategize and decide to conceal Grace's body in a suitcase and bury it in an undisclosed location to eradicate any evidence. However, he seemed to have overlooked the fact that his movements were captured by CCTV cameras, which exposed the inconsistencies in his narratives. Consequently, Jesse was formally charged and detained by the police. While incarcerated, the investigation persisted and unveiled more unsettling details. It was discovered that between December 1st and December 7th, Jess conducted a series of disturbing Google searches. These searches, which took place on the night of December 1st at approximately 1:30 a.m., while Grace lay lifeless in his room, included topics such as hottest fire, flesh-eating birds, and the Waitokere Ranges, the very location where he buried Grace's body. Furthermore, following these searches, he visited an adult website and took several intimate photographs of Grace's deceased body. These actions, far from indicative of shock, suggested a deliberate awareness of his actions. Meanwhile, based on the information provided by Jesse during the interview, the police promptly initiated a search on December 9, 2018, in an area along Scenic Drive near the Waitokere Reservoir. Shortly after 4 p.m., law enforcement officers discovered a body approximately 10 yards from the road. The swift response by the authorities tragically confirmed that the body belonged to none other than Grace, bringing a somber conclusion to the investigation. Grace's parents had held on to hope that their daughter might be in a safe place and would eventually return home. But this devastating news completely shattered their world. The moment was filled with intense emotions for everyone involved in the search, and the grief spread across the nation. Thousands of people came together to pay tribute to Grace by participating in vigils, reflecting the collective mourning of the entire community. New Zealand's Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, publicly apologized to Grace's parents and offered her full support during this heart-wrenching time. Jess Kempson, the accused murderer of Grace Millane, faced charges and appeared in an Auckland court on December 10, 2018, just 9 days after Grace's tragic death. In order to ensure a fair trial, Kempson was granted interim name suppression. This legal measure aimed to prevent the release of certain details to the public during the early stages of the trial. In order to avoid prejudicing the proceedings, following an autopsy, a pathologist confirmed that Grace had been strangled. The examination revealed bruises on her arms and chest, indicating that she had been forcefully pinned down. The pathologist explained that causing these injuries required significant force, and the pressure on her neck must have endured for a prolonged period of 4 to 5 minutes, ultimately leading to Grace's tragic death. Over a month after her passing, on January 10, 2019, a large gathering of individuals assembled at Brentwood Cathedral in Essex to pay their respects at her funeral. Detective Scott Beard, who had been involved in the case, traveled to England to offer support and condolences to the Millane family. The significant turnout reflected the widespread sympathy and shared sorrow experienced by the entire community during this solemn occasion. On January 16, 2019, a mere 6 days after Grace was laid to rest, Jesse appeared in the High Court and pleaded not guilty. The trial commenced on November 4, 2019, lasting for a duration of 3 weeks. Throughout most of the proceedings, Jesse maintained a stoic expression, displaying no visible emotions. Under the guidance of Ian Brookie, Jesse's defense team argued that Grace's demise was the unfortunate result of consensual rough intimacy gone awry. They contended that Grace had engaged in similar physical encounters prior to meeting Jesse, and this particular instance was a tragic case of physical misfortune. The defense aimed to frame the events leading to Grace's death within the context of consensual actions that took an unintended and unfortunate turn, rather than a deliberate act. They asserted that Jesse, in a state of panic, attempted to conceal Grace's body after realizing that the encounter had accidentally led to her demise. The defense portrayed his subsequent efforts to hide Grace's body as impulsive reactions to a situation that had spiraled out of control. However, the prosecution, led by Crown Solicitor Brian Dickey, sought to depict Grace's murder as intentional. Dickey presented a substantial amount of compelling evidence and witnesses to counter the defense's claim that Jess panicked, emphasizing that this was not a mere mistake. According to Dickey, the evidence pointed towards a deliberate and intentional act. Jesse systematically and coldly attempted to cover his tracks by consistently lying and fabricating numerous stories in the process. On November 22, 2019, a jury consisting of 7 women and 5 men reached a guilty verdict after just 5 hours of deliberation, dismissing Jess Kempson's claims of innocence. He was convicted for the murder of Grace Millane and subsequently sentenced to life imprisonment on February 21, 2020, with a minimum non-parole period of 17 years. This meant that he would be eligible for parole only after serving a minimum of 17 years behind bars. The trial sparked widespread outrage as many criticized the way Grace's life was portrayed, and her killer's attempts to rationalize her death. Instead of holding the killer accountable, it was seen as victim blaming, which was deeply shameful. However, the story did not end there, as Jesse faced 2 more trials the following year. In October 2020, 2 women came forward with horrifying stories after recognizing Jesse's blurred image following his arrest for Grace's murder. The first trial involved Jesse's former partner, who spoke about enduring physical, emotional, and financial abuse. Jesse had subjected her to threats with knives, choking, coercion, and drained her bank account of $10,000. He was found guilty of 8 charges and received a sentence of 7.5 years in prison. In November 2020, Jesse faced another trial for physically abusing a young tourist he had met on Tinder just 8 months prior to meeting Grace. He had attempted to force himself on her and threaten harm to her and her family if she did not comply. He was found guilty and received an additional 3.5 years in prison, bringing the total sentence to 11 years, which would run concurrently with the sentence for Grace's murder. Tragically, in November 2020, Grace's father, David Millane, passed away after battling cancer. Grace's parents never had the chance to see their daughter again. Grace was a vibrant and adventurous young woman, always eager to explore new things. Unfortunately, she embarked on a journey from which she never returned, leaving behind a void in the lives of those who dearly miss her presence. 16-year-old Rebecca Watts, known to most as Becky, had last been seen by her family the previous morning. She had left her home in Crown Hill, Bristol with her tablet, phone, and laptop. She had not taken anything else or spare clothes with her. She hadn't told anybody where she was going, and she wasn't responding to text messages and calls. This was completely out of character for Becky. She had never behaved this way or stayed out too late. She had spoken with her friend the day before, who said she had been her normal self and nothing seemed unusual or off about her demeanor. There was nothing to indicate that she had planned to run away. Becky had been born on the 3rd of June, 1998 to parents Darren and Tanya. Before she was born, her parents had split up and her early life was spent with her mother Tanya. She would later be taken into care due to concerns of neglect. But not long after, she and her brother Dan started living with their father. She was described as burly and feisty with a wicked sense of humor, feeling confident to come out of her shell around those she knew. At school, she was more quiet and shy, but her teachers said she was incredibly caring, kind, and had a huge heart. She had a small but very close-knit circle of friends whom she adored, and they adored her in return. Darren would later begin a relationship with a woman called Angie, who herself was a parent to a son called Nathan. When Darren and Angie married in 2013, Nathan had served as best man and Becky as a bridesmaid, along with Nathan's girlfriend, Shauna. Less than 2 years after their wedding day, their world had been turned upside down and Becky was now missing. After calling 999, Becky's father made a desperate plea on Facebook, saying, "Please, if anyone has seen or heard from my daughter, just let me know she is safe." She went missing Thursday 19th at 11:15 a.m. to meet her boyfriend and never arrived, so he came here looking for her. She hasn't been seen since by any of her friends. Police have now started a search. "I'm really scared now. I want her home." Detective Chief Inspector Richard O'Cone said that what was alarming to police was that her social media had not been used. She was regularly in contact with her friendship group, but there had been no communication from her. The story was quickly picked up by the national media. The following day, on Wednesday the 25th of February, her family was asked to leave the home so that a search could be done, but there was still no sign of her. Searches were also being undertaken by 6 teams in various locations, including an area of woodland and 3 houses. The College of Policing and National Crime Agency were drafted in to help, and a helicopter was deployed to help search from the air. The nature reserve at Troopers Hill and a local lake were searched as well, but she was nowhere to be found. The hashtag Find Becky was circulating around social media, and police took to Twitter to get the news out there about her disappearance. The investigating team needed to talk to those closest to Becky to try and ascertain her last known movements and find out any more information that was relevant. They were trying to build a picture of exactly who Becky was, hoping that the answers to their questions could be found. They spoke to Becky's stepmother, Angie. As their inquiries continued, they found that the last people who had seen Becky had been her stepbrother Nathan Matthews and his girlfriend, Shauna Hoare. They had initially been hard to pin down for an interview, but the officers were eventually able to get in touch with them and ask them to come to the station. Shauna gave her account of what had happened on the day Becky had last been seen. Nathan gave the same account about hearing the door slam. Several things stood out to investigators. Shauna appeared to be giggly and rather upbeat, and Nathan came across as unconcerned. Another thing that was unusual was just how much their stories aligned. Detective Chief Inspector Richard O'Cone said that most people who witness or experience the same events may give accounts that have incorrect details or don't slot together neatly. He said that in this instance, the fact that their stories were so similar indicated they had spoken to each other beforehand and colluded to make sure their stories matched. Volunteers came out in droves to assist in the searches. Posters were put up and people were determined they were not going to stop looking until she was found. It had now been 9 days since Becky had last been seen. The police brought the major crime unit on board to assist in the investigation and turn their efforts back to Becky's house. They went in with a forensics unit to see if the house held any clues as to where she could be. They made a sinister discovery. Faint spots of blood were found on the doorframe of Becky's bedroom. Fingerprints were found in the blood too. While tests were being carried out, they asked her stepbrother Nathan and his girlfriend Shauna to come back in for a second round of interviews. Shauna's statement that Nathan was finding the situation difficult varied from his. Despite the feelings of officers, they didn't have enough to hold him in custody. This would soon all change. The results had come back from the fingerprint that had been found in the blood on Becky's doorframe. It belonged to her stepbrother Nathan Matthews. It would be several more hours before the results would be in on who the blood belonged to. They decided that if it came back as being Becky's blood, they would make an arrest straight away on suspicion of kidnap, and their worst fears were soon realized. The blood belonged to Becky. Saturday, the 28th of February, 2015. Nathan Matthews and Shauna Hall were taken into custody at a house in Bristol. Nathan was 10 years older than Becky and had known her since she was 2 years old when his mother started dating Darren. Darren's relationship with Nathan had been quite strained. Nathan didn't want anybody interfering with his and his mother's lives. Becky's brother, Dan, got along with Nathan. They would often play video games and spend time in each other's company. But Nathan didn't interact much with Becky. He also didn't live in the family home. He instead lived close by with his grandmother, but would often go over to see his mother and stepfamily. When Nathan was 19 years old, he had come to the house with 4 young girls in the back of his car, none of them appearing to be older than 12. Darren refused to let him bring them inside and told Nathan to take them all home immediately. In her teens, Becky had struggled with an eating disorder, and whilst her family were deeply concerned, Nathan flippantly dismissed her struggles, saying she was doing it for attention. She had become weaker and would also faint, but Nathan still said this was all for attention. After a year, Becky had made it through and recovered from her illness. In 2008, Nathan Matthews was now 21 years old and brought home his new girlfriend, Shauna Hoare. He had told his family she was 19 years old, but she wasn't. She was actually 15. Darren knew he was lying and told him to take Shauna home. Darren had fought hard to get his children out of the care of social services, and he was not going to jeopardize their stability in any way. Nathan and Shauna stayed together, however, and went on to have a daughter. Darren initially didn't like Shauna, saying there was something about her that he couldn't put his finger on. After they were arrested, they were taken to the police station to be questioned again. After allowing Nathan to talk freely, building his confidence in answering their questions, They changed strategy and questioned him in a more direct way. They were also talking to Shona about her version of events. A forensics team was then sent to Shona and Nathan's home. The house was in disarray. Every room was filled with items, clutter, and mess. As the search moved throughout the property, one part of the upstairs floor immediately stood out. Going into the bathroom, the left-hand side of the room was much the same as the rest of the property. But the bathtub was spotless. It was shiny and extremely clean, and this meant it didn't fit in with the rest of the home. As the questioning continued, the officers decided not to tell either of them what the latest developments were or what evidence they now had. Over the next 2 days, the forensics team continued to search the house that Nathan and Shona lived in, and it was an incredibly difficult task given the state of the property. Then, finally, 2 small pieces of paper would give them the lead they had been searching for. 2 receipts for the DIY and hardware store B&Q showed that on Friday, the same day Becky had been reported missing, an electric circular saw, goggles, gloves, and a mask had been purchased. CCTV from the store confirmed that Nathan had been the one to buy the items. Nathan Matthews and Shona Hoare were rearrested, this time on suspicion of the murder of Becky Watts. Following this, the police had to break the devastating news to her family. This was now a murder investigation, and they suspected that Nathan and Shona were responsible. Becky's father Darren said that it was in that moment his world began to fold in on itself. Before long, flowers were being laid in tribute to Becky as news started to spread. Close to the family home was St. Ambrose Church. A book of remembrance was put out, and the church was open until nighttime for people to light candles for her. Adding to the tragedy, she had been murdered on her brother Dan's 20th birthday. The interviewing officers did not disclose that they had found the receipts. They continued to raise the pressure by saying that the house they had lived in had been forensically searched, leaving the accused guessing as to what exactly had been found. Tuesday, the 3rd of March, 2015. At 10:26 p.m. a statement was given to the police from Nathan via his lawyer. Nathan Matthews refused to listen to it and stuck his fingers in his ears to drown out the sound of his statement being read out. It read as follows: I, Nathan Charles Matthews, accept that I am responsible for the death of Rebecca Watts. On the 19th of February, 2015, I attended Crown Hill, St. George, Bristol, with my girlfriend, Shona Hoare. In my car, I had a large bag, stun device, handcuffs, tape, and a mask. I had developed an idea to scare Rebecca by kidnapping her. I wanted to scare her and teach her a lesson. I believed that she was selfish and her behavior towards my mother was a risk to her health. A few minutes after arriving, Shona said she wanted a cigarette and went into the garden. I went to the boot of my car, took out a bag that contained the items, then went upstairs to the landing before knocking on Rebecca's door. She replied, "What?" or "Hello," and I said, "Can I see you a minute?" I cannot be sure which order things happened, but I used the items to subdue Rebecca. During the short struggle, my mask slipped and Rebecca was able to see my face. This caused me to panic, and I strangled her while she was partially in the bag. Horrifying details did not stop there. After murdering Becky, he had used the saw he had purchased from B&Q to dismember her. She had been dismembered in the bathtub, which had then been cleaned, showing that the officers who had been concerned with how out of place the bath had looked had been absolutely right. The occupants of the house where her body was found were arrested for assisting an offender. They were adamant they had no idea what was inside the bags. They would later plead guilty to the charge. 2 other people would also be acquitted of the same charge. The shed had been searched by Detective Sergeant John Dowding, who had found several suitcases and bags. The body parts had been wrapped in plastic bags and cling film, and cat litter had been used in an attempt to soak up the blood. Salt crystals had also been added to hide the smell. The pathology report showed that Becky had fought for her life with absolutely everything she had. She had sustained more than 40 injuries and had most likely died from suffocation with a hand covering her nose and mouth. She was then stabbed 15 times post-mortem. Becky had to be identified using DNA. The search for Becky Watts had been one of the biggest investigations undertaken by Avon and Somerset police. For the officers who had worked tirelessly to try and find Becky and bring her home, this was a devastating end. Even though Nathan Matthews had provided the police with an account, They wanted to delve deeper and ascertain if this was the whole truth. They also wanted to know if his girlfriend, Shauna Hoare, had played a bigger role than had been suggested. When they interviewed Shauna, she was adamant that the first she had learned of Nathan being responsible had been the day before when he had made his prepared statement. The horrifying account of what exactly had happened would finally come out. Thursday, the 19th of February, 2015. Becky arrives home after spending the night at a friend's. At 10:50 a.m., Shauna and Nathan drive to Becky's home. After stopping at a Tesco's to buy some batteries, they know she will be in the house by herself, as Angie has a hospital appointment. Nathan normally parks on the road, but on this occasion, he reverses the car into the drive with the boot facing the front door. 11:03 a.m., Becky sends her last text message. It is to her boyfriend, saying she is listening to music. She then doesn't respond to his messages. Becky is attacked. She is suffocated and her body is put into the boot of the car. 12:45 p.m. Angie returns home. Nathan and Shauna act like nothing has happened. 5 p.m. Becky's boyfriend arrives at the house concerned that his messages are not getting a response from Becky. Shauna answers the door and pretends to look in Becky's room to see if she is there, and her boyfriend speaks to Darren and Angie. Angie agrees that it is unusual that she isn't responding. 7 p.m. After spending the day with the family and with Becky's body still in the boot of the car outside, Shauna and Nathan drive home. After arriving at the house, they take her body inside and she is dismembered in the bathtub. They then order a pizza and some Chinese food. Nathan Matthews then fakes a phone call from a friend pretending they need his help. He leaves and goes to B&Q. Friday, the 20th of February. At 12:20 p.m., Nathan Matthews heads to a shop and purchases 2 bottles of drain cleaner. He then goes to B&Q and buys the gloves, masks, goggles, and saw. At 3:10, Shauna sends him a message saying, "What time you finish work, lol." 50 minutes later, at 4 p.m., the 999 call is made and Becky is reported missing. Shauna also shares Darren's Facebook post, begging for his daughter to come home. At 6:35 p.m., the police go to Becky's home and speak with Darren, Angie, Nathan, and Shauna. Nathan and Shauna say they heard her leave the house the morning before. By 9 p.m., the pair have returned home and they watch a YouTube video called "Do You Want to Hide a Body?" On the 21st of February, the pair visit an Asda store and purchase bin bags, gloves, rubble sacks, cling film, and bleach. The following day, they go to a 99p store and a Wilko's and purchase a sponge, more rubble sacks, and tape before going to Sainsbury's to buy cling film. On the 23rd of February, the police go to their house in a bid to speak to them, but they are met with silence and nobody opens the door. At 4:38 p.m., a phone belonging to the couple is used to search, find Becky What's on Google. And just 2 minutes later, Shauna rings her estranged mother, someone she hadn't spoken to for 4 years, to arrange to go to her house that evening. On the 24th of February at 2:19 a.m., CCTV captures a white van driving from Cotton Mill Lane to where Becky's body was found. Her body parts are believed to be in the back of the van. After 96 hours of interviews, Nathan Matthews was charged with the murder of his stepsister. They still didn't have enough to charge Shauna with murder, so she was instead charged with perverting the course of justice, and the police continued to build their case against her. Over the following 8 weeks, they continued to look into every aspect of their lives, including phone records, and their computers were also looked at too. It would be in one of Shauna's mobile phones that the key to unlock the case would be found. A series of messages had been deleted, but the officers were able to recover them. Nathan Matthews and Shauna Hoare had talked about abducting a young woman and hiding her in the attic. Internet searches had also been made for pornographic material involving people around Becky's age. But once again, forensics would show the truth. A bag containing some of the dismembered body parts had Shauna's DNA on it, and so did one of the masks. On the 22nd of June, Shauna Hall was charged with the murder of Becky Watts. Becky's funeral was held at St. Ambrose Church on the 17th of April. The church service was open to the public, but her burial was private. Mourners lined the streets as her coffin was brought past on a horse-drawn carriage. A white dove was also released as her coffin was brought out. On the 6th of October 2015, the trial of Nathan Matthews and Shona Hoare began at Bristol Crown Court. Becky's family sat stunned as they heard for the first time that 2 years prior to her death, Becky had told one of her friends that Nathan had explained to her in graphic detail how he had planned to murder her. She hadn't told this to her family. He had also been in the Territorial Army after being a cadet, and those who had known him during his time in the TA also gave evidence. The courtroom sat horrified as details emerged of how Nathan and Shona held a shared sexual interest in teenage girls. Prosecutor William Mosley QC said, in addition to their apparent dislike of Rebecca Watts, there is good reason to believe that there was also a sexual motive behind the scheme arising from a shared and natural interest in attractive teenage females. Shona told the court that she was completely innocent and that she was actually scared of her boyfriend. The prosecution fired back, saying that they had acted as a team. Shona's estranged mother also testified at the trial about Shona suddenly wanting to talk to her after Becky had been killed. She said, "I was joking and I said, I know why you're at my house all the time. You're running away from the police because you've kidnapped Becky." It was now time for the jury to deliberate, and before long the verdict was in and it was unanimous. After just 3 hours of deliberations, Shona Hall was found guilty of the kidnap and manslaughter of Becky Watts. Nathan Matthews was found guilty of the kidnap and murder of Becky Watts. Shona Hoare was sentenced to 17 years in prison. Nathan Matthews was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 33 years. When he was led away to begin his sentence, he couldn't look his family in the eye and instead stared at the floor. In June 2016, both Nathan Matthews and Shona Hoare lost their appeals against their convictions. Following her death, a serious case review was commissioned by the Bristol Safeguarding Children Board. It concluded that her murder couldn't have been predicted or prevented. The report said there had not been enough attention paid to Becky's wider family, which included her stepbrother and his girlfriend. It said that Becky's sometimes challenging behavior and her anxiety was a result of the bullying she was enduring from Matthews. Darren would go on to write a book about his daughter, titled Becky, The Heartbreaking Story of Becky Watts. He would later say in an interview they were going to hang him, I would pull the lever so no one else would have to carry that guilt. The stress of what had happened to his daughter had caused him to lose 4 stone or 56 pounds. He couldn't sleep, he couldn't eat, and he was barely able to keep water down. In spite of all they had been through and the horrifying events that had devastated their family, Darren and Angie's marriage survived and they remained committed to one another. The way the community had come together to help and support the family had been nothing short of incredible, with many lending a hand where they could and doing their best to help. 19-year-old Nancy Elaine Anderson lived in Michigan in 1971. She had just recently graduated from high school. Nancy was one of 10 children. In the fall of 1971, Nancy moved to Waikiki in Honolulu County, Hawaii. She landed a job at a local McDonald's and found an apartment where she lived with roommate Jody Spooner. In the late afternoon hours of January 7, 1972, Jody Spooner called 911 to report that she found Nancy's lifeless body in her bathroom. At first, Jody believed her roommate took her own life, but investigators discovered that Nancy had been fatally stabbed by someone else. The autopsy would later reveal that Nancy had been stabbed 63 times. Investigators found blood at the crime scene on 2 towels that belonged to a man. They theorized that the culprit accidentally cut himself during the attack. Jody Spooner helped police create a timeline of events leading up to the crime. Jody told them about 2 cutlery salesmen who was in their apartment around 1:30 to 1:45 p.m. Jody says that after they left, she went to take a nap in her room. She awoke at 5:15 p.m., hearing water running in Nancy's bathroom. When she went to take a look, she discovered Nancy's body and called the police. The first units responded at 5:29 p.m. Police interviewed the 2 door-to-door salesmen, but found that they were not viable suspects. After they left, Nancy went to a nearby Bank of Hawaii to open an account. The teller at the bank estimated that Nancy was at the bank somewhere between 2:15 and 3 o'clock p.m. Based on the time it would take for Nancy to walk home from the bank, the police estimated her life was taken somewhere between 3:10 p.m. and 5:15 p.m. The salesman's fingerprints did not match any of the crime scene, and they both passed polygraph tests. They were subsequently ruled out as suspects. Jody Spooner described Nancy as too friendly with strangers and a person who would talk to anyone on the street without regard for her personal safety. Jody's boyfriend, Kim Weaver, said that Nancy associated with men he only knew by nickname, Reno, Nevada, Cowboy, Frenchman, and the Dude from Detroit. The man known as Reno, Nevada was identified as William Manor. William said he dated Nancy, but he hadn't been to her apartment. He said he met Nancy and made plans with her through apparently frequent yet chance meetings at the beach. William also claimed to have seen Nancy hanging out with other men, but he did not know any of their names. Menor described Nancy as a very nice girl with a great personality, but felt she could have been a little less friendly with strangers. A friend of Jody Spooner told the police that Nancy would bring home weird-looking guys and dated several different men. Interviews, lie detector tests, and even DNA tests over the decades involving many of Nancy's friends, coworkers, associates, and roommate in Hawaii turned up little of value. More specifically, those efforts failed to yield a viable suspect. In 2018, investigators started working with Parabon Nanolabs to help solve the case by identifying the perpetrator. Parabon was able to create this image of the suspect using his DNA that was found on the towels inside of Nancy's apartment back in 1972. More recently, the unknown man's DNA was submitted into public DNA databases. Using genetic genealogy, it led investigators to 77-year-old Tudor Chirilla Jr. He was taken into custody at his home in Reno, Nevada on September 13, 2022. Chirilla tried to take his own life after he was arrested, but failed. Investigators discovered that he was a graduate assistant at the University of Hawaii in 1971. After leaving Hawaii, Chirilla reportedly went to law school, graduated, and worked as a deputy attorney general in Nevada. He was then a longtime attorney in Reno, Carson City, and the Lake Tahoe area. He eventually ran for election to the Nevada Supreme Court in 1994. Chirilla lost that election. Nancy's brother, Jack Anderson, had this to say following the arrest. "She was an integral part of our family, and when her life was taken, it just left a hole in our hearts and in our family." Chirilla is currently in custody in Reno, and he has not yet entered a plea. The moment the man responsible for abducting a young woman and subjecting her to unimaginable horrors was sentenced to 60 years in prison, a wave of relief washed over the community. They believed that he was finally off the streets, no longer posing a threat to anyone. Little did they suspect that this was merely the beginning, as the sinister secrets of his atrocious acts were yet to be unveiled. The 60-year sentence turned out to be just the tip of the iceberg as shocking revelations continued to emerge, unraveling a twisted tale that took years to fully comprehend. Who was this man, and what were the deeply concealed secrets he held? Texas, the second largest state in the United States, is renowned for its diverse landscape, rich history, and vibrant culture. From the iconic deserts of West Texas to the bustling urban centers like Houston and Dallas, the state offers a plethora of attractions. However, Texas has also witnessed its fair share of notorious crimes. For years, Interstate 45 in Texas has been a haunting place, instilling fear in the hearts of many. The highway that stretches between Galveston and Houston is notorious for its connection to numerous unsolved murders throughout the years. Deputy Chief Josh Rogers from Texas has stated that 1997 was an especially deadly year, with a high number of incidents occurring along this route. However, the question remains, what truly happened here? To delve into this matter, let us begin with the case involving Laura Smitha. On April 3, 1997, at approximately 9 o'clock a.m., 12-year-old Laura Smitha asked her mother for permission to go for a jog alone. Little did her mother know that granting this request would lead to enduring pain. Laura, who was raised in the city of Friendswood, Texas, by her parents Bob and Gay Snither, had a happy childhood alongside her younger brother David. She was known for her kindness and gentle nature. Laura excelled academically and possessed a remarkable talent for ballet. Her dream of becoming a ballerina was on the verge of becoming a reality, as she had recently been accepted into the prestigious Houston Ballet Academy. While preparing breakfast, Laura's mother agreed to her request, understanding that Laura had been diligently working on her cardio to enhance her ballet skills. However, as time passed and Laura failed to return, the parents grew increasingly anxious. Laura had never been away for such an extended period. And as she was always under their watchful eye due to being homeschooled, they sensed that something was amiss. Laura's father scoured the neighborhood in search of her, but there was no sign of his daughter. Growing more concerned, they reached out to relatives and friends, hoping for any information regarding Laura's whereabouts, but their efforts yielded no answers. With Laura still missing, they made the difficult decision to contact the Friendswood police and report her as a missing person. As the police initiated their investigation, the community rallied around Laura's family, joining forces to aid in the search. Flyers with Laura's photograph were distributed and residents in the area were questioned in the hopes of uncovering any leads. The outpouring of support and love from the community deeply touched Laura's parents, as they witnessed firsthand the genuine care and concern for their beloved daughter. The following morning, law enforcement officers were actively searching for the missing little girl. Some officers conducted thorough searches on foot through the nearby woods, while helicopters were deployed to search from above. Unfortunately, no significant leads were found. However, despite this setback, the community remained resilient and supportive. Hundreds of volunteers joined forces with Laura's family to assist in the search for the 12-year-old. Over the course of a week, approximately 6,000 volunteers participated in the search campaign. Surprisingly, each passing day brought even more volunteers and improved tracking techniques, such as the utilization of infrared cameras to uncover potential clues. In a remarkable display of dedication, a search and rescue team, along with their specially trained dogs, traveled all the way from Dallas to offer their assistance. These remarkable canines, with their exceptional sense of smell, spent an entire day meticulously sniffing around Laura's home, picking up scents from distances as far as 800 yards away. The local police were working tirelessly, and their efforts were further bolstered by the involvement of the National Coast Guard and FBI. Initially, the authorities believed that Laura may have become lost in the woods. However, as the investigation progressed, suspicions of foul play began to arise. In order to sustain the search efforts, the community organized candlelight rallies and vigils in honor of Laura. Despite these collective efforts, an entire week passed without any significant progress in Laura's case. On Sunday, April 20th, 1997, the community convened at Friendswood High School to discuss the next steps. During the meeting, the police chief received a phone call that visibly troubled him, causing concern among the attendees. However, they remained unaware of the details. Later that evening, around 10 p.m., Laura's parents were informed of a horrifying discovery. Earlier that same day, a father and son, while walking their dog, stumbled upon the badly decomposed body of a young girl in a muddy area near a pond in Pasadena, just 12 miles away from where Laura had disappeared. The girl was found wearing only a pair of socks, leading the police to suspect that it could be Laura. Subsequently, the autopsy confirmed their worst fears. 17 days after her disappearance, Laura was tragically found, marking a heartbreaking conclusion to the search efforts. Due to Laura's prolonged time in the water, investigators were unable to determine the exact cause of her death and were uncertain if she had been physically assaulted. The tragic loss of this young girl deeply saddened and shocked the entire Friendswood community. Alongside the grief, there was also a prevailing sense of fear as people worried that a dangerous individual might still be out there, potentially targeting more victims. In an urgent attempt to gather leads, the police began questioning sex offenders in the area. Despite numerous uncertainties, a suspect quickly emerged. This individual had been released from an Oklahoma prison just 6 months prior to Laura's murder, after serving a 10-year sentence for 2 physical assaults. At the time of Laura's disappearance, he was employed as an equipment operator in Windsor State, Friendswood. Strangely, he left work around the same time Laura went missing, and returned 30 minutes later. When investigators examined his truck, they discovered fibers from his replacement floor mats that matched those found on Laura's socks. Despite ongoing efforts to gather stronger evidence against him, the man remained free, frequently traveling between Houston, where he worked, and Oklahoma, where his mother resided. However, it didn't take long for another incident to occur. Just 2 months later, on July 15, 1997, in Denton, Texas, a university town along the same stretch of interstate, a 20-year-old woman named Kelly Cox vanished. Kelly would typically spend her mornings studying at the University of North Texas and the rest of her day caring for her daughter, Alexis. On that fateful day, Kelly prepared everything for her daughter, packed her bag with necessary items, and rushed out the door. She dropped off her 19-month-old daughter with a babysitter before heading to a field trip for her criminology class at a Denton jail, accompanied by her classmates. Kelly parked her car across from the police station and, as a precaution, hid a spare key in a magnetic box underneath her car. After securing her belongings, including her phone, in the car as advised by her professor, Kelly decided to explore the jail on a guided tour. Once the tour concluded around noon, she promptly left because she had an important test at the university. However, when she attempted to unlock her car door with the spare key, she encountered an unexpected problem. Despite having checked the key the previous night, it mysteriously failed to work. This left Kelly unable to access her cell phone, which was locked inside the car. In order to seek assistance, she walked to a nearby gas station and utilized a payphone to contact her boyfriend, Lawrence Harris. Kelly requested that he bring another key since the one she possessed had suddenly become ineffective. Following the call, she entered the gas station to quench her thirst. Approximately 45 minutes later, Lawrence arrived at the gas station only to find Kelly's car still parked in the lot, but Kelly herself was nowhere to be found. Furthermore, the key box and the spare key were also missing. Concerned for her well-being, Lawrence searched for Kelly and eventually contacted her mother to inquire if she had returned home. Unfortunately, Kelly had not. As time passed, Kelly's family grew increasingly worried. By 5:30 p.m. that afternoon, it became evident that something was amiss. Kelly was scheduled to pick up her 19-month-old daughter Alexis from the babysitter's house at that time, but she failed to appear. This raised significant alarm since Kelly was known for being a responsible mother despite her young age. It seemed highly unlikely that she would neglect to collect Alexis or make alternative arrangements if necessary. Consequently, a missing persons report was promptly filed, prompting investigators to initiate a search for the young mother. Their initial course of action involved interviewing individuals close to Kelly in order to gather relevant information. After successfully passing 4 polygraph tests, Lawrence was eliminated as a suspect. Surprisingly, it was a turn of events when investigators acted upon a tip that led them to a different individual, a man who had been a suspect in the Laura Sniffer case. Despite not residing in Denton, the gas station received placed him at the location on the day Kelly disappeared. Due to his status as a sex offender, he became a prime suspect, prompting the police to search his vehicle for Kelly's fingerprints. Strangely, they found none, leaving them without any further evidence to link him to the disappearance. It remained a mystery as to how this man, despite being suspected, managed to elude capture each time. Who was he and what was his story? Unfortunately, without answers to these questions, the case eventually went cold with no leads, witnesses, or surveillance footage. For many years, Kelly's mother experienced profound sadness whenever a body was discovered along the notorious Texas highway. She clung to the hope that one day Kelly would return home, but sadly, that day never arrived. Kelly's disappearance took a toll on her mother and stepfather, particularly as they had to raise young Alexis on their own. However, the most challenging part was explaining to Alexis that her mother was unlikely to come back and provide her with warmth and maternal love. Despite the passing years, Kelly never reappeared for her daughter. Following in her mother's footsteps, Alexis attended the same university, holding on to the belief that her mother might one day return. Throughout all those years, Kelly's family never lost hope. They continued to share her story and tirelessly displayed her picture wherever they could. Unfortunately, even after numerous efforts, Kelly never found her way back home. However, the shocks were far from over, as just 11 days after Kelly went missing in Oklahoma, another young woman was on the verge of disappearing. On June 26, 1997, around midnight, a patrol officer from the Bethany Police Department noticed a white neon Dodge left at a car wash. Initially, it didn't raise any suspicions for the officer. However, upon returning later and finding the car still there, his suspicions grew. While approaching the vehicle, he observed that the key remained in the ignition and the car door was ajar. Swiftly, he transmitted the license plate number to headquarters and ascertained that the car belonged to Tiffany Johnston, a 17-year-old. Upon inspecting the interior, he discovered Tiffany's purse and stumbled upon a phone number belonging to her mother, Kathy, who resided in Antarctica, the considerable 60 miles away from Bethany. Consequently, the investigators promptly contacted Ryan, Tiffany's husband, who was equally unaware of his wife's whereabouts. It was becoming increasingly evident that something was amiss. Ryan disclosed to the officer that Tiffany had left her part-time job at a restaurant around 2 p.m. on that day, excited to celebrate their 3-month anniversary. However, she was only expected to meet him at 11 o'clock p.m. On her way home, Tiffany had made a stop at the Sunshine Car Wash to clean her white neon Dodge. Nevertheless, when Ryan went to meet her later that night, he discovered no trace of her and she was absent from their residence as well. Filled with concern and anxiety, he initially contemplated contacting the authorities but ultimately decided to wait a little longer, hoping that Tiffany would return on her own. However, even before the police could initiate a search for Tiffany, they received devastating news. Just a day after her disappearance, on July 27, 1997, near I-40 in Gregory Road, searchers looking for another missing girl fortuitously stumbled upon the lifeless body of a young Caucasian woman. Upon the arrival of the police, they already harbored suspicions that it could be Tiffany, and their fears were confirmed when Ryan identified her from the photographs. Tragically, she was discovered wearing only a swimsuit, with all her other garments removed, although the exact time of her demise could not be determined during the autopsy. It revealed that she had been subjected to physical assault and strangulation. Additionally, unknown DNA was found on her body, which was collected and preserved as evidence. In such a scenario, anyone could potentially be a suspect and suspicion fell upon someone very close to Tiffany. However, it didn't take long to discover that Tiffany was last seen at the car wash at 6 o'clock p.m. During that time, Ryan was at work and he had been there from 3 o'clock p.m. to 11 o'clock p.m. analyzing the timeline. The police realized that it didn't make sense for Tiffany to have been abducted from the busy car wash. If someone had forcefully taken her, there would likely have been a significant struggle. However, the area where the car was found showed no signs of a struggle and even the car itself was unlocked. Nothing appeared disturbed in the vicinity. This led the police to consider the possibility that Tiffany willingly got into the car with someone she knew and left with them. While the investigation was ongoing, a few days later, Kathy, Tiffany's mother, received a phone call from a man named William Reese, who she knew from her town of Anadarko. Although they hadn't met in person, William's mother was good friends with Tiffany's mother. He called Kathy shortly after Tiffany's death to offer condolences, but little did she know about the hidden secrets. As time passed, the investigation made no progress and the case eventually ended up in the cold case files. With the ongoing murders of women in the area, the entire community began to question when this horrifying game would come to an end. Just 3 weeks after Tiffany's murder, another tragedy struck Lamar, Texas. Jessica Kane, born on August 28, 1979, brought immense joy to her parents, CH and Susie Kane. With a passion for sports, she held the position of drill team captain at O'Connell High School in Galveston, Texas. On August 16, 1997, after participating in a musical review in Dickinson and attending a cast party at Ben Egan on Bay Area Boulevard, Jessica failed to return home after a night out with friends. When she couldn't be found at home the next morning, Jessica's mother panicked and urgently woke up her father. They immediately began trying to reach Jessica. Despite their best efforts, they were unable to locate her, so they reached out to several friends who had been with Jessica the night before. All of them had the same story. Jessica left the party around 1:30 a.m. and no one had heard from her since. Jessica's parents became increasingly worried, especially when her father discovered her car parked near the Lumans exit on the freeway. Her belongings were still inside, but Jessica was nowhere to be found. Filled with concern, he immediately contacted the police to report her as missing. Search parties were organized once again, with over 100 volunteers coming through the marshes and brush on foot. During this difficult time, Jessica's parents found comfort in connecting with Bob and Gay Smitha, the parents of Laura Smitha, who had also gone missing. Despite reliving their own nightmare, the Smithas stood strong in supporting Jessica's parents and actively participated in the search efforts. They shared the concern of whether the person responsible for Jessica's disappearance was the same individual who had taken their own daughter's life. Despite extensive searches conducted by law enforcement in the community, there were no signs of Jessica. The police began considering the possibility of foul play and expressed a grim belief that finding Jessica alive was unlikely. However, amidst the ongoing search, a new story emerged about another case where the victim had managed to survive. On May 16, 1997, 3 months prior to Jessica's disappearance, a 19-year-old mother named Sandra Sopor had a disturbing encounter. She had stopped at a convenience store in Webster, Texas, off I-45, and noticed a man staring at her in the parking lot. Later, at a Waffle House across the street, she saw the same man again. He followed her to the store and offered to help her with her flat tires. Suddenly, he pulled out a knife and forcefully took Sandra into this white pickup truck. Inside the truck, the man overpowered her, tied her wrists, and drove along Interstate 45. Sandra, overwhelmed by fear, made a shocking realization that the truck door was not locked. In a desperate bid for freedom, she mustered all her strength, broke free from the restraints, and leaped out of the moving truck. Unfortunately, her daring escape resulted in severe injuries, prompted by the urgency. She was swiftly transported to a nearby hospital where the authorities were promptly notified and the incident was duly reported. In October 1997, 5 months later, a meeting with Friendswood police led Webster investigators to realize that Sandra's description of her abductor matched a truck they had previously searched in Laura's case. On October 16, 1997, during a lineup, Sandra quickly identified the man who had abducted her as William Reese. This raised the question of who he was and whether he was the same suspect from Laura's case in April 1997. William Lewis Reese, born on July 1, 1959 in Oklahoma and raised in Yukon in Anadarko, was one of 13 siblings. Due to his family's financial struggles, he had to drop out of school in the 9th grade and began working as a farm laborer. He had 2 short-lived marriages. In April 1986, William kidnapped a 19-year-old daughter of a Texas sheriff's deputy, resulting in his arrest and charges. However, he was released on bail. Just a month later, while still out on bond, he physically assaulted another woman, leading to another arrest. He faced trial for both crimes, was found guilty, and received a 25-year prison sentence. However, he appealed his conviction and a criminal court reviewed his case, identifying procedural errors that resulted in a reduction of his sentence. He was granted parole in October 1996, approximately 9.5 years into his sentence. This release occurred just 6 months before Laura's disappearance. After leaving prison, William moved into his mother's home in Anadarko, Oklahoma. Returning to the case, William was promptly arrested in October 1997 and charged with kidnapping Sarah Sapar. He pleaded not guilty and was incarcerated, but he was still not linked to the murders of the other girls. Despite his denial of kidnapping Sarah and slashing her tires, investigators remained determined to establish a connection between him and Laura's murder. Deputy Chief Josh Rogers made a significant discovery while searching William's apartment. Among the items found was a multicolored horse blanket, which matched the colors on one of Laura's socks. Despite finding fibers from Laura's socks on William's floor mats, the district attorney, DA, at the time did not believe it was enough evidence to charge him with Laura's murder. However, the determined Friendswood detectives continued their investigation. They delved into records to trace William's movements during the previous summer and uncovered potential connections to other unsolved cases. Their dedication to solving these mysteries was unwavering. The investigation took an intriguing turn when investigators found a fuel bill in Denton on the same date and location as Kelly Cox's disappearance. This was the first time Kelly's mother, Jan, had heard about William, and now Denton police had him on their radar as well. Further records revealed that William had used a payphone in the town where Tiffany's body was discovered less than an hour after she went missing. Additionally, the owner of a car wash confirmed that William was a frequent customer upon seeing his picture. This new evidence made William the primary suspect in Tiffany's case too. The jury wasted no time in reaching a guilty verdict, and in 1998, William was convicted and sentenced to 60 years for kidnapping Sandra. Finally, after a year, the community felt a sense of relief knowing that William was behind bars. However, Laura's case, as well as Tiffany's, Kelly's, and Jessica's cases, officially remained unsolved. While residing in Oklahoma, Kathy, the mother of Tiffany, never ceased her efforts to urge investigators to solve her daughter's murder. It took over 10 years for Kathy's persistent calls to finally receive a response. In 2012, retired police chief Lynn Williams joined the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation's cold case team and took on the task of investigating Tiffany's case. Within the evidence box, Lynn discovered DNA evidence from Tiffany's body that had been meticulously preserved throughout the years. Despite 2 unsuccessful tests, Wendy Duke, the supervising criminologist at the OSBI Cold Case Unit, uncovered 2 samples from Tiffany's body that had not been fully utilized in previous testing. Remarkably, she managed to develop a partial male profile from these samples. Duke meticulously compared the known profiles to find a match, and as the team eliminated suspects one by one, they made a shocking discovery. The perpetrator behind Tiffany's murder turned out to be none other than William Reese, an individual connected to Tiffany's family who had even expressed grief over her death. This revelation prompted the Oklahoma District Attorney to believe that there was enough evidence to charge William with Tiffany's murder. After enduring years of waiting, finally found some solace as justice appeared to be within reach. Oklahoma law enforcement shared crucial information with Texas investigators, including the Texas Rangers, who were eager to collaborate with William Reese in order to solve their cases. They made a visit to William in prison, and surprisingly, he agreed to further discussions on the condition that the death penalty would be taken off the table. In exchange for his cooperation in resolving the cases, authorities agreed to this condition. In February 2016, William Reese was transferred from prison to the Friendswood Jail after agreeing to provide information regarding 3 Texas cases. Authorities also accompanied him to a remote field south of Friendswood, where he claimed to have disposed of Kelly Cox's. The police dedicated extensive time to working with William, both in jail and out in the field, in their search for Kelly's remains. During this period, he began divulging details to investigators about his encounter with Kelly in Denton. According to William, they had a confrontation in a gas station parking lot after he accidentally bumped into her, causing her to spill her soda on him. During the interview, William confessed to killing Kelly, but there was another shocking revelation. He also disclosed to investigators what happened to Laura on that rainy morning in Friendswood. William claimed that Laura died instantly after he accidentally struck her with his truck. However, he later altered his story, stating that Laura actually survived. According to him, when he attempted to silence her cries, he accidentally broke her neck. Upon examining William's inconsistent statements and behavior, Mary Ellen O'Toole, a retired FBI profiler, suggested that he display traits of psychopathy. She believed that William derived pleasure from the attention he received from law enforcement and the disruption to his routine. During the ongoing search for remains, William continued to confess to each murder, providing specific details about Jessica and Tiffany's cases and disclosing the various locations where he buried their bodies. In March 2016, after 25 days of determined excavation guided by William, a breakthrough occurred. Jessica's remains were discovered at a site in a Houston pasture. However, her parents requested privacy to process the news and lay their daughter to rest. The discovery of Jessica's remains significantly bolstered the credibility of Williams, reigniting the search for Kelly with renewed determination. After 2 more weeks of painstaking effort, Kelly's remains were successfully located at a burial site in Brazoria County. This was an incredibly painful moment for the families who still clung to hope that their daughters might return alive. In July 2016, Reese was extradited from Texas to Oklahoma to stand trial for Johnston's murder. The trial commenced on April 21, 2017, but Reese's defense team filed a motion for a change of venue due to asbestos contamination in the courthouse. An independent examination confirmed the hazardous condition of the building, leading to an adjournment of the trial until June 2019. Meanwhile, Texas prosecutors announced their intention to extradite Reese to their estate for the trials related to Laura Kelly and Jessica's murders once the Oklahoma trial concluded. Tickefany's trial, which had been indefinitely postponed, resumed in May 2021 at the Oklahoma County District Court. On May 28, 2021, the jury found Reese guilty. The judge was straightforward and direct in his words. On August 19, 2021, he handed down a death sentence to the perpetrator for the abduction and murder of Tiffany, despite Williams' cooperation with law enforcement. This harsh punishment was due to his confession containing partially false information and his failure to disclose his true motives and accurate details of the crime. After being convicted in Oklahoma, William faced another trial in Texas in March 2022 for the murders of Laura Smitha, Kelly Cox, and Jessica Kane. It came as no surprise when he pleaded guilty to all three murders, and the judge delivered the final blow by sentencing him to life imprisonment in June 2022. Justice has finally caught up with him for the devastating crimes he committed against these innocent lives. For years, families have longed for answers about their missing loved ones, enduring the agony of uncertainty. The person responsible for these crimes coldly kept these secrets hidden, only revealing them when it served his own motives. It is disheartening to witness such selfishness. Now, we can only hope that armed with the truth, the families can begin the journey of healing. Providing their loved ones with a proper burial, long overdue, may offer some solace after enduring years of pain. Today, we will investigate the case of a small child who vanished without a trace after going to the street to meet her father. Detectives began putting together startling clues after her parents contacted the police. The investigation got so confused that it started to look like a TV show about detectives, complete with amazing police work and mind-blowing evidence. When they finally uncovered the truth, it took everyone by surprise. On June 22, 1986, Jessica Mott was born in Altamont Springs, Florida. She was loved by her parents and had a younger sister and an older brother. Her father was a construction worker who frequently traveled for several days, leaving the children with their mother alone. Jessica was a happy, kind child who enjoyed playing with her siblings, hanging out in the great outdoors with friends, and having a great affection for animals. When Jessica was 9 years old, her family made the decision to spend Easter with her grandparents on April 5, 1996. Her mom stayed at their apartment packing for the trip, while her dad went to the store to buy some holiday supplies. Jessica asked her mother if she could go to the yard when she and the other children got back from school. Her dad was supposed to return from the store shortly, and she wanted to wait for him. Her mother agreed and instructed her daughter not to go anywhere else. Tucked away from the main road, their apartment complex was encircled by trees. The mother was reasonably confident in Jessica's safety. Jessica and the other neighborhood children used to play there unsupervised by adults all the time, and nothing ever went wrong. A few hours later, at approximately 6:00 p.m., her father came home and asked his wife where Jessica was. She was taken aback because her daughter was expected to be waiting for her father in the yard, but he insisted that she wasn't. The parents went outside and looked through the whole yard, but they were unable to locate Jessica. Feeling frustrated, they made the decision to ask their neighbors if anyone had seen their daughter. Jessica was spotted in the yard earlier, according to a neighbor. She was sitting on a bench reading a book. But this did not help her worried parents find her. They decided to call the police as night fell and their daughter was still missing. In a matter of minutes, police arrived, began searching, and began questioning neighbors. The police extended the search area to neighboring streets after they were unable to locate Jessica. A few hours later, the police station received an unexpected call. The caller's voice was muffled by background noise, but the operator heard that the missing girl would be found near a water pumping station a few miles from her home. When police arrived on the scene, they were met with a tragic scene. Jessica's corpse was wrapped in a black garbage bag and lying close to the station. Jessica could not have been seen from the road even though the pumping station was only a few yards away because it was hidden beneath a bridge. There were a few magazines and the kid's mirror next to the body. Police identified Jessica not as the victim right away, and they gave the body to the medical examiners. Meanwhile, the detectives concentrated on tracking down the 911 call. The call appeared to have originated from the murderer, and authorities were hopeful that this information would aid in their identification. However, there was a problem. The call was placed from a payphone at a gas station that was less than a mile from the crime scene, and naturally the perpetrator had already left by the time the police arrived. It was difficult for investigators to locate fingerprints on the phone. There might be more than one print because it was a public payphone. Additionally, the investigators discovered that the perpetrator had probably used gloves or wiped the phone after the call. Experts arrived at the conclusion that the girl was murdered somewhere else and that her body was brought to the water pumping station. Traces found on the ground in front of the building suggested that the murderer had most likely taken the body out of a car, placed it in a garbage bag, and dragged it across the area. Jessica's clothing was intact, with the exception of one shoe, which police could not find in the bag or the surrounding area. The tire track on the ground was the only lead discovered at the crime scene. Police were unsure whether it belonged to the killer's vehicle, but they photographed it and made a cast. Medical examiners examined the body and determined that the victim died of strangulation. It appeared that the murderer used their bare hands to do the killing based on marks on her face and neck. Additionally, a hamburger that was eaten less than an hour before she passed away was discovered in her stomach. Police came to the conclusion that the murderer supplied the food because Jessica's mother claimed she had not given her anything similar that day. Experts discovered no evidence of sexual assault, which completely obscures the perpetrator's motivation. Jessica's parents were initially thought to be suspects by the police. When she vanished, neither of them had a credible alibi. Although the father was allegedly shopping and the mother was packing in the apartment, both of them had the chance to carry out the crime. Police made an effort to figure out how the murderer had taken Jessica from the courtyard of her apartment building without anyone noticing or the girl screaming. They concluded that the victim had probably known the offender for a long time and had left voluntarily. The tone of the killer's voice during the 911 call was another contributing factor. The assassin's voice had sadness and remorse in it, as if they truly regretted killing the victim, even though the experts had worked hard to restore the tape. The murderer's decision to call 911 despite the risk involved said volumes. The offender may have done it for the excitement of playing cops and influencing the investigation, or they may have truly regretted what they did and wanted to find a way to make it feel less bad. Given the caller's obvious sadness, investigators tended to choose option number 2. A curious discovery was made in the trunk of Jessica's father's vehicle when the police examined it. A roll of black garbage bags, identical to the one holding the victim's corpse, was present. However, the man was temporarily ruled out as a suspect, and investigators turned their attention to other people when an expert examining the bag from the crime scene quickly determined it differed from those found in the father's car and clearly belonged to a different roll. After searching the victim's body and clothing for any clues, forensic specialists found a few leads. A significant amount of dog hair was present. Given that Jessica's family did not own a dog, the murderer most likely owned the animal. On her body, they also discovered human hair that belonged to an unidentified white man. But it took a few days for specialists to extract the DNA profile. Additionally, 2 different kinds of foreign fibers were found on the girl's clothing. Experts deduced from examining their structures that one most likely originated from a car seat cover and the other from a carpet. This provided additional credence to the theory that the victim was killed somewhere else and driven to the water pumping station. Experts tried to identify the breed of the dog hair from Jessica's clothes by utilizing the FBI database, which included microscopic images of hair from different dog breeds. In criminal cases where dog hair may be a crucial piece of evidence, this database has shown to be useful. Experts eliminated breeds one by comparing the hair sample with samples from the database. Ultimately, they came to the conclusion that the victim's clothing contained hair belonging to a Sharpie. Such a dog was reportedly owned by the murderer, and the hair from the animal ended up on Jessica's clothing, either at their home or in their car. Investigators believe that Jessica may have been tricked into getting into the killer's car in some way. He took her to McDonald's for a hamburger, then brought her home and murdered her. In the meantime, the professionals tried to improve the call recording, but it was a difficult undertaking. They made the decision to attempt an alternative strategy, so the investigators sent the audio file to NASA and asked for help. Possessed sophisticated audio recording removal tools that were initially intended to improve space recordings. They consented to assist and gave the police an audio recording with better quality. To make a match between the voice sample and the call recording, the experts still required a sample of the suspect's speech. They chose to play Jessica's mother the call recording in the hopes that she would be able to identify it based on the detective's suspicion that the murderer may have known Jessica. When the mother heard it for the first time, she said the voice seemed familiar, but she could not recall whose voice it was. On the second try, though, she was able to identify the voice. She identified the voice as that of their shared complex neighbor. Despite her inability to recall his name, she informed the investigators that he frequently strolled his Sharpie around the yard. The man was quickly recognized by police as James Crow, 35. He and other neighbors were questioned by investigators in the early hours following Jessica's disappearance. He said that when he was walking his dog in the yard, he noticed her. After a brief conversation, he left. After investigating his past, investigators discovered that Crow had no criminal record. He shared a home with his spouse, a nurse, currently unemployed. The man was a former truck driver. He mostly just walked the streets with Pumpkin or Sharpie. The detectives got a search warrant for his car after realizing that having a dog of a particular breed and having a similar voice were insufficient grounds for an arrest. They found two unsettling hints there. There was an empty Happy Meal bag under the front passenger seat. Given that James was childless and Jessica had a McDonald's hamburger in her belly, this seemed very suspicious. Experts also noted that the vehicle's brand new tires appear to have been used very little. Even though his old tires were not that old and might have lasted for a few more years, police discovered that Crow replaced them the day Jessica was killed. The police went to the service building after Crow claimed to have left the old tires there, which was highly unusual given that the tires were not even old. Only one tire remained from James' car when they got there. When investigators compared its tread pattern to what they discovered close to the body, they discovered an unexpected discrepancy. They did not match. They were not initially certain, though, that the killer's car was the one that left the tire mark on the ground rather than another vehicle. For instance, this tire mark might have belonged to a maintenance staff member who frequently visited the building. After searching James' apartment, the police discovered a fresh lead. A box with multiple rolls of trash bags that were the same color and size as the ones found on the victim's body was present. Since this was obviously insufficient to be regarded as solid evidence, the investigators had to determine whether there was any way to prove the bags had originated from the same roll. This task looked impossible at first. There were hundreds of manufacturers of these products, and the bags themselves bore no markings or distinguishing characteristics. However, even the detectives were taken aback by their own inventiveness in handling such a difficult case. They got in touch with Noel Roberts, who was in charge of quality control of the business that made the bags that were discovered in the suspect's apartment. Initially, he pinpointed the exact manufacturing facility where the bags were manufactured. The cardboard box holding the rolls had a unique code that revealed the product was manufactured at a Virginia facility. The expert went on to say that since the factory makes bags in a variety of colors, the materials used in their production are always changing, and the small amount of iron or titanium is added to the bag's composition based on their color. The ratio of plastic to titanium or iron varies on a daily basis because it is not necessary to measure such minute amounts with 100% accuracy. To put it another way, specialists could use high-intensity X-rays to measure the elements present in the plastic bags from the crime scene and the suspect's apartment and obtain an extremely accurate ratio. Not only did this analysis show that the proportion of titanium and iron to plastic in both bags was exactly the same, suggesting that they were produced on the same day and ought to be on the same badge, but it went much further than that. A small amount of microscopic debris gets on the machines during the trash bag production process, but this is acceptable according to production standards. But when the plastic sheets are rolled out and later cut into bags, this causes tiny streaks that are visible to the unaided eye. Each roll of fabric has a different pattern due to the large amounts of these streaks on each bag. The pattern of comparable streaks is only maintained for a few hundred feet of fabric at most because the debris particles on the conveyor belt are continually moving, falling off and being replaced by new ones. This indicates that the two distinct bags were not only created in the same batch, but also within a few hours of one another based on the pattern observed. The lines on the bags from the crime scene and the suspect's apartment match remarkably precisely according to experts. But that is not all. The experts also clarified that after the bags are made, they are rolled into a bundle by a machine which frequently produces somewhat uneven rolls. However, these deviations are nearly undetectable, and the rolls appear smooth to the untrained eye. But looking closer at the bag's edges reveals tiny creases and folds that create a pattern just as distinctive as the streaks. When the experts finally compared the bags once more, they discovered that the pattern on the bags from James' apartment and the crime scene were identical. After taking all of this into account, they came to the conclusion that the bag used by the murderer was not only made by the same company, but also fell within a manufacturing range around 17 boxes apart. This meant that the perpetrator almost certainly took the bag from one of the rolls in James' apartment. The two kinds of fibers discovered on Jessica's clothes were also compared by forensic experts to the carpet in the suspect's apartment and the seat covers in his vehicle. Both samples were the same ultimately. After comparing a voice sample from James with a 911 call recording, a sound specialist determined that the voices belonged to the same person. Even with the amazing work the experts produced, the detectives had one significant issue. While all of these could be considered circumstantial evidence, they were certain that James was involved and chose to take him into custody. After the man was placed under arrest, the prosecution declared that it would pursue the death penalty. Given Crow's persistent denial of guilt, the case moved forward for trial. The prosecution laid out their version of events leading up to this crime. Because they never missed an opportunity to play with Pumpkin, the neighborhood kids knew James well because he spent a lot of time outside with his dog. They trusted him because of this, and Jessica was no different. The police account states that James saw her by herself on a bench that day while out for a walk with his dog and struck up a conversation. Given that she was familiar with him, Jessica accepted his offer to take her to McDonald's in exchange for a hamburger. He probably took her back to the apartment complex after the restaurant and invited her to come to his house. He might have suggested that she play with Pumpkin. His wife was at work, and the presence of carpet fibers from his living room on Jessica's clothes indicated that she had been there on the day she died. Investigators believe James attempted to assault the girl, but that attempt was unsuccessful. The forensic report states that in addition to strangling the victim with his bare hands, the offender also put his palm against her face. Maybe he panicked and attacked Jessica because she attempted to scream. When the girl died, he put her body in a trash bag so the neighbors would not think anything of it when he took it to this car. He left the body next to a water station after driving a short distance, called 911 from a nearby gas station, and then headed back home. James' attorneys made an effort to refute every piece of evidence during the preliminary hearings, claiming that there was insufficient evidence to prove their client's guilt. Although the judge accepted it, the defense was correct. The burden of proof is substantially higher in cases involving the death penalty, and James had a good chance of avoiding this punishment. Given these circumstances, the suspect was offered a plea agreement. He admitted guilt to second-degree murder and accepted a 40-year prison sentence without the possibility of parole in exchange for avoiding the death penalty. James accepted the deal 2 years after the murder in the summer of 1998. By its terms, he was not obliged to reveal any information about the crime. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that a portion of his choice was to protect Jessica's family and spare them from the trial. The prosecution cited the offender's 911 call, the reason for which was still unknown, as evidence that he genuinely expressed regret. James's sincere desire to lessen his guilt for committing such a horrific crime was the only plausible explanation in this situation. Jessica's parents had hoped for the death penalty, so they were unhappy with the agreement. They also desired the killer's confession, but James said nothing. Nevertheless, he passed away before his turn was up. At the age of 49, James passed away in November 2011 from health issues, taking with him the specifics of his deeds and motivations. The work done by experts and detectives on Jessica's case was genuinely exceptional. Even the judge, who had never seen such evidence in his career, was astounded by the quantity of information they were able to obtain by looking through regular trash bags. On September 24, 2021, tragedy struck when 3-year-old Arely Doe fell victim to a terrifying exorcism conducted by her own family. The distressing cries and screams of the young child echoed within the walls of Iglesia Apostles I Profetas, a small Pentecostal church in San Jose, California. Unfortunately, Arely took her last breath during this harrowing exorcism attempt, orchestrated by her mother, Claudia Hernandez Santos, Uncle Reen Aaron Hernandez Santos, and grandfather Reen Trigueros Hernandez. As prosecutors delve into this heart-wrenching case, they uncover the horrifying details of a fatal church exorcism that has deeply shaken the community. Now, with all 3 family members facing accusations, the legal proceedings aim to bring justice for little Arely, who tragically lost her life at the hands of the very family that should have protected her. The investigators' diligent efforts over several months have unraveled the roles played by each family member, mother, uncle, and grandfather, all equally contributing to the tragedy that befell this innocent child. The question remains, did Arely Doe receive the justice she deserved? Let us delve further into the matter. San Jose, California holds a special place with its museums, gardens, and historic architecture, standing proudly at the heart of the state. As of the 2023 population census, this vibrant city is home to 930,862 individuals from diverse backgrounds and walks of life. Over the past 5 years, the crime rate has experienced a significant increase. Despite being recognized as one of the safest major cities in America, the crime rate per 100,000 people slightly surpasses the average rate of 316.3. However, the incident involving Earl Doe was an isolated occurrence, driven by religious beliefs. It is a tragic reminder that a young life was cut short prematurely. Nestled within the serene streets of San Jose, the seemingly ordinary Iglesia Apostles Profetas, a small Pentecostal church, became the focal point of a chilling crime that unfolded in September 2021. Within the confines of this unassuming church, a horrifying exorcism took place, forever leaving its walls tainted with the haunting echoes of Earl Doe's tragic demise. The Hernandez family consisted of Claudia Alicia Hernandez, a 25-year-old mother, and her 3-year-old daughter, Arely Doe, who tragically became the victim of horrifying exorcism. Alongside Claudia, Arely's uncle, Reen Hernandez Santos, and her grandfather, Reen Hernandez Sr., were also involved in this disturbing incident. Not much is known about the uncle and father of the victim. The family's spiritual journey took place within the confines of Iglesia Apostles I Profetas, a small Pentecostal church where Arely's grandfather, a certified pastor and the leader of the church, played a significant role. The family's occupations outside of their religious roles remain undisclosed. Claudia, the mother, managed a YouTube channel where she shared live videos. However, one thing that was certain was their deep religious devotion. It was this religious affiliation that led them to believe that the child was possessed, ultimately resulting in her tragic demise. On September 24, 2021, a dark chapter unfolded in the life of this 3-year-old child as her family's misguided attempt to rid her of what they believed to be an evil spirit led to a day of unimaginable horror. The events that unfolded on this fateful day would later become the focus of legal proceedings and public scrutiny. It all began when Arely woke up during the night and started screaming intermittently. Claudia Alicia Hernandez Santos, Arely's mother, believed that her child's tantrum was the result of malevolent forces and took her to the church to perform an exorcism. In her attempt to exorcise the supposed evil spirit, Claudia repeatedly inserted her finger into Arely's throat. Despite the immense pain she endured, Arely fell asleep multiple times due to exhaustion. Her uncle and grandfather held her down, gripping her neck, which ultimately led to asphyxiation. According to Claudia, Arely's vomit had a purple color. The tragic 2-hour-long ceremony concluded with the family delaying medical assistance for nearly 2 hours after the passing of their loved one. Claudia contacted the police just after 8:00 p.m. to report her daughter's lifeless condition. Upon arrival at the Iglesia Apostles I Prophesied Church in San Jose, The authorities found young Areli unconscious on the floor, setting off a series of distressing events. Areli suffered severe physical abuse, lost consciousness, and exhibited signs of trauma, with injuries on her eyes, face, neck, and chest. The family's belief in demonic possession led to a prolonged ordeal lasting around 12 hours. Paramedics arrived 2 hours later to find her lifeless body, marking the end of a day filled with torment. The affidavit filed in Santa Clara County Superior Court revealed that Claudia believed her daughter had passed away between 6 o'clock and 6:30 p.m. The family's distorted spiritual beliefs and misguided attempts to expel evil through abusive practices cast a dark shadow over Areli's final moments. The investigation into Areli's tragic death unfolded as a chilling narrative of religious fervor gone wrong, culminating in a horrific exorcism carried out by her own family members, her mother, uncle, and grandfather. The subsequent legal proceedings revealed shocking details of the 12-hour ordeal that led to Ari's demise within the walls of the small Pentecostal church, Iglesia Apostles, I Prophetus in San Jose, California. The investigative process took a significant turn when Santa Clara County District Attorney, Jeffrey Rosen, filed court documents to consolidate the cases of all 3 family members into a single trial. The reason for this request was based on the argument that each defendant had a reprehensible role in the violence inflicted upon Areli, which made it difficult to determine individual responsibility for specific injuries. The court records provided a disturbing timeline of events that occurred on September 24, 2021. Claudia Hernandez Santos, Areli's 25-year-old mother, initiated the tragic series of events by contacting the police to report her daughter's lifeless condition. When authorities arrived at the Pentecostal church, they found Areli unconscious on the floor, later confirming it as a homicide caused by suffocation and smothering. The investigation uncovered horrifying details of the family's collective actions during the 12-hour exorcism attempt. Prosecutors argued that all 3 defendants, including Areli's mother, uncle, and grandfather, actively participated in physically abusing the young girl. At different points during the ordeal, each family member held Areli of various parts of her body, with one gripping her neck, another her abdomen, and the third holding her legs. The alleged attempt to induce vomiting involved a disturbing collaboration of efforts. The preliminary autopsy confirmed that Areli's death was a result of homicide, specifically asphyxia, due to suffocation. As investigators delved into the distressing circumstances surrounding the little girl's demise, alarming details emerged. According to court documents, the family, driven by the belief that Areli was possessed by a demon, engaged in a twisted form of prayer and exorcism at the church. Areli's mother, in an effort to rid her daughter of the perceived evil spirit, resorted to distressing methods such as attempting to induce vomiting by inserting her fingers down Areli's throat and squeezing her neck. These actions escalated throughout the day. The investigation revealed a disturbing lack of care for Areli's basic needs leading up to her death. The victim's last meal was on Thursday, September 23rd, at approximately 9 o'clock p.m., according to the affidavit. Shockingly, she was only given about 6 ounces of water from Thursday until the time of her death. The coroner's report revealed the extent of eerily suffering with injuries to her face, neck, chest, and back caused by blunt force. The presence of internal bleeding handed another layer of brutality to the acts committed by her own family members. As the investigation progressed, the family members were charged with child abuse, including assault on a child resulting in death. These legal proceedings shed light on the distorted beliefs that motivated the family's actions, rooted in the misguided belief that Arel was possessed by a demon and that a religious ritual could expel this perceived evil. The court documents examine the individual statements made by each defendant during police interviews. Arel's grandfather, who claimed to be the pastor of Iglesia Apostles I Prophetus, provided inconsistent accounts of the events leading to the young girl's death. His changing narratives raised suspicions about the accuracy of his statements and suggested potential inconsistencies or attempts to hide the truth. Similarly, Areli's uncle, Reen Aaron Hernandez Santos, significantly changed his initial account during subsequent interviews with the police, indicating a lack of transparency and prompting further investigation into the circumstances surrounding the exorcism. If convicted, Claudia Alicia Hernandez could face an exceptionally severe sentence of 25 years to life in prison. The investigation took place amidst a troubling trend of increased demand for exorcisms driven by factors such as poverty, anxiety, and a lack of trust in conventional institutions. The tragic case of Heredo serves as a stark reminder of the inherent dangers that arise when religious fervor and unchecked beliefs intersect. As the legal proceedings unfolded, the need for a consolidated trial highlighted the complexity of assigning individual responsibility in a crime committed collaboratively. The family statements and actions, as uncovered during the investigation, offer a chilling glimpse into their perspective on the events surrounding the young girl's untimely demise. The family's narrative begins with Erlai's mother, Claudia Hernandez Santos, expressing her belief that her daughter was possessed by an evil spirit. According to the statements provided to the police, Erly would often wake up at night crying or screaming, which solidified the family's conviction that she was under the influence of a demonic force. In response to these deceived manifestations, Claudia attempted what she described as an exorcism to rid Errol of the alleged evil spirit. Claudia's involvement in the exorcism took a disturbing turn as she matter-of-factly detailed the methods she employed. First responders who arrived at the scene noticed bruising around the child's eyes, neck, and chest. Claudia admitted that they waited for 2 hours before finally calling 911. Subsequent interviews with investigators shed light on Claudia's evolving beliefs regarding Erly's possession. Claudia and her uncle reportedly prayed for Erly while inside a bedroom. The situation escalated the following morning when Claudia and her uncle drove Erly to the Iglesia Apostles y Profetas, a small Pentecostal church. The family still held the belief that Erly was under demonic control. They believed she had passed away between 6 o'clock and 6:30 p.m., approximately 12 hours after arriving at the church. According to Erly's father, they felt compelled to perform a ceremony to free her from the clutches of evil spirits. The specifics of the exorcism were not disclosed. However, it was mentioned that Erly was asleep upon arrival at the church. The individual also emphasized, if you refer to the Bible, you will see that Jesus expelled demons and restored the health of the sick. As reported by the newspaper, it is not my decision to act. It is when God, in His will, chooses to heal the individual. The preacher is merely an instrument of God. Our actions are guided by God's will. Following Erly's passing, Claudia initiated a GoFundMe campaign to gather funds for burial costs. The family's strong religious beliefs were evident in Claudia's Instagram bio, which featured a reference to Isaiah 55 to 811, a Bible verse about finding strength in challenging times. Erly's mother contributed to the investigation through YouTube videos she shared, offering her perspective on her daughter's death. In these videos, Claudia did not accept responsibility for the alleged exorcism or her daughter's demise. Instead, she attributed Erly's passing to a divine intervention, stating that God had taken her and expressing relief that her daughter would not have to face the difficulties of the world. In an unexpected development, a YouTube video emerged in January, for months after Erly's death, featuring Claudia Hernandez discussing her daughter's passing. The 40-minute video, titled with Erly's full name, provides a chilling glimpse into Hernandez's demeanor as she addresses the circumstances surrounding the tragedy. Hernandez's statements in the video aim to offer her perspective on the situation, highlighting that only those present truly comprehend what unfolded. She acknowledges the negative perceptions surrounding her and her daughter's death that stresses her inability to alter the past. Hernandez expresses gratitude that her daughter is no longer enduring the challenges of an increasingly difficult and deteriorating world. In fact, the video serves as a poignant exploration of Hernandez, delving into the anguish of losing a child, while also showcasing moments of apparent attachment. She reflects on the joy of motherhood, acknowledging the sadness, tears, and longing she feels for her daughter. The video's portrayal of a complex emotional landscape adds another layer of intricacy to an already deeply tragic narrative. Just 6 days after the YouTube video was uploaded, prosecutors formally charged Hernandez. The gravity of these charges, combined with the perceived disparity between Hernandez's demeanor in the video and the alleged actions leading to Erly's death, highlights the complexity of the case. The family's association with Iglesia Apostles y Profetas took a darker turn when the church was linked to another incident, an alleged kidnapping involving individuals associated with the church. Professor Alison Cave, an expert in the history of magic, science, and religion, provided valuable insights into the broader context of exorcisms. She emphasized the growing prevalence of exorcisms in both the United States and Latin America over the past 5 to 7 years. Cavey pointed out challenges arising from the Catholic Church's lack of preparedness in training priests to perform exorcisms, resulting in a demand that surpasses the number of qualified individuals available. She also identified societal factors such as poverty, anxiety, and the lack of trust in traditional educational institutions as driving forces behind the demand for exorcisms. Cavey stressed that when people opt for supernatural explanations like demonic possession, it often stems from dissatisfaction with natural explanations, providing solace without the burden of blame or responsibility. In the case of Aries' family, the tragic events unfolded amidst their desperate attempt to solve a problem they may not have fully comprehended, attributing it to supernatural forces. It is disconcerting how the family displayed no sense of guilt or sorrow even after the loss of Ellie. Claudia's arrest was preceded by a YouTube video that provided a glimpse into her emotional journey, from the joy of pregnancy to the profound sorrow of losing her daughter. Her sentiments reflected the challenges of accepting the loss of a child to illness, leading some to seek solace in supernatural explanations. The legal proceedings that followed revealed that Claudia Alicia Hernandez Santos was charged with felony assault on a child, resulting in death due to great bodily injury. Her arrest on January 31, 2022 shed light on the gravity of the crimes committed during the tragic exorcism. This horrific incident not only claimed the life of a young child, but also exposed the dangerous consequences of misguided beliefs and heinous actions. The case of Eridu reached its conclusion when Claudia Alicia Hernandez, a mother, was charged with felony assault on a child, emphasizing the extreme nature of the alleged actions against her own daughter. The decision to deny bail was made to ensure public safety, considering the perceived risk of flight. Factors such as Hernandez's limited ties to the community and her birthplace in El Salvador were cited as reasons for this precautionary measure. This underscores the seriousness of the accusations against Hernandez and the potential dangers she may pose if released before trial. The disturbing details of the case were revealed through recently uncovered court documents, as the San Jose Police Department and the District Attorney's Office had initially withheld information about the tragic homicide. The investigation aimed to uncover the circumstances surrounding Aral's death, ultimately leading to Hernandez as the sole individual arrested in connection to the case. The intertwining of faith and crime in these unsettling cases raises significant concerns. It is deeply troubling to witness how religious beliefs can be manipulated and exploited to justify heinous acts. These cases highlight the importance of maintaining a balance between religious freedom and ensuring the safety and well-being of individuals. It is crucial for authorities to thoroughly investigate and hold accountable those who commit crimes under the guise of faith, while also respecting the rights of individuals to practice their religion peacefully. On the morning of August 3, 2007, the day started off bright and sunny for Daniel Burrows, a 61-year-old resident of Mays Landing, New Jersey, along with his 45-year-old wife, Loretta, and other community members. Daniel and Loretta had been married for several years, but things took an unexpected turn that afternoon. Loretta spotted Daniel in the company of a blonde girl, driving a yellow Hummer with 4 of the license plates. Naturally, she was taken aback and confronted Daniel about the situation. To her shock, Daniel confessed that he was leaving her for the younger lady. Unfortunately, that was the last time anyone saw Daniel. Many questions soon arise. What happened to Daniel? Did he simply elope with the younger woman? Or is there a more troubling reason behind his sudden change in behavior and subsequent disappearance? Mays Landing, located within Hamilton Township in Atlantic County, New Jersey, is an unincorporated community and census-designated place. According to the 2010 U.S. Census, the population of Mays Landing was recorded at 2,135 individuals. Notably, it serves as the county seat of Atlantic County, which is situated along the Jersey Shore. As of the 2020 census, Atlantic County ranks as the state's 15th most populous county. Mays Landing is renowned for the popular Balig Winery, one of the largest wine producers in the state. The residents of this community are known for their easygoing and cheerful nature. In 2007, the crime rate in Mays Landing stood at 329 incidents per 100,000 people, significantly lower than the national average of 472. This is the very community where Daniel Burrows and his wife resided. Daniel Burrows, born on November 6, 1946 in Sheldon, Texas, was raised in the heart of Delaware County, Pennsylvania, alongside his sister, Jean Burrows Gallagher. Due to certain circumstances, they later moved to New Jersey where his mother, Louise Floria Wuntersick, remarried Raymond J. Wuntersick. Daniel's half-brother, Raymond J. Wuntersick III, quickly became his closest companion. From a young age, Daniel displayed an extraordinary talent for craftsmanship, with his hands possessing a magical touch. His skills ranged from custom automotive paintwork to home construction. Although he did not have a conventional job, his knack for car repairs and renovations kept him occupied and satisfied. In 1960, Daniel attended high school where he crossed paths with Loretta Doyle, his high school sweetheart. They experienced the highs and lows of teenage love, but their relationship was not particularly serious during that time. Unexpectedly, they went their separate ways after graduation and lost contact for many years. Both Daniel and Loretta moved on and married different individuals. However, they both went through divorces in 1970. Unfortunately, Loretta's second husband passed away in February 1994. Shortly after reconnecting, Loretta and Daniel's bond reunited, and they began dating once again. After 3 years of dating, the high school sweethearts decided to get married in 1997. They settled in Mays Landing, New Jersey, and everything seemed blissful. They blended their families with children from their previous marriages, and Loretta even had 4 grandchildren. Daniel was a devoted father to his 2 children, Carolyn and Danny Jr., and a loving grandfather to Amanda Costa. However, their marriage was not as uncomplicated as it appeared. Over time, challenges arose beneath the surface of their seemingly smooth relationship. On August 3, 2007, Daniel mysteriously vanished from their home. Loretta recounted that Daniel had departed with a younger blonde woman in a yellow Hummer. As per her account, the woman was a waitress from Florida whom they had encountered during their vacation at a restaurant. Daniel developed a strong liking for the place, resulting in them dining there almost every day of their vacation. Upon their return home, Loretta embarked on another vacation with her daughter's family. Upon her return, she was taken aback to find Daniel in their driveway with the woman from Florida. While she was still trying to comprehend the situation, Daniel announced his intention to go to Florida, the Sunshine State, with her. Loretta insisted that Daniel had always desired to relocate and retire in Florida, a plan she opposed due to the proximity of her grandchildren. Their conflicting views on retirement plans strained their relationship. Following Daniel's sudden move, Loretta was devastated and sought revenge. She contemplated selling their house, but since the property was jointly owned by Daniel and Loretta, she could not do so without divorcing him. Instead, she organized a yard sale to dispose of Daniel's belongings. Unsurprisingly, this action infuriated and aroused suspicion among Daniel's friends and family. Robert Valiant, Jr., Daniel's close friend, was perplexed as he knew Daniel cherished his tools for his projects, making it unusual for him to abandon them. Robert confronted Loretta about the yard sale and the abandoned tools, but Loretta asserted that Daniel had no interest in keeping his old belongings and did not wish to take them to Florida. Even Daniel's brother and best friend Raymond found the situation suspicious. Daniel had not shared his new address or informed him of his move to Florida, which they would typically discuss regularly. Daniel's sudden and unexpected departure left those close to him bewildered and concerned. They felt that the narrative did not align, yet they lacked evidence to contradict Loretta's account. However, they were determined to uncover the truth about Daniel's whereabouts and the identity of the mysterious girl who caused him to vanish without a trace. On September 1, 2007, Raymond made the journey from his Pennsylvania home to visit Loretta and officially reported Daniel as missing to the police. The authorities immediately launched an investigation focusing their search on local databases, particularly in Florida, where Daniel was rumored to have gone. Unfortunately, their efforts yielded no leads or traces of Daniel's whereabouts. Throughout the investigation, the detectives conducted interviews with Loretta, who remained cooperative and forthcoming. They also thoroughly searched her house and property, but found nothing suspicious or out of place. As they delved deeper into Loretta's background, the detectives stumbled upon a past embezzlement case. It came to light that Loretta had embezzled a substantial sum of money, approximately $500,000, from her previous workplace nearly a decade ago. This resulted in a 15-month federal prison sentence prior to her marriage to Daniel in 1997. When confronted with the evidence, Loretta claimed that she had been unfairly targeted by her company, and that others were involved in the embezzlement as well. She admitted that she had kept this secret from Daniel out of fear. Surprisingly, it was revealed that Daniel had visited Loretta regularly during her time in prison, but she had not been entirely honest with him about the reason for her incarceration. Ronald Roberts, Daniel's friend and neighbor, also provided some concerning information to the investigators. He noticed dirt on Loretta's hands and clothing during their interactions and detected a foul odor, which she attributed to a dead animal. Additionally, he observed that a broken trellis had recently been repaired. Despite these suspicions, Loretta always had an explanation ready, frustratingly leaving the police without concrete evidence to make an arrest. As time passed, Daniel's case gradually grew colder, leaving his loved ones desperate for answers. In February 2009, Loretta took a significant step in her life by initiating divorce proceedings against Daniel. After enough time had passed, she believed it was justified to end their marriage and sell their house. To formalize the process, a notice was published in the newspaper. However, when the court hearing arrived, Daniel was nowhere to be found. Loretta's plan was to sell their house in Mays Landing and move to Ventmouth City to be closer to her daughter and sister. In February 2010, Daniel Burrows' family successfully convinced investigators to reopen the case after the local police established a cold case unit in the county. The family also created a Facebook page called Find Daniel Burrows to gather information. In the page's About section, Raymond, Daniel's brother, expressed suspicion towards Loretta's claim Daniel had left with another woman, leaving all his belongings behind. This raised doubts about Loretta's account of events. The case took an unexpected turn in February 2013 when Raymond, frustrated with the lack of progress, contacted the police. He believed that Loretta might be responsible for Daniel's disappearance and hinted that he might be deceased. Loretta was shocked by the accusations of her involvement in her husband's possible death. She maintained that Daniel had simply run away with a younger woman, but without concrete evidence to support either claim, the police were at a standstill. However, Raymond was determined to uncover the truth. He urged the detectives to investigate the suspicious death of Loretta's first husband. There were suspicions among both family members and friends that Loretta had played a role in his demise. The circumstances leading to his death were troubling. After a period of separation, Loretta and her former husband rekindled their relationship for about a week before tragedy struck, and he tragically overdosed. What deepened the suspicions even further was the fact that Loretta had been responsible for administering his medications during this period. Adding to the concerns, the police discovered that Loretta had received a substantial amount of money following his death. However, to everyone's surprise, she did not share any portion of it with his children. This raised red flags and strengthened the belief that something was amiss regarding the circumstances surrounding his death. Authorities began to suspect that Loretta's involvement went beyond what initially appeared. The similarities to Daniel's case only heightened their suspicions. However, despite their growing doubts, the police knew that without Daniel's body, they couldn't build a murder case. Nevertheless, they did stumble upon a potentially significant piece of evidence, a power of attorney document signed by Daniel. Upon closer examination, this document seems suspiciously fake. It had been created on June 12, 2007, and had been legalized by an acquaintance of Loretta's, raising even more questions about the events surrounding Daniel's disappearance. It became evident that Loretta's primary motive was the valuable house, which was worth a substantial amount of money, and she was desperate to cash out. Investigators realized that there was more to this case than initially met the eye, and they were determined to uncover the truth about what had truly happened to Daniel. In the early morning of May 17, 2013, the investigators, led by Sergeant Lynn Doherty of the Atlantic County Prosecutor's Office, obtained search warrants for both Loretta's house and the residence where she had been staying with her sister. The search warrants were executed simultaneously, leaving Loretta with no opportunity to tamper with or destroy any potential evidence. Loretta seemed to have an inkling as to why the police were there, as she anxiously inquired if they were planning to search her house in Ventnor City upon their arrival. Detective Caroline McDonald's stumbled upon an eerie finding while scouring one of the bedrooms in Ventnor City. To her surprise, she discovered a collection of sizable Tupperware containers meticulously arranged and hidden within the closet. Curiously, these containers were the sole items in the house organized in such a manner. Adding to the peculiarity, air freshener beads and dryer sheets were placed atop these containers. However, the moment the containers were opened, a nauseating odor of decay permeated the air, sending shivers down their spines. To their utmost horror, investigators uncovered bones that had been painstakingly separated into two containers, along with a concealed skull nestled within a woman's handbag. Loretta was subsequently apprehended and brought in for interrogation at the police station. In a state of distress, she tearfully admitted to the murder of Daniel and disclosed that his remains were concealed within the closet of her Ventnor residence. However, Loretta presented a narrative of domestic violence, asserting that she had acted in self-defense. According to her account, a heated argument ensued between them, prompting her to retreat to the kitchen and retrieve a knife. Loretta alleged that Daniel aggressively lunged at her, resulting in an accidental impalement with the knife. After the incident, she confessed to placing Daniel's lifeless body in the bathtub. When questioned by detectives about her failure to immediately contact emergency services, Loretta provided a disturbing explanation. She revealed that she had left Daniel's body in the bathtub and proceeded to embark on a vacation. Upon her return, she detailed how she relocated his remains into containers. Notably, Loretta admitted to exhuming and carrying these containers with her whenever she moved. The tragic truth surrounding Daniel Burrows was finally unveiled. Loretta faced charges of murder and obstructing her arrest. During the court proceedings, Loretta initially displayed minimal emotion, but as the testimonies unfolded, she broke down and began weeping. The testimonies commenced with Dr. Charles F. Sebert Jr., a forensic pathologist who had opened the containers. Dr. Charles testified that the containers were enveloped in 9 layers of plastic bags meticulously arranged in alternating directions. He also observed the presence of dryer sheets, air fresheners, and scented beads evidently used to mask the scent of decomposition. Upon opening the first container, Dr. Charles discovered a woman's handbag, its color altered by the fluids of decomposition. Inside the bag, he uncovered a cranium, mandible, skull, and jawbone. The second, larger plastic container contained additional skeletal remains, including the left upper arm and lower legs. Upon examining the remains, Dr. Charles observed incisions on the ribs that were consistent with stat wounds. This led him to conclude that the individual had met a violent end, confirming a case of homicide. Following Dr. Charles's testimony, Dr. Stuart Alexander, a forensic odontologist, took the stand and positively identified the remains in the plastic tote as belonging to Daniel Burrows. He compared Burrows' dental records to the teeth found in the skull, providing further evidence of identification. Donna Fontana, a forensic anthropologist from the New Jersey State Police, also provided testimony regarding the condition of the bones within the boxes. To visually demonstrate the state of the bones, Fontana utilized a replica of a human skeleton and accompanying photographs, offering a clear visual aid for the jury. She specifically highlighted the right tibia, a significant bone in the lower leg, which exhibited distinct signs of being cut with a knife and saw. The consistent color of the cut edge with the bone indicated that the cut had occurred around the time of death. Additionally, Fontana observed that several ribs were missing, and those that displayed trauma showed injuries consistent with knife wounds, with one rib being completely fractured. Fontana emphasized that this pattern of dismemberment is often employed to hinder identification and facilitate transportation. On August 3, 2007, Daniel disappeared, with Loretta claiming he had left for a younger woman in a yellow Hummer. However, the prosecution believed that Loretta had orchestrated his murder. In early June 2007, Loretta approached Warware in Itteburg and requested a power of attorney to be drafted, claiming that she and her husband were selling their home while he was away. Grateful for Loretta's kindness, Heiberg agreed to do it for free. Loretta then sought the assistance of Edward Dwyer to notarize the power of attorney, which she signed in her husband's name without his consent. Loretta's daughter, Nicole de Dimigio, witnessed this act of forgery. After Daniel's death, Loretta utilized the fraudulent document to sell their home for $77,000, with half of the proceeds belonging to Daniel. To gain access to the funds, she initiated a divorce in February 2009, alleging that Daniel had relocated to Florida without providing an address. Her divorce lawyer, Daniel also from, published a notice of the complaint in the press of Atlantic City. During the divorce proceedings, Loretta received half of the money, with the remaining amount granted upon finalization. The prosecutor highlighted that Loretta acquired nearly $100,000, including the proceeds from the sale of Daniel's house and belongings. In his closing statement, Levis emphasized that Loretta had evaded justice for over 8 years, leaving behind only Daniel's remains. The narrative concludes with Loretta becoming $100,000 wealthier and concealing Daniel Burrows in her closet. Following 2 hours of deliberation, the jury found Loretta Burrows guilty of first-degree murder for fatally stabbing her husband, dismembering his body with a knife and saw, packing it into 2 plastic containers, and dragging it with her as she relocated 3 times within 6 years. On March 17, 2015, Loretta was convicted and sentenced to 55 years in prison, with an additional 3 years added for hindering apprehension. She will be eligible for parole in 2060 when she reaches 108 years old. After receiving her sentence, Loretta broke down in court and expressed her hope that her actions would bring some form of peace to those who had been harmed. Currently, Loretta is incarcerated at the Edna Mahone Correctional Facility for Women in Clinton, New Jersey, where she is expected to remain until her death. Raymond Wontorsic experienced a mix of emotions following the conviction of his half-brother's murderer. Raymond had fought for a trial since Daniel's remains were discovered in May of 2013. He wanted the jurors to witness the gruesome evidence of what Loretta had done to Daniel. Raymond stated, "It was my brother who brought justice to this case. He brought justice to himself. His horribly mutilated body won the case." Raymond compared Loretta's actions to those of a butcher slaughtering an animal, emphasizing that Daniel was not an animal, but a kind and gentle person who never caused harm to anyone. Loretta's emotional display in court, coupled with her insinuations of abuse by Daniel, were met with skepticism and dismissal from Raymond and other family members. They believed her tears were fake and her claims were false, suggesting that she only cried because she knew she would spend the rest of her life in prison after being caught. Robert Valiant Sr., a friend of Daniel's, expressed this sentiment. Carolyn Burrows, Daniel's sister, was both outraged and bewildered by Loretta's behavior. She revealed that Loretta had attempted to sell Daniel's belongings shortly after his disappearance and had even advised people not to worry about him. Carolyn questioned how Loretta could have kept Daniel hidden in her closet while moving him from house to house. Assistant Atlantic County Prosecutor Kathleen Bond described Loretta's actions as unimaginable, resembling scenes from nightmares and horror movies. Bond highlighted that Loretta not only brutally stabbed her husband to death, but also dismembered his body with a serrated knife, leaving it to decompose for 6 years. At the time of this video's release, there were no updates on the investigation into the death of Loretta's first husband. Daniel Burrows' story serves as a reminder to persistently advocate for what we believe in. The determination and advocacy displayed by Daniel's family, including the creation of a Facebook page and their push for reinvestigation, ultimately led to the uncovering of the truth. This case exemplifies the power of seeking justice and the importance of persistence. Regarding whether justice was served for Daniel Burrows and whether Loretta's sentence was appropriate or she should have received the death penalty, that is a matter of personal opinion. Robert Peter Kissel was born on April 21, 1963 in Manhattan and was raised in the New Jersey suburbs. Born to William Kissel, a prominent businessman, he was the middle child among 3 siblings. His elder brother, Andrew Kissel, and younger sister, Jane Kissel Clayton, completed the family. Robert had a close bond with his brother, Andrew, who was 4 years older. They shared a healthy competition for success from a young age. Even as teens, their personalities diverged. Robert was a great sportsman and the all-American boy. He also had an intuitive knack for numbers and an inclination to help people. Andrew, on the other hand, leaned more towards prioritizing personal achievement and would go to any length to be successful. Robert pursued his education at the University of Rochester's College of Engineering and later at New York University. He graduated in 1986. After attending the University of Rochester, Robert put his bachelor's degree in optical engineering to use by entering the toner business owned by his father. In 1987, he took a trip to a Club Med resort in the Caribbean's Turks and Caicos Islands, a journey that would change his life. There he encountered a slender 22-year-old waitress named Nancy Keeshan. Robert, captivated by Nancy, described her as vivacious and attractive. The connection between them grew stronger, and about 2 years later, the couple decided to move in together. They eventually tied the knot in 1989. On May 1, 1964, Nancy entered this world as the daughter of Gene and Ira Keeshan. Originally from Michigan, she relocated to Oakland, California with her mother following her parents' divorce. She pursued art studies at Parsons School of Design in Manhattan's Greenwich Village while working in various restaurants, including E.J.'s Luncheonette. The union of Robert and Nancy laid the groundwork for the events that unfolded in the following years. In 1990, the year after their wedding, Robert pursued further education at New York University's Leonard and Stern School of Business. In 1991, he successfully graduated with a master's degree in business administration. During his time at NYU, Robert studied under Edward Altman, a finance professor renowned for inventing the Z-score, a mathematical formula to assess a company's risk of bankruptcy. Impressed by Robert's capabilities, Altman appointed him as a teaching assistant. He reflected on Robert's time as a student and stated that Robert was a very bright, ambitious, and pleasant student who really blossomed after his graduation. He also claimed that Robert was very focused and intense in his work. During this period, Nancy Kissel had stopped attending art school to support Robert while he pursued his studies at NYU. In 1991, Robert began his career at Leidenberg Thalmann and Company, a Wall Street investment firm where he specialized in distressed debt. A year later, he moved to Lazard Frears and Company and became a vice president in the high-yield group. By 1997, Robert joined Goldman Sachs and was sent to Hong Kong as a managing director in its Asian Special Situations Group. In Asia, Robert faced the aftermath of an economic crisis, with opportunities arising from distressed debt. Foreign investors had dumped shares, which created cutthroat conditions in businesses. In June 2000, Robert moved to Merrill Lynch, the largest U.S. securities firm by brokers, to lead its Asian distressed debt business. Over the next 2 years, Merrill purchased at least $500 million of bad debts in Korea and around another $200 million in Taiwan. Robert had brought along his friend and colleague, David Ngo from Goldman. In the wake of the crisis, Robert gained immense respect as a top-tier investor in Asia. Joseph Draper, a Hong Kong-based managing director at Citigroup Incorporated, the world's largest financial services company, collaborated with Kissel to purchase bad debts in Taiwan. The duo had prepared rival bids for the $1.8 billion of distressed debt from the Bank of China at the time when Robert's life was tragically cut short. Through all the downfalls and successes, Robert and Nancy remained close to his brother Andrew and his wife, Haley Wolf. They ventured into business together, with Robert investing $500,000 in one of Andrew's real estate companies. They occasionally vacationed together at multi-million-dollar homes in Stratton, Vermont. This was a resort in the Green Mountains about 4 hours north of New York where they had skied as children. It was a blessed model family, and they had everything they could ever want. By 2000, Nancy Kissel had 2 small children, Elaine in June and an infant named Reese. The move to Hong Kong brought additional pressure for both her and the family. Adjusting to the foreign environment and being frequently alone due to Robert's extensive travels made it challenging. Robert's demanding work schedule left him with little time for his children. Despite these challenges, Nancy excelled as a mother. They took time to settle into the new environment, but eventually began to find spaces to pursue their hobbies. In a city without skiing, Robert still found time for sports, participating in Trail Walker, a grueling 60-mile mountain trek taking 12 to 48 hours to finish. Nancy dedicated herself to volunteer work, contributing at the Hong Kong International School, a $15,000 a year private school attended by their two oldest children, and at the United Jewish Congregation. She also organized an annual Halloween party for all the residents of their 20-story tower at Parkview, the largest private housing estate in Tai Tam, Hong Kong. In 2003, at the age of 40, Robert became an expatriate banker, leading a lavish life in a $20,000 a month, 3,270 square foot apartment with a breathtaking view of Hong Kong skyline and the South China Sea. His sleek silver Porsche Carrera to live in Filipina maids and a $20 million fortune spoke of his prosperity. And this was the same year he was found lying dead wrapped in a carpet. The incident began when Robert missed a conference call on November 3, 2003, according to David No, his colleague and friend. Concern grew as he didn't show up for an important meeting the next day, where they were supposed to prepare a bid for Bank of China's distressed debt. As the week went on, colleagues and friends became more worried about Robert. By Wednesday, November 4th, David decided to inform the authorities about his disappearance. After this call, Hong Kong authorities went to the Kissel residence, where they met Nancy and their 3 children. But Robert was nowhere to be seen. Consider it a simple gut feeling, but officers felt a bit uneasy about the situation. Despite the place looking clean, they didn't like how Nancy behaved or talked about Robert. She made it clear to officers that she filed a missing persons report that very same morning, claiming he had left after assaulting her. However, officers didn't believe her story. From an intuitive perspective, Robert's disappearance didn't make sense. So they chose to investigate further around the property. Around midnight on November 6, 2003, investigators finally discovered what they were searching for. A serviceman at the complex had tipped them off about Nancy seeking help to move an old rug into the apartment garage. This rug proved to be exceptionally heavy, requiring 4 service members to handle it. And those who assisted noted a suspicious fishy smell. When they entered the storage room, investigators swiftly located the item of interest. Behind the door, there was a rolled-up oriental rug tied tightly with rope and secured with layers of tape. On top of the rug was a pillow and a bag filled with bedsheets, and they all appeared oddly bulky. As they unrolled the rug, suspicion transformed into sheer horror. Inside, with a plastic bag secured around his head, lay the lifeless body of Robert Kissel. His entire form was wrapped within a large white plastic bag and bound with layers of tape. Investigators immediately recognized that he had been deceased for a considerable period, as the unmistakable odor of decay permeated the scene. At 2:41 a.m. on November 7, 2003, a mere 2 hours after the discovery of Robert Kissel's body, police officers arrested Nancy Kissel. She faced charges for the murder of her own husband. When police examined Robert Kissel's body, they found out he was hit 5 times with a blunt object. An autopsy showed he had 5 prescription medications in his stomach, which included a strong sedative called Rohypnol. During Nancy's interrogation, she asserted that Robert came at her with a baseball bat, and in self-defense, she swung back. According to her, she then blacked out and had no memory of how he died and ultimately ended up wrapped in a carpet. She also said that for years, Robert had subjected her to both mental and physical abuse. Nancy also claimed that her husband had a history of cocaine abuse and heavy drinking. She portrayed a narrative of having endured years of mistreatment. Additionally, Nancy asserted that Robert Kissel had actively searched the internet for both male and female partners in Taiwan and Paris. Their life had seemed perfect, and to the world, they appeared happy. However, there was more lurking beneath the surface. As detectives looked deeper into the couple's history, a lot of information came to light. Robert and Nancy's story was like a roller coaster, and their love life had its ups and downs, much like their marriage. For many years, Rob and his wife seemed like a fantastic and fun couple. Moving to Hong Kong wasn't Nancy's preferred choice, especially since Rob worked long hours and traveled a lot. But he made a fortune and they enjoyed a luxurious lifestyle. Nancy came from a more modest background and loved the money. She shared a similarity with Andrew in that aspect. One of her best friends mentioned the more money she's got, the more she wanted to spend it. Even though Nancy sometimes boasted about her intimate life with Rob, things took a turn during a spring 2003 visit to their Vermont house. Nancy, along with the kids and one of their maids, went there to escape the Asian SARS threat, a viral respiratory illness that emerged in Asia in the early 2000s. During this time, Nancy needed someone to fix the house's sound system, and she reached out to Lance Del Piore, 41, recommended by Robert's brother. Lance sent his brother, Michael Del Piore, 42, to handle the repairs. This is when Nancy met the good-looking Vermonter. He showed up to repair her TV, and soon, he began bragging about the expensive jewelry Nancy had given him to the people around town. He even talked about the tattoo she got, which was something Robert, her husband, hadn't approved of. Nancy had started an affair with him, the man who lived in a trailer park near Stratton. She also claimed that Michael wasn't interested in her wealth and understood her struggles to be accepted for who she was as a person. He didn't judge her by where she lived, what she drove, or the kind of jewelry she wore. According to Lance Del Piore, who fired his brother over the affair, Nancy started to spend a lot of money on him. Even though he knew about the affair, Lance agreed not to tell Robert Randrew about it. Robert Kissel became suspicious of his wife. So on June 6, 2003, he hired Alpha Group Investigations, a private investigation firm in Farmingdale, New York, led by Frank Shea. The firm was paid a total of $25,000. Frank Shea, a former New York Police Department detective, sent investigator Rocco Gatta to Stratton to keep an eye on Nancy. Gatta spotted Michael Del Piore when he drove up to the house and immediately called Shea, who was on the phone with Robert. Robert then called Nancy and confronted her about the situation. Del Piore left the house shortly after, as reported by Gatta. On other occasions, Del Piore stayed at the house until late at night. Robert had also installed spyware on his wife's computer. When she returned from the US, he found out that she had conducted internet searches using very suspicious phrases like overdose of sleeping pills and medications causing heart attack. In August 2003, during a visit to New York, Robert confided in Shea, telling him he suspected he was being drugged as he often felt woozy and disoriented. When Shea traveled to Hong Kong for other business, he met Robert for drinks at the China Club on September 6, 2003. Shea recalled telling Robert that Nancy was trying to get rid of him. After Robert heard this, he struggled to believe that his wife of 14 years would do such a thing. In late September, Robert discovered bills for a mobile phone that Nancy had acquired secretly, listing her address as the Hong Kong International School, according to David No. This discovery was the breaking point for Robert, and he confided in David about his marital problems. Despite their troubles, the couple still appeared in public together. On October 8, 2003, Nancy and Robert attended a banquet hosted by the International Bank of Asia in Hong Kong, where former U.S. President George H.W. Bush was the guest of honor. Due to having a terrible argument, according to Nancy, they arrived late for cocktails with Bush. During dinner, she approached Bush's table, tapped him on the shoulder, and asked if she could introduce him to her husband. The ex-president then even posed for photographs with them. In the last week of October, a few weeks after their public appearance, Robert informed David No that he planned to seek a divorce and intended to tell Nancy that Sunday night on November 2, 2003. Robert even told David about his readiness to fly Michael Del Piore to Hong Kong so that Nancy would stay there while he stayed close to their children. During that week, Nancy made appointments with 2 doctors and obtained prescriptions for hypnotic and sedative drugs, as later detailed by prosecutor Peter Chapman. On the Sunday in question, November 2nd, Robert Kissel and an acquaintance, Andrew Tanzer, returned to the Kissel apartment after their children played together at the Jewish Center. Nancy prepared 2 strawberry milkshakes and asked the children to give them to their fathers. When Tanzer inquired about the contents, she referred to it as a secret recipe. Tanzer returned to his apartment where he fell asleep and later exhibited strange behavior, like consuming 3 tubs of ice cream, as testified by his wife, Kazuko Ochi. At 5 p.m. that day, David called Kissel and found him vague and unclear, tired and sleepy. Later that same night, police alleged that Nancy bludgeoned her husband to death using an 8.3-pound lead statue, a Kishin family heirloom topped with 2 female figurines. While looking at the sequence of events, it became very apparent to investigators that Nancy was responsible. According to them, Nancy had kept the body in their house for at least 2 nights before she called workers to move the carpet she had wrapped him in. The trial commenced in June 2005 at the High Court of Hong Kong, where the prosecution accused Nancy of murdering her husband, to which she pleaded not guilty. During her testimony, Nancy described how Robert, after their visit to the synagogue, revealed his intention to divorce her and retain custody of their children. She claimed that Robert, in response to her pressing for answers, slapped her across the face. This angered Nancy and led to a confrontation where she pointed her finger in Robert's face, a gesture he very much despised. She recounted how Robert, in a fit of rage, dragged her to the bedroom, threw her on the bed, and engaged in forceful, inappropriate acts with her. Nancy managed to break free during the struggle, and as she crawled away, Robert grabbed her leg and tried to pull her back. She panicked and grabbed a figurine and swung it around in defense. After this, Nancy believed the confrontation was over. However, Robert recovered, grabbed a metal bat, and began swinging it at her head while she used the figurine as a shoe. According to Nancy's account, everything went blank at this point. She claimed no recollection of hitting Robert 4 more times with the heavy object, buying the rug, rolling him into it, or even calling maintenance to move it to storage. Although homicide detectives were aware Nancy had cleaned up the crime scene, she testified that she didn't remember any of it and only realized her husband was dead when informed by investigators. During the trial, a great deal of information regarding the aftermath of the murder was revealed. On the day when Robert met his tragic end, Nancy instructed her maids to purchase packing tape and rope. At the same time, she went carpet shopping and arranged for packing boxes to be delivered. These boxes were later filled with bloodied items, like the ornaments she wielded to commit the crime. On November 4th, she conversed with a female friend to confirm her plan to fly to San Francisco on November 17th for cosmetic surgery on her breasts. On November 5th, Nancy hired workmen to transport Robert's body, wrapped in the carpet, to a storeroom. A workman vividly recalled the carpet gave off a strong, peculiar smell, similar to that of salted fish. Before and after the sinister event, Nancy and Del Piore exchanged frequent calls, as revealed by the prosecutor, who presented the phone numbers dialed from Nancy's cell phone in court. After the heinous act, Nancy visited a doctor, alleging assault by her husband. She told the same story to her father, Ira K. Shin, who promptly flew to Hong Kong to support her. On November 6th, Nancy filed a police report claiming assault. During the trial, Nancy also claimed that she had contemplated taking her own life due to the constant abuse she faced from Robert, but resisted since she was fearful of the impact on her children. To get better, she looked for help and visited several doctors in Hong Kong and secured prescriptions for various medications, including the notorious date drug Rohypnol, as well as a painkiller, a sedative, an antidepressant, and a sleeping medication. All these substances were later found in Robert's system. After presenting these mysterious events in court, the judges were left to make their decision. Despite her attorney's efforts, this strategy failed, as prosecutors highlighted Nancy's marital deception, internet searches for drug combinations, and clear attempts to conceal the crime. Following a 65-day trial, the jury, with 5 men and 2 women, unanimously pronounced her guilty after 8 hours of deliberation on September 1, 2005. Consequently, she was sentenced to life in prison and entered the Hong Kong correctional system on the same day. Kizel appealed her conviction in April 2008. That petition was rejected, confined to a 7-foot by 7-foot cell in the high-security Thailand institution for women near the Chinese border. A sign on her door had the label, "Lifer." After her appeal proved unsuccessful, She planned to explore the option of serving the rest of her sentence in a U.S. regardless. This marked a significant departure from her once privileged life at Parkview, where Robert Kissel's silver Porsche Carrera still sat unclaimed in the parking lot. But there was still more that would unfold in the legal battle. After lodging an appeal with the Court of Final Appeal on January 12, 2010, Nancy Kissel was granted a retrial after the court cited the prosecution's use of inadmissible evidence in the original trial. The retrial began on January 10, 2011. Sensing their client's difficult position, the defense tried to halt the proceedings for Nancy to enter a plea, but their request was denied. After a long 10-week trial on March 25, 2011, the jury declared her guilty once again. Nancy Kissel returned to her cell at Tailin Women's Prison near the Chinese border, serving a mandatory life sentence. No additional appeal was filed by Nancy's lawyers. In April 2011, they submitted a request for her transfer to a U.S. prison under an international inmate exchange program that allows prisoners to serve sentences in their native countries. Simon Young, the director of the University of Hong Kong Center for Comparative and Public Law, mentioned that local authorities must communicate to the U.S. government the minimum time Kissel needs to serve before becoming eligible for parole for the transfer to proceed. In 2014, the Court of Final Appeal dismissed an appeal from her for the second conviction. During the same year, Nancy Kissel expressed having no regrets about her husband's death and revealed infrequent communication with her children in Seattle, Washington. Now, turning our attention to the fate of the couple's innocent children. After their father's tragic murder and the imprisonment of their mother, they briefly stayed with their maternal grandfather, Ira Kishin, in Winnetka, outside Chicago. While they were there, a custody dispute emerged between Robert's two siblings, Andrew Kissel and his wife, Haley Kissel, and Robert's sister, Jane Kissel Clayton, along with her husband, Richard. Jane, residing with her family outside Seattle, became a central figure in this legal struggle for the children, Elaine, 11, June, 8, and Reese, 6. Their mother, Nancy Kissel, being in jail, made the inheritance of Robert's wealth a prominent aspect of the custody battle. It was estimated that the three children were receiving a monthly income of at least $10,000 from their father's estate for their living expenses. In December 2003, Andrew and his wife Haley sought temporary custody of Robert's three children, which the court granted in January 2004. During this time, Andrew faced legal challenges after being accused of defrauding a New York co-op board of millions of dollars. This included lawsuits from lenders, business partners, a title insurance company, and a yacht dealership. And during problems in Andrew's work life, he also started to face one at home. Haley, his wife, filed for divorce in March 2005. During these legal battles, Haley moved out and took custody of their two children and temporary custody of Robert and Nancy's three. The court-appointed attorney, Michael Colazano, described Andrew as a recovering alcoholic. Eventually, after legal proceedings, custody of the children was granted to their aunt and uncle, Jane Clayton and her husband. After these unsettling events, an unimaginable tragedy struck that left everyone, especially the Kissel family, in shock. On April 3, 2006, Robert's brother, Andrew Kissel, was discovered with 5 stab wounds to his neck. The eerie similarity to Robert's murder raised chilling questions. It seemed someone had tried to end their lives in a hauntingly similar manner, with the same method of attack. The mystery deepened, leaving everyone puzzled. Could these murders and attempts be connected? Was Nancy Kissel really the killer, or was someone targeting the Kissel family? This case takes us to Anchorage, Alaska in the United States of America, back to the summer of 2019. Anchorage is a busy city, home to nearly half of the Alaskan population. There's plenty to do there with gorgeous hiking routes, peaceful countrysides, lots of wildlife and ski resorts. It's the perfect place for as quiet or busier getaway as you could want. Amongst the almost 300,000 people that called this place home, lived the very big and very close Hoffman family, who all lived together in an East Anchorage trailer. On the 2nd of June, Timothy Hoffman had started to grow concerned about his daughter, Cynthia. She had not replied to any messages or answered any calls for several hours, Although she was 19, Cynthia faced developmental and learning challenges, meaning she worked at a 7th grade level. Her being out of contact for even just a short while was alarming, and Timothy knew something was wrong. On the first weekend of June 2019, the Hoffman family spent some time working on a friend's campervan together. On the 2nd of June, Cynthia made plans to meet up with her sister and get her part of the money she had earned. She sent a text message to her father to say that she was on the way, but she never met her sister that afternoon. Her father called the police, but was told he needed to wait 24 hours and then ring them back. Timothy was upset that they weren't taking it as seriously as they should have been, and said that they didn't understand how vulnerable Cynthia actually was. For someone still so young, she was definitely busy and very determined. As tough a school had been for her, Cynthia had persevered and graduated in 2018. As well as working as an apprentice for Timothy, who worked in building and construction, she was earning extra money at a restaurant, studying in a post-high school skills program, and was close to getting her driver's permit as well. Timothy and Cynthia shared an incredibly close bond, and he said she was most definitely a daddy's girl. He recalled that she was always working hard to overcome her challenges and looking to make her family proud of her with everything that she did. All she wanted was my blessing and approval, and I gave that to her a lot, he said. Frustrated with the police department, Timothy started contacting news stations and set off on his motorbike, going through the nearby woods and bike paths, searching everywhere. When she didn't come home the first day, I knew something was wrong, and then all I could think about was the knock on the door, he said. He had many people reaching out to see if they could help, and he gladly accepted them all. But one set of messages in particular left him more confused than grateful. He had received several messages from one of Cynthia's closest friends, Angela. Angela said that Cynthia had asked her to drop her off at Polar Bear Park, something that she had agreed to do, but she hadn't seen her since then. She said she had last seen her at 4 p.m. on the 2nd of June, wearing blue jeans, a hoodie, and tennis shoes. Timothy knew this was strange, as Cynthia didn't mention this to him or her sister that she was going to meet. In Angela's messages, she said, "Is she okay? I hope she comes home safely. She's my best friend. I'm starting to get worried. I don't trust what she said about that guy. I love her too. I want the best for her and want her to come back. She won't answer me. I think she's ignoring everyone. I know she will come home safe." Timothy had no idea what guy Angela was talking about, and even though he pushed for clarification, he was none the wiser. The police were now looking into Cynthia's disappearance, and Timothy passed these messages on to them in the hope it might help them find some answers. Little did he know, the number was not linked to an Angela. It was linked to an 18-year-old named Denali Bremer. Denali and Cynthia were actually close friends and had met through school. They often posed in selfies together on social media with the captions reading BFF. So why she had given a different name was confusing. Just one day later, on the evening of June the 3rd, the Anchorage Police Department were contacted by a woman named Nicole. Nicole said that on the evening of the 2nd of June, the date Cynthia was last seen, Nicole's daughter and someone Nicole knew as Anthony were both at her house. Shockingly, Anthony had told her that Cynthia was dead and that he was responsible, and her daughter was none other than Denali Bremer, who also apparently went by Angela. After this, the pair left the house and she hadn't seen them since. Given what Anthony had said, she was now concerned for her daughter's safety as well. Police located the pair and started digging into these claims. 4th of June, early evening. Knock Timothy had been painfully anticipating came at the door. The minute he saw the officers, he said, "She's dead, isn't she?" Detectives confirmed that they had just found his daughter's body. Cynthia had been discovered along the Eklutna riverbank. She was bound with duct tape, and she had been shot in the back of the head before being pushed into the river. Officers believed that she had been killed before Timothy had even reported her as missing. And it is unconfirmed whether or not the shot killed her instantly or if she was still alive when she was put into the water. It was impossible for the Hoffmans to contemplate who on earth would want to do this to Cynthia. She never spoke of having any problems with anyone. She had lots of friends and was so loved by those around her. Before long, a web of lies would start to unravel, showing the twisted and disturbing reality of what had happened and why. And given what Denali's mother Nicole had told the police, officers were only looking at Denali and Anthony for answers. Anthony was actually a 16-year-old called Caden McIntosh, a teen living on the streets at the time. On the 5th of June, Caden McIntosh was arrested, and 2 days later, so was Denali Bremer. The pair were initially quiet, and Denali was even granted bail, but after her phone was looked at, she was pulled back in and the pair would soon start to talk. It quickly became apparent that Denali had attempted to delete threads of messages, which fortunately be easily recovered. She had been texting someone called Tyler, a man she had started an online relationship with, and the conversations between the pair were extremely dark. Tyler told her he was very wealthy and lived in Kansas, almost 4,000 miles away. The police found child pornography on Denali's phone as well, and a string of explicit images of children that Denali had sent to Tyler for his approval. The more the pair spoke, the more disturbing things became. Tyler soon told Denali to sexually assault an 8-year-old and send him videos of it. After this, he wanted her to assault a 14-year-old as well. The text threads between the pair were graphic. One message from Tyler read, "So are you going to the 14-year-old? Gonna go by weed first," Denali replied. "I want to get her high for it so she doesn't fight me. I love you. Soon we can rape together." After these assaults, Tyler texted Denali and told her he wanted to see more. He wanted her to rape and murder someone. In exchange, he said that he would pay her $9 million. Denali then set about recruiting people to help her and get the plan in motion. She finally told police that she and Caden had picked Cynthia up and drove out about 20 miles away from her home using a car owned by another teenager that she had promised $500,000 of the alleged money to, a 19-year-old called Caleb Leland. This gave police a fourth name to look at, but little did they know, this would soon become more. Denali said that she, Caden and Cynthia all drove around smoking marijuana together, something Timothy said he didn't see his daughter doing at all, and was likely pressured into doing in the first place, if it was even true. After this, they drove out to a parking lot near the Thunderbird Falls Trail with the intention of going on a hike. But instead of following the trail, they abandoned it and followed another path that ran alongside the Eklutna River. They all walked along until they found an isolated clearing. Denardi claimed that the three of them agreed to duct tape each other and take photographs as part of a joke or prank. In the clearing, was bound by her ankles and wrists and had tape put over her mouth. Cynthia soon realized this was not a joke and started to panic. She started shouting that she was going to call the police. Denali held a gun to her head, which she eventually let Caden take off her. Caden then shot Cynthia in the back of the head. In Caden's interview, he admitted to duct taping Cynthia and said that he had blacked out, but remembered shooting her and pushing her into the river. As much as Denali was trying to distance herself, she had been documenting the whole ordeal on her phone, sending photographs and videos to Tyler via Snapchat, showing that she was someone who was very much involved. Although Tyler said he wanted to see a rape as well as a murder, there was no evidence to suggest that Cynthia had been sexually assaulted. To the police, Denali spoke of being afraid of Caden, implying she was following his suit, as well as being tricked by Tyler. However, Denali had not only brought and held the loaded gun, she photographed and filmed the entire thing, and had engaged in numerous conversations with Tyler about all kinds of horrifying things up until that point. Police felt confident that Tyler and Denali were ringleaders together. After Cynthia had been pushed into the river, Denali and Caden then went back to the car and made a pact to contact Cynthia's family to say that she had been dropped off at the park. After this, they set about burning and disposing of Cynthia's purse, clothes, and ID in Lions Park. In northeast Anchorage, they even attempted to burn the gun. Denali later texted Tyler and said, "I wish I never made a deal with you in the first place. We can meet, but once I see a cop, I'm telling him or her that I made you rape people and kill Cece." But as the police already suspected, Tyler wasn't who he claimed he was either. The man behind the screen was actually 21-year-old Darren Schillmiller. He wasn't a millionaire and he wasn't living in Kansas. He lived in New Salisbury, Indiana. When he was tracked down and questioned, he confessed to everything, including convincing Denali that he was a millionaire and that he would pay her to assault and kill Cynthia. He also admitted that he and Denali had discussed murdering someone else after Cynthia was dead. Those that knew Darren Schillmiller or Tyler said his dark thoughts had always been obvious. When he was a teenager, he had started asking very young girls to send him explicit photographs, often making up fake profiles and going by fake names online as well. People described him as off and creepy. As he got older, he started asking people to send him photos of their children, sometimes while they were being changed or bathed. He also had a fetish for dirty diapers and often wanted to see photographs of those too. He had previously been the subject of a child pornography investigation, but no charges were filed and the case collapsed. When he told Denali he wanted her to find someone to kill, she made the choice quickly. She chose Cynthia because she was her closest friend. She thought it would be easier to use the trust that Cynthia had for her to lure her away without her questioning it. Timothy said, "Her disability just made her want to have friends. That's all she wanted, was just to be her friend." Detectives subpoenaed Verizon for Darren's phone data, and all the footage of the minors Denali had heard up until that point were found, along with more evidence that highlighted Darren's sick perversions. They also uncovered a Snapchat video that Denali had uploaded after Cynthia had been killed, in which she said, "I'm sorry everybody, my family, my friends. I guess you will hear from me when you hear from me, but I won't be back for a long time. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it." In the background of the video, Caden could be seen pacing around as well. A grand jury would soon indict 6 individuals in Cynthia Hoffman's case: Darren Schillmiller, Denali Brahma, Caden McIntosh, Caleb Leland, who had given them the car, and 2 other teens, who have not been named due to their ages. They were all indicted on charges of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and murder in the second degree. 16-year-old Caden was charged as an adult, and as well as murder, he also faced 4 counts of tampering with evidence. The 2 juveniles, a male and a female, admitted to knowing about and being present for the planning of the murder in exchange for a cut of the money. Caleb was also accused of sexually assaulting the female juvenile suspect and faces additional charges of sexual assault and sexual abuse of a minor, as well as murder charges. Darren and Denali were indicted on more counts of solicitation to commit murder in the first degree, and then faced further charges of production of child pornography, conspiracy to produce child pornography, distribution of child pornography, and the coercion and enticement of a minor. All 6 individuals entered pleas of not guilty. Denali addressed the court and even spoke of having a child herself, something which had not been mentioned before this point. She said, "Don't want my daughter knowing that her mom grew up a killer because I don't see myself as one." Denali's sister spoke to the media and said they were devastated that she could be involved in something like this. Denali is the 3rd child of 5 girls. Her older sisters, Rebecca and Branna, said that all of the children had been removed from the care of their mother at different points, and the abuse reached a tipping point when the man living with their mother at the time killed their 2-month-old baby sister, Gabrielle. Denali was adopted in her early childhood, but both her sisters said the trauma may have lingered and potentially might have been the cause of several issues in adulthood. "We all had really hard lives, and I feel like she took the wrong road with the wrong people who didn't care about her, and now she's paying the ultimate cost," said Brenner. The pending hearing and trials have all been delayed and postponed several times for various reasons. 56 gigabytes of material and over 100,000 pages of evidence and cell phone data was handed over in court, which is a huge amount to dissect and go through. This, coupled with lockdowns due to the pandemic, has pushed the trial dates back, and in January 2020, it was announced it would be some time before the dates were set. Timothy Hoffman said he would be in court at every opportunity, adding, "Nothing really disappoints me. I am prepared for a long journey. It was a shocking and sick case in every imaginable way. Murder, sexual assault, catfishing, manipulation, greed, and the ultimate betrayal in the most devastating way." Cynthia Hoffman was a determined young woman, someone who had faced challenges and adversity and had pushed through all of it, determined to always give her all and make her family proud. Her life came to an end in a terrifying way at the hands of someone she trusted and would never have doubted. Lynette Joy Sims was born in New South Wales, Australia in 1948. In 1965, she met Chris Dawson at a high school function. The pair got married in 1970 at St. Jude's Church, Randwick, in Sydney, and later had 2 children. Chris and his twin brother Paul played professional rugby league football for the next few years. After ending their rugby careers, the Dawson brothers found employment as physical education teachers. Chris worked at Cromer High School near Sydney. Both Chris and Paul are alleged to have regularly engaged in illicit behavior with female students at their respective schools. In 1981, Chris groomed and slept with a student named Joanne Curtis. Joanne temporarily moved into the Dawson family residence in Bayview in 1982. Chris told Lynette about Joanne's problems at her home with her family as a reason as to why she had to stay at their house. Chris was 32 years old then and Joanne was 16. Lynette was phoned by her mom on January 8, 1982. This was the last time they would communicate with each other. She planned to meet her mother and family at the North Bridge Baths the following day, but never arrived. Chris didn't report his wife missing until February 18, 1982, 6 weeks after she had vanished. Joanne then permanently moved in with Chris. When questioned by investigators, Chris said that Lynette left after marital problems caused over her spending. Later, Chris suggested that she had joined a religious organization. In 1983, he finalized divorce proceedings against Lynette and married Joanne Curtis the following year. Some investigators believe that Chris took Lynette's life, but that was hard to prove without a body. The first inquest held in February of 2001. The deputy state coroner Jan Stevenson determined that Lynette is not alive anymore and that the person responsible was someone she knew. A second inquest held in February 2003 by state coroner Karl Milanovanovich recommended that Chris be charged with ending Lynette's life. The New South Wales Director of Public Prosecutions, Nicholas Cowdery, refused to prosecute Chris Dawson, citing the lack of evidence. In April of 2018, following extensive investigations, New South Wales Police requested the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions to review its brief of evidence. Then, in December 2018, Chris Dawson was arrested in Queensland in connection to Lynette's case. Dawson still claimed he was innocent and delayed the trial several times because, according to him, there was a risk that members of the jury could have prejudged his guilt due to widespread publicity about the case. In May of 2022, Justice Robert Beach Jones granted Dawson's application for a judge-alone trial after he argued the extensive pretrial publicity meant a jury was unsuitable in his case. The trial began on May 9th. The prosecution claimed that Dawson took Lynette's life because of his desire for an unfettered relationship with Joanne Curtis. The defense acknowledged that Dawson may have failed his wife, but that she had left and abandoned the family of her own accord and suggested she may have created a new life. The defense relied on a number of witnesses who claimed to have seen Lynette since her disappearance. On August 30th, 2022, Justice Harrison found 74-year-old Chris Dawson guilty, and he delivered his reasons as well. He found Dawson had lied on a number of occasions, including about his relationship with Joanne, about his desire to resume a relationship with his wife, and about receiving phone calls from Lynette after she disappeared. Justice Harris rejected the alleged sightings of Lynette as wholly unreliable and found there was a most compelling body of evidence to reject the hypothesis that Lynette Dawson abandoned her family. He was satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that Lynette Dawson is not alive anymore as a result of a conscious and voluntary act by Chris Dawson. In today's case, we're in the United Kingdom in the Midland city of Leicester, a place with lots of hustle and bustle. It's rich in culture and diversity with lots of art, sports, history, great schools and colleges. It's home to Leicester City Football Club and the Leicester Tigers. Just outside of the busy city center sits Lime Road, which was home to 46-year-old Kieran Daudia and her ex-husband, 51-year-old Ashvin. The couple had had an arranged marriage back in India in 1988 and went on to have two sons, Vivek and Shivam. Vivek lived and worked in Sheffield and Shivam lived at home as he finished off school. In 2014, after 26 years of marriage, littered with a string of issues, the couple divorced. They agreed to continue living together while they worked on selling their house, and after this they could move on with their lives separately. Kieran had worked for a Next call center for 17 years. Her son said she saw work like a second home and her colleagues were like family. Ashvin often worked long hours operating machines in a factory. Kieran was described as very intelligent, outgoing, loving fashion and makeup, and was an avid Leicester City fan. Her children said she was always so caring and gentle and definitely the backbone of the family. A few years after Kieran and Ashvin had split, Kieran's sister offered to buy their home. After several months of paperwork, the moving dates were set. The plan was Kieran would stay a while longer and Ashvin would move out on January 16, 2017. On the morning of January 16th, Shivam got up and got ready for school as normal. He usually had breakfast with his mother, but on this day, the house was empty and it seemed that Kieran had left for work early. Kieran arrived back at home a few hours later, just before 2:30. When Shivam returned home at 3:30, he was surprised to see his mum wasn't there. As the cold January day quickly rolled into darkness, worry had started to grow. At about 6:30 p.m., Vivek received a call from his grandmother, asking if he had heard from Kieran. He hadn't and immediately shared the concern, coming over to Leicester from Sheffield as soon as he hung up. It was his birthday the next day and the family would all be celebrating. His mother wouldn't not be returning his calls. She would be calling him to plan the special day. Shivam used the Find My app to try and track her phone. It pointed toward Mayfield Road, about a 5-minute walk away from their house, but it didn't really show anything. Could well be just showing the route she took to walk home that afternoon. The family collectively decided there was no reason to hang about and they called 999 and reported her as missing. The police took some details and made a log of it, ready to start looking at it the following day. But before their investigation even really began, at 9 a.m. the next day, they received another call from one of the neighbors, from the nearby Cromer Street. By the bins near a shared alleyway and backyard there was a large suitcase which had appeared there overnight. It was very heavy and the neighbors had decided to look inside. It was the body of a woman. This, coupled with the missing persons reports that had come in the evening before, meant it didn't take long to identify that they had just found Kieran Daudia. They said it was like something out of a horror movie. Kieran had a bin liner over her head and plastic cable ties securing her hands and ankles, pushing them behind her back. Some torn pieces of latex gloves were also found in the suitcase and were sent off for testing right away. When police called Vivek to tell him, he was given the painful task of going to identify his mother. After this, detectives sat down with Kieran's family. Shivam and Vivek had some stories to share that pointed the investigation in one direction. And within a day, the full and awful truth about what had happened to Kieran would start to unravel. Kieran's family told police that after Ashvin had been told he needed to leave the house in mid-January, he had acted like it wasn't even happening. He refused to pack or make any movements towards finding another place to live, and this was just the tip of the iceberg of the problems between the pair. Vivek and Shivam said that since they were very young, they had been subjected to torrents of abuse from their father. When Vivek was 13, he said that his father had tried to burn him with an iron and would often hit them with things lying around the house. He would often physically hurt Kieran and hurl verbal abuse at her as well. As the years had gone on, the abuse had become worse and Vivek and Shivam were forcing themselves in the middle of the pair in a bid to protect their mother from being hurt. Ashvin soon stopped giving money towards bills, resulting in Kieran working even harder, and he was drinking more than ever, which was adding to the problems. The fact that his ex-wife was allowed to stay in the house and he wasn't was a huge cause of contention, and Ashvin would often lose his temper over it. Kieran had also recently signed up to a dating app telling everybody the divorce was long over and she was excited to move on and meet someone new. When she signed up, Shivam recalled her laughing and saying to him, "What if he ends up killing me?" As Shivam gave the police a rundown of what had happened on January 16th, it became more and more obvious that Ashvin was the only person that showed enough hatred towards Kieran to do something like that to her. Shivam said the second he came home and he realized his mother wasn't there and wasn't answering her phone, he turned to his father and said, "What have you done? I know you've done something." He said that Ashvin could not give him a straight answer. He just stared at him and shrugged. Kieran had been found so close to her home that it made the police's job a lot easier when it came to looking at the cameras around the streets. At 6:19 p.m. on January 16th, 2 cameras on neighboring streets picked up some very sinister footage. The suitcase that Kieran had been forced into was seen being dragged through the streets, and although he had tried to conceal his face, police determined the person hauling it along was Ashvin Daudia. 2 days after she was found, Ashvin was placed under arrest and police began to piece together exactly what had happened. Within minutes of her walking through the door that afternoon, an argument had broken out. Ashvin told police that Kiran had started shouting at him because he hadn't packed anything and he was due to leave that day. The argument soon became physical and Ashvin said he had lost control. He hit Kiran over the head several times before strangling her with her own scarf. After this, he forced her into the suitcase and dragged it outside. He then cleaned up the blood and waited for Shivam to get home at 3:30. As Shivam was out and about frantically trying to find his mother, just after 6 p.m. Ashvin quickly pulled the suitcase back out onto the street before hurrying home half an hour later. Ashvin disposed of Kiran's phone, which was later found on the roof of a nearby business, and he also put all cleaning materials and her bloody clothes into another suitcase, which has never been found. After he was charged with murder, the testing on the latex gloves came back and the DNA on them, as they expected, belonged to Ashvin. Almost a year after Kiran Daudia was found, the trial of her ex-husband began at Leicester Crown Court. Vivek and Shivam both testified, painting an unhappy and rage-filled home caused solely by their father. They said. Ashvin's lawyer asked Vivek, "Did you like him?" "Not the abusive parts," he said. His lawyer said, "Can you tell me something nice he did?" Vivek replied, "No." "You can't think of one thing in your whole life?" she asked. "I can't," he said. The prosecution said that when you put all the evidence together, the CCTV, the DNA evidence from inside the latex gloves found in the suitcase, and his prior history of abuse, you can be sure that the defendant's claim of not having anything to do with and not knowing anything about Kiran's death are a pack of lies. What can be the intention when one person strangles another? The answer is obvious. The defense team were pushing for a manslaughter conviction, as Ashvin was claiming it was all self-defense. He said he was being bullied by the rest of the family, including his sons, and was forced to defend himself when Kiran came home and attacked him. The prosecution said to him, "You strangled her until she was dead." Ashvin replied, "My hand. Yes, I pressed her neck. Then I wrapped the scarf around. I didn't know what was happening. I was just holding her." Kiran's family all said this was nonsense, and not in Kiran's nature. She would have never instigated anything and lived in a state of fear most of the time. After just a couple of hours of deliberations, the jury found him guilty of murder, and Ashvin Daudia was handed a life sentence with a minimum term of 18 years behind bars. The judge did not hold back in his sentencing remarks. He said Ashvin was far less intelligent than Kiran and was unable to cover his tracks. He said, "In my judgment, you were arrogant, bullying, and bent upon maintaining control. In short, I'm quite satisfied the course of destruction of your family was a course charted by you. Your selfish pride fueled your anger." She was barely over 5 feet tall and of slight build. She was injured and bleeding. You must have overpowered her easily and had her at your mercy. Of mercy you showed none. The judge also praised Vivek and Shivam, calling them fine young men of whom any parent would be proud. Shivam said he can't remember his last moments with his mother. He said he knew he would have spoken to her before he went to bed, but he couldn't remember what they had said to each other, and this causes him pain every day. He also wonders what might have happened to him if he had come home any earlier and seen what his father was doing. Vivek agreed and said, "I now find myself imagining my brother coming home earlier than expected that day. He would have seen our mum being murdered, and I have no doubt that he would have been killed too." Vivek said, "Whilst we can never get our mother back, her strength will live on through us. Every morning I still go on my phone and I text Mum good morning as I did every day before. It's the only normal thing that I'm holding on to." On the morning of October 5, 2012, the weather in Westminster, Colorado was a mix of snow and clouds. This was the day that 10-year-old Jessica Ridgway, who lived with her mother Sarah Ridgway, her aunt, and her grandmother, went missing. Jessica was a 5th grade student at Witt Elementary, but on that particular morning, she was running late and missed walking to school with her friends. Instead, she decided to take a short walk to school on her own, but she never arrived. The question remained, what happened to Jessica? Did she get lost in the snow, or was there a more disturbing reason behind her disappearance? Westminster, located in both Adams and Jefferson counties, is a city in Colorado. As of 2020, it had a population of approximately 116,000, making it the 8th largest city in the state. The city is home to prominent companies such as the Western Fuels Association, Ball, and Digital Globe. Westminster also boasts dedicated land areas for recreational activities, including Stanley Lake Regional Park, Westminster Hills, and numerous neighborhood parks, community parks, and golf courses. In terms of crime, Westminster is considered a relatively safe community, with a crime rate of 3.96 per thousand residents for violent crimes and 45 for property crimes. This is the city where Jessica Ridgway lived. Born on January 23, 2002, in Westminster, Colorado. Jessica was the daughter of Sarah Ridgway and Jeremiah Bryant. Due to her parents' separation, she found herself caught in a custody battle that involved both Colorado and Missouri. Despite these challenges, Jessica remained grounded in her routines and her Colorado home, where she lived with her mother, grandmother, and aunt. Her favorite color was purple, and her distinctive purple-rimmed glasses symbolize her love for the color. As Jessica grew older, she displayed an unexpected level of responsibility, taking care of her dog and fulfilling her chores without reminders. She had a deep bond with her dog, even capturing their moments together in home videos as she attempted to teach her tricks. Her independence and maturity often made her seem older than her actual age of 10 years old. Jessica demonstrated exceptional academic abilities and had a particular passion for mathematics, which her teachers recognized. In addition to her academic achievements, she actively participated in the Pee Wee cheerleading squad. The squad occasionally practiced at Stanley High School, which was conveniently located nearby. Jessica possessed a natural talent for brightening the lives of those around her, often seen with her infectious smile that revealed a charming little gap between her front teeth. However, fate had different plans for her. On October 5, 2012, Jessica's day began like any other. She followed her usual morning routine, enjoying a granola bar and some TV time despite the snowy weather. Earlier that morning, she had arranged to walk to school with her friend, so she called her friend's dad. Jessica's mother, Sarah, had just finished her night shift and returned home at 7:30 a.m. to assist her daughter in getting ready for school. Due to the snowy conditions, Jessica dressed in blue jeans, a black jacket with pink lining, and black boots adorned with small fluffy palms. She also wore her distinctive purple prescription eyeglasses and carried a black and pink backpack featuring a character from the popular show Victorious on Disney Channel. Jessica headed towards Chelsea Park to meet her friends for their usual walk to school. Unfortunately, she arrived late, and her friend's father had already driven her friend to school because they were running behind schedule, waiting for Jessica. Despite being familiar with the route and feeling secure in her neighborhood, Jessica decided to walk to school alone. Little did she know what awaited her. When roll call was taken at school that day, Jessica Ridgway was noticeably absent. Concerned, her 5th grade teacher contacted Jessica's mother, Sarah Ridgway, to inform her of the situation. Unfortunately, Sarah missed the call as she was still asleep after her late night shift. It wasn't until Sarah woke up at 4:00 p.m. that she realized Jessica had not returned home. After checking her voicemails, she was concerned to discover a call from the police at 10:00 a.m., informing her that Jessica hadn't made it to school. It seemed that Jessica's teacher had contacted the police after being unable to reach Jessica's mother. Sarah sensed that something was amiss as Jessica never skipped school. Alarmed, Sarah immediately called the police back to report Jessica as missing. Restless and worried, she hurried to a neighbor's house to inquire if they had seen Jessica. Subsequently, she went to the school in search of her daughter. The sinking feeling in Sarah's gut grew stronger as she feared that Jessica might be in danger, but she could determine whether it was an accident or something more sinister. She tirelessly searched the area that night, but Jessica was nowhere to be found. The following day, October 6th, a massive search operation was launched involving teams of police officers, concerned family members, and community volunteers. They meticulously combed through every inch of Jessica's usual 1/5-mile route to school, leaving no stone unturned. Search dogs and thermal sensors were deployed to cover the surrounding areas of her neighborhood and the paths she typically took. Regrettably, the search yielded no results, leading to the issuance of an Amber Alert featuring Jessica's photo and description. Descriptive missing posters were circulated, outlining Jessica's features. In an effort to engage the public in the search, Both the police and the community adorned the school and Jessica's route with purple ribbons. Jessica's disappearance sent shockwaves through the small and modest community, which was home to 13,000 residents. The incident prompted parents to become more vigilant, closely monitoring their children's whereabouts and actively seeking potential suspects within their community. 2 days later, on October 7th, Jessica's backpack was discovered in Superior, 6 miles away from her home. The bag contained various items belonging to Jessica, including her glasses, boots, clothes soaked in urine, and a water bottle labeled "Life is Good." The individual who found the backpack noticed Jessica Ridgway's name on the bottle and decided to post about the missing bag online, hoping to reunite the items with their owner. However, they were unaware that Jessica was missing and the connection to the ongoing Amber Alert. Fortunately, someone online made the connection and promptly alerted the police. The police swiftly took action, recovering the bag and conducting DNA and fingerprint tests. The DNA from the backpack matched that of a suspect involved in a previous assault and abduction attempt. Although this suspect was not in the police database, leading to an ongoing search, the police collected numerous DNA samples from various communities for cross-checking, a meticulous and time-consuming process. While the discovery of the backpack hinted that Jessica might still be with her kidnapper, it raised concerns as she required her glasses for vision. The search efforts shifted towards Superior, where her backpack was found, in the hopes of obtaining a lead on Jessica's whereabouts. On October 10th, officers focused their attention on Marvada, which was approximately 9 miles from Jessica's home. It was there that partial human remains were discovered in an abandoned mine shack in Patriot Park. By a member of the search party, the area was thoroughly examined by the police in search of additional evidence. The scene was truly horrifying, as officers came across a child-sized torso without limbs or a head. DNA testing confirmed the identity of the remains as Jessica's, devastating her family. The medical examiner noted disturbing details, such as the body being cleaned, organs removed, and a foreign object found inside. Near the crime scene, detectives also discover a small wooden cross necklace. The search for Jessica Ridgway now transitioned from a rescue mission to a murder investigation. During this time, suspicions lingered around Jessica's mother, Sarah, as she was the last person to have seen Jessica alive. Even Jessica's father, Brian, expressed his concerns when questioned about Sarah's potential involvement. In response to these suspicions, Sarah released a public statement that lasted for 38 minutes. During this statement, she emphasized her complete cooperation with the police investigation and aimed to dispel any doubts regarding her involvement in Jessica's disappearance. With no clear leads and after ruling out Jessica's immediate family as suspects, the authorities found themselves grappling with the fear that the child killer resided within their close-knit community. Nearly 2 weeks after Jessica's disappearance, a breakthrough occurred when a woman contacted the police tip line. She recognized the cross necklace from media coverage of the murder and stated that it closely resembled one owned by her neighbor. 17-year-old Austin Reed Sigg was born on January 17, 1995, in Westminster, Colorado. His parents, Mindy and Robert, separated when Austin was just a few years old. Following the separation, Austin lived with his mother, while his father, Robert, resided in a nearby mansion after remarrying. During his upbringing, Austin faced academic struggles, particularly in reading and writing. Teachers noticed his difficulty concentrating in school, which prompted suggestions for an evaluation to determine if he had a potential learning disability. Pediatricians also suggested that he may have attention deficit disorder. Austin attended Maranatha Christian Center and Witt Elementary School during his early education. Despite his academic challenges, he maintained a social life described by classmates as both intelligent and slightly peculiar. Austin participated in the Jeffco concert choir and had interests in World of Warcraft, Call of Duty, as well as a small collection of decorative swords and knives. However, what truly set him apart was his open fascination with death, which made him appear peculiar and intriguing to some. In 2008, Austin's mother Mindy discovered child pornography on his computer, marking the beginning of a troubled relationship with graphic and violent content. As a result, Austin was taken to a faith-based center for counseling from 2008 to 2009. Unfortunately, this intervention did not lead to any significant improvement. After the initial counseling, his problems actually worsened over time. Surprisingly, he never sought help again. The counselors had advised his father to monitor what Austin was watching on TV and doing on the computer, but unfortunately, there was little follow-through in actually tracking the content he consumed. Austin's father, Robert, had a troubling history of criminal activities, including burglary, fraud, domestic violence, and driving under the influence. However, there were no known charges related to child abuse. Nevertheless, there were restraining orders against him from his ex-wife due to his problematic relationships. Despite the early conflicts between his parents, the rest of Austin's home life appeared to be calm and nurturing. He shared a room with his younger brother, and his side of the space was adorned with Japanese decorations, katanas, a kimono, and an Abbey Road Beatles poster. Despite his diverse interests, Austin seemed to maintain a normal social life, even having a girlfriend whom he met at a Christian teen gathering called the Warehouse 180. Their relationship lasted from middle school through high school without any concerning signs. According to his mother, he spent an average of 3 nights a week at home. However, where he stayed on the other nights remained a mystery. Austin's interest expanded to crime scene forensics and mortuary science. His fascination with death became a significant driving force and earned him recognition in a high school forensics competition. Austin displayed exceptional talent in crime scene investigations. Securing his second-place award, he pursued his passion at Warrant Tech, where he received accolades for his crime scene investigation skills. Astonishingly, his dedication to morbid subjects extended to Arapahoe Community College, where he took classes that allegedly taught him how to commit murder and evade capture. In May 2012, at the age of 17, Austin made his first attempt at a serious crime. He tried to incapacitate a 22-year-old female jogger at a park in Westminster near Kettner Lake using homemade chloroform. Fortunately, she fought back and successfully escaped his attack. The jogger promptly reported the incident to the police, providing a detailed description of her assailant as a white male aged between 20 and 25, approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, with an average build and brown hair. In order to gather evidence, a DNA sample was collected from the jogger's shirt and entered into the FBI CODIS database, which serves as a repository for DNA profiles. Following this failed assault, Austin embarked on a family vacation to the U.S. Virgin Islands, where there is no indication that he committed any crimes. Interestingly, there were no observable abnormal behaviors exhibited by Austin subsequent to the attack. In his distorted mindset, Austin concluded that he needed a smaller and more vulnerable victim. The neighbor who alerted the police about Austin also expressed concerns about his behavior. Hacking on this information, the police brought Austin in for questioning and obtained a DNA sample before releasing him. Amidst this chaotic situation, Mindy Sigg found herself faced with an incredibly difficult decision. She harbored suspicions that her son, Austin, may be somehow connected to Jessica's disappearance. The Sigg family resided near the Ridgeway home, and Austin had previously attended the same elementary school as Jessica. A few days later, on October 23, 2012, Mindy Sigg made an urgent call to the police, requesting their immediate presence. Clearly distressed and struggling to maintain her composure, she conveyed, "My son wants to confess to the murder of Jessica Ridgeway." Overwhelmed with emotions, Mindy was having difficulty breathing. She then handed the phone to Austin, who chillingly admitted, "I am responsible for the murder of Jessica Ridgeway. I possess undeniable evidence, leaving no room for doubt. I am surrendering completely without any resistance." The police swiftly responded to the call, rushing to the residence and apprehending Austin. During the subsequent interview, Austin confessed to the murder of Jessica but denied any involvement in the assault. He claimed that he had gone hunting on that fateful day and had no prior knowledge or acquaintance with Jessica. However, he was well acquainted with the area as he had attended Witt Elementary School himself during his childhood. By deliberately selecting this location, it is likely that he was aware of secluded areas away from potential witnesses. On that fateful day, Austin swiftly seized Jessica while she was walking on the sidewalk, forcefully pulling her into his vehicle and driving away. He admitted that he had planned to murder her from the beginning, but assured her that she would be safe and reunited with her mother as long as she remained calm. Austin restrained her hands and feet using plastic ties, driving around for approximately 30 minutes before reaching his mother's house. In the garage, he subjected Jessica to horrifying torment, cutting off pieces of her hair while watching television. Jessica was so terrified that she involuntarily urinated. Subsequently, he forced her to change into his clothes due to her soaked attire. The details of Jessica's murder are extremely distressing. Austin initially attempted to strangle her with zip ties, but when unsuccessful, resorted to manual strangulation. Realizing that she was still alive, he drowned her in a bathtub filled with scalding water. The brutality continued as he dismembered her body in the bathroom, utilizing an electric saw, utility knife, and razor blades. Austin meticulously labeled certain body parts and placed them in bags, disposing of her remains in a small pool shed located in his backyard. The following day, he drove around in his Jeep to dispose of Jessica's belongings, strategically placing her backpack in Superior to mislead the police and discarding her jacket in a random trash can. Fearing detection by cadaver search dogs, Austin felt compelled to dispose of Jessica's torso separately. In a disturbing twist, he indulged in a fantasy by impersonating a medical examiner, removing her organs in his home and washing the body to eliminate any evidence. He claimed to have flushed the organs down the toilet. A search of the house uncovered the remaining body parts and cut hair from Jessica in the crawl space, which Austin had previously described to the police dispatcher. Austin acknowledged placing a small hand-carved wooden cross pendant on Jessica's body. However, during the autopsy, it was discovered that the cross was found inside her body, which was one of Austin's practices. Austin confessed to etching 3 designs on the cross before inserting it inside her. The police, in their search for public assistance, initially released a photo of the wooden cross without revealing its significance. Austin confirmed these details to the authorities. The wooden cross, measuring 1 inch, was discovered in Jessica's vaginal cavity, a deeply disturbing choice that violated her innocence and resulted in part of her body being discarded in a trash bay. When questioned about his previous attempt to assault a female jogger, Austin admitted that he would have done the same to her as he did to Jessica. His plan involved disposing of the jogger's body in the sulfur pits located in the Colorado mountains. Austin confessed that he had harbored a long-standing sexual fantasy, one that had intensified over time. He admitted to going out before Jessica's abduction and murder to search for young girls, but he never acted on his urges during those instances. Austin confessed to all the charges, resulting in a total of 17 counts, with 11 specifically related to the offenses against Jessica and the earlier attack on the female jogger. Due to his age, he was initially placed in a juvenile facility. However, Austin, who was a minor when he committed these crimes, was later charged as an adult and transferred to an adult prison in Jefferson County. Considering his age, he spent the first 52 days in jail in a specialized housing unit. During this period, he was isolated from the general prison population and accompanied by a deputy for security purposes. Austin faced a total of 19 charges, including first-degree murder after deliberation, 3 counts of felony murder, sexual assault on a child, second-degree kidnapping and robbery, as well as attempted murder, attempted kidnapping, and attempted sexual assault in relation to the park jogger. On December 10, 2012, the prosecution added counts 18 and 19 for sexual assault and an enhancement for a crime of violence. Surprisingly, Austin initially pleaded not guilty to the 15 charges. However, later in court, 2 of the original 17 charges were dropped as duplicative. It remains unclear whether this police strategy was intentional or part of a larger legal plan. Nevertheless, in October 2013, just before the trial began, Austin changed his plea to guilty. He made this decision to spare both his family and Jessica's family from the gruesome details of the crime. During the trial, psychologist Anna Salter testified during Austin's sentencing hearing. Although she did not formally examine Austin, she assessed him based on observed behaviors and details from the crime and confession tapes. Salter noted signs of a sadistic necrophilia with psychopathic traits, but concluded that he was not truly psychotic. She suggested that Austin only showed remorse when police were closing in, indicating that he may have been remorseful for getting caught rather than for his actions. Salter also highlighted Austin's mode of operation, which involved leaving home 50 minutes late to catch up with elementary school children heading to school. In court, Jessica Ridgway's family members wore purple, Jessica's favorite color, and shared photos of her growing up. Christine Ridgway, Jessica's grandmother, expressed a profound impact on the family, stating, "This monster took away from me the light of my life. It shattered the core of my family. I miss her with every breath." Christine Ridgway continued, mentioning the absence of hugs, kisses, and the feeling of Jessica's little toes digging into hers on the couch. Jessica's mom, Sarah Ridgway, chose not to give Austin the satisfaction of acknowledging the extent of the damage he had done to Jessica's family. Instead, she informed Austin that after leaving the courtroom, she would purposefully forget his name and focus solely on preserving Jessica's legacy. In the eyes of Jessica's family, she will forever be remembered as a 10-year-old. During the court proceedings, Chief Judge Stephen Munsinger read a letter written by Austin before his arrest. The letter expressed Austin's self-perception as a monster, acknowledging the evil nature of his actions. Throughout the trial, Austin maintained a stoic demeanor, only showing some emotion during the victim impact statement, which gave hope that he felt deeper remorse for Jessica. The letter and Austin's behavior painted a chilling picture of his self-awareness as a perpetrator of heinous acts. Despite pleading guilty, the defense made every effort to secure the most lenient sentencing for Austin. They explored various mitigating circumstances in his life, including a troubled upbringing and medical conditions that could potentially reduce his culpability. However, these factors did not fully explain the meticulous planning and execution of the crime. The defense argued that Austin's actions were driven by desire rather than impulsivity, challenging the notion that his disorders entirely dictated his behavior. Despite the defense's efforts, maintained his guilty plea, acknowledging the seriousness of his crimes. Due to a Supreme Court decision in 2005, the death penalty was deemed unconstitutional for individuals under 18, sparing Austin from capital punishment. On November 19, 2013, he was sentenced to life in prison with an additional 86 years. After completing a minimum of 40 years of his life sentence, the 86-year sentence would then begin. In 2014, Austin was transferred to a different prison outside of Colorado, and the specific location was not disclosed to the public. This transfer was made to ensure Austin's safety, and the details of his new prison were kept confidential. 1 year after Jessica's tragic death, a park was constructed near the site of her abduction and dedicated in her honor. It was named the Jessica Ridgway Memorial Park. The structures within the park were painted purple, representing Jessica's favorite color, and featured dragonflies to symbolize her free spirit. The memorial rock and bench were placed at the location where her remains were discovered, providing a serene space for reflection and remembrance. This thoughtful memorial stands as a lasting tribute to Jessica's memory, offering solace to those who visit and honoring the impact she had on the community. Jessica Ridgway's story serves as a powerful reminder of the ongoing need for conversations about child safety. It highlights the importance of educating children about stranger danger, safe routes to school, and seeking help in emergencies. As for whether justice was served for Jessica Ridgway and whether the sentence Austin received is agreeable, it is a matter of personal opinion. May 24, 2001, 27-year-old Army Sergeant Roger Reister and his 4-year-old son Tristan came home to a dreadful nightmare. His 29-year-old wife, Army Captain Lynn Reister, had been ruthlessly murdered in their house in El Paso, Texas. Lynn, who was 6 months pregnant, had her throat cut open in a horrible crime. But right away, the police sensed it wasn't a random break-in. Nothing was stolen. Her purse, car keys, checkbook, everything was left untouched. This meant whoever did this had a reason to target Lynn specifically. Who could have killed a pregnant woman? Did Lynn have any past conflicts that could have motivated such violence? To understand the case, police officers began looking into Lynn Reister's personal life. Born as Lynn and Armstrong on April 4, 1971 in Norristown, Pennsylvania, Lynn grew up with her siblings in the military town of Pensacola, Florida. Eager to follow in her father's footsteps, Lynn joined the military and was even deployed overseas. Despite the challenges of her military career, she was an inspiring person who brought out the best in others. While being stationed in Germany, met fellow U.S. soldier Roger at the Army base bar. They bonded over their shared love of country music. At the time, Lynn was Roger's superior in the Army. They kept their relationship a secret because the Army rules prohibited soldiers of different ranks from having any romantic involvement unless married. Less than a year after meeting, they got married in Denmark in February of 1996. Soon after, they welcomed their son Tristan Noble Reister on June 11, 1996. Roger and Lynn cherished their roles as parents to Tristan, but their military careers often kept them apart. In March of 2000, when Tristan was just 3 years old, Lynn was deployed to Saudi Arabia as the officer in charge of the Army's air defense artillery. The separation was difficult for the couple, especially with a young child. Around 4 months after Lynn returned home from her deployment to Saudi Arabia, Roger approached her with a surprising request. He wanted his younger brother, Rodney Reister, to move in with them. 25-year-old Rodney had a history of nonviolent offenses and was about to complete his probation in Florida. Roger wanted his brother to stay close so he could get better and find a job. During this time, Lynn also found out that she was pregnant a second time. With one young child and another one on the way, Lynn desired a less hectic work life, so she requested a transfer to become a teacher in Minnesota. Tragically, her life was cut short before she could pursue her teaching job. The investigation into Lynn's death took a grim turn when the autopsy results arrived. The details were horrifying. Lynn had fought back fearlessly. Her hands bore witness to a desperate struggle with 6 defensive wounds. Her head had been struck 6 times and 6 stab wounds to her neck had nearly severed it. But there was one interesting detail. Police found a palm print on Lynn's arm. This potential clue was the only lead that could help police unmask the killer. When it came to suspects, naturally, investigators turned their attention first to Roger. They drilled down into his alibi for the day of the murder. Roger insisted he had left for work at 4:30 a.m. that morning, taking his son with him since Lynn had a doctor's appointment. He explained that he had been trying to contact Lynn all day to check in on her, but received no response. He also mentioned how his truck wouldn't start that morning, so he had called his brother Rodney, who was living with his girlfriend, to help fix the truck. Investigators weren't ready to rule Roger out completely, but there was no question his alibi seemed strong. This made them consider if someone else at the house might be involved, particularly Rodney, who had been at the Reister home the very morning when Lynn was murdered. Investigators learned that at the time of the murder, Rodney was living with his girlfriend as things hadn't gone well when he was living with Lynn and Roger. Tensions had flared between Rodney and Lynn ever since he moved in. She was unhappy with Rodney's behavior and laziness and felt that he put no effort at all in finding a job. Rodney had even used vulgar language toward Lynn. At last, when Roger asked Rodney to leave, he had moved out to live with his girlfriend. Suspicious about the situation, investigators questioned Rodney about his whereabouts and potential motives. Rodney cooperated with the police and answered all their questions. Rodney directed police to another potential suspect, a 19-year-old woman named April Lampier, who was said to have a jealous crush on Lynn's husband, Roger. This unexpected hint about a secret admirer complicated the case further. Was April's fondness for Roger merely a harmless crush? Or could she be the cunning psychopath who had eliminated Lynn to have Roger all to herself? Based on Rodney's insinuation, investigators suspected that April was a lovesick stalker who was obsessed with Roger. But then, the most shocking truth ripped through the case. April wasn't just infatuated with Roger, she was in fact Roger's mistress. When police interviewed April regarding Lynn's murder, April was shocked and denied any involvement. She stated that Roger had been hostile toward Lynn multiple times during their marriage and had even discussed the possibility of harming Lynn. She claimed Roger had talked about tampering with Lynn's car, but was concerned about their son's safety. When questioned again, Roger strongly denied the affair and any involvement in Lynn's murder. But April gave police a key piece of information. She mentioned that Roger had confided in her about finding someone else to kill Lynn. She directed police to a man named Patrick Mueller, or Mo, who was a close acquaintance of Roger. Mo was a tough guy with a military background, and when police sat down to interview him, more ugly details came spilling out. Mo revealed that Roger had offered him $10,000 to kill Lynn, with even more money coming from her life insurance policy. Apparently, Roger had been asking Mo to do this for months. Finally, Mo had agreed, but when the moment came, he got scared that a neighbor had seen him lurking outside the Reister house. He then left without going inside. With multiple suspects, including Roger, the police began looking for physical evidence, hoping to trace the killer with the palm print found on Lynn's arm. Who was this elusive killer? Could April have killed Lynn out of jealousy with a possible accomplice? Had Mo actually entered the house and attacked Lynn due to Roger's persuasion? Or was it Roger who had wanted to eliminate his wife all along? At last, investigators received a match for the palm print, and this evidence was going to flip the whole case around, leaving police questioning everything they believed so far. The palm print found on Lynn's arm belonged neither to April nor Mo, but to a shocking source. The bloody print belonged to Roger's own brother, Rodney Reister. Police immediately brought Rodney in for questioning, where he stuck to a carefully constructed alibi. He claimed to have visited Roger and Lynn's house that morning to help with Roger's truck, but had left right after Roger departed. However, the police had already spoken to Rodney's girlfriend, and her timeline didn't quite match his story. There was a suspicious gap of unaccounted time in Rodney's alibi. After hours of denial, under the pressure of evidence and the inconsistencies in his story, Rodney finally cracked and confessed. But his confession wasn't what anyone expected. Rodney wasn't the mastermind behind the murder. He was just a pawn in his brother's twisted plan. Rodney claimed that Roger was driven by a series of selfish motives. The solution in Roger's twisted mind was to eliminate the problem, Lynn. Rodney's chilling account painted Roger as the architect of the murder. He claimed that Roger had used the pretense of fixing the truck to lure him inside the house, showed him where the murder weapon was hidden, and even provided clean clothes for a quick change after the act. The plan was to silence Lynn quickly and prevent her screams by slitting her throat. Rodney recounted the chilling goodbye that Roger had voiced while leaving the house, a thank you for what Rodney was about to do. Rodney claimed that he was initially hesitant upon entering the room, but Lynn had seen him holding the knife and she reacted immediately. What ensued was a struggle with Lynn, pleading for her life against the accusations Roger had supposedly fabricated. Ultimately, Rodney had overpowered her and committed the heinous act. But another complication arose when Rodney later retracted his confession, alleging it was coerced by police who threatened him with harsher charges. But despite his shifting story, the police continued to pursue leads based on Rodney's claims. Shockingly, they found 6 people who confirmed Roger's rage at Lynn. 2 of these individuals even alleged that Roger had previously approached them to assist in the murder. With these additional pieces of evidence, the case against Roger began to solidify. But the question remained, was Rodney a reluctant accomplice or a cunning manipulator trying to shift the blame to his brother? The investigation was far from over. As police dug deeper into Roger's background, what emerged was a complex, unsettling picture. Roger was not the faithful husband he pretended to be. While Lynn faced deployments, including a difficult stint in Saudi Arabia in 1996, Roger indulged in a party lifestyle back home. He threw wild gatherings at the home where he invited unknown people and even teenagers, all while his son Tristan was present at the house. Lynn felt helpless since she was far away and could only express her frustration through messages on their answering machine. She pleaded with Roger to stop the partying, communicate more, and help out financially. Lynn tried hard to maintain their relationship for Tristan's sake. She and Roger even went on dates and tried to start fresh. Then came the devastating discovery of Roger's affair with April, which had begun in August 2000 while Lynn was still in Saudi Arabia. Even after Lynn's return, the secret affair continued. Roger would spend time at April's place and even invite her to their own home when Lynn was at work. While April played a part in the destruction of their relationship, Roger was far from innocent. He actively betrayed Lynn's trust while she was deployed overseas and created the emotional distance that allowed the affair to take root. Even after being caught, he continued to lie and manipulate her. Lynn, on the other hand, addressed the issues head-on through counseling and tried to rebuild a loving relationship. But in the end, her efforts were tragically in vain. The case against Roger morphed into a suffocating web of suspicion with each new piece of evidence. Police spoke to some of Roger's old friends that he had partied with while Lynn was away. One such friend, Sarah Woods, testified at Roger's trial. Back in May 2001, at a nightclub, Roger had confided a shocking plan to Sarah. He wanted to hire someone to kill Lynn. Another friend, Brian Broxterman, shared a similar story. The day before Lynn was killed, Roger had asked him if he knew anyone who would kill someone for money. Brian had been planning to report it, but before he could, the police arrived with the tragic news of Lynn's murder. Despite the mounting evidence, Roger denied everything. He claimed that he loved Lynn and their son and that he had been working on their relationship and planning a happy future with their second child to complete the family. But the evidence was no match for his protests. On May 29, 2001, both Roger and his brother Rodney were arrested by police. Rodney faced a possible death penalty with a high bond, while Roger's bond was lower. Even with the arrests, some people were in disbelief. A friend of Lynn's named Bridget said Lynn had never mentioned any problems with Roger, and the police confirmed there were no past reports of domestic violence. It seemed like there wasn't much evidence against Roger other than the disturbing things he'd said to his friends. The investigation revealed a dark side to Roger's story. At just 27 years old, he was charged not only with Lynn's murder but also for soliciting to murder. Roger's younger brother Rodney went on trial first. He faced the death penalty for murder, but during the trial, the judge heard arguments that Rodney had acted out of loyalty to his brother, not for money. In the end, Rodney wasn't sentenced to death, but he was found guilty of murder and given a life sentence in prison. Roger's trial came next. At first, he faced murder charges too, but because his brother Rodney wouldn't testify against him, those charges were dropped. Instead, Roger faced charges of trying to hire someone to kill Lynn. Roger's friends, Patrick Mo Mueller and Brian Broxterman, testified that Roger had talked to them about killing Lynn. But Roger kept insisting he was innocent and instead blamed Rodney for Lynn's murder. On September 14, 2001, the jury found Roger guilty. He was sentenced to 4 concurrent life terms with parole eligibility only in 2031, when Roger would be 58 years old. But to this day, Roger continues to maintain his innocence even while behind bars. At Lynn Reister's memorial service held on the military base, many soldiers paid their respects. Lynn was laid to rest in her army uniform with an ascot scarf carefully placed to hide the neck wounds for the open casket. A tiny baby blanket was tucked in beside her, a heartbreaking symbol of the child she would never hold. Her son Tristan went on to live with his aunt. The story of Lynn Reister is undeniably tragic, filled with unexpected twists and turns. The revelation that her own husband may have been the mastermind behind her murder, manipulating his own brother to carry out the unthinkable, is truly shocking. The man you just saw on the screen is 25-year-old Bryce Rhodes, displaying despicable behavior and showing no remorse or guilt for his actions. He stands accused of the murder of brothers 14-year-old Larry Ordway and 16-year-old Maurice Gordon, whose bodies were discovered following a disturbing 911 call, which tipped off the authorities. When their mother, Elizabeth Rand, received the devastating news, her world crumbled into pieces. But what made the pain even worse was the horrifying way her sons were killed. They were terribly stabbed multiple times in the chest before their bodies were set on fire. It was so gruesome that the police had to prevent Elizabeth from seeing her sons for the last time. But why would anyone do such a horrific thing? According to Bryce, the boys knew a secret of his that could destroy his life. What could that secret be? And why would it lead to such a gruesome end for 2 young lives? And what drove Bryce to behave so despicably in front of law enforcement? On May 21, 2016, a 22-year-old girl was riding her bike past an old abandoned building on the 4000 block of River Park Drive in the Shawnee neighborhood of West Louisville. But that day was different as something strange caught her eye. The building, which had looked fine the day before, was now all burnt and destroyed. She felt curious about what had exactly happened there and decided to investigate further. Amidst the mess of the burned building, she spotted something strange, a shape that seemed out of place. As she went closer, her heart pounded with fear as she discovered it was a dead body. But the surprises didn't end there. Not far away, she had found another body, and both of them were badly burned. Feeling extremely scared, she quickly called the police for help. Soon enough, the scene was swarming with police officers trying to figure out what mysterious events unfolded there last night. The crime scene was incredibly gruesome, so much so that the police called it the worst they'd ever seen. It was so disturbing that even one of the officers couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief and felt really emotional as he covered the two dead bodies with a white cloth. The bodies were rushed to the hospital for an autopsy by pathologists. Meanwhile, the rest of the officers stayed behind at the scene, carefully searching for any more clues that could help them in the investigation. After the autopsies, it was revealed that the cause of death wasn't the fire, but something even more sinister. According to a document released from the coroner's office, both boys had suffered severe head injuries from blunt force trauma, as well as stab wounds to their chests. What's even more chilling is that they had already died hours before their bodies were set on fire and left at the scene. Now, to begin their murder investigation and gather clues, the police needed to figure out who the boys were and why someone would harm them in such a terrible manner. Despite the bodies being badly burned, the police had a stroke of luck as they managed to create sketches of the boys. These sketches were shared with the public with a plea for anyone who recognized them to come forward and help identify them. But they didn't stop at just sketches. They delved into their records to find any missing persons reports that had been filed some days before and matched the descriptions of the victims. But sadly, they hit a dead end. Days passed, and even though Monday came and went, no one stepped forward to identify the boys. The following day, on May 23, 2016, a worried woman named Elizabeth Wren rushed to the police station. She was visibly anxious as she told the officers the sketches they had released were of her sons, 14-year-old Larry Ordway and 16-year-old Maurice Gordon. Elizabeth was shocked when the officers delivered the heartbreaking news that her sons' bodies had been found completely burned. The police told her that they were suspecting foul play and believed it wasn't just an accident, but rather a carefully planned murder. Elizabeth desperately wanted to see her sons one last time, but the officers had to gently refuse her request. The bodies were in such a horrible state that it wouldn't have been appropriate for a mother to witness. Despite feeling utterly helpless, Elizabeth gathered her strength and shared a crucial piece of information with the police. Elizabeth recounted to the police how on the evening of May 21, 2016, her sons had informed her that they were going out with some friends whom she had never liked. Despite her attempts to prevent her sons from hanging out with these friends in the past, they still went ahead. That night, they headed to a party with three individuals: 17-year-old Jackery Taylor, 15-year-old Anwan Carter, and 25-year-old Bryce Rhodes. Elizabeth expressed her concern about Bryce, who had a troubling criminal history involving various serious offenses, like domestic violence, physical offenses, kidnapping, and even abusing individuals. The boys assured Elizabeth they'd return soon, and even though days had passed without any sign of them, she didn't worry much. They had a habit of partying and sometimes not coming home for days, so she thought it was just another one of those times. However, little did she know, this time would bring devastating news that would change her life forever. The police wasted no time in tracking down the entire group. They quickly found Anwan Carter and brought him in for questioning. Meanwhile, they continued their search for Bryce, and by the next day, Tuesday, May 24, 2016, they had located him as well. Another member of the group, Jackery Taylor, was also apprehended on the same day, all within a short span of time. Bryce and Jackery spent hours in police custody as each were speaking separately with detectives about Larry and Maurice. The detectives tried to make Jackery nervous by showing him crime scene photos of the two brothers, hoping to coax information about the murders. However, all Jackery said was that he was friends with the brothers but had nothing to do with their deaths. On the other hand, Bryce insisted to police that he had no idea where the brothers were and eventually requested a lawyer. When Jackery and Bryce didn't provide any useful information, the police decided to change their approach. During separate interviews with Anwin, they noticed a difference in his demeanor. That's when Anwin finally opened up about what exactly happened on the evening of May 21st. He explained that Bryce had called him and Jackery to his apartment that evening. There Bryce confided in them and expressed his suspicion that Larry and Maurice might tell the police about something they had seen on May 4th, 2016, which was Bryce's biggest secret. Bryce managed to persuade Jackery and Anwin to assist him with a plan that involved something terrible, killing the brothers. On the night of May 21st, Jackery went to their house and convinced the brothers to come out by telling them that Bryce was going to take them to a party. Larry and Maurice were a bit unsure at first, but eventually they agreed to go along. As they had left the house, they assured their mother Elizabeth that they would be back later that night. The group had driven to Bryce's house, which he shared with his mother, who happened to be out of town that weekend. As the boys settled in, they began hanging out and having a good time, just like any other party. But Larry and Maurice had no idea that there was something sinister brewing behind the scenes. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an argument broke out among the group and ruined the fun atmosphere of the party. Anjuan told the police that Jackery accused the brothers that they had stolen money from Bryce. When Jackery confronted Maurice about the theft, he became furious. At that moment, Maurice felt threatened and could sense the danger, so he grabbed a knife to save him and his brother, which escalated the whole situation. Anwin stated that when Maurice pulled out the knife, Bryce quickly stepped in and took it away. Then they both managed to overpower the brothers and tied them up with belts. They separated Larry from Maurice so that both brothers wouldn't be able to fight back, and left him in the bathroom, while Bryce brought Maurice to his knees in the living room. Maurice pleaded for their lives, but Bryce demanded that he beg for forgiveness. It was a tense moment as Jackery and Anwin watched Maurice tearfully beg for forgiveness, hoping to save himself and his brother from whatever was about to happen next. Bryce's cruelty knew no bounds. After laying a blanket on the floor under Maurice, he had covered his head with stockings and shoved a rag into his mouth. Then, in a shocking act of violence, Bryce began mercilessly beating Maurice and stabbing him over and over again in the chest. The other teens watching were terrified and shaken by the gruesome and horrific scene unfolding before them. Bryce, with his menacing demeanor, threatened the boys who were witnessing the horror and pressured Anjuan into stabbing once in the chest. Fearing Bryce's wrath, Anjuan reluctantly obeyed his command and stabbed Maurice. Anjuan continued his chilling account and revealed that once Maurice was dead, Bryce forcefully brought Larry out of the bathroom to the living room, where his brother's blood was covering the floor. It was a heartbreaking moment for Larry as he realized his brother was now dead. Maurice's lifeless body was moved aside as Bryce turned his attention to Larry. Anjuan vividly remembered Larry's painful voice when he pleaded with Bryce to spare him, but it was all in vain. Larry was subjected to the same horrific treatment as his brother. Anjuan still heard Larry's desperate pleas before Bryce had stabbed him a shocking 20 times in the chest. Once again, Bryce threatened Jackery and forced him to stab Larry once. With both Maurice and Larry now dead, Bryce loaded their bodies into the car and called another friend to help dispose of them. As Bryce and his friend drove off with the brothers' lifeless bodies in the back seat, Anjuan and Jackery were left behind at the apartment as Bryce instructed them to clean up the gruesome scene. Anwin continued his confession by revealing that Bryce drove their lifeless bodies to an abandoned lot and set them on fire. As the flames engulfed Maurice and Larry, their bodies burned that fateful night. However, by some stroke of luck, their bodies hadn't turned to ashes. After Anwin's interrogation, the police finally uncovered the horrifying truth about how Larry and Maurice met their tragic end. However, there were still lingering questions in their minds. What was the brothers' connection to Bryce? And what was the secret that led to such a dreadful fate for the sibling? Larry and Maurice were just regular teenagers who enjoyed life, and even though they were stepbrothers, they shared a strong bond. But things took a turn when they met Bryce in 2015, and his cool personality caught their attention right away. Bryce was a rapper, and he had a bunch of music videos online that made him seem super successful and rich. Larry and Maurice were impressed by his lifestyle and charisma, and soon found themselves drawn into his world. When they all became close, Bryce introduced them to one of his friends, 17-year-old Jackery Taylor. As the three boys hung out with Bryce more and more, they met a fourth teenager, 14-year-old Anwan Carter, who also joined their group in 2015. They all used to spend a lot of time with Bryce as he would drive them around, buy them clothes and food, and even give them money to spend as they pleased. In an interview with the police, Jackery revealed that Bryce used to promise them that they would become famous if they followed in his footsteps. As time went on, the boys seemed to embrace Bryce's gangster lifestyle more and more. They even appeared in some of his music videos, giving off the impression that they were adopting his mentality. Elizabeth noted a change in their behavior during this period. Their social media accounts started to fill up with pictures of them posing with fake weapons, showing off stacks of cash and smoking cigars, along with images of women. They also began attending parties regularly and would sometimes stay out for days. On May 4, 2016, they were returning from one such party late at night. Around 12:30 a.m. Maurice was driving Bryce's car with Jackery in the passenger seat and Bryce and Larry in the back, while Anjuan was following behind them in a truck. Suddenly, Bryce made Maurice slam on the brakes of his car when he spotted a man walking on the sidewalk of the 800 block of South 41st Street in Louisville, Kentucky. As he strained to remember where he knew him from, it soon clicked that he was Christopher Jones, the 40-year-old man that local gangs were after. But Bryce made a serious mistake. He wrongly identified Christopher, thinking he was someone else trying to collect the reward placed on his head. It was such a mistake that had changed everything in an instant. In a moment of panic, Bryce quickly pulled out his gun and shot Christopher in the chest from the car window. As Christopher fell down, all the teens were stunned by witnessing a murderer in front of their eyes. Without even stopping to think, they drove away from there as fast as they could, feeling scared and full of adrenaline. After the shooting, Christopher was rushed to emergency surgery, but sadly, he didn't make it and died during the operation. Bryce had driven the boys home and warned them not to breathe a word about what happened that night. But over the next 2 weeks, Larry and Maurice couldn't shake off the horror of what they'd seen. They started avoiding Bryce more and more as they felt uneasy about being around him. Meanwhile, Bryce was feeling anxious too. He worried that the brothers might spill the beans about the shooting to everyone and he would be in serious trouble. So he made a decision to end their lives on the evening of May 21st, 2016. In a short period, Bryce made a grave decision to take the lives of 3 people, all to protect himself. But now the consequences of his actions are closing in on him. Following the interrogations, both Jackery and Anwan admitted guilt to 3 counts of aiding and murder and tampering with evidence. Because they were under 18 years old, they were sentenced to serve 10 years in juvenile detention centers, with the remainder to be served in adult prisons once they turned 18. As part of their agreements, they were also required to testify against Bryce during his trial. Ever since Bryce was arrested, he made a mess of the court hearings. The victims' families thought he did it on purpose. They believed he was trying to cause chaos because he knew the prosecution wanted the death penalty. He thought if he made enough trouble and delayed the process, they might not give him the death penalty. At first, Bryce did something shocking. He spit on his court-appointed attorney because he found out the attorney was friends with the victim's grandfather. This caused a big problem and the attorney had to leave the case due to a conflict of interest. Later, there was even a fight between Bryce and the attorney, and you can see it all in the court footage. Bryce even made a threatening statement, "I'll see you when I get out." Because of this threat, in future courtroom appearances, Bryce was restrained to his chair and made to wear a spit mask. But even with these measures, his behavior didn't improve. In one hearing, he even threatened the judge and her family. Bryce's antics in the courtroom didn't stop there. Many times, he refused to let his attorney speak for him and claimed that he didn't trust them. He even went through 3 different state-appointed attorneys because of this. It was like he was determined to do things his own way, no matter what anyone else had said. After this courtroom appearance in 2017, Bryce also tried to escape from prison by digging a hole in his cell. However, officers found the hole and also uncovered a threatening note he sent to Jackery. The note read, "Rats get exposed. Show me that you're not a rat." This showed Bryce's determination to manipulate even from behind bars. In another shocking incident captured on court video, Bryce displayed shameless behavior as he was seen in the video blowing kisses at the mother of the victims. It was a disturbing display of his lack of remorse or guilt for his action. The trial kept getting postponed over and over again, and Elizabeth was becoming increasingly frustrated. Not only with the delays, but also with Bryce's attitude in the courtroom. During one hearing, her emotions overwhelmed her, and she had to be removed from the courtroom. Later, when talking to journalists, she revealed that despite trying to find forgiveness through her faith, she couldn't shake the pain of losing her 2 boys to this monster. She described Bryce as sick and a demon, which highlighted the depth of her anguish and anger towards him. After 6 long years of Bryce's senseless behavior and intense courtroom drama, justice was finally served in 2022. Bryce Rhodes was convicted of stabbing and burning the bodies of teenage brothers, 14-year-old Larry Ordway and 16-year-old Maurice Gordon. This gruesome act came after they reportedly witnessed him shoot and kill 40-year-old Christopher Jones in 2016. Along with the 3 murder charges, the jury also found Bryce guilty of tampering with physical evidence and 2 counts of abuse of a corpse. For the murders, the jury recommended a life sentence without parole. Additionally, they suggested 5 years for tampering with evidence and 1 year for each count of abuse of a corpse. While he wasn't eligible for the death penalty, Bryce's sentences will run concurrently, which means he'll spend the rest of his days behind bars unless his defense wins an appeal. After the verdict, the teen brother's grandmother, Deborah Wren, was emotional while sharing her memories. During the trial, the jury had to think about Bryce Rhodes' mental state when deciding what punishment he should face. The defense brought in psychologists who said Rhodes had an intellectual disability. They also mentioned he had ADHD and bipolar disorder, but they believed he hadn't received the support or education he needed to deal with these challenges. Despite these arguments, the jury decided to support the prosecution and the victim. On the afternoon of June 25, 2015, a woman walking her dog along the shoreline of Deer Island near Boston, Massachusetts stumbled upon a plastic bag. She dismissed it as discarded trash, but her dog's persistent interest led her to a horrific discovery: the lifeless body of a child. Shocked and frightened, she immediately reported it to the authorities. Despite the authorities' best efforts, the baby doe's identity remained elusive, due to the severe stage of decomposition. However, it took 3 months to identify the child. Now, who in their right minds would end up doing such a crime? The investigation into the child's death began immediately after her body was found on Deer Island. Despite the severe decomposition, authorities worked tirelessly to identify the child. She was discovered wearing only a pair of white leggings with a black polka dot pattern, along with a zebra print blanket inside the bag. Initial uncertainty led to unsuccessful attempts when cadaver dogs were used to locate any additional bodies or remains. Decomposition of the body had already begun, making visual identification impossible, and long exposure to water prevented fingerprint collection. Investigators couldn't determine the child's race or ethnicity. It was unclear how her remains ended up at the location. There were doubts whether the body had been placed on the beach or drifted in the water from another location, potentially as far away as Canada. Authorities believe that the victim had been placed at the scene, rather than washing ashore from another location, as the body was not sufficiently decomposed. Following the discovery of the child's body, an autopsy was conducted on July 3, 2015, but it did not conclude what had caused her death. While authorities suspected foul play, no signs of obvious injury were found on the remains. Subsequent tests were conducted to detect any toxins, drugs, or alcohol as a possible explanation for the death. The child was eventually determined to be of Hispanic ancestry. Her hair was described as brown, wavy, and 14 inches in length, suggesting it had been left untrimmed for a while. She was estimated to be between 3'1" and 3'6" tall and weighed around 30 pounds. No distinct birthmarks or scars were found on her body. Her clothing, estimated to be of size 4T, was identified as manufactured by the Serco Company, possibly sold at Target, while the blanket was suspected to be from Cannon Mills, potentially sold at Kmart, along with the discovery of an elastic hairband. Despite her unidentified status, she appeared to have been well cared for during her life, with no signs of malnutrition noted. To aid in her identification, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children digitally reconstructed the child's face after previous attempts to identify the body failed. The reconstruction was created using Adobe Photoshop, incorporating mortuary and stock photographs to estimate her appearance when alive. Flyers containing images of the child and her belongings were distributed in hopes of obtaining more information. The child's details were entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Person System, NAMAS, on July 4, 2015, and details of her discovery and physical estimations were included. Over 200 missing persons were ruled out from the case, but no matches were achieved. Despite extensive efforts, no one came forward to claim responsibility for the crime or to identify the victim. Now, forensic testing played a crucial role in the investigation of Deer Island Baby Doe's case. DNA samples were obtained from the body's hair and tooth, but they did not match any profile stored in databases of known missing persons. Additional samples were sent to the University of North Texas for more specific profiling. Although this process was time-consuming, it was determined that she may have also spent time in any of the 6 New England states and possibly others. The hair and enamel test indicated that she could have traveled across the country. Television host John Walsh provided insights into the case during an interview, urging viewers with information to come forward. Despite numerous tips received by authorities, many leads did not yield significant results. A 24-hour hotline and text hotline were established for individuals to provide information anonymously, resulting in submissions from across the United States and beyond. After 3 long months of tireless search, on September 18, 2015, the child was identified as Bella Nevia Amoroso Bond. She was born to Joe Amoroso and Rochelle Bond on August 6, 2012. Bella was identified after a neighbor of Rochelle Bond reported a link between her and the baby doe. Laura Sprinsky, sister of Rochelle's neighbor Michael Sprinsky, was concerned about Bella's continued absence from the household. So she confronted Rochelle and her boyfriend, Michael McCarthy, who claimed Bella had been taken away by the Department of Children and Families. However, this was later disproved. Suspecting that baby doe was Bella, the neighbor's sister contacted authorities. On September 17, 2015, a search warrant was executed at Rochelle Bond's home in Dorchester, Massachusetts. Bella's biological father, Joe Amoroso, had never met her but had spoken to her on the phone. Amoroso expressed disbelief that Rochelle could have been involved and speculated that she may have been sedated with heroin by her boyfriend. However, Bella's paternal grandmother believed Rochelle was heavily involved in Bella's death and questioned the truthfulness of Rochelle. So to know more about what had happened, detectives had to go deep into Rochelle and Michael's past, even as far back as November 2011, when Bella was conceived. Her mother, Rochelle, was neck-deep in heroin addiction. She was heavily involved in the local drug scene, resorting to illegal ways to fund her addiction. Despite the hardships, Rochelle had a partner, Joe Amoroso, who was also struggling with addiction. Their relationship soured when Joe discovered Rochelle had been unfaithful. He disappeared before Bella's birth, never meeting his daughter. Rochelle, who had previously lost custody of her other children due to her addiction, was determined to keep Bella. On August 6, 2012, Bella was born at Boston Medical Center. Seeing her daughter for the first time strengthened Rochelle's resolve to be a responsible mother. But despite her efforts, reports of neglect surfaced. She secured an apartment in nearby Dorchester and attempted to provide a stable environment for Bella. Despite her love for Bella, Rochelle struggled with her addiction, and old patterns occasionally resurfaced. Reports of carelessness continued, reflecting Rochelle's ongoing battle with heroin addiction and its impact on her ability to care for Bella. As months passed, the Massachusetts Department of Children and Families contacted Rochelle in 2012 and 2013. Due to concerns about the household situation, feeling the strain of single parenthood, Rochelle stayed in contact with Joe over the phone. Even though he reconnected with the family, he never returned to see Bella in person. Meanwhile, Rochelle wanted a partner and began dating Michael McCarthy in January 2015. At first, everything seemed normal, but soon Michael's behavior started to turn erratic. Obsessed with supernatural topics, he lived with Rochelle and Bella, and their relationship quickly spiraled downwards as they both succumbed to drug addiction. Reports to the police about the abuses yielded no action, and the situation persisted. The reason no one noticed Bella's absence was because Rochelle had been lying to them. She falsely claimed that Bella had been taken away by the Department of Children and Families after a visit to their home, citing the situation as too challenging. Given the circumstances, people believed Rochelle's story without having any doubts. With all the suspicion and false assertions from Rochelle regarding the child's removal by the DCF, the investigators obtained a search warrant and questioned Rochelle and Michael. Rochelle eventually confessed to the horrifying events of the fateful night. According to her account, Michael had burst into a rage, repeatedly breaking into attacks, believing the child to be possessed. When Bella became unconscious, Rochelle attempted CPR, but Michael threatened her and disposed of the body at the harbor. This confirmed the suspicion of investigators who had long suspected foul play in Bella's case. However, Rochelle's involvement raised questions about her capability. Some discrepancies, such as listing Bella as alive on a benefits form, led to speculation about her motives and level of involvement. So, Michelle and Michael were arrested on September 18, 2015. Medical evidence suggested that Bella's death may have been caused by the severe abdominal trauma. Dr. Henry M. Nields, the chief medical examiner, proposed that this trauma could have led to asphyxiation or cardiac arrest. Despite these findings, Michael denied any knowledge of Bella's death upon his arrest. As the trials of Rochelle Bond and Michael McCarthy unfolded in June 2017, each presented their own version of events. Michael attempted to shift the blame onto Rochelle, portraying her as a neglectful and drug-addicted mother. Meanwhile, Rochelle maintained her innocence regarding the crime, but admitted to helping dispose of the body under duress from Michael. She also faced charges for welfare fraud, and she continued to claim benefits for Bella, even after the demise. During Rochelle's trial, the court leaned toward believing her story, but she still faced serious charges. The evidence against Michael seemed stronger, with cadaver dogs indicating the presence of a body in the McCarthy household, and bruises on the body consistent with Rochelle's account. However, there was no direct evidence linking Michael to Bella's death. Michael's defense argued that he was not even aware Bella was missing, as Rochelle had allegedly told him she was taken away by the state's child welfare agency. The trials revealed a complex web of deception, abuse, and addiction within Bella's family. Meanwhile, Michael Sprinsky's role as a key witness underscored the emotional toll involved in seeking justice for Bella. The aftermath of Bella Bond's tragic end saw Michael McCarthy convicted for second-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison on June 28, 2017, with the possibility of parole in 20 years. Rochelle eventually pleaded guilty and received a much lighter sentence of probation. However, questions arose about the Department of Children and Families' handling of Bella's case, with investigations revealing serious errors and misconduct. Bella's biological father, Joe Amoroso, delivered a victim impact statement before McCarthy's sentencing, expressing profound grief over the loss of his daughter, despite never having met Bella. Joe emphasized the significance of her life and lamented being deprived of the opportunity to be a father to her. Apart from these, an investigation by the Office of the Child Advocate revealed serious errors within the child welfare system. The agency issued only a formal written warning to the worker responsible for the misconduct. Balabin's case sparked a significant level of national interest with engagement on Twitter and Facebook. Various individuals offered to cover the expenses for the funeral and burial, while a funeral home pledged resources for a proper burial with a headstone. Joe Amoroso revealed plans to bury Bella in Winthrop, Massachusetts, surrounded by family, opting for public funeral and wake services. However, Bella was finally laid to rest on November 28, 2015, at Winthrop Cemetery in a private ceremony. As both her parents eventually agreed not to make the ceremony public, she was buried under a headstone bearing her name and the date of her discovery. Images of Bella were later released on her mother's Facebook page. 47-year-old Lindsay Bebeck was a loving mother of two. She lived in Huncote, a village on the outskirts of Accrington, Lancashire in the United Kingdom. During a night out when she was in her early 20s, she met the man she would later marry, Tim Bebeck. He said that she was stunning and immediately caught his eye. After 3 years of dating, the pair were married. And less than 2 years later, they welcomed their first child, a son, Stephen, and their daughter Sarah followed 2 years later. Lindsay worked at a local primary school as a teaching assistant, using her passion for helping people by working with children with additional learning needs. She loved children and would do anything for her students, using her artistic talents to create sets and props for the school plays. Lindsay was also very athletic, so long country walks were a huge part of her life. After being married for 20 years, Lindsay and Tim began to drift apart, and after realizing they had different goals and dreams, the pair decided to separate and divorce. But the divorce was very amicable and the pair remained on good terms. If one needed the other, they would be there to help. Lindsay moved into a house on Burnley Road in Accrington and started a new relationship. Tim would also start seeing someone else too. August 12, 2019. Lindsay and her daughter Sarah went out for a day of shopping at the mall in Blackburn. Sarah had just finished her GCSEs and wanted to buy some new things for her college course. They did some shopping before going to an Asda supermarket. And after a while, the pair said their goodbyes and Lindsay dropped her daughter off at around 3 p.m. In the evening, she was due to have food with Sarah and Sarah's boyfriend at 6 p.m. Lindsay said she would see them then and told Sarah she loved her. As the couple traveled over to Lindsay's, they were confused to find that she wasn't there and the door was locked. Sarah hadn't taken her key as she assumed her mother would be there to let her in. They knocked, but there was no response. They sat and waited, and as time ticked by with still no sign of her, they became increasingly concerned. Sarah tried to get in touch with her mother with calls and text messages, but her phone appeared to be off. The messages didn't deliver and there was no reply. She called her father and asked him to pick them up, explaining that Lindsay's car was still parked outside and her phone had been turned off. They ran through the various possibilities. Had she run into friends and become sidetracked? Had she lost track of time? But this was so unlike Lindsay, and Sarah said she would never just not turn up. Sarah sent a message to Lindsay's best friend Sharon, asking if she knew where she was. Sharon said that she hadn't heard from her either, and her messages also didn't deliver to Lindsay's phone. She then went back to her father's house, and they went back with a set of keys to let themselves inside. Nothing seemed out of place. After calling out into the house, there was no response, just silence. They knew they needed to contact the police, so just after midnight, Tim called them. He told the operator that this was not like her, and she had never done anything like this before. A police officer was dispatched. When it became clear that she definitely wasn't there, a major missing persons investigation was launched. As this was so out of character, Lindsay was classified as a high-risk missing person. Tim was questioned about his movements that day, but he was quickly accounted for and had a watertight alibi. They needed to piece together her last known movements. Lindsay had been captured on CCTV heading down Burnley Road. She had taken her phone and her keys with her. As she loved to stay active, she had decided to go for a walk in a local area called the Coppice, a place that she would often go to, made up of woodlands and footpaths. The authorities were concerned that maybe she had fallen and injured herself, leaving her unable to get help. Lancashire police utilized a helicopter and drone and worked alongside the fire and rescue service and the mountain rescue service too to try and find her. Hundreds of people from the local community came out to help. Missing persons posters were put up and a Facebook group garnered more than 10,000 members. People from all walks of life had joined in the search, from seasoned walkers to parents with pushchairs. Everybody was desperate to find her. A dog walker would soon make a discovery. A red garment was found hanging on a fence. Lindsay's jacket had a red lining to it. As the search efforts continued, there was still no sign of Lindsay Bebeck. And as the days continued to pass, hope was quickly fading that they would find her alive. In a press conference 4 days after her disappearance, Detective Chief Inspector Alan Davies said that significant searches had been carried out and asked for anyone who had been in the coppice at around 4:30 p.m. on the day Lindsay had last been seen to come forward. That evening, hundreds responded to a call on social media to take part in a search for Lindsay, with her friend saying the support from the community had moved them to tears. One of the co-organizers said, "The community spirit is just amazing and we will not stop until she is found." The searches were split into teams of 20, with a map of the area put up at the base. Each group would mark off what had been searched, and they would look through every inch of their assigned areas. Detective Inspector Tim McDermott said the police were overwhelmed by the support and dedication shown by members of the public. It had now been a week since Lindsay had gone missing. Teams were deployed to search the rivers and more people continued to come out and join the hunt. August 24th, 2019 police received a call. A man had been walking his dog in Accrington Cemetery when it went into a wooded area. He had called for his dog to come back to him, but the dog didn't respond. It was fixated by something on the ground it was sniffing. The dog walker said, "I walked further forward and stood on something soft and squishy. I immediately jumped back and grabbed my dog by the collar. I then smelt a horrible smell. It smelt rotten and there were flies around it. I could see plastic and what looked like a leg." 12 days after she had been reported missing, the search for Lindsay Bebeck came to an end. There in Accrington Cemetery, her body was found. Lindsay's naked body had been wrapped in plastic and put into a makeshift grave with dirt from around the cemetery put on top of her in an attempt to conceal it. When the knock came at the door late that night, Sarah said she knew instantly it was not the good news they were hoping for. Following the discovery, Detective Superintendent Andy Cribben of Lancashire Police gave a statement. As news of the discovery began to spread, flowers were left in tribute to Lindsay, as those who had spent so much time looking for her were now faced with the heartbreaking truth. One card said that even though they didn't know Lindsay, she had touched their heart. A vigil was also held in nearby Peel Park, where a minute's silence took place and a choir sang Amazing Grace. The local church was packed out as people headed there to light candles for her. Flowers were also laid outside her school. Lindsay's ex-husband Tim said he was broken by the news and devastated watching his children lose their mother in such horrendous circumstances. Home office pathologist Dr. Naomi Carter carried out the postmortem. Lindsay had died from severe neck injuries. Dr. Carter said in her 25-year career, she had never seen such extensive crushing damage to an entire larynx, saying it had the same severity as one would expect to see in an industrial accident. Due to the state of decomposition, she had to be identified using dental records and also as a result of the decomposition process. No evidence of sexual violence or assault could be found. There had also been an attempt to saw off one of her legs. The police were now in a race against time to catch her killer, and the local community was in fear that someone else would soon fall victim. The following day, August 25th, a crime scene investigation team descended on the cemetery to conduct their inquiries. They found a pair of gloves and a saw close to the grave, and tests on them came back positive for blood. Lindsay's shoes were found in a skip, wrapped in a blue plastic bag with the soles cut off. They were able to get a DNA profile and it belonged to a male. The gloves also had a male DNA profile on the inside, and Lindsay's DNA was on the outside. The rest of her clothes have never been recovered. The police needed to establish exactly how her body had come to be in the cemetery. Between her body and the plastic she had been wrapped in were bits of grass and a leaf. The police had a botanist come in to examine the foliage. They were able to determine that the grass in between her body and the plastic had not come from inside the cemetery, meaning she had been murdered elsewhere. The exact location of her murder has not been established, but it's believed it most likely happened in the coppice, just minutes after she left her home. One object would soon blow the case wide open. In the cemetery was a blue wheelie bin. Several people had seen the blue wheelie bin during the searches, with one person even reporting it to the police, but at that time she was still considered a missing person and there was no evidence to suggest that she had come to any harm. So the police said there was no evidence to link it to her disappearance, and it was left where it was, with nobody realizing its significance. Then, an officer reviewing the CCTV footage came across something that immediately stood out. A young male wearing a gray tracksuit was filmed pulling a blue wheelie bin along Burnley Road at 2:30 p.m. before he turned onto Whitewall Road and headed into the cemetery. It had been filmed on the 17th of August, 5 days after Lindsay had last been seen. The police were cautious about releasing the footage initially. They knew they needed to find this person and quickly, but if he wasn't involved, releasing the footage could put him at risk. They decided to spend the next 24 hours trying to find him through the police databases throughout the country, but they came back with nothing. As they were trying to find him, a witness came forward. A woman had been on the coppice at the same time as Lindsay. She had a very worrying story to tell. I looked to my left and saw a lone male figure on a path that runs parallel to the path that I'm on. There was a lot of foliage. I didn't have a clear view of him at that point. I decided whatever route he went, I would take another route. From the first time I saw him, I was wary of him. He looked out of place in the woods. He was in front of me. He was walking very slowly. I didn't want to be in front of him. I wanted to be able to see him at all times. I slowed down so I could be behind him. As she grew even more concerned, she picked up her pace and began to look around for something heavy that she could use to defend herself if needed. She told the police in her statement, "While I can't say what his original pace was at that point, what I can say for sure is that as I turned my head to glance at him, he pulled up short, almost startled when I turned to look. I didn't look back again, I just daren't. I never saw him again." She was filmed coming out of the coppice. The path that she had taken would be the same one Lindsay would take. She couldn't do a formal identification, but her description matched the person from the CCTV footage. On the 27th of August, the police decided to release the CCTV footage and issued an appeal for anyone who recognized him to come forward. The footage quickly made the national news. Then, Lindsay and Tim's son, Stephen, received a phone call from one of his friends. His friend said he recognized the male and they went to the same gym. Soon, the police would get the break they had been hoping for. After seeing the appeal for information, a mother and father brought their son to Greenbank Police Station the same day the footage was released to the public. Their son was just 16 years old. Rocky Marciano Price was subsequently taken into custody. He was the same person that Stephen's friend had mentioned. A ban on reporting his name and any details about him was initially put in place to protect his identity, but this would later be lifted. When his home was searched, the same plastic that had been used to wrap Lindsay's body was found and tracksuits from the CCTV footage were found too. His DNA was a match to the items in the cemetery containing the male DNA profile. But who exactly was this 16-year-old suspected murderer? Rocky Marciano Price lived on Windhill Road with his parents and 5 siblings. He had an IQ of 65 and learning difficulties, including autism and ADHD. He was a student at a school for those who were unable to remain in the mainstream school system, where his teachers described him as very quiet, pretty much nonverbal most of the time. He avoided conversation unless it was something he wanted to talk about, like the chickens on his family farm that he helped to care for. He often went to the gym and spent his free time watching films and playing video games. He was assessed in 2015 and a psychologist concluded that he had a limited understanding of his own emotions and his own emotional well-being, and appeared to have little insight into the connection between events and emotions. A report completed the following year described him as having no stranger awareness and needing supervision outside. The police were able to trace his movements that day. At around 2:30 p.m. on the day of Lindsay's death, he had headed into the coppice, and Lindsay did the same at around 4 o'clock. Within a couple of hours, had left the coppice and walked down Burnley Road. It appeared that his tracksuit top was partially unzipped, and his tracksuit bottom's cord was untied. He also appeared to have wet knees. Price had gone back to the body twice on the 12th of August. At 6:55 p.m., CCTV captured him carrying a black rucksack. He then left the coppice with the rucksack before returning with the wheelie bin. A witness saw him at 8:28 p.m. pulling a bin that sounded empty. He would then return to the grave a further 2 times. Throughout his 11 interviews over 3 days, his answer to everything was no comment, but later he had a prepared statement. It read in part as follows: "I am not involved in Lindsay Bebek's murder. However, I was approached by a white male who speaks English, who offered me a large sum of money to move the body. I have not met this man before. I have not met him since, nor have I had any contact with him. He has not paid me any money. He told me that he would leave the money for me near where the body had been at first, once everything was clear. I cannot describe the man other than to say he was white, male, spoke English. I could not see his face well as he was covering it with his hood. I am not sure of his height, build, or age. Detectives scoured the CCTV footage to try and find if there was any evidence of this white male being in the coppice, but they could find none. On the 31st of August, Price was charged with murder. Her devastated family said they were emotionally exhausted and completely and utterly numb. On Monday, the 2nd of September, appeared at Blackburn Magistrates Court before the case was sent to be heard at Preston Crown Court the next day. He pleaded guilty to moving and hiding her body, but he entered a plea of not guilty to the charge of murder. On the 20th of September, Lindsay Bubeck's funeral was held at St. Margaret's Church, with more than 200 in attendance. An obituary read, "Lindsay was the most amazing mom. She doted on her children and always gave her all to ensure that their life was fun and filled with laughter." The road was closed off as her coffin was taken into the church, and the community came out in their droves to say goodbye and to show support for her family and loved ones. Rocky Price's trial was set for the February 25, 2020, with Mrs. Justice Yip presiding. As the trial got underway, several problems caused difficulties. The trial didn't take place for 2 days in the second week, as the judge had other commitments that she had to attend to. Problems with the power and the heating forced the court to end early on Wednesday, and then they were sent home at lunchtime on Thursday when the prosecution rested their case. But just a few days later, there would be a shocking turn of events that nobody had been prepared for. The defense made an application to discharge the jury and have a retrial. This was before they had made their case. Meetings were held between the defense, the judge, and the prosecution. On the 9th of March, the court reconvened without the jury. The judge placed strict reporting restrictions on the matter, but the problems at hand would later come to light. That day, the court was told that 2 men, ages 22 and 23, and a 22-year-old woman, had been arrested for a separate offense of the false imprisonment of a young man. This was not related to Lindsay's case, and the parties involved were not connected to Rocky Price or the wider inquiry. A video found on the phone of one of those who had been detained purported to show a man discussing aspects of the Burbeck case and saying he had been involved in the murder and the disposal of the body. David McLaughlin, QC for the prosecution, said that the video was neither consistent with the facts of the case nor with the defense put forward by the defendant, but added it was clearly something that had to be fully investigated to ensure the defendant could have a fair trial. Lancashire Constabulary examined the footage over the following 5 days, and 25 officers were part of the inquiry. Following this, they were satisfied that this apparent confession was false. David McLaughlin agreed that the extensive nature of the inquiries required proper consideration by the defense, and this could not be done in a realistic timescale for the first trial to continue. He added that in his 30-year career as a lawyer, he had only ever dealt with a situation like this once and referred to the matter as almost uncharted territory. On the 10th of March, the jury was officially discharged and the trial against him collapsed. Price was remanded in custody and a new trial date was set for June 15th. When COVID hit and lockdown orders were issued, the trial was pushed back again, this time to the 3rd of August. Finally, the new trial commenced. His story that he had been offered money by an anonymous man to move the body was dismissed by the prosecution as implausible fiction. The woman who had given the statement to the police saying that she had been followed by a male on the coppice was not able to formally identify Price in court, but the DNA could link him to Lindsay through various bits of evidence. His DNA was on her trainers and her DNA was on the outside of the gloves and his DNA was on the inside of them. Both of them could be linked to the wheelie bin. The state of decomposition suggested that she had been stored upside down in the wheelie bin before being taken to the cemetery. He sat slouched in the dock with his hands in his pockets, with Sarah saying he showed no respect for anybody in the court. As the trial continued, the horrifying details were laid bare. The brutal nature of her death and the injuries that she had sustained shocked the court, and coverage of the trial made national news. After the defense and prosecution had rested their cases, it was now time for the jury to deliberate. 12th of August 2020, 1 year to the day since Lindsay had been murdered. After just 3 hours of deliberations, the jury had reached their verdict. DSI Cribben described the atmosphere in court. "It's an atmosphere like none I've ever experienced before at any murder trial." Rocky Marciano Price was unanimously found guilty of murder. Mrs. Justice Yip said the killing had been significantly premeditated. "The murder of a stranger in broad daylight with no rational explanation is horrifying to all members of society. The random nature of the killing shows the defendant presents a very real risk to members of the public. I have no doubt he knew what he was doing and knew it was terribly wrong. The stalking of another woman also demonstrates this did not arise out of a sudden loss of control or heat of the moment. He persisted with his plan to target a lone woman. It shows he had the capacity to plan and reason. When deciding on her sentence, she decided she would take into account his lack of previous criminal convictions, what was referred to as his immaturity, and that he was likely to have challenges while in prison." Price was not in court for the sentencing and appeared via a video link. He was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 16 years. Due to his age, the minimum term was 12 years, but as there was an element of premeditation, he received 16. He showed no reaction as his sentence was handed down. Following his sentence, members of his family wore shirts saying, "Wrongly convicted, free this boy." The back of the shirt said, "Murder is still at large." His father said, "Our son is innocent. He has not got the mental capacity to hurt anyone. We are not going to stop fighting if it takes us all our lives to find this other man." In spite of the evidence, there are those that do not believe he is responsible. A group of around 30 marched in protest against his conviction, again arguing that the guilty verdict was wrong. A petition was created on change.org, arguing that he had been wrongfully convicted. And rumors were even spread that Tim was responsible. Tim said, "The police kept saying to me, just ignore them, Tim, and they'll go away. But they do chip away at you. It does hurt you. We've been through absolute hell regarding this. Then you've got to deal with these people who are pointing fingers. It's despicable. I just want people to understand there's still a family picking up the pieces and trying to rebuild." After Price was sentenced, DSI Cribben gave a statement outside court. Lindsay's devastated family said, "It has left a huge void in our lives that will never be filled. This callous act has destroyed our lives forever. Our family needs time to reflect and grieve for Lindsay and to try and rebuild our shattered lives." Lindsay Babek was a woman who touched the lives of many, from the students she worked with to the friends that she made. She devoted her life to helping young people who needed extra support and would always put others before herself. The way in which the community rallied together to try and find her was inspiring, but for those left in the wake of such an appalling crime, life will never be the same. Her legacy will continue to live on through the lives of her children and loved ones, who will ensure that she will never ever be forgotten. In January 2013, Brandon Mason Lawson, 26-year-old father from Texas, vanished into thin air after a late-night roadside call for help. What began as an ordinary night took a mysterious turn when his car was found abandoned. In a frantic 911 call, the voice of Brandon trembled with fear as he whispered about being chased and urgently needing help. Despite extensive searches and investigations, Brandon remained an insoluble puzzle and left his family and friends desperate for answers. Who was he running from and what really happened that night? Let's watch the video to explore the mystery. At the time of his disappearance, Brandon Lawson was an oil field worker from San Angelo, Texas. By all accounts, he was a loving father of 4 children and a dedicated partner to his girlfriend, Ladisa Lofton, with whom he had shared a decade-long relationship. As the mother of their 3 children and stepmother to the eldest daughter of Brandon, Ladisa was deeply concerned about the recent drug relapse of Brandon, which had led to his unexplained absence. Though their relationship was marked by typical ups and downs, they shared a bond built on years of shared experience and the trials of raising a family together. However, like many young people, Brandon had his struggles. He had a history of substance abuse, specifically with methamphetamines. However, he had reportedly been clean for about 6 months before the night he vanished. His family and friends knew him as a hardworking and resilient man who was attempting to turn his life around. Still, the grip of addiction had overwhelmed him in the past, and the pressure of balancing family life and his job in the demanding oil industry weighed heavily on him. On the night of August 8, 2013, an argument between Brandon and LaDessa set off the chain of events that would lead to his disappearance. The evening began like any other. Brandon arrived home in San Angelo after a long day of work. Between 10:45 and 11 p.m., a fierce argument broke out between Brandon Lawson and LaDessa Lofton. Initially, it was unclear what exactly triggered the argument, but later revealed by LaDessa that Brandon had not returned home the previous night, which caused her to become frustrated and suspicious. At around 11:30 p.m., after the argument worsened, Brandon decided to leave the house. He called his father that he was coming over to his house, which was in Crowley, Texas, and was approximately a 3-hour drive from San Angelo. At 11:54 p.m., he got into his silver Ford F-150 and drove off and left LaDessa behind. She wasn't overly concerned at the time and thought he would cool off and return once he had calmed down. Later, in an interview in 2018, LaDessa reflected on the fight and reclaimed that the fight was a contribution of several factors. Major contributing factors were the demanding work schedule of Brandon, which was exceeding 60 hours per week, and the recent birth of their youngest son had introduced new stressors between them. LaDessa expressed deep regret over the argument and acknowledged the emotional burden of her words. She confessed that for a long time she blamed herself. She was still haunted by the memory of their last confrontation and said, "I will never get those words back." At approximately 12:30 a.m. on August 9th, Brandon called his brother Kyle to inform him that he had run out of gas along Highway 277, which was near the small town of Bronte. It is a town consisting of a wide, rugged area of hills and desert. The land around it is tough and unforgiving with steep hills, rocky patches, and dry river beds. It is remote and isolated with only a few people living there. Cell phone service is limited and there aren't many services nearby. At night, it is pitching dark, so dark that only the stars break through the black sky. The silence is heavy and interrupted only by the wind. In a place like this, getting stuck can quickly become a serious problem. This is exactly what happened to Brandon Lawson on the night of August 9th, 2013. His truck ran out of gas along Highway 277 just outside of Bronte. Suddenly, he was alone in the middle of nowhere and exposed to the harsh environment. He has nothing to do except wait for his brother. Kyle recalled that during one of their calls, Brandon sounded out of control. He told Kyle that someone is chasing him, which obviously raised alarm bells. When Kyle pressed for more details, Brandon added that it was the Mexicans in the neighborhood who were after him. Again confused, Kyle asked if he was hallucinating due to drug use, but Brandon denied it. Kyle was concerned but unsure of what was going on. He, along with his wife and their 4-year-old child, quickly headed to the house of LaDessa to grab a fuel can so they could help Brandon. As they drove, Kyle kept trying to stay in touch with his brother. However, every time they spoke, Brandon didn't seem willing or able to hold a full conversation. Despite the best efforts of Kyle to communicate and get a clear picture of what Brandon was facing, their conversations were brief and disjointed and added another layer of mystery to an already confused situation. At 12:50 a.m., Brandon made a distressing call to 911, which has since become one of the most crucial and confusing pieces of evidence in the case. The 911 call was placed to a local nursing home in Robert Lee, Texas, due to routing errors. The voice of Brandon on the call was panicked and inconsistent. His words were difficult to understand, but certain phrases stand out. Clearly confused by the call, the dispatcher attempted to ask questions, but responses of Brandon were fragmented and unclear. He seemed to be in a state of panic and mentioned someone chasing him into the woods and requested immediate help. Despite the confusing nature of the call, it was obvious that Brandon was in distress and believed he was being pursued by someone. Here's a breakdown of the phone records leading up to Brandon's disappearance. At 12:51 a.m., Kyle left a voicemail after Brandon claimed he was being chased. Brandon then tried to call LaDessa, but couldn't reach her, as she had left her phone in her car after an argument. The urgency grew when the wife of Kyle also called Brandon, and then Kyle again called him, but none of them received answers. By 12:57 a.m., Brandon contacted his neighbor, but this yielded no clarity. Again at 1:04 a.m., a dispatcher from a nursing facility reached out to Brandon about his earlier 911 call. Then at 1:09 a.m., Brandon made 3 more calls to Kyle. One of these calls was when he told Kyle that he was running through a field and bleeding. Kyle later mentioned in an interview that he didn't think Brandon was seriously hurt. He assumed his brother had just tripped or had a minor accident. Then at 1:15 a.m., Brandon made his final 2 calls to Kyle. These would be the last outgoing calls from his phone before things went silent. This string of calls paints a chaotic picture of that night. Brandon was clearly distressed and was trying to reach out to multiple people, which included his brother, girlfriend, neighbor, and even 911. But due to poor cell reception, his frantic state, and possibly the dark and dangerous terrain, a meaningful communication was nearly impossible. The confusion between his calls and attempts of his family to locate him only added to the uncertainty surrounding his final moments. At around 1 a.m., a sheriff deputy of Coke County arrived at the location of Brandon's truck after they received a call from a truck driver who had reported the vehicle parked hazardously on the side of the road. By the time the deputy arrived, Kyle had also reached the scene, but there was no sign of Brandon. What made the situation even more bizarre was that during a phone call with Kyle around 1:18 a.m., Brandon claimed he could see both Kyle and the deputy from his hiding spot and said, "I can see you. I'm right here." Despite Brandon's claim, neither Kyle nor the deputy could spot him anywhere near the truck or the surrounding area. With an active warrant out for his arrest in Johnson County on a charge of drug possession with intent to deliver, Kyle assumed that Brandon was trying to hide from the police. He thought that Brandon didn't want to be caught, and especially with the deputy already at the scene. Neither Kyle nor the deputy knew at that moment that Brandon had made a 911 call earlier, so they didn't have all the pieces to understand what was really happening. Kyle later said that he didn't feel like he was in any danger. After talking with the deputy, Kyle decided to drive a little way up the road. He parked further down and hoped that Brandon might come out of hiding once the deputy left. Kyle waited there for 30 to 45 minutes, but when Brandon didn't show up, he assumed everything was fine and left for San Angelo. Later, at around 5 a.m. on August 9th, Kyle returned to the area where his truck had run out of gas. He called out for his brother, but once again, Brandon didn't appear. A couple of days later, on August 11th, a deputy reported that a small private search team had been gathered to look for Brandon. They started their search at around 8 a.m., but ended at around noon without finding anything substantial. The only clue they came across was a small area under a tree where it seemed like someone had sat down. This spot was close to the road and within sight of his truck. Despite the efforts of Kyle and the search team, there were no other signs of Brandon or where he might have gone, and left his family with more questions than answers. In the years since the disappearance of Brandon, numerous theories have emerged. Some are grounded in the facts of the case, while others originated from the strange nature of his final phone calls. One of the most widely discussed theories in the disappearance of Brandon Lawson is the idea that he may have fallen victim to foul play. His 911 call on the night of August 9th, 2013, where he mentioned being chased into the woods, has driven speculation that Brandon encountered someone or something dangerous that night. Some have even suggested that it could have been related to drug activity. Given that Brandon had used methamphetamines shortly before the incident, people wonder if he might have been involved in a dangerous situation and possibly a drug deal gone wrong or a confrontation with violent individuals while stranded on the highway. However, the lack of the evidence casts doubt on this theory. No signs of a struggle were found near his truck, and there were no reports of other vehicles in the area at the time. The scene around the truck was strangely undisturbed and left many to wonder that if foul play was involved, where did it happen and who was involved? Another theory that has gained some traction is that Brandon might have disappeared on purpose. His life was complicated at the time. Perhaps the combination of legal troubles, personal issues, and his rocky relationship with his girlfriend pushed him to take drastic measures. Some believe Brandon may have used the situation as an opportunity to escape his life and start fresh somewhere else. This theory is supported by a few pieces of circumstantial evidence. Brandon was the only person with the key to his pickup truck, which had been left partially over the white line on the road. The truck was towed around 8 a.m. on August 9, 2013, and law enforcement began to investigate shortly after. Deputy Neal, who was assigned to the case, checked several properties in the area for signs of activity. Many of these properties were only used seasonally, and the deputy wanted to see if Brandon might have sought water or shelter there. However, Neal found nothing that indicated Brandon had been there. On August 13th, LaDessa officially filed a missing person report, and Texas Ranger Nick Hanna, who was now leading the case, conducted a helicopter search. They flew over the area near US 277 and the Colorado River, but saw no signs of Brandon. The helicopter search revealed one interesting detail, that there was enough exposed ground that someone would likely have been spotted from the air if they were lying down or hiding. This led deputies to conclude that Brandon Lawson was no longer in Coke County. In his final report, the deputy stated that he didn't believe Brandon was lost or hiding in the area. His conclusion was based on a few factors. Kyle Lawson had told him that Brandon was likely hiding in the brush near his truck to avoid being discovered by the deputy. However, there were no signs of foul play in or around the truck. And most importantly, the text messages between Brandon and LaDessa on the night of his disappearance hinted at a heated argument. Neal believed that after he and Kyle left the scene, Brandon probably walked back to the road and got a ride from a passing motorist. Continued absence of Brandon over the years has only strengthened the belief that he intentionally disappeared. At the time of his disappearance, the area was experiencing a severe drought. During aerial searches, they were able to spot small objects from the air, such as corn sacks. If Brandon had been on the ground, they would have easily seen him. Furthermore, the river in the area was extremely low, with the deepest parts only reaching knee-high water. The conditions suggested that if Brandon had been in the area, he would have been spotted during their searches. The deputy also pointed to an active warrant of Brandon for possession with intent to deliver as a possible reason for his disappearance. He speculated that Brandon, wanting to avoid legal trouble, might have decided to run. This theory is further backed by the fact that Brandon had cashed in his $401,000 with Renegade Oil Services just before he went missing, and possibly as part of a plan to disappear. Several months after the disappearance of Kyle Lawson was asked to meet with Sheriff McCutcheon Ranger Hanna, who was an investigator from Johnson County, at the same place where a warrant of Brandon had been issued. They questioned Kyle about his involvement and asked if he had harmed his brother or helped him escape. Kyle eventually requested a polygraph test to clear his name. According to Kyle, although there were some inconsistencies due to coughing during the test, he passed the test regarding harming his brother. Another theory surrounding his death is the accidental death or the lost in the wilderness theory. US 277 is a dry and rugged area which is filled with thorny bushes, cacti, and dangerous animals like rattlesnakes and wild hogs. The extensive searches that have been carried out seem to reflect this belief. Each lead has ended in disappointment with no trace of him found. The last theory suggests that Brandon may have experienced a drug-induced hallucination or paranoia due to his recent use of methamphetamines. Methamphetamine can cause severe paranoia, confusion, and erratic behavior, particularly if someone has been awake for an extended period. It's possible that references of Brandon to people chasing him were the result of a hallucination brought on by the drugs, and that he fled into the wilderness in a disoriented state. Paranoia refers to an intense fear or distrust of others, and often accompanied by irrational thoughts or beliefs that someone or something is out to harm them. In the context of drug use, paranoia can manifest as a heightened sense of threat or danger, and even in the absence of real external threats. This theory could explain bizarre phone calls of Brandon, but it still doesn't answer the question of what happened to him after he ran from his truck. Did he succumb to the elements? Did he fall into a ravine or get stuck somewhere inaccessible? After Brandon Lawson disappeared, his family has been left in a painful situation, torn between hope and harsh reality. His father, Brad Lawson, battles with conflicting emotions. On one hand, he knows the chances of Brandon being alive are slim, but on the other, he is haunted by nightmares where Brandon is still alive, perhaps forced into slave labor by a cartel. Brad can't shake the idea that his son might still be out there somewhere, and the possibilities for foul play seem endless. Could someone have been following Brandon that night? Did he enter onto private property and meet a deadly encounter? Or was it a crime of opportunity with someone passing by seeing him vulnerable and taking advantage? For Lydessa Lofton, the uncertainty is unbearable. She fears that her children will grow up, get married, or even have kids of their own without ever knowing what happened to their father. The memory of that night weighs heavily on her, and especially the fight they had before he disappeared. Hurtful words were exchanged, and it is a guilt she struggles with every day. The last link they have to Brandon is the weird 911 call he made that night. For Lydessa and her children, it's a painful reminder of his final moments. His two older daughters listened to the recording on YouTube and trying to make sense of his words, but it only deepens the heartache. Brad is firm in his belief that his son didn't just run away. He argues that the warrant for arrest of Brandon wasn't enough to make him abandon his family. And Brandon had faced legal issues before and was always willing to face the consequences. In fact, he had plans for the future, including starting a new job that offered more money and benefits, which was supposed to begin the Monday after his disappearance. Adding to the confusion is the fact that none of Brandon's belongings like his wallet, keys, phone, or even his shoes have ever been found. His brother is lost by how someone could disappear so completely without leaving behind a single clue. This only strengthens the suspicion of the family that foul play was involved. Lydessa believes that someone out there knows what happened to Brandon, and she holds on to hope that this person will eventually come forward. There are unanswered questions that continue to haunt her, like who the trucker was that reported Brandon's pickup or the identity of the dispatcher who spoke to him that night. Lydessa believes that these people might hold critical pieces of the puzzle that could finally explain what happened. Despite telling herself that the disappearance of Brandon might have been an accident, Lydessa can't ignore the alarming tone of his 911 call. She doesn't want to believe that anyone would harm the man she loved so deeply. Friends and family of Brandon Lawson established a Facebook page titled Help Find Brandon Lawson, which has gathered significant attention and support since its beginning. As of 2024, the page brags over 29,000 followers and demonstrates widespread interest and concern for the unresolved disappearance of Brandon. This online platform serves as a critical hub for sharing updates, information, and appeals related to the case of Brandon. It provides a space where loved ones of Brandon can connect with supporters, share memories of Brandon, and assemble efforts to keep his story in the public eye. The page plays a pivotal role in the ongoing search for answers and encourages individuals with any information about the whereabouts of Brandon or the circumstances of his disappearance to come forward. Private investigator Paula Boudreau, hired by Lydessa, has also been working tirelessly to track down clues and often drawn leads from the large community following the Help Find Brandon Lawson Facebook page. In her searches, Boudreau used cadaver dogs and helicopters to scan the land, but she has also faced obstacles. Some landowners have refused to allow searches on their property. Before 2022, the search for Brandon Lawson hadn't produced any leads or significant progress. But in early 2022, a small search party made a breakthrough at the last known location of Brandon. They discovered a pile of his clothes, which led them to alert authorities. Soon after, human remains were found in the area. By October 2023, the Help Find Brandon Lawson Facebook page shared that preliminary DNA results and the clothing found indicated the remains were likely of Brandon's. Additional tests were underway to compare the genetic markers from the remains with DNA from father of Brandon. The Texas Ranger overseeing the case expressed cautious optimism about confirming the identity of the remains. As of October 2024, there have been no further updates on the identification. It's 11 years now since Brandon went missing, and his family is still searching for answers. Unfortunately, these remains have not yet been truly identified. Due to the advanced state of decomposition, there's little left to work with. Each time a sample is extracted and tested, a portion of the remains is destroyed. This makes it crucial to preserve as much as possible for future DNA testing. The remains have been sent to 2 laboratories in hopes of extracting enough DNA, but those attempts have so far been unsuccessful. In June 2023, the Texas Rangers were exploring other options for identifying the remains. though the family is unable to comment further on what those options are, or the current state of the investigation. The disappearance of Brandon Lawson remains a tragic and mysterious case, and now likely to be resolved with the discovery of his remains. Despite this closure, many questions about the events of that night remain unanswered. His family, while grateful for some resolution, may never have all the answers they seek. The story of Brandon underscores the uncertainty of life and the pain of not knowing the fate of a loved one. It emphasizes the need for ongoing improvements in search and rescue efforts, especially in remote areas like West Texas. While the full truth may remain vague, memories of Brandon Lawson will endure in the hearts of his loved ones and all who have followed his heartbreaking story. 76-year-old George Peacock and his wife, 73-year-old Catherine Peacock, lived in Danby, Vermont in 1989. Danby is a small rural community of fewer than 1,300 people set in the mountains. On September 17th of 1989, a neighbor of the Peacocks entered their home after not seeing them for a few days. He found George's body at the bottom of the first-floor stairway in a large pool of blood. It was clear that he was involved in a struggle. Catherine was found face down on the floor of one of the upstairs bedrooms. She appeared to have been overpowered, subdued, and stabbed repeatedly. George was known to have a regular schedule. He had a habit of picking up a copy of the Rutland Herald every day. He didn't retrieve his copy on September 14th of 1989 or any day after that. This was out of character for him, as he was described to police as meticulous about maintaining his appointments. September 14th was 3 days before George and Catherine's bodies were found. This gave investigators a better idea of when their lives were ended. Investigators focused their attention on Michael Anthony Louise. He was married to one of the Peacock's daughters and lived in central New York. On September 18th of 1989, one day after the bodies were discovered, Louise and his wife had their first interview with investigators. Instead of driving their car, they had chose to drive a rental car to Vermont. Louise told his wife he was worried their car would break down, even though he had just taken it on a long drive just days before. He told investigators that he had dropped his wife off at her job on the morning of September 14th at 8:30. Louise told police that he randomly thought of retrieving some wood planks they had stored at the Peacock's home. Louise ran a few errands in the Syracuse area before heading toward Vermont by way of the thruway around 9:30 a.m. Louise then apparently stopped a few times along the way before he reached Saratoga between 1:40 p.m. and 2:10 p.m. and rested there for a short while. He told police he realized he was too tired to go all the way to Vermont and decided to turn around. Back in the Syracuse area at 6:15 p.m., he picked up his paycheck from the rental car service at the Syracuse Hancock International Airport, where he worked. About a month after the Peacock's bodies were found, a detective was updating Louise's wife on the investigation and told her they would be obtaining tolls. The detective also mentioned that a tan car was seen in the area at the time of the crime, the same color as the Louise family car. The detective was referring to telephone tolls, but she assumed they were speaking about tolls collected on the thruway. Louise freaked out when he heard this. The next day, Louise left his home with a weapon and gave his wife a note that implied he considered taking his own life. In the letter, he said he was scared, he couldn't sleep or eat, and that law enforcement would not believe him. In an interview with police on September 30th of 1989, an investigator asked Louise if he had possibly blacked out, took the Peacock's lives, and couldn't remember. Louise replied, "Yes, I've thought about that," and did not elaborate. In an October 5th, 1989 interview with police and his lawyer Ed Mencken, a well-known Syracuse defense lawyer, Louise once again addressed the possibility of blacking out and attacking the Peacocks. Louise had a history of blacking out and once committed a violent crime. In 1966, Louise served time for assaulting a 4-year-old girl in Rhode Island. When he was interviewed by police, he claimed he blacked out. During the October 5th interview, he said that he thought a lot about whether it was possible he blacked out, but he was certain he did not go to Vermont and hurt them. Louise's wife had signed a consent form allowing police to search their Chevrolet Celebrity. Police informed her that she should not tell Louise the vehicle would be searched so he could not destroy any potential evidence. She brought the Chevrolet to be searched. Police gathered 17 pieces of evidence for the laboratory examination. One of the items in the driver's side front floor mat appeared to have a small reddish-brown stain. The Vermont State Police Crime Lab confirmed that the spot was a small deposit of blood. Unfortunately, the sample was too small for the technology at the time to create a DNA profile. In 1992, Louise's niece Patricia Gannon told investigators that Louise told her and his wife that he had gone all the way to Vermont but drew a blank about what had happened. In May of 2020, two detectives with the Vermont State Police began reviewing the cold case. The detectives resubmitted several pieces of physical evidence to the forensic lab in the hope that advancements in testing and technology could crack the case. One of the pieces of evidence they submitted was from the driver's side front floor mat from Louise's tan Chevrolet Celebrity. As the chemist was examining the floor mat, he noted that the blood had been removed and retesting of the area yielded no results. The chemist looked into the case files and discovered the stain was removed during a previous round of DNA testing in the year 2000. Luckily, a DNA extract from the sample was preserved in a foil pack in the permanent evidence freezer inside the Vermont lab. The chemist submitted the DNA extract for retesting on May 14th of 2020. On October 19th of the same year, investigators received reports from the forensic lab. The report revealed that the blood on the floor mat was a mixture of at least two individuals. The major DNA profile found in the sample was a match for George Peacock's DNA, according to the court documents. The other DNA in the mixture was determined to be unsuitable for interpretation. Over the next 2 years, detectives re-interviewed several people close to the investigation, including Louise's wife and his niece. After all the evidence, both circumstantial and physical, was complied, detectives submitted their probable cause affidavit and requested a warrant for Louise's arrest on October 11th of 2022. Michael Anthony Louise was arrested 2 days later in his home in Salina, New York, and charged with taking the lives of George and Catherine Peacock. He was held in the Onondaga County Justice Center and was arraigned in Syracuse. Then, on October 14th, he appeared in court with his new defense attorney, Charles Keller, for an extradition hearing. Was brought into court in a wheelchair. During the hearing, Louise consented to be extradited to Vermont. Investigators in Vermont have 2 weeks to carry out the extradition before Louise can argue to be released. Keller told the court that Louise was eager to be extradited as soon as possible so he could contest the allegations against him. Despite the excruciating detail in the court documents making their case, police don't address one major mystery. Why were the couple's lives taken? The hope is that Louise will confess and reveal why he did what he did. 11-year-old Laura Ann Weiser lived in Fort Pierce in 1983. On the evening of Saturday, November 5th, she spent the night at her friend's house. The following day, she decided to walk home. She stopped at a gas station along the way and seemingly vanished into thin air after exiting the building. Laura Ann's father reported her missing when she did not return home as planned. However, at the time, authorities did not take the reports of missing adolescents seriously until they had been missing for a longer period of time. 3 days later, authorities with the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office received reports that the body of a young girl was found in a drainage ditch, which was an estimated 600 yards from the gas station where Laura Ann was last seen. St. Lucie County Deputy James Howard Harrison was the first law enforcement officer to arrive on the scene. It was later learned that he was also the last person to have seen Laura Ann alive. On the day she vanished, Deputy Harrison reported seeing a young girl walking in the area where she was last seen. Harrison noted in his report that the girl was walking away from the gas station and appeared to be carrying a bundle of clothing. Chief Deputy Brian Hester questioned why Harrison did not offer the girl a ride. Harrison simply said she seemed to be a runaway. When Harrison arrived at the crime scene, he asked the witnesses who found the body to leave the area. Several other deputies arrived approximately 20 minutes later. In addition to identifying the body as Laura Ann, authorities confirmed that she had been assaulted. The autopsy revealed that she had been asphyxiated. Although detectives collected evidence from Laura Ann's body, DNA testing was not yet available, and there were few leads in the heinous crime. In 2020, investigators decided to take another look at the case. This time, with more advanced DNA technology, they were able to identify the man responsible. In March of 2022, it was confirmed that Deputy James Howard Harrison took the life of Laura and Weezar. His DNA matched the DNA found inside her body. St. Lucie County Sheriff's Detective Paul Taylor said he began working the case in 2020. As he began his investigation, Harrison was not even a name on his radar. However, as he dug deeper into the evidence, he realized Harrison had a troubled past and a disturbing reputation for targeting young girls. In addition to working for the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office, Harrison was a preacher at Fort Pierce's Bethel Baptist Church. Approximately 5 months after Laura Ann's life was taken, was accused of abuse by members of the church. Harrison realized that the accusations could cost him his job at the sheriff's office. In an effort to spare his job, he went directly to the home of the chief deputy to explain the situation. Although he brought his wife along and denied the allegations, the chief told Harrison to leave and immediately contacted Sheriff Lanny Norville about the accusations and told him he wanted Harrison to be dismissed. The current St. Lucie sheriff, Ken J. Mascara, said he remembers working with Harrison back in the 1980s. At that time, he expressed concerns about Harrison's interactions with younger girls. Unfortunately, Ken J. Mascara's complaints were essentially ignored. Mascara said his superiors believed James Howard Harrison simply enjoyed mentoring children and teenagers in his capacity as a preacher, and extended that to the girls he met through his work with the sheriff's office. Detective Paul Taylor said he is concerned that former Deputy Harris used his position as a preacher and a sheriff to take advantage of children and teens throughout the area. However, no other victims have come forward. It is unclear how Harrison continued working in law enforcement after he was accused of inappropriate behavior with minors. However, Taylor said hiring decisions were largely based on resumes alone, and background checks were rare at the time. According to his obituary, James Howard Harrison passed away on June 2, 2008, at the age of 73. The obituary states he worked in law enforcement for 25 years and was a member of the Oakview Baptist Church at the time of his passing. Harrison was preceded by his wife, Elizabeth. He was survived by 1 son, 1 daughter, and 3 grandchildren. Detective Paul Taylor said he was happy to have finally solved the 39-year-old crime. However, the conclusion he reached was both good and bad. In the media release, he said, "The day I solved this case was both the worst and best day of my 30-year career in law enforcement. Nobody dislikes a bad cop more than a good cop, and it felt bittersweet to finally provide the victim's family with some long-awaited answers." Although both of Laura Ann's parents are not alive anymore, her brother, Joe, and sister Michelle said they are both thankful to have some closure. The city of Weatherford in Texas, home to the Kyla family. James Craig Kyla, who went by Craig, his wife Karen, their 2 daughters, 18-year-old Emily and 16-year-old Lauren, and a son, 10-year-old Sean. Karen and Craig had been together for many years. Craig was in his last year of his engineering degree at Kansas State University when he met Karen, who was in her first year. They were both ambitious and bright students and shared a lot in common. Friends said that they were the couple everyone was always trying to live up to, and everyone knew they would be successful when they graduated. They soon married and had their first daughter, Emily, and in 1999, an opportunity came along. Craig was offered the job of utility director of Weatherford, Texas. It was not only a very well-paying job, but a well-respected one too. They settled into a nice home and had 2 more children, Lauren and Sean. Neighbors said they were a key part of the community, always involved with everything and keen to welcome new people to the area, with Karen often baking cakes and making food for everyone. Emily attended the St. Louis College of Pharmacy and Lauren was an honors student at a Columbia high school. The teens were also in a band where they both played and sang, often showcasing their talents around town. Neighbors said that, as cliché as it sounded, they really were the all-American family, and a lot of people in the area really admired them. But all was not as it seemed. One day, Karen's sister Lynn got a call. Karen wanted to confide in her about the true state of their marriage. She told Lynn that over the years Craig had changed. He had started giving her curfews and an allowance, which he supervised and scrutinized, demanding to see receipts for all of her purchases, even everyday things like food. He would demand sex every night at 8 p.m. exactly, and everything she did in the house had a timer on it. She said she did everything he asked to keep the peace, but things were getting worse and she felt trapped and scared. Karen told her sister she wanted to look for an outlet, something that was just hers that he couldn't control. She decided to join a local gym around the children's school hours and Craig being at work. Friends said that she was soon there so much and keen to learn, she was eventually hired as a fitness instructor. A completely different career path, but something she was excited to do. To her surprise, when Craig found out she had been going, he approved, telling her as long as she was home on time to look after the children, there would be no issues. One day at the gym, Karen bumped into Sonny Reese, another personal trainer. From the get-go, the pair were inseparable. They had a lot in common and spent all their shifts together. Before long, a romantic relationship developed, and the couple began an affair. Lynn said that she felt like her sister was so mentally beaten down at that point, when she found someone that seemed to really care about her and didn't want to control her. The relationship just fell together naturally. Karen knew she had to come clean and tell Craig everything. To her total shock, Craig did not seem to have an issue with it. Far from it, in fact. He encouraged it and started messaging Sonny, sending her flowers and asking her for a threesome. People say he saw it as an opportunity to spice up their marriage and sex life. He told Karen he didn't have any problem with it, as long as he was included and she didn't leave him. But Karen and Sonny wanted no part of the throuple he was suggesting. They wanted it to just be them. Craig was embarrassed, and now he knew there was no chance of bringing Sonny into the marriage. He wanted her out completely, and the affair to stop. But Karen and Sonny continued to see each other, and it seemed that Karen was now well and truly out of the marriage. After a few months, Craig decided the best way to put a stop to it was to move the family out of town. Started looking for a career change elsewhere that would allow this to happen. He got another job in Columbia, Missouri, one that saw him become the highest paid employee in the city. And in June 2008, the family all moved out there. Craig hoped that things would return to normal, and as Karen and Sonny were now almost 700 miles apart, he felt confident the affair would come to an end. But it didn't. Karen and Sonny's relationship continued long distance. They would email and call and text each other and sneak visits halfway where they could. Safe to say Karen and Craig's marriage was now in a very bad and toxic place. For New Year's Eve, the Kahlers attended a party back in Weatherford. Many neighbors were in attendance, including Sonny. At various points during the party, some guests saw Sonny and Karen together, and it was glaringly obvious that something was going on. It had gone from being a secret between Craig, Karen, and Sonny to a very public and open thing. Craig was mortified, and a huge fight broke out between him and Karen, one that carried on as soon as they left. Karen said Craig pushed her so hard she smashed her head on the street. Friends said it was awful. The atmosphere had soured and everyone was talking about Craig and Karen. A matter of days later, Karen told Craig she was filing for a divorce, started the legal proceedings, and moved into the spare room. Craig spent hours calling Karen's family and friends, one day asking them to convince her not to go ahead with the divorce, and the next, telling them she was leaving him for another woman and wanted to steal all his money and take the children. Sonny started contacting Craig directly, telling him to leave Karen alone and that she was never happy with him anyway. As March 2009 rolled around, escalated even more, and after another fight became physical, Craig was arrested. He told police that he had hugged Karen tightly and that she had resisted. Karen said he had violently grabbed her, giving her bruises. She gave a statement which read, "Over time, it has become apparent that Craig is controlling. I have learned along the way that he is capable of using force. The issues vary, but I figured out how to keep things from becoming ugly. When money was a problem, I wouldn't tell him what things, groceries, clothing, etc. cost. When it was about sex, I decided it was easier to give him what he wanted every night than to refuse. On occasions I would refuse. He has been known to be forceful and mean. I'm afraid it will escalate so far that someone is going to be seriously hurt." She pressed charges and she and the children moved out of the house completely. People said this was when Craig became even more reclusive and erratic. He no longer wanted anything to do with Lauren and Emily and only wanted to see his son Sean, saying he felt his daughters had failed him by taking their mother's side. This was made even worse when Lauren and Emily said they accepted Sonny and were happy to see their mother happy. Craig was enraged. He referred to his daughters as rotting corpses. Friends said that he started stalking Karen and spying on her, getting into the house to install cameras and hacking into her emails. Police were then called to the house again when Karen found out that Craig had slashed her car tires and was ripping out cables from outside the house. Craig soon started slipping at work, choosing to show his colleagues family albums over and over and leaving work unannounced to see what Karen was doing. Given everything that was going on, Craig's manager Bill quietly asked him to resign in September of 2009. This had affected his focus on the department in a way that is not likely to change in the near future. His boss said. Craig was paid 2 months' salary and 1 month of severance. And with any other job prospects looking unlikely, Craig moved back in with his parents. They were now legally separated. He still owed Karen over $3,000 a month in child support. Flash forward to Thanksgiving 2009 and Karen, Emily, Lauren, and Sonny spent the holidays at Lynn's house. 10-year-old Sean, however, spent it with Craig. But Karen wanted all her children and Sonny to visit her grandmother Dorothy during the holiday period too. So the next day she went over to pick Sean up and make the trip over. 89-year-old Dorothy lived in a quiet little farmhouse in a city of less than 1,000 people, Burlingame, Kansas. Despite Karen and Craig's many arguments and fights about the affair, a contentious pending divorce, questions about where the children would live, and issues with finances, Karen said she was hopeful that a resolution would soon be found. Craig was just days away from going to court in regards to the incident several months earlier, and a hearing had been scheduled for January to start going through the divorce. As soon as the holiday period was over, everybody was optimistic that things might start to move forward more amicably. Saturday, November 29th, 2009. Deputy Sheriff Nathan Perling was finishing up some paperwork in his office when a call came in about a suspicious vehicle in Burlingame. It was just after 6 p.m. and the neighbor reported that a small truck was speeding around near their house. They had watched as the man pulled up, exited the vehicle, and started walking down the road. The couple then saw him come back carrying a large object that they could not identify. Thinking he was stealing, they grabbed a flashlight and headed outside to confront him. He placed the object in the back seat, got back inside, and drove off just as they approached him. Deputy Perling set off to see what was going on, but just a couple of minutes later, another call came in over the radio. It was coming from the same area, but this time it was far more alarming. No sooner had they received this harrowing call when a third person called in. They had opened their front door to find a 10-year-old child crying and asking for help. It was Sean Kaler. He said he needed help at Dorothy White's house as there had been a shooting. Officers said they knew it was going to be a bad scene, but nothing quite prepared them for what they would ultimately find. When they entered the home, the first person they found was 89-year-old Dorothy. She was bleeding profusely on the kitchen floor and had been shot several times. She was still alive, but barely. They then found Karen Kaler in the dining area. She had been shot twice and she was already dead. 18-year-old Emily was found behind the couch in the lounge and had also been shot twice, with the second shot likely paralyzing her instantly. She too was deceased, and police determined she was likely trying to hide as the gunman was inside. Deputy Sheriff Perling then heard a faint voice calling for help from the upstairs. It was Lauren. Just like Dorothy, she was alive, but only just. As Dorothy and Lauren were taken away, Lauren turned to an officer and said, "Craig." He said, "Who's that?" "My dad," she said. Dorothy identified Craig as the shooter as well. Tragically, Lauren succumbed to her injuries first and was pronounced dead shortly after getting to the hospital. Dorothy was still fighting for her life, but sadly, it wasn't looking hopeful. There was one more person left who had been there, Sean, and little did the authorities realize he had witnessed a lot. Sean said he had been cleaning some old coins that he and Karen had found. As the two of them were stood at the sink, Craig entered the house via the back door holding a rifle and shot at Karen. Sean said he ducked down and just ran as fast as he could to get out the back door. He then ran around to the front door, hoping to get back in and get to her phone. He carefully opened the door, hearing more shots ring out as he did so. He saw Craig walking around, and he closed the door and ran for help instead. Police had already put out an alert to try and locate Craig. A resident then spotted someone abandoning their vehicle in the middle of nowhere and running down a deserted road. She called in with the tip. They found the vehicle and it matched the description of the one the neighbors had seen earlier that night and felt confident it was Craig's. A search of the vehicle found more ammunition and some unopened anxiety medications. A backpack was also found with some soap, towels, toilet paper, cotton balls, and some canned food. But Craig was nowhere to be found. After 8 hours of searching, Craig Kaler was finally located. It was now about 7 a.m. and he was wandering on the side of the road, looking confused, lost, and disheveled. He knew it was coming and turned to the officers and said, "I'm the guy you're looking for." He told them that he was armed with a revolver as well as some pocket knives. They also found hundreds of dollars in cash, some gloves, a flashlight, and a hunting bag. He was arrested without incident and taken to the station. Craig was fairly open and told the detectives a lot. He also told him about the New Year's Eve party and how the pair would sneak visits out of town. He said he was particularly upset when he realized that his daughters not only approved, but were traveling with Karen to meet Sonny as well. Craig Kaler was charged with first-degree murder and aggravated burglary. His bail was set at $10 million. Just after 4 p.m. on December 1st, Dorothy White sadly passed away too. In December 2010, he had his preliminary trial where he entered a plea of insanity, the only defense against capital murder. His lawyers claimed that he had had a mental breakdown due to Karen's affair. They said this, coupled with the loss of his job and having to move in with his parents, had only added fuel to the fire. They said that the unopened medication in his car, ongoing erratic behavior, and the fact he did not attempt to cover up what he had done was evidence that he was not of a sound state of mind, that his plea of insanity was fair. In 1995, the state of Kansas passed a law which revoked the traditional insanity defense. The new law stated that defendants could no longer argue that, because of mental health issues, they were incapable of deciding right from wrong. Instead, defendants suffering from mental health issues were still legally responsible for a crime unless these mental health issues prevented them from forming an intent to commit or act with premeditation. His defense team argued that his mental health issues were so severe that it proved he had not premeditated anything. It was a total snap in that moment. At the time of the murders, his lawyers said that he was suffering from depression, hallucinations, and had obsessive-compulsive, narcissistic, and histrionic personality disorders. But the prosecution argued that it was definitely premeditated, and his behavior over the last year especially showed that this was all just building up to what he ultimately wanted to do, which was kill his wife and likely anyone else that stood in the way of that. Their expert psychiatrist stated that while Craig had clinical depression, he was still capable of planning the murders. They also pointed to the fact that Craig had not killed their son Sean, even though he was stood right there, showing this was a conscious decision. This was not someone that was out of control and had snapped in the moment. And after this, they brought in their star witness, Sean Kaler, who was now 12 years old. And one can only imagine how difficult this must have been for him. He appeared via a video link to bravely tell everybody what had happened. People in the court said that Sean was clear, concise, and unwavering, a child far more mature than his years. "My dad came through the door and shot my mom. I just heard her collapse on the floor from the shot. I just caught a glimpse. I think she was holding her leg," Sean recalled. Some people in the courtroom said that the pictures of the crime scene were so bad they physically had to look away, with some even crying. The prosecution spoke about the many allegations of abuse and controlling behaviors and said this again proved his intention to hurt was always there, and when he finally lost complete control when they all moved out is when things escalated even more. Suni Reese also testified. She described Karen and Craig's relationship as very abusive, saying she wanted to protect Karen from him. She also said that Craig was more than happy for her and Karen to start a relationship and showed no signs of being bothered by it until he had to let Karen go. But she acknowledged that she had no physical evidence to prove this. It was all what she remembered and what she had heard from Karen. On August 25, 2011, after just 2 hours, the jury had reached a unanimous verdict. Craig Kaler was found guilty of capital murder, and his pleas of insanity were not believed. This meant he would face the death penalty or life without parole. There were many victim impact statements given. Sean gave a small statement too and said, "I do not want my dad to receive the death penalty because it would be hard on my grandparents. I do not want my whole family gone." After this, another week would pass while everyone waited to hear the results of the sentencing. Upon hearing he was sentenced to death, those in the courtroom said Craig Kaler had no reaction, no remorse, no sadness, and no regret. The prosecutor said he only ever seemed to look proud of himself, often smirking and muttering sarcastic comments. As he exited the courtroom to begin his time, he shouted to his mother and father, "Take care of Sean so he's not raised by a bunch of freaks." While on death row, Craig started writing letters to various people, including the lead prosecutor. He still showed no remorse, instead saying he felt a sense of relief for what had happened, as he was able to free Sean. His team appealed to the Kansas Supreme Court, citing numerous complaints, including the belief that there had been misconduct on the jury. They also stated that his mental health and insanity plea had not been taken into consideration. One judge said, "Kansas, unlike many states, will not wholly exonerate a defendant on the ground that his illness prevented him from recognizing his criminal act as morally wrong." Another judge added that, contrary to Kaler's view, Kansas takes account of mental health at both trial and sentencing. It has just not adopted the particular insanity defense Kaler would like. His appeal was denied. With this ruling, Craig Kaler had now exhausted his direct appeals, but further appeals were still possible. And in January 2023, another appeal was lodged, which might be his last chance. Lynn and Sonny started organized runs in Weatherford in honor of Karen to raise money for victims of domestic violence, and the community often comes together to remember the family and all the lives that were lost that night. According to sources, Sean went into the care of the state for a while before going to live with his grandmother and grandfather. He graduated high school and now works in Kansas. It was a case that left a community shocked and hurting. 3 generations snatched away in a matter of minutes. And for Sean, who not only lost his mother, sisters, and great-grandmother in the most awful way, but witnessed it all as well, and then essentially lost his father too, it is incomprehensibly heartbreaking. How he has come through it all despite everything is remarkable and a testament to his strength and perseverance against so many odds. Yonkers Police Department officers on September 4, 2012, at approximately 5:35 p.m. responded to a 911 call about a suspicious package being found in the woods. Upon arriving at the scene, first responders found a decomposing human body that was wrapped in a large black garbage bag. Detectives with the department's Major Case Squad and Crime Scene Unit took over the investigation and were able to identify the victim as 26-year-old Bronx resident Pamela Graddick. Investigations determined that Pamela had been shot twice in the head at a location outside of Yonkers and dumped in the woods in an attempt to conceal the crime. Police identified Wanda Vaglia as a person of interest early on. She was the girlfriend of Pamela and they lived in the same apartment. They were unable to explain how the petite woman could have moved the larger Pamela's body to a secluded area in the woods. Following a 2-year investigation, authorities were unable to come up with enough evidence to charge anyone, and the case was transferred to the Yonkers Police Department Cold Case Unit. In January of 2022, investigators conducted an interview with 41-year-old Wanda Vaglia. During the interview, Vaglia confessed. She said that she shot Pamela inside the Bronx apartment they shared due to ongoing domestic issues between them. She said that she got the weapon from John Torres. Torres again helped her move the body from her apartment to the woods. In March of 2022, both Wanda Vaglia and John Torres were taken into custody. Torres was charged with second-degree criminal facilitation, first-degree prosecution hindering, and tampering with physical evidence, all of which are felonies. City of Yonkers Police Commissioner John J. Mueller said in a statement following the arrests, "The passage of time only reinforces our commitment to solving these heinous crimes. The Yonkers Police prides itself on focusing on victims and their families and doing whatever we can to deliver justice for them. I hope that these arrests bring some degree of closure to Pamela's family and friends. and I applaud the extraordinary efforts of our cold case detectives in closing this case after so many years. Well done. A partially buried body was found in the area known as Orange Avenue Ranch or Peachtree Camp off I-90 on September 13, 1992 in Missoula County, Montana. Detectives identified the victim as William Adams, also known as Cadillac Man. William was a known transient in the area. He was stabbed in the chest and suffered massive head trauma and was left in a shallow grave at the base of a hill. He still had a broken knife in his chest when found. William was wearing a sweat jacket and wool sweater that had been pulled up over his head as if he were dragged to the location. Several other items of clothing were found at the scene, including 2 ball caps and a bloody shirt or jacket. Detectives at the time believed the suspect cut his hand and used the clothing found at the scene to stop the bleeding. These items were collected to be used when DNA technology would be more advanced. That time finally came in 2022. Through recent DNA testing, that blood evidence led detectives to a suspect identified as Leonard Owen, also known as 8-Ball. Owen was also a transient man with an extensive criminal history which included violent crimes. He has since passed away. With cooperation from his immediate family and an organization called Season of Justice, detectives made a positive identification. Missoula County Sheriff T.J. McDermott established the Cold Case Unit in January of 2019. And says it's been successful in solving cold cases for Missoula County Sheriff's Office and multiple law enforcement jurisdictions across Montana. Our cold case unit has proven invaluable, Sheriff T.J. McDermott stated. Their dedication and perseverance to seek the truth and close these cases is appreciated by many, including law enforcement, past and present, and family members that experience closure. It is not known at this point in time why Leonard Owen decided to take the life of William Adams. On July 15, 1996, a woman's body was discovered in Sonoma County, California. Her body was found by a survey crew working in the area of Stony Point Road, north of West Railroad Avenue. She was identified as 32-year-old Michelle Marie Veal of Union City, California. The autopsy showed she had suffered multiple skull fractures and a broken neck. Items that contained DNA belonging to the suspect was collected from the crime scene and stored to be used later. Detectives conducted an extensive investigation at the time, but unfortunately came up cold. In April of 2021, detectives submitted forensic evidence they had for review at the Serological Research Institute for biological testing. On January 18, 2022, investigators got a hit. A DNA match came back to Jack Alexander Boken. He passed away on December 4, 2021, where he had been in custody at the California Department of Corrections Medical Facility. In Vacaville, California, Boken had been arrested in October of 1997, less than a year after Michelle's life was taken, by San Francisco police on a charge of kidnapping with the intent to commit assault. In 2000, Boken was sentenced to 231 years in the case. Boken's cousin, Laura Lucier, had this to say about him. She described him as a brilliant boy who grew up in a working-class family in the Mission in San Francisco. He had what she called dirty secrets. He was sneaking his father's gun to school at age 7. By the time he was 9, he was stealing bikes, and when he was 10, he started assaulting Laura when she was just 3 years old. Even at the young age, Jack Boken was already so practiced in stealth that the abuse was never suspected. In the years that followed, not even my father, who was a San Francisco police inspector, sensed that anything was wrong, Laura Lucia wrote. Laurel also chronicled a host of other women that Boken abused. She documented in great detail all the harms Boken had caused women, stating that even though he was family, he will never and should never have another chance at freedom. But I find no joy in that, only relief for myself and deep regret that he wasted his life and shattered so many others. Michelle's family had this to say in a statement. Though she has been gone, memories of her beautiful smile, impeccable style, generous spirit, and enthusiasm for life live on forever in the hearts of the many people whose lives she touched. Our dear Michelle was a mom of 3 young girls who were raised in the care of her incredible mother, as well as by her loving sister. Though her struggles made her particularly vulnerable at times, Michelle's strength is what kept her persevering through many adversities to do her best for those she loved. Michelle's tenacious spirit lives on in her daughters. who are all leading happy and healthy lives today and raising their children to remember her as the beautiful grandmother whom we all wish they could have met. 29-year-old Kathy Krosnick lived in Brighton, New York in 1982 with her husband James and 3-year-old daughter. On February 19, 1982, officers with the Brighton Police Department responded to a 911 call at a home located on Del Rio Drive. The call was made by Krosnick's neighbor. James arrived at the man's house with a look of terror on his face, claiming someone took Kathy's life. Upon entering their home, police located Kathy's lifeless body in the bed she shared with her husband. An axe was embedded in her head. It appeared as if her life was taken while she was sleeping. James told investigators that he left Kathy and their daughter at 6:30 a.m. and drove to Eastman Kodak, where he worked as an economist. He said when he came home after work, he found Kathy's body in their bed and the home in disarray. He then went over to the neighbor and asked him to call 911. Investigators took a close look at the axe that was used to commit the crime. The handle had been wiped clean of fingerprints. Despite some investigators believing James Krosnick was responsible, nothing concrete tied him to the crime, and the case went unsolved for years. At one point, Ed Larrabee confessed, while in prison, to taking Kathy's life. Detectives deemed Larrabee a serial confessor. His claims did not match any of the evidence, and he was ultimately ruled out as a suspect. The case was reopened in 2015, after officials with the Monroe County District Attorney's Office reviewed the case with the Brighton Police Department and the FBI. The County Crime Lab and renowned medical examiner Dr. Michael Bodden also assisted in the investigation. Then, in November 2019, James Krosnick was arrested by officers with the Brighton Police Department and charged with taking Kathy's life. He entered a plea of not guilty and was released after posting a $100,000 bail. Brighton Police Chief David Cuthold said that after thousands of hours of investigation, detectives found no evidence that anybody else was in the home other than James and the couple's daughter. No other physical evidence at the scene, including DNA, points to anyone except James Krosnick Jr., Cuthold said in announcing James' arrest. What we did not find was any evidence that points to anyone else that was in that home. There's no boogeyman out there. There was no outside party in the house during the commission of that crime, he added. State Supreme Court Justice Charles Chano Jr. announced that the trial would start on August 29, 2022. James Krosnick's defense attorney highlighted that the case against his client was a circumstantial one. Prosecutors argued that Krosnick should be found guilty because no other person could have committed the crime. Dr. Baden said that it was his opinion that Kathy's life was taken between 9 p.m. the previous evening and 4 a.m. hours before Krosnick left for work. The attorneys also focused on the theory that Krosnick decided to end Kathy's life after she discovered he had lied about his background. He began working at Eastman Kodak on the pretense that he held a PhD, though investigators later learned he hadn't earned his doctorate. Prosecutors also said that the crime scene was staged to look like a burglary and that the items of evidence, including the axe handle, had been wiped clean of fingerprints. On September 26, 2022, 70-year-old James Krosnick was found guilty of taking his wife's life. Krosnick is scheduled to appear before New York State Supreme Court Justice Charles Chiano on November 7, 2022, for sentencing. Assistant District Attorney Patrick Gallagher said, "I am proud to be part of the team who found justice for Kathleen Krosnick 40 years after James Krosnick took an axe from his garage and used it to strike her in the head while she was asleep. It has been one of the greatest pleasures of my career to get to know Kathy's family and to be able to help in securing justice for their loved one." Kathy's father, 95-year-old Robert Schlosser, spoke with reporters following the guilty verdict. "I've got one thing to do," Robert said. "I'm going to get my daughter's body removed from the Krosnick plot and move back with her mother and brother." Robert explained he wanted to live long enough to see justice prevail before bringing Kathy's body back to Michigan. "My wife passed away 4 years ago," he told reporters. "She didn't make it." On October 6, 1988, a woman's body was found in the Natchez River in Port Arthur, Texas. She was quickly identified as 36-year-old Patricia and Howell Jacobs. Patricia was last seen the previous evening at the Silver Spur nightclub in Silsby, Texas. A month after being found, her driver's license and other personal items were located under a bridge near Kuntz, Texas. Investigators identified Daniel Andrew McGinnis as the suspect after 2 incidents involving women, but did not have enough evidence to charge him in Patricia's case. Then, in 2018, Patricia's family reached out to the Texas Rangers Unsolved Crimes Investigation Program. This program was created in 2001 by the Texas legislature to provide Texas law enforcement agencies with a process for investigating unsolved cold cases or what appeared to be serial or linked criminal transactions. The Rangers believe further investigation was needed and officially reopened the case in October of 2018. Through the new investigation, clothing that had never been DNA tested and other items were identified, and the evidence was submitted to the Houston DPS crime lab. The new DNA evidence collected from the clothing was then entered into the combined DNA index system. Recently, investigators learned that a match was made. DNA found on the clothing belonged to Daniel Andrew McGinnis. After an interview and confirmation of the DNA evidence, he was arrested and charged in Jefferson County, Texas. His trial took place in September of 2022. On September 20th, he pled guilty. He was sentenced to 20 years, which will run concurrently with the previous 199-year sentence in Tyler County. At around 11:10 a.m. March 29, 1983, a man playing with his dog found a woman's body in the San Lorenzo River in Santa Cruz County, California. She was identified as 33-year-old Joette Marie Smith. Joette had been strangled. Investigators collected numerous items of evidence at the crime scene. Joette was the beloved owner of the Buffalo Gals restaurant in Ben Lomond, California, around 30 miles southwest of San Jose. She was last seen sometime before midnight on March 27, 1983, around 36 hours before her body was discovered. Witnesses told investigators that on the night of her disappearance, Joette had first enjoyed a quiet night of eating popcorn watching the TV series, The Thornbirds, with her roommate, Rachel Devereaux. Joette and Rachel shared a studio apartment just across the street from Joette's restaurant. Rachel said that she and Joette stayed up for the 11 o'clock news, after which Joette made some phone calls and Rachel retired for the evening. When Rachel woke up around 3 a.m., Joette was not there, which wasn't atypical for her. It wasn't unusual for her to go out. She would often go over to the restaurant, Rachel said in a 1983 interview. According to witnesses, Joette walked to one nearby bar, found that it was already closed and walked to another, Henfling's bar, which was also closing. There, she purchased a pack of cigarettes, but refused to ride home from a woman server she knew, telling the woman she would walk home because it was a pleasant evening. She never made it home. For the next several years, detectives interviewed dozens of people and investigated several leads and tips, but no viable suspect was identified. In 1988, there was movement in the case. Investigators identified a suspect named Eric David Drummond, a man with an extensive history of violent crimes, including assault convictions in California and Nevada. Authorities believe Drummond had once asked Joette out on a date while at her restaurant, but she rebuffed his advances. In the days after Joette's life was taken, Drummond abruptly left California, according to Santa Cruz County officials. While there was circumstantial information tying Drummond to the crime, no criminal case could be brought against him without further physical evidence. Authorities reopened Joette's case early in 2022. They took a fresh look at her clothing and used scientific technology that was not available in the 1980s. From there, experts were able to develop a male suspect's DNA profile. In August of 2022, authorities directly obtained a DNA sample from the now 64-year-old Eric Drummond and determined his DNA matched the sample from the crime scene evidence. Before investigators could arrest Eric Drummond, they learned that he had taken his own life. The sheriff's office came out with a statement saying, "Unfortunately, while the final investigative steps were taken to obtain an arrest warrant, Drummond chose to end his own life in the hills of Sierra County." While Drummond will never face criminal charges or a jury of his peers, the sheriff's office is confident that the evidence in this case would support a conviction of Drummond for taking the life of Joette Smith. The sheriff's office extends our condolences to the family and friends of Joette Smith. We wish to remind the community of Santa Cruz that the Sheriff's Office will continue to investigate each of our cold cases. Friends describe Jode as a remarkable woman who was hospitable, happy, and full of vigor. Born and raised in a Polish Catholic family in Nebraska, she moved to Santa Cruz about 10 years before she lost her life. In the shallow inlet Sandy Point, Australia on December 25, 2017, a snorkeler stumbled upon skeletal remains that held no identity. The local authorities were promptly notified and the case was handed over to the Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine. As more information emerged, it was revealed that the remains belonged to a male between the ages of 21 and 37, standing at a height of 170 centimeters. Radiocarbon dating placed the time of death between 1666 and 1942, further deepening the mystery. Despite searching DNA databases, no matches were found, leading to the pursuit of forensic genetic genealogy. This breakthrough provided tantalizing clues about the path of the unidentified individual known as Sandy Point John Doe. The question arises, how does one confront a history concealed beneath the waves, especially during the festive season? How did this enigma span across decades? Sandy Point, located in South Gibson, Victoria, near Wilson's Promontory, is a picturesque township that offers a tranquil summer getaway, particularly for families with young children. With its absence of towering buildings and commercial developments, it transports visitors to a more peaceful era, providing an ideal opportunity for rejuvenation, reconnection, and relaxation. In the 2016 census, the population of Sandy Point was approximately 270, but during the holiday season, it swells to thousands. The crime rate is nearly non-existent, making it a safe haven for travelers. On Christmas Day in 2017, a snorkeler made a startling discovery of skeletal remains at Shallow Inlet, Sandy Point, Victoria. Little did they know that this finding would unravel a 95-year-old mystery. The remains, along with any accompanying tissue, clothing, or personal effects, were found on the ocean floor. With no contextual information or clues to the individual's identity, the Victoria Police reported the death to the coroner, leading to the transfer of the remains to the Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine, also known as VIFM. As the team of experts at VIFM conducted scientific tests, they gained valuable insights into the characteristics of the unknown person. The forensic anthropologist concluded that the skeletal remains belonged to a Caucasian male, estimated to be between the ages of 21 and 37, with a height of approximately 170 centimeters. Through an examination of dental restorations, the forensic odontologist suggested the intriguing possibility of the individual having an overseas background with historical significance. To address multiple unsolved cold cases in Australia, the Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine initiated a pilot program in collaboration with OFRM, focusing on forensic genetic genealogy. OFRM employs an integrated approach that combines laboratory science, software development, and streamlined processes to enhance the infrastructure of the justice system. Their technology assists law enforcement agencies at various levels, both domestically and internationally, enabling breakthroughs in forensic DNA analysis for previously unresolved cases. Notably, OFRM handles all aspects of casework internally, emphasizing control and efficiency. The forensic evidence was sent to OFRM's laboratory in the Woodlands, Texas, where it was revealed that the remains belonged to Christopher Luke Moore. Christopher, a World War I veteran and farmer from the Gibson region, tragically drowned in Morata Bay in 1928. Following his drowning, a farmer from Sandy Point made a surprising discovery shallow in it, leading to the identification of the mandible as Christopher's through unique dental work. This confirmation was officially recognized during a subsequent coronal inquest on January 24, 1929. In 2017, the additional remains were discovered and were conclusively identified as belonging to Moore, thanks to the verification provided by a grandniece who confirmed his drowning in 1928 and the burial of his mandible by the family. Australian investigators from the VIFM and other police forces, under the guidance of Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick, played a crucial role in working on this case. Following the engagement of OFRM for DNA sequencing from the remains, a genealogical study was carried out, leading to the positive identification of Sandy Point John Doe as Christopher Luke Moore, a 29-year-old local farmer and World War veteran who tragically drowned in 1928. Despite the relentless efforts of his grieving father, Cornelius Ignatius Moore, the body was never found. While visiting Warrata Bay with his parents, Cornelius and Charlotte's Francis wife, Elizabeth, and his daughter, Mary, Mr. Moore disappeared beneath the waves, leaving a lasting void. Remarkably, a fortnight later, on January 15, 1929, a lower jawbone, confirmed through dental records to be Mr. Moore's, washed ashore about 6 kilometers from the drowning site. The remains were laid to rest in the Moore family plot at Mignon. Over time, Cornelius and Charlotte were laid to rest beside their son in 1939 and 1946 respectively, followed by his wife Elizabeth Agnes in 1985. More recently, his daughter was also buried alongside them. Kathy Hogan, Christopher Moore's great-niece, expressed her gratitude for the remarkable work carried out by the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine team in solving the mystery and providing closure for the family during an interview on GIPS and ABC Radio. Initially unaware of the tragic story, Miss Hogan learned from her mother that Christopher had gone missing and the family was left in uncertainty. With the findings of the investigation, they now have a comprehensive understanding of the events. The forensic team's research not only unraveled the mystery, but also provided the family with newspaper articles and the coroner's report from 1929 offering further insights. Miss Hogan described the emotional yet captivating experience of uncovering the full story. After 6 years of investigations, the family can finally lay Mr. Moore to rest. Mr. Moore has been reunited with his family, along with the jawbone that was originally discovered in 1929. Fiona Vai, a member of the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine's team, shared the extensive efforts made to unravel this century-old mystery. She emphasized the initial difficulties faced in identifying the individual based on skeletal remains in 2017. However, by utilizing DNA analysis and odontology, they were able to piece together significant details about Mr. Moore's background, such as his Northern European ancestry, probable blue eyes, dark hair, and distinct dental characteristics. This information played a vital role in narrowing down the historical research and identifying the person who had drowned and was found in the bay. As we conclude this captivating journey into the enigma surrounding Sandy Point John Doe, we leave you with 2 lingering questions. Do you believe that forensic genetic genealogy is a groundbreaking advancement in solving cold cases? And what are your thoughts on the collaborative efforts that led to the rediscovery of Christopher Luke Moore's identity? March 14, 2015, 12:40 p.m., 911 received a call requesting that they urgently go to a house on Landale Street in Studio City, Los Angeles to carry out a welfare check. 2 sisters, 52-year-old Jill Blackstone and 49-year-old Wendy Blackstone, lived at the property, and the call had come in from Jill's friend. She told them Jill had phoned her, saying she had passed out, woken up, and thought she was having a stroke as she couldn't move. She wasn't making much sense on the phone, and her friend was very concerned for both her and her sister's welfare. Her sister Wendy Blackstone was deaf and legally blind, and was cared for by Jill, so if something had happened to Jill, it could mean both of them were in trouble. Jill then abruptly told her friend that Wendy and their 3 dogs were dead. As paramedics and police quickly arrived at the property, they found several typed-out notes around the outside of the house and stuck on the side of a bin near the garage. One note warned people to enter the garage carefully, and another said both parties have do not resuscitate orders. A third post-it note read, Jill Blackstone, brown hair, Wendy Blackstone, red hair. And a final one said that the dogs were trapped in the garage. It was a deeply unsettling series of notes. Authorities opened the garage door after following the instructions on one of the pieces of paper. As soon as they did, 2 dogs came running out. It turned out that the inside had been filled with carbon monoxide, which appeared to have come from the barbecue grill. 49-year-old Wendy Blackstone was unconscious on the ground, with her 3rd dog by her, and it was clear that her dog was already dead. Despite the do not resuscitate orders on the notes, paramedics attempted to save Wendy, but nothing could be done. Wendy Blackstone was pronounced dead at the scene. Another one of her dogs that had fled the garage would tragically later die too. What appeared to have been a handwritten suicide note was found in Wendy's hand, and a half-empty bottle of vodka lay nearby too. Wendy's feet were near the barbecue, and there was also a bin which was full of ash and smoking slightly. In the house upstairs, they found Jill lying on the bed half-naked, slurring and slow with her words. She was rushed to hospital where she stayed for 2 days to be treated for severe carbon monoxide poisoning. Detectives said it was a very perplexing and strange case, and something wasn't making sense. But with Jill in hospital and in no place to talk, all they could do was wait and look into the sisters' history, lives, and talk to the neighbors. Jill and Wendy Blackstone worked from home running their own businesses, which helped to support Wendy even more, as it meant she didn't need to leave the house much, and Jill could help care for her. By all accounts, her sister was her primary caregiver. Wendy's life had always revolved around animals, and everybody said she was the happiest when she was with them. When she and her sister Jill moved in together 7 years before, starting an animal rescue business in their home seemed like a no-brainer. It was called Thumping Tails Animal Rescue Center, and they always told people how proud they were of it and how much they loved what they did. Before working with animals, however, Jill Blackstone had actually worked in television production for many years and was fairly well known in these circles. Although her IMDb credits list only 5 projects, multiple sources say she had production roles on some of the biggest reality shows of the 90s and early 2000s. The Jerry Springer Show, The Osbournes, Sally Jessy Raphael, Rosie, Divorce Court, Dr. Drew, and over 100 episodes of Family Court with Judge Penny. She was even nominated for a Cable ACE Award in 1993. As her production work started to slow down around 2009, she and her sister moved in together and started running the business. Jill's LinkedIn profile read, "But sadly, the not-for-profit animal rescue business they loved so much was proving very costly to run." As detectives looked into the sisters' finances, it showed that Jill was bleeding money and drowning in debt. She owed almost $10,000 to animal hospitals and various vets. She owed family members money, had unpaid medical bills, and was thousands of dollars in on different credit cards. The monthly mortgage repayments alone cost almost $6,000. A few years before, Jill had actually filed for bankruptcy, reportedly being around $1.4 million in debt and owing her sister Wendy over $100,000 too. The pair had recently sold their $950,000 home, but were still living in it while they waited for the new owners to take possession. According to the neighbors, however, they were having trouble finding somewhere else to live, given all the pets and the extra things that Wendy needed in place to support her. People said Jill had become more and more withdrawn as the stress of the move and finances were getting to her. The relationship between the sisters and their parents was strained as well, and Jill told people she had spoken to them about adapting their home so they could also help care for Wendy, but due to their age, they said it just wasn't going to work. And now, 7 years after they bought their house in Studio City and moved in together, Wendy and her dogs were now dead and Jill was very ill in hospital and lucky to be alive. Although you can never know what is going on in someone else's world or mind, neighbors said that the thought of Wendy taking her own life was completely shocking. Wendy always seemed happy and chatty, and her dogs and the business really were her whole world. The thought of not only leaving her beloved pets behind, but poisoning them to death was quite unbelievable. Wendy's autopsy showed no outward signs of trauma, and the toxicology report revealed there was no alcohol in her system, despite the bottle of vodka next to her. The Los Angeles County coroner recorded her death as being from the combined effects of smoke inhalation and an overdose of alprazolam, but her manner of death was left undetermined. The more the authorities looked into it, the stranger it all became. As soon as Jill was well enough to talk, she gave police her statement. At first, she denied saying that she had told anyone that Wendy and the dogs were dead, and claimed she had no idea how they came to be there. She said all she remembered was being in the garage and starting up the barbecue to keep the space warm, before lighting some of the barbecue briquettes in the metal can so she and Wendy could toast marshmallows. But both the barbecue and the metal can were enclosed in the garage, not outside in the garden as would be expected for obvious reasons, and this was another red flag. After this, she said she went outside where she passed out on the ground and woke up with the sun burning her face. She then called her friend and said she thought she was having a stroke, just as her friend had told the police. But to the detectives, there were so many inconsistencies and holes in the story, they started asking more questions. Experts that had been examining the note found in Wendy's hand now felt strongly that it had been written by Jill and not Wendy. It was not signed by Wendy, nor were any of the other notes outside the house either. Given everything the police had uncovered in the 2 days Jill was in hospital, they believed that Jill had drugged her younger sister before dragging her into the garage where the dogs followed or were led as well. She then lit the grill, which started burning and leaking carbon monoxide, and staged the scene to look like Wendy had taken her own life by placing the note in her hand and notes around the property. Jill vehemently denied this and said, just like her sister, she had devoted her life to saving animals and people and also helping Wendy. She said she would never want to bring her harm. "I know what it looks like. This was not me. It's just not," she said. "I'm so alone. People at 52, they have kids, they have spouses, they have adults who can help. It was all on me. I'm freaking tired because I have lupus," Jill added. The one note that read, "Jill Blackstone brown hair and Wendy Blackstone red hair," and the other that said both parties have do not resuscitate orders did imply that authorities would need this to identify both women, which further inferred that Jill had intended to no longer be alive when the police entered the home. Then, to their surprise, Jill claimed she was carrying out her younger sister's wishes and that the pair had made a pact to die together. She said she was meant to die as well, but called a friend for help at the last second. But authorities weren't convinced and thought that even this was an attempt at staging and setting the scene to try and get away with murder. They placed Jill Blackstone under arrest for the murder of her sister Wendy and sent their findings to the district attorney's office. But after they reviewed everything, the DA's office ordered she be released after 4 days. The DA's office declined to file charges, saying there wasn't enough evidence and they needed the police to give them more. Neighbors said that Jill returned home in tears, and after this she was barely seen out. Sources said she moved to New Jersey to live closer to relatives some time later. As word started to spread, people started wondering if Jill's financial issues were a factor in what had happened. That was not the answer to her problems, one neighbor said. She was trying to find a foundation that would help them and help financially take care of her sister, but I don't think she got very far. No one had to die over money. There had to be other options. Another said they were having a hard time finding a new home because the sister that died was very ill. She couldn't see, she couldn't hear, she was housebound. So she needed to find a house that could accommodate her sister with the illness and the dogs. Evidently the pressure was intense on them, but nobody expected this to happen. She loved her dogs desperately. They were her world. So why would she do that? It breaks my heart. It really does. It sickens me, someone else commented. Things then went very quiet. Wendy's death was still undetermined and Jill was no longer in the state. But behind the scenes, an arduous investigation was underway. Homicide detectives and arson investigators from the Los Angeles Fire Department were conducting separate investigations and assessments that would last 2 years and take us to the spring of 2018. In March that year, the LAPD made an announcement. Jill was located at a hospital in Baltimore where she was placed under arrest and charged with the murder of her sister and 3 counts of animal cruelty. Her bail was set at over $2 million and she was extradited back to California. Prosecutors said that the reason things took so long was because the biological and toxic evidence had been destroyed long before they had filed a case, meaning they essentially had to start from scratch again. If found guilty at trial, she was facing a life sentence, and after several delayed hearings, things finally started moving ahead. Police and prosecutors believed the motive for murder was Jill's frustration at being forced to provide Wendy long-term care, as well as the associated financial hardship. Some detectives felt that Jill might have planned what was going to be a murder-suicide, but whereas Jill was found and saved, Wendy couldn't be. However, in court, prosecutors disagreed with this theory and said there is reasonable inference that Wendy Blackstone did not consent to and was not aware of the defendant's plan. Jill's lawyer was already in the process of trying to get the murder charge reduced to manslaughter, which would carry a far lesser sentence. He also argued that the original interview the police had conducted in the hospital should be thrown out on the grounds that she was not in a clear state of mind and couldn't properly consent to it. Her lawyer called the case a family tragedy and said that Jill and Wendy's parents didn't want to see their daughter die in prison, having already lost their other daughter. He called the evidence they had against her fake, and the whole situation was nothing more than a very tragic accident. He claimed that Wendy was the one that had been barbecuing food for the pair of them and she had died of accidental carbon monoxide poisoning. He added that the claims of there being any kind of fire inside the garage was not true, but this completely contradicted the coroner's findings. It was then announced that Jill would be taking a plea. In court, she arrived in a wheelchair with her lawyer saying her health had taken a turn and she was now suffering from Parkinson's disease as well as lupus. February 2022. Jill Blackstone pleaded guilty to 1 felony count of voluntary manslaughter, along with 3 felony counts of animal cruelty. She was sentenced to 8 years in prison. Just as the police had said from the beginning, it was a very perplexing and complicated case, with numerous theories and ideas about what had happened, how it came to be, and the ins and outs of any conversations that had happened prior. And the reality is, it really is impossible to know. Whether there was a pact of sorts or not, whether it was all over money or not, these questions will probably never be answered. All we know is that 49-year-old Wendy and the dogs that she loved so much passed away in truly horrendous circumstances, and they are all missed dearly by the Blackstones' friends, family, and neighbors. Jassy Correa, a young woman and her friends departed from a party on the evening of February 23, 2019. As per their usual routine, they had a pleasant time and drove away. However, Jassy decided to stay back and find a ride home. Unfortunately, she mistakenly entered the wrong car, leading to a disagreement with the driver. This altercation caught the attention of a nearby man. Subsequently, Jassy left with this individual and she never reappeared. 5 days later, law enforcement officers halted a vehicle displaying suspicious markings. The discovery they made inside would haunt them for the remainder of their lives. Jassy Correa had eagerly anticipated celebrating her 23rd birthday at a renowned entertainment venue in Boston. Regrettably, Jassy never returned home, shattering the evening that was meant to be filled with laughter and celebration alongside her friends. This distressing disappearance swiftly garnered substantial media coverage and received extensive attention from various television stations in the United States. Jassy's life story was far from a fairy tale. A year prior to the events we are about to delve into, she had suffered a violent assault at the hands of Miguel Castro, the father of her daughter, Gabriela. Despite her attempts to leave him, Castro's aggression escalated, resulting in severe physical abuse. In response, Jassy contacted the police, who intervened and successfully convicted Castro, resulting in a 4-year prison sentence. Jassy worked diligently as a waiter at the renowned Del Frisco restaurant in Boston. She cherished capturing moments through photography and dancing, finding joy in every second spent with her daughter and friends. Visiting the park with Gabriela was a source of happiness, although now tinged with sadness. On the evening of February 23, 2019, dressed in a new orange jumpsuit, Jassy entrusted her 2-year-old daughter to her family's care in order to celebrate her birthday. The chosen venue was Venue, a lively nightclub located in Boston's Theater District on Warrington Street. According to a friend, the night was filled with joy as they danced and indulged in champagne. After the club closed, Jassy and 2 friends emerged into the night. However, as is often the case in such situations, the friends parted ways, leaving Jassy alone. That was the last time she was seen. Attempts to contact her were futile, as her phone went straight to voicemail. For 2 agonizing days, there was no news of Jassy. Her family, fraught with worry, had no idea of her whereabouts since that fateful Sunday morning. On February 26th, her father, Dukin Correa, along with a friend, approached the police to report Jassy's mysterious disappearance. The police launched a full-scale investigation, beginning with tracing her steps after leaving the nightclub. Flyers were distributed across the city, imploring the public for any information. Despite interviewing her friends who were with her that night, the investigation hit a roadblock. None of them knew where she had gone after leaving the venue. Their farewell that night was the last interaction they had with Jassy. In their meticulous investigation into Jassy Correa's disappearance, the police scrutinized witness accounts and analyzed CCTV footage from both the nightclub and the surrounding streets. A critical piece of footage from Tremont Street captured at 2:14 a.m. revealed Jassy outside the nightclub, engaging with several individuals after leaving the club. The video showed a visibly inebriated Jassy mistakenly entering an Uber she hadn't ordered, leading to a heated argument with the driver, who subsequently forced her out of the vehicle. The situation escalated as Jassy continued to argue with the Uber driver. It was at this juncture that an unknown man approached her, seemingly offering assistance. The footage captured a disturbing interaction as the man held onto Jassy's hands, restraining her despite her attempts to leave. The CCTV then recorded the chilling moment Jassy was coerced into leaving the area with this stranger. The gravity of the situation became apparent. Jassy had an encounter with a predator without her knowledge. Additional video evidence revealed a chilling scene. In an attempt to lighten the atmosphere, Jassy playfully climbed onto the man's back. Subsequently, he transported her to his vehicle, and within a mere 14 minutes, they vanished from the camera's sight. Confronted with these distressing images, the police were tasked with unraveling a multitude of unanswered questions. The primary concern revolved around the identity of this enigmatic man and his intentions. The pressing query remained: where had he taken Jassy? The investigation intensified as the police diligently pieced together the events of that fateful night, hoping to uncover the truth behind Jassy's disappearance. The breakthrough in Jassy Correa's case came swiftly when the police identified the man accompanying her as 32-year-old Louis Coleman. Despite hailing from a respected family and reportedly holding a master's degree in physics, Coleman had no prior encounters with the law. Interestingly, police records indicated that Coleman did not own a registered vehicle. However, it was discovered that his mother, a California resident, possessed a red 2016 Buick. The same make of car captured in the CCTV footage. Coleman resided in Providence, Rhode Island, approximately 50 miles away from the Venue nightclub in Boston. Upon arriving at his Providence home, the police found it vacant. The surveillance cameras in and around his apartment complex grimly confirmed the worst fears of the investigators and Jassy's family. Typically, the journey from the nightclub to Coleman's apartment would take an hour. However, the timeline of events suggested that Coleman must have made a stop along the way. He only arrived at his apartment around 4:15 a.m. on Sunday, approximately 2 hours after being seen leaving with Jassy. Intriguingly, the following day Coleman sent an email to his colleagues, citing illness as the reason for his absence and expressing his intention to return in a few days. Hello everyone, I wanted to inform you that I am still on sick leave. I will be returning to work in a few days. This message raised suspicions as it seemed like Coleman was trying to buy time to hide evidence related to the crime. Investigators began piecing together his actions over the next 2 days, which further supported this theory. The police investigation into Jassy Correa's disappearance uncovered a series of disturbing CCTV footage that shed light on the tragic events that followed her encounter with Louis Coleman. Special Agent Thomas Zukaskas described a crucial piece of showing Coleman carrying a motionless woman, believed to be Jassy, into his apartment building at around 4:27 a.m. This immediately raised concerns as Jassy appeared to be either unconscious or in a worse condition. On February 26th, the day Jassy's father reported her missing, Coleman was seen at Walmart purchasing items that later seemed incriminating. These items included Tyvek suits, duct tape, candles, electrical tape, a mask, surgical gloves, safety goggles, a respirator, bleach, and more. His actions suggested a desperate attempt to cover up a heinous act. The following day, while Jassy's loved ones were distributing missing person flyers, Coleman returned to Walmart and bought a large suitcase and a canister. Later that evening, CCTV footage captured him entering his apartment with the new suitcase, and in the early hours of February 28th, he was seen wheeling it out to his car. The footage was distressing, depicting Coleman's struggle to load the heavy suitcase into the trunk. The United States Attorney for Massachusetts, Andrew Lelling, later confirmed that Jassy Correa had not left Coleman's apartment since the morning of February 24th. The police, armed with a search warrant, discovered incriminating items in Coleman's apartment and a nearby dumpster, such as stained jeans, hooded coveralls, and items purchased from Walmart. On February 28th, when the police stopped Coleman near Wilmington, Delaware, they made a grim discovery in the trunk of his car. Jassy's body, concealed in a sofa cushion cover and a black trash bag inside the suitcase. A forensic examination revealed that she had been strangled and suffered blunt force trauma. And there was DNA evidence linking Coleman to the crime. The tragedy of Jassie's untimely death was further compounded by the loss experienced by her 2-year-old daughter. Boston authorities, when visiting the Correa family, promised to seek justice for Jassie. Amidst this, some social media users questioned Jassie's decision to be out alone at night. However, Suffolk District Attorney Rachel Rollins emphasized that the focus should not be on victim blaming, but rather on addressing the underlying issues of violence against women. Rollins called for a shift in societal conversation, urging men to take responsibility and actively combat violence against women in all aspects of life. Lewis Coleman faced serious charges of kidnapping, resulting in death, a crime that could carry the death penalty or life imprisonment. However, in November 2019, prosecutors decided against seeking the death penalty, setting the stage for a trial filled with complex evidence and emotional testimony. During the trial, prosecutors presented a compelling case, including a disturbing video of tracking Jassie Correa's body into his Providence apartment. The prosecution also emphasized Coleman's disturbing online searches after the abduction, which included inquiries about fitting a body into a suitcase and extracting a tooth. Coleman's defense team, led by attorney David Hughes, questioned the relevance of this evidence to the kidnapping charge. Hughes argued that the focus should be on the specific elements of the kidnapping allegation rather than Coleman's actions following Correa's death. The trial revealed a complex narrative of the events leading up to Jassie's tragic demise. Prosecutors established that Coleman was present in the same nightclub as Jassie and her friends, where he interacted with another woman, not Jassie, and even exchanged phone numbers and texts with her. However, the situation took a dark turn when, according to prosecutors, Coleman deceived Jassie into believing he would drive her to her friend's apartment, ultimately leading to her death. In contrast, the defense portrayed Jassie as the aggressor, suggesting that a spontaneous fight between her and Coleman resulted in the fatal altercation. They argued that this was not a premeditated crime, despite the prosecution's claim that Coleman, who was significantly larger than Jassie, was unlikely to be overpowered by her. Adding complexity to the defense's narrative were toxicology reports showing the presence of alcohol and prohibited substances in Jassie's system. Despite these arguments, the jury found Coleman guilty of kidnapping, resulting in death in June 2022. In October 2022, the court sentenced 36-year-old Lewis Coleman to life imprisonment without parole and also ordered him to pay approximately $60,000 in compensation to Jassie's family. Joshua Levy, the first assistant United States attorney, emphasized the irreversible harm and suffering inflicted by Coleman on Jassie and her family in a poignant statement. Levy highlighted Coleman's lack of remorse and his elaborate efforts to conceal his heinous crime. The conclusion of the case, although unable to ease the enduring pain felt by Jassie's family, served as a significant moment for the community that had been deeply affected. The unanswered question regarding Coleman's intentions with Jassie's body remained, hauntingly reminding everyone of the tragedy befell a young mother and the lasting impact it had on those she left behind. On the morning of Saturday, March 9, 2019, St. Peter's Parish in Dorchester was filled with a solemn gathering, united in grief to bid farewell to Jassie Correa. The atmosphere was heavy with sorrows. Family, friends, and community members came together to honor her memory. Some attendees chose to wear all white as a symbol of mourning, while others adorned themselves with buttons, shirts, and sweatshirts bearing Jassie's image and the poignant slogan, "Justice for Jassie." During the ceremony, Jassie's cousin and best friend, Michaela de Andrade, shared half-felt words that expressed both deep sadness and a strong belief that Jassie's untimely passing held meaning. "We may not understand why, but God knows. I trust with all my heart that her death was not in vain," DeAndre had conveyed with great emotion. Boston Mayor Marty Walsh in his eulogy reflected on the tragedy and pledged to work towards creating a safer world for women. He emphasized that young women should be able to celebrate their birthdays without fear and return safely to their children and families. Walsh empathized with the unimaginable pain endured by Jassie's family. Jassie's father, Declan Correa, addressed the congregation of over 200 people, expressing gratitude for the overwhelming support from the city and the tireless efforts of law enforcement across 3 states. Among the attendees was Jassie's mother, who had not seen her daughter in 20 years and had traveled from Portugal, exemplifying the far-reaching impact of the tragedy. The church was filled to capacity with many people standing along the back wall, a testament to the love and respect held for Jassie. In his final tribute, the Wake in Korea's words resonated with both sorrow and love. "Rest in paradise, my dear Jassie. Rest in peace, my dear child." The community's unwavering presence and unity acted as a poignant testament to Jassie's life and the shared grief over the untimely loss of a beloved soul. Angela Wong, an 11-year-old resident of Massapequa, New York, bid farewell to her brother on July 17, 1984, and headed towards a nearby mall to spend time with friends. Tragically, she never made it back home. The search for Angela ended in a horrifying manner the next day when her lifeless, bloodied, and unclothed body was discovered in a wooded area near her house. The mysterious circumstances surrounding her fate raised unsettling questions. Was she being followed? Did she unknowingly encounter someone with malicious intentions? Or was this a premeditated attack? The answers to this chilling enigma remained hidden within the very shadows of Angela's former home. Massapequa, New York, nestled on the south shore of Long Island, is a hidden treasure with a rich history. Originally inhabited by Native American tribes, European settlers arrived in the 17th century, and the area was named after the Massapequa tribe. It gradually transformed into a farming community and later became a desirable destination for those seeking a quintessential Long Island lifestyle. Today, with a population exceeding 22,000, the main allure of this place lies in its convenient access to stunning beaches, ideal for sunbathing and water sports during the summer season. Unfortunately, even in such a locale, violent crimes can occur. On Tuesday, July 17, 1984, Massapequa buzzed with excitement as Stars Disco, a popular local venue, hosted a breakdancing contest. Throughout the afternoon, a group of kids dedicated themselves to perfecting their moves for the evening's event. The practice sessions took place in Angela Wong Jr.'s family garage, where Angela, his younger sister, was allowed to join in. Around 4:20 p.m., the practice concluded and the group dispersed. Angela had informed her brother about her plan to visit the nearby mall to meet some friends. Her older brother accompanied her part of the way before heading back home. Later that evening, Angela was supposed to go to the nightclub to enjoy the performances, but she never arrived. It wasn't until Angela returned home and his mother, Tony Angelo, told him that his younger sister hadn't come back that he became worried. The family then started searching for her in the neighborhood. The next morning, they contacted the authorities, leading to an immediate search effort. Angela's father, Angela Wong Sr., joined forces with the officers to help in the search. As time passed without any success, a sense of dread set in, hinting that something terrible had happened. Sadly, the worst was confirmed when Nassau County Police Officer Linda Curtis discovered the body of a young girl in a wooded area behind 29 Nancy Place East, Massapequa, Nassau County, New York. The girl, identified as 11-year-old Angela, was found partially clothed with her head submerged at the edge of a pond near her home. She had bruises and abrasions on her face, and it seemed like a heavy log had been used to hold her head underwater. The medical examiner determined that she had drowned due to asphyxiation. Despite being partially clothed, there were no signs of assault on her body. On the same day, Nassau County Homicide Detective John Sharkey took over the case and began investigating Angela's final day. The main question was who, besides her brother, had seen her last in the neighborhood. After receiving numerous tips and conducting multiple interviews, the investigation eventually honed in on Angela's inner circle, specifically the group that had gathered at the Wong residence that afternoon. The police systematically interviewed each individual, focusing on their whereabouts between 4:30 and 5 o'clock in the evening, the critical window during which Angela was believed to have been murdered. As the interviews progressed, all but one person were cleared of suspicion. Manuel Pacheco, a 15-year-old boy from the neighborhood, stood out due to his reputation as a ladies' man. During his interview, Pacheco claimed to have left the Wong residence around 4:20 p.m. and headed north towards his own home. According to him, he briefly saw Angela walking alongside a young boy, vaguely described as wearing a black cut-off shirt. However, Pacheco couldn't provide any further details about this male individual. He stated that he'd then return home, spending the next hour showering and preparing for a breakdancing contest. Detective Sharkey found Pacheco's story unverifiable and began to suspect that something was amiss. The location where Angela's body was discovered also raised suspicions. It was a commonly used shortcut to the mall, and Angela's family confirmed that she wouldn't have taken that route unless accompanied by someone she trusted. With these doubts in mind, Detective Sharkey decided to reevaluate the case from a fresh perspective. On August 6, 1984, a woman named Nkaruka Okoye approached Detective Sharkey at the command bus stationed in front of the Wong family home. Ms. Okoye informed him that she resided on Ford Drive West and had witnessed Angela Wong and Manuel walking and conversing together at 4:20 p.m. on July 17, 1984. She specifically remembered the day because it was the day before her 13th birthday and the time because she was on her way to a 4.30 showing of the movie Gremlins. Furthermore, she had a vivid recollection of Pacheco, primarily due to her infatuation with him. Nearly a year later, detectives received a promising lead. In August 1985, Virginia Stone contacted the Nassau County Police Department, claiming that her foster daughter, known only as Margaret, had disclosed that Manuel Pacheco was responsible for Angela Wong's murder. Acting on this tip, NCPD Detective Arnold Liner interviewed Virginia on September 19, 1985. Virginia provided additional information, stating that Pacheco had been at a pizzeria with Margaret and 3 other young women when he allegedly confessed to them about killing Angela. According to Virginia, Pacheco explained that during a confrontation in the woods, Angela scratched and slapped him multiple times, resulting in her accidental death. Detective Sharkey proceeded to interview all 3 of the young women. While 2 of them couldn't confirm Pacheco's admission, Margaret mentioned that although he had never confessed to her, was a rumor circulating at school about his involvement in Angela's murder. Unfortunately, the investigation once again reached a frustrating dead end. Despite their suspicions, detectives lacked concrete evidence against Pacheco or any other suspect. Consequently, the case quickly went cold. On January 11, 1990, Detective John Sharkey visited Pacheco's residence in Massapequa. He explained that the investigation into Angel Wong's death was still ongoing and requested further questioning. Pacheco agreed to continue the conversation at Nassau County Police Headquarters, but did not disclose any incriminating details. Following their interview at the headquarters, Pacheco also consented to undergo a polygraph test. However, during the test, Pacheco was deemed unsuitable for testing due to his inability to remain still and constant squirming in the chair. Detective Sharkey had informed him that, based on his behavior, it seemed that Pacheco had failed the polygraph test. Pacheco then explained that he couldn't sit still due to back pain from an injury sustained in a car accident. Interestingly, this was the first time he mentioned any back pain during the 2-hour conversation with Detective Sharkey at the headquarters. Despite Manuel Pacheco being the prime suspect in Angela's murder, there wasn't enough probable cause to make an arrest. After the interview, Pacheco relocated to California, which further complicated the case. Unfortunately, for the next decade, there was no progress in the investigation. In 1999, Detective Sharkey retired from the Nassau County Police Department, and he handed the case over to Nassau County Homicide Detective Michael Kuhn. Continuing the investigation in 2002, Kuhn traveled to Los Angeles, where Pacheco had been residing since 1990, to gather further evidence against him. By this time, Pacheco, now working as a personal fitness trainer, was in relationships with 3 women and had fathered 6 children. However, all of them lived in fear of his volatile temper, with one of his girlfriends even having obtained a restraining order against him. On January 8, 2002, Detective Cun had a conversation with one of Pacheco's former acquaintances named Maureen Geekin in Las Vegas, Nevada. Jagan disclosed to him conversations she had in the past with Pacheco regarding the death of Angela Wong. In March 2002, Detective Kuhn spoke with Raluca de Osiflescu, one of Pacheco's former girlfriends. She revealed that Pacheco had beaten her on one occasion and later apologized, comparing it to the time he couldn't control himself from killing his cousin. He went on to explain that he killed his cousin in a wooded area in New York by drowning her and placing a log over her head. Another one of his girlfriends, Courtney Bennett, also disclosed that he confessed to killing Angela. After obtaining this crucial evidence, the detectives in New York were prepared to apprehend Pacheco. However, their plans were put on hold when Pacheco was taken into custody on March 20th, 2002, for assaulting his girlfriend and their 9-year-old daughter. Nassau County Homicide Detective Brian Parpin, accompanied by Detective Kuhn, visited Pacheco in custody to discuss the case. Nevertheless, as soon as they mentioned Angela Wong's death, Pacheco requested legal representation, abruptly ending the conversation. Eventually, in June 2002, Pacheco was extradited to Nassau County, New York, to stand trial for Angela Wong's murder almost 20 years after the crime took place. Despite the mounting evidence against him, Manuel Pacheco opted to plead not guilty and take his chances. During the 2004 trial, another significant revelation came to light. Margaret Massa, a former friend of Pacheco, testified that in 1985 he had confessed to killing Angela after she resisted his advances. He claimed it was to avoid trouble. Despite Pacheco's persistent denial and insistence on his innocence throughout the trial, the jury remained unconvinced. After just 7 hours of deliberation, they returned a guilty verdict. Since Pacheco was a minor at the time of the murder, he received a sentence of 9 years to life in prison in March 2004, the maximum punishment allowed by the court. After serving 18 years behind bars, Pacheco was granted parole in 2022. In a strange twist of fate, one of Pacheco's biological children was raised by a family who had tragically lost their loved ones at his hands. Angela's brother, Angela Wong Jr., married Rachel, a woman who had a son with Pacheco. In the midst of unfathomable sorrow, this extraordinary tale showcases the incredible capacity of certain individuals to extend love and compassion towards others, despite their profound attachment to the very cause of their anguish. Hull, East Yorkshire in England, home to the University of Hull, which looks after around 14,000 students. Amongst those students was 21-year-old Liberty Squire, who went by Libby. Libby was in her second year and had thrived at university. She had done well in her studies, enjoyed the social aspect that being at university gave her, and had a great group of friends. Those that knew her said she was wickedly fun, talented, witty, and always made an effort to include everybody. She was a doting big sister to her brother and 2 sisters and was very close to her mother Lisa and father Russell. Libby had always been very bright and pushed herself hard to achieve good grades, but family said she definitely held herself to an impossibly high standard. Her mental health soon started suffering. She was battling an eating disorder, self-harming, and her grades were slipping. She continued to push through and persevered to get her A-levels and was beaming when she was accepted into university to study philosophy. Lisa said she was worried about her daughter being so far away, not wanting her mental health to start suffering again. But Libby was adamant it was for the best and couldn't wait for a fresh start. She took a gap year and went traveling in Paris, and by the time she got back, she was more than ready to move into the next phase of her life. She was in a strong relationship with her boyfriend of 3 years, Connor, with him saying she was the most interesting person he'd ever met, caring and empathetic. "I know it's easy to say at my age, but I knew she was the person for me," he recalled. Libby was always busy and had lots of plans already made for when she graduated. She wanted to go traveling with her housemates and hopefully move into journalism. University had brought out another side in her, and Connor said she was more confident and happy than ever. On January 31st, 2019 at 8:30 p.m., Libby left her student accommodation on Wellesley Avenue, and she and some friends walked to another student house. Most students nearby were going out, and the plan was that Libby and her group of friends would have some drinks, play some games, catch up, and then head out to a popular nearby club called the Welly. At around 10 p.m., she sent Connor a text message to say goodnight as she was leaving her phone at home. And at 11:20, the group arrived at the nightclub, picked up by CCTV as they walked in. Libby was refused entry. She was clearly intoxicated and struggling to walk or stand, and the security team turned her away, saying she'd already had too much to drink. They regrouped, and 10 minutes later, her friends put her into a taxi, gave the driver some money, and told him to take her back home. They watched as the taxi drove off and carried on with their night. Just before 3 a.m., the group, who were now starting to arrive home and wind down, sent a text message to a housemate of Libby's that had stayed at home to see how she was. To their alarm, they said Libby hadn't come home, and they hadn't seen or heard from her. They assumed that she was still out at the club. Everybody started calling around other people's homes, wondering if she'd gone there. Not one person had seen her, and as her phone was still at home, they couldn't get hold of her that way either. They also found her house keys in the garden too. Not only was Libby very intoxicated, it was bitterly cold outside and snow was covering parts of the road. They knew this wasn't safe if she was still out there, and they called the police right away. The police were definitely concerned, and the investigation moved quickly. Was it possible that she was struggling with her mental health again, and this had caused her to run away, they wondered. Her friends and family said they had to consider every possibility, but this one was highly unlikely. She had been in the best of spirits, loved her housemates, and had just received great marks and feedback from her Christmas assignments. Within just a few hours, the media was running with the story, and Libby was at the forefront of everybody's minds. The police were able to track down the taxi driver. He said he had dropped her at Wellesley Avenue, and when he glanced back, he saw her walking towards her front door. For whatever reason, Libby hadn't gone inside. Fortunately, the streets were covered by CCTV, and knowing the time she was placed in the taxi, it wasn't hard to find her and track where she had walked after getting out of the cab. Cameras showed Libby walking on the roads nearby at 11:37 p.m. At 11:40 p.m., two passersby stopped to try and help her when they found her lying in the snow. They said Libby was crying and agitated, but didn't want any help and was snappy and incoherent. They felt there was nothing they could do. A group of students then saw her outside their house and invited her in to check that she was okay, but she carried on walking, seemingly aimlessly. And authorities said given how cold it was that early morning, she could well have been suffering from the early side effects of hypothermia. It wasn't looking good. However, police said they were still treating it as a missing persons inquiry, although reporters said behind the scenes, the detectives were actually looking at it as an abduction. Libby's parents began making appeals. The search parties were huge, and Libby's name was all over social media and the news. The university started collaborating with the police to arrange times and places to go out searching. Police asked residents to check their gardens, sheds, and outbuildings to see if she may have taken shelter there. Door-to-door inquiries were being carried out, and bins and drains were being searched. Clothing that matched what she was wearing that night started circulating, and they asked people spotted on the CCTV around the same time and area to please come forward. It was now national news and the biggest investigation in Humberside Police's history. Her phone was looked at, but there was no evidence on this either to indicate that she had met up with anybody. Absolutely nothing was turning up, and it really was down to the cameras to carry on piecing the jigsaw together. Finally, police would receive their first big tip. A resident that lived near Oaks Road playing fields said he heard a woman screaming at around 1:15 midnight, and the noise was heard coming from around the wooded area. It was so loud it woke him up, and he knew the time was exact because he had checked his phone. He looked out of his window to see a man hurrying towards a car. Using this time frame, police went back and searched through the cameras again and started working in reverse order. If what the neighbor heard was indeed Libby, meant there was around a 30 to 40 minute window between when she was first seen walking around the streets to that specific point in time. It had definitely narrowed a lot down. Finally, they saw something on the footage. They noticed a silver Vauxhall Astra had been circulating the area for hours before Libby was last seen. It was just driving round and round for seemingly no reason. Just before midnight, this very car was seen pulling in at the end of the road, close to where Libby was walking. A person stepped out and crossed the road quickly to follow her. Libby appeared to be stood still near the bus stop, but she was actually walking back in the direction of her house. The person then crossed back over and started walking along the other side of the road. It appeared that whoever it was had crossed the road to see who, if anyone, Libby was with, engage what the situation was. They stopped for a minute before crossing back over the road and talking to Libby. 5 minutes then passed when the pair were walking together, but in the opposite direction Libby had been heading in. Libby was on the pavement and the driver was sat in the car. Authorities saw a few more headlights come and go and believed whoever the driver was waiting for the coast to be clear before continuing on. At 12:08 a.m., Libby got inside whoever's vehicle it was and the car drove off. Her watch was later found in that exact area. Something had caused it to come off, and police theorized that there was likely a point where either the driver physically tried to coax her in or grabbed her arm to pull her in. It was such a vital piece of footage, one that if the car had been parked even a foot further away, would probably have been useless. They now had a description of the car, and going off of what the resident had said, a time frame and a potential location for where the car had ended up with Libby. Sure enough, the car was tracked as it pulled into Oak Road's playing fields. 10 minutes then passed, and this was around the time the resident heard the screams. The car lights then came on and the car exited the fields and headed back out onto the streets. 2 women then also came forward with a separate complaint, but one that would ultimately be a huge lead as well. They reported that at around 3 a.m., a man had stepped out in front of them on the streets and started masturbating. They were horrified, but he didn't seem bothered at all, relishing in just how uncomfortable they were. Using this time, location, and description, they found the man in question. Everything matched up, and it was the same man in the same car. They now had a clear image of their person of interest. Following his movements in the hours before and days afterwards, they got a hit on the car's number plate. On February 6th, the police announced that they had made an arrest in connection with Libby's disappearance. The person they had arrested would turn out to be 24-year-old Pavel Relevich, a married father of 2 who worked as a butcher. Pavel had moved to the UK from Poland as a teenager and went to a catering college near Hull. And as well as being arrested on suspicion of the abduction of Libby, he was also arrested for sexual offenses. They finally had their person of interest in custody. Neighbors said all they saw was a hard-working man, someone who enjoyed the gym, baking, and long walks with his young family. He was always friendly, polite, and smiley. There was nothing untoward at all. But little did anyone know, Pavel would soon rack up a string of crimes, and police had actually just caught a very dangerous individual. Pavel lived very close to where Libby was last seen and the fields from where the screams had come from. After taking his prints in a DNA sample, it turned out he was linked to several other crimes going back almost 2 years. For a long time, Pavel had been breaking into people's homes, peering through windows, watching couples have sex, and following women on the streets, often exposing himself to them. Sometimes he would break into houses, steal underwear, and leave used condoms around. One woman woke up one night to find Pavel staring at her through the glass of her bedroom door. She texted her housemates, who chased him out and tried to get a photo, but it just wasn't clear enough. Another time he did this, it was actually on the same street that Libby lived on. Although fingerprints were often lifted and DNA was taken from the houses, Pavel had no criminal record and a match to him was never made. But now there was, and a lot of matches to say the least. According to sources, it was fairly obvious that Pavel was a sexual deviant from an early age, and by his own admission he was unable to control his urges and had an addiction to hardcore and violent pornography. He would often tell his wife he was going for an evening run, but instead he would prowl the streets looking for open windows to look in or climb through, or women walking alone so he could follow them and expose himself. It had now been 7 days since Libby had gone missing, and the police were conducting a thorough review of their person of interest's house and vehicle. Whilst his house turned up nothing, inside his vehicle was a different story. There was dirty underwear, sex toys, used condoms, photographs of women clearly taken without their permission, and various items that he had stolen from houses. When he was asked about Libby, he denied having ever seen her in his life. But when the CCTV was put to him, he changed his story, saying he had picked her up that night to help her, calling himself a good Samaritan, and offered to take her home. He said he drove her to Oak Fields and then drove off. He then went back to his house where he had a bath and watched pornography on his phone. It wasn't quite an admission, but it was enough to at least place him at the scene, and given what the residents had said about the screams, they knew there was far more to this story. Detectives said they felt this was probably no longer a missing persons case and that Libby had been met with harm. They had enough to formally charge Pavel with 13 sexual offenses from various points in time, but they were told there still wasn't enough to link him directly to Libby. 7 weeks after Libby had gone missing, the case would take a huge shift. A fisherman in the Humber estuary found a badly decomposing body floating in the water. Around the neck was a little necklace with the letter L on it. Testing confirmed that Libby had been raped before being killed. Her body was so severely decomposed that it was not possible to determine a cause of death, and it was unconfirmed whether she was already dead when she went into the water or not. The pathologist said she could have died from asphyxiation or drowning, but could not be certain. But police felt confident that her body had been pushed into the river hole behind the fields, and had floated out into the river Humber. Everyone was devastated, and Lisa was even more upset when she found out where her daughter's body had been found. Libby had a huge fear of water and wasn't a strong swimmer. Wondering whether she was alive or not when she went into the river only added to the heartbreak, Lisa said. As word started to spread that this was now a murder inquiry, Lisa posted to Facebook and said, "I cannot thank you enough, my darling pie, for making me a mummy, for choosing me to be your mummy. I kept you safe for as long as I could, and I am so sorry I could not keep you safe on that night. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." It was now August 2019, 7 long months since Libby had first gone missing. Pavel was now due in court to face the other charges, which he was pleading not guilty to. However, he changed his plea last minute and entered a plea of guilty to 9 counts in total, 4 counts of voyeurism, 2 counts of outraging public decency, and 3 counts of burglary between 2017 and 2019. He was sentenced to 8.5 years, but this was reduced to just under 6 after a successful appeal. Authorities were thankful he was now locked up, and they continued their investigations into him without fear of him fleeing the country. All they could do was continue to build their case against Pavel, looking through quite literally thousands of hours of footage to further solidify his movements on the night that Libby had got into his car. More footage showed him driving back out to the same location at about 2:30 in the morning, just 2 hours after he was initially there with her. He stayed for a few minutes before heading back into town, which is when he exposed himself to the women on the street. This was the final piece they needed. Pavel would have no reason to go back there unless he was concealing things and covering up evidence. More tests also came back after months of waiting. These showed that Pavel's DNA was on and inside Libby's body. Pavel then changed his story. He said that Libby had essentially thrown herself at him and the pair had had consensual sex in the fields before he left her there. But it was clear that this was not the truth, and detectives now had enough to again put forward their case, hoping to be allowed to file charges for rape and murder. While they waited, in October 2019, almost 300 people gathered for Libby's funeral. Just 2 weeks after this, the police made the announcement that they had been hoping to make for so long, and one the public had been waiting for. After consulting with prosecutors, Pavel Relovich was charged with the rape and murder of Libby Squire. As he was read the charges in the police car via a translator, he started to laugh, appearing completely unfazed. His own mother said, "I know in my heart that Pavel did not do anything to this girl. He is a good boy who respects women." She added, however, that her heart was breaking for the Squire family and said that if it turned out her son had done something, he should be punished to the fullest extent. Pavel pleaded not guilty, maintaining his story of it being a casual, consensual hookup. And the trial, after many delays due to the pandemic, finally began in January of 2021. The prosecution put forward a damning case. Pavel was a highly dangerous predator whose crimes had escalated to such a degree that he was willing to do anything to fulfill his sexual perversions. He saw women as objects and got a thrill out of frightening them. From the second he saw Libby that night, alone, cold, upset and vulnerable, she was his target. And he knew instantly what he was going to do the second she got into his car. They said if it wasn't Libby, it would have been someone else, sober or intoxicated. On that day or another, he was intent on raping and most likely killing someone, and it just so happened to be Libby on that fateful night. But the defense were focused on the less than 10-minute window he would have had to commit the crime. If his car pulled into the fields at 12:11 and the screams were heard at 12:14 and then he was back out and driving by 20 past 12, It left a less than 10-minute window for all of this to happen in. But the prosecution said it was absolutely possible given the fact that Libby was probably unable to fight back, unsteady on her feet, and Pavel was incredibly fit and determined in that moment to do what he ultimately did. Prosecutors also said they didn't have to prove that he had done absolutely everything in that small window either. The DNA evidence and the CCTV spoke for itself. Given the fact he returned to the scene 2 hours later anyway, this was the time he could have easily cleaned up the evidence and moved Libby's body. Prosecutors said that it was clear he was always looking for more to push things further, and when breaking into homes and watching women was no longer fulfilling, it would only be a matter of time before he took it further still to satisfy his urges. And the reason he was getting more brazen with his crimes was because he could. He was getting away with it, time and time again. After a difficult trial lasting 2 weeks, the jury began to deliberate. He was found guilty by an 11-1 majority. He was later jailed for life with a minimum term of 27 years. Upon sentencing him, the judge said that Libby did not stand a chance that night and said that Pavel may never be released, and if he is, he will be monitored for the rest of his days. He called the whole case unimaginatively harrowing. If he is successful in his parole applications, he will be in his early 50s. After his conviction, his wife separated from him and moved back to Poland. She maintains to this day that their relationship was nothing but good, and she was horrified when everything came out, as it was not the man she knew. Lisa remains committed to campaigning to change the laws around non-contact sex offenses, asking for harsher sentences. Police joined forces with the Squire family with a campaign that urged people to report what is considered low-level sex offenses. Lisa even had a meeting with the then Prime Minister Boris Johnson, where she argued that whole life tariffs should be automatic for anyone convicted of murder. She said that Boris Johnson told her there aren't the prison spaces. Lisa responded, "Well then build more prisons, it's as simple as that. Anyone who goes out and takes a life should be given a whole life tariff." End of. In 27 years, Libby doesn't come back. I don't get my daughter back. My children don't get to have their sister back. We have a whole life sentence to live. In 2022, Lisa said she wanted to meet with Pavel in prison to talk about what had happened that night. Pavel agreed. "A lot of people don't understand this. I don't hate him. I'm not angry with him. I just want information from him. I don't wish to forgive him. I don't wish to understand why he did what he did." For me, it's very much about finding out how she was in those last 20 minutes of her life. It's actually quite a brave thing for him to do. To agree to see me in the first place is a big thing, and I am grateful. Nothing he can tell me can be worse than what goes on in my imagination, Lisa said. But in February 2023, Pavel retracted the agreement, saying he felt that he had been portrayed as a bad person in the media because of the Squire family, and as a result, he no longer wanted to talk to Lisa. For Lisa, who quite frankly had shown nothing but grace towards him, it was a huge blow, and clearly his way of keeping some element of control until the end. Libby's family have continued to show an unwavering level of decorum and strength, channeling all their energy and efforts into hopefully making changes to the laws and keep Libby's memory alive. Lisa said, "Every morning in that lull between sleep and waking up, I still think life is normal. Then I wake up and remember Libby is gone. Sometimes the grief takes me by surprise, looking at pictures of Libby that I've looked at a million times in tears thinking, why has someone taken this lovely human being?" Christina Renee King earned the nickname Cricket from her family due to her petite stature. She was born in 1972 and resided in Kansas City, Kansas. Christina was married to Christopher Wayne Goodall, a professional roofer, and their relationship was filled with love and affection. In 1988, they joyfully welcomed their first child, April, into the world. 3 years later, their family grew with the arrival of their second daughter, Ashley. Unfortunately, Christopher's occupation couldn't adequately support their family, prompting Christina to seek alternative means of providing for them. Sources indicate that she began soliciting clients for financial assistance in an area known as Central Street, offering escort services. Tragically, Christopher found himself incarcerated at some point, leaving Christina feeling hopeless, despite the societal label she carried. Those who knew her believed she was genuinely a good-hearted individual. However, circumstances forced her into a life on the streets, where she faced the harsh realities of a world that often failed to recognize the humanity behind such labels. Christine experienced a brief period of incarceration, but her recent release from prison marked a somber chapter in her life. Unfortunately, the day after her release would be her last. In 1998, April, who was in 5th grade and celebrating her 10th Christmas, received devastating news. On Christmas morning, a group of boys scavenging for scrap metal in the driveway of an abandoned nursing home made a horrifying discovery. They stumbled upon a partially unclothed body bearing signs of severe beatings and abandonment. The victim had suffered blunt force trauma to the head, with her pants partially pulled down. Nearby, her bra, shoes, and personal belongings were scattered. The victim's face had been brutally disfigured, leaving a gruesome scene. The Kansas City Police Department notified Christina's family, forever altering their lives. The victim was identified as 26-year-old Christina King, and the investigation into her tragic demise and the identity of her assailant began. Penny Barnett, the mother of Christina, consistently followed up with the KCPD in her quest for information. However, unbeknownst to Barnett, the police had actually obtained a lead: a used condom discovered at the crime scene alongside Christina's lifeless body. Unfortunately, there was a significant amount of negligence and incompetence on the part of the police, but I will delve into that later. On one occasion, during a phone call, Detective Terry Marsh treated Penny Barnett so harshly that she ended up hanging up in tears. When her husband inquired about the reason behind her distress, she revealed that Detective Marsh had been insensitive and had used inappropriate language when referring to Christina. The police displayed a clear bias against Christina, as they repeatedly informed the family that she was merely a streetwalker and therefore not a priority. This prejudiced attitude was evident at various points. April, later in life, had the opportunity to view the autopsy photos of her mother and was appalled by the numerous injuries, abrasions, and bruises that covered her body. In 2010, Christopher Goodall passed away, leaving the two girls orphaned. However, even before this tragedy, their family had already been fractured by Christina's untimely death. For 5 years, Ashley and April had been fending for themselves, with Ashley, at just 14 years old, scouring Quindaro in search of the person responsible for her mother's murder. Quindaro, once a thriving settlement, had become an abandoned ghost town and was considered unsafe during the 90s. Ashley found herself in perilous situations, desperately seeking closure. Eventually, she got into a truck with someone she believed had a connection to her mother's killer. This individual was supposedly a suspect because Christina King's cousin and 2 other women had stolen a significant quantity of his illicit substances. However, this was merely a rumor circulating on the streets. Fortunately, he turned out not to be the person Ashley was seeking, and he did not cause her any harm. 2 decades passed without any further progress in the case. Then in December 2021, the family gathered at the intersection of North 27th Street and Sewell Avenue for a prayer vigil and balloon release. The vigil had been organized by Justice for Wyandotte, an advocacy group committed to promoting transparency in law enforcement. The group extended their support to Christina King's investigation as they aimed to assist the loved ones of those who had been mistreated by the legal system. Khadija Hardway, a member of Justice for Wyandotte, took charge of coordinating the entire event. During her address to the attendees, she emphasized the significance of cases like Christina's, highlighting the urgent need for the Kansas Police Department to establish a cold case unit. Hardway urged the new police chief to allocate existing funds towards the establishment of this unit, as she believed it will enhance transparency in addressing both cold cases and ongoing investigations. This plea sparked a transformative response within the KCPD, ultimately leading to a breakthrough in Christina's case. The newly appointed police chief, Carl Oakman, took Hardway's request seriously and wasted no time in fulfilling it. Immediately after being sworn in on January 1, 2021, he made a solemn commitment to establish a cold case unit within the force. True to his word, a year later, in January 2022, Kansas City's first cold case unit became operational, employing 3 dedicated full-time detectives. This unit would play a crucial role in solving long-standing cold cases. Understanding the origins of justice for Wyandotte is essential. It all began with Pearl Davis, a 43-year-old mother. Born in 1953, Pearl Barnes was Khadijah Hardway's cousin and a devoted mother to her 2 young children. Pearl, also known as Semima Musawar, was an active member of the Kansas City Islamic community. She worked tirelessly to provide for her children, offering her services as a skilled seamstress and running a transportation business that catered to the Chillicothe Correctional Facility. Additionally, she worked as an SRS driver, operated a daycare, sold dinners and bean pies, and actively participated in her family's lives, juggling a diverse range of responsibilities. Given her extensive involvement in the community, a sudden disappearance did not go unnoticed by anyone. Regrettably, Pearl's lifeless body was discovered on November 22, 1996, in an unoccupied residence on Lafayette Avenue in Kansas City. The property had previously belonged to her deceased mother. The autopsy conducted on Pearl revealed a horrifying truth. She had been brutally stabbed more than 40 times, her clothing forcibly removed and scattered nearby. The responsibility of investigating this case fell upon Detective Roger Golubsky of the Kansas Police Department. However, Detective Golubsky faced allegations of misconduct as he had abused his position of authority on multiple occasions. From 1983 to 2008, the Kansas Police Department failed to properly investigate a series of similar cases involving women, most of whom were working women of similar ages. These women often found themselves grappling with homelessness, substance addiction, or engaged in escort services. Their tragic fates were marked by brutal methods such as strangulation, asphyxiation, blunt force trauma, or stabbing. Their lifeless bodies were heartlessly abandoned in remote locations or isolated structures. Disturbingly, all of these women were discovered either partially or completely unclothed, with their pants pulled down or shirts pulled off. The victim's clothing was typically found in close proximity. Christina King, too, endured these terrifying circumstances. As time passed and the cases grew cold, it became increasingly evident that something was amiss with Golubsky. Despite his familiarity with most, if not all of the women who had been mercilessly slain, none of the case files indicated his knowledge of these individuals. Furthermore, despite the abundance of potential physical evidence that could have been analyzed, these particular cases received insufficient attention from forensic experts. As a result, evidence collection was often limited and efforts to identify potential perpetrators through DNA or other forensic means were inadequate. The level of incompetence displayed was truly astounding. In fact, in Christina King's case, the Kansas Police Department received a DNA match with a potential suspect, but failed to conduct a follow-up investigation. Khadijah Hardway, moved by the prolonged neglect of Golubsky's victims, Peas for Justice, found inspiration to collaborate with the community in organizing rallies and demonstrations. The objective was to ensure that the unsolved cases, the faces of the affected women, and their stories would not fade into oblivion. Motivated by Pearl's case, she joined forces with like-minded women to establish a nonprofit called Justice for Wyandotte in 2020. The organization worked diligently to combat the department's corrupt individuals. Officers were observed using excessive force, bullying, intimidating, fabricating evidence, wrongfully arresting individuals, and coercing false testimonies to avoid false accusations and imprisonment. Thanks to Justice for Wyandotte, shedding light on the crimes, they exposed the systematic corruption. They brought attention to the case of Lamont McIntyre, who was falsely accused and imprisoned for 23 years for a crime he did not commit. Despite being exonerated in 2017, he never received justice. Golubsky remained free. However, there were still many unresolved issues regarding Golubsky, particularly in victimizing women. During her involvement with the organization, Hardway arranged a meeting with Carl Oatman, a former candidate for chief of police. In this meeting, she highlighted the evident and unacceptable apathy surrounding unsolved cold cases in the community, stressing the enduring impact on Kansas City families and loved ones. She strongly advocated for the establishment of a cold case unit within the Kansas City Police Department. Following the meeting with Oakman, Justice for Wyandotte initiated an awareness campaign and petitioned for the establishment of a dedicated cold case unit. aiming to address the numerous unsolved cases that had occurred in Kansas City since 1965. In 2003, police received a DNA match from the condom found near Christina's body, identifying Gary Davis as the suspect. Surprisingly, he was not immediately questioned, despite being closely monitored by Wyandotte County Community Corrections. Gary Davis, a 52-year-old Kansas City resident, was a truck driver in his early 20s at the time of the alleged incidents involving Christina and Pearl. Due to the nature of his job, it was understandable why he had managed to evade suspicion back then, as he often traveled far from the crime scenes. Although the police were aware of his whereabouts, it took 20 years to finally arrest Davis. The investigation was slow, with a 14-month delay in questioning the suspect, followed by years of silence. After a public appeal for justice for Wyandotte in 2021, it took another 18 months to process the DNA, form a team, and apprehend the perpetrator. In 2022, the cold case unit connected the dots, confirming that the DNA from both crime scenes matched Gary Davis Sr., the initial suspect. Police also discovered a Facebook page that matched Davis's name and description, containing controversial posts about truck driving and societal double standards. When attempting to contact him, officers found only one operational phone number out of 3 listed with a full voicemail inbox. Finally, in September 2023, Davis was arrested and charged with the murder of Christina King, with bail set $500,000. Importantly, there was no statute of limitations, ensuring that justice could be served regardless of the time that had passed. If convicted, Davis could face life imprisonment. In a surprising turn of events, Wyandotte County District Attorney Mark Dupree and Kansas City Police Chief Carl Oakman jointly conducted a press conference to commend their investigative efforts. Dupree highlighted the relentless work of the detectives, while Oakman underscored the importance of a thorough investigation over the significance of the DNA hit. They both emphasized the meticulous analysis required to ensure the correct suspect was apprehended. Meanwhile, in March 2022, Attorney Cheryl Pellet, representing Kansas City, shed light on the corrupt environment within the Kansas Police Department. She issued a statement aiming to indict not only disgraced Detective Roger Golubsky, but the entire culture that enabled his misconduct. Golubsky, responsible for an unjust arrest, faced federal charges, including kidnapping, sexual assault, and human trafficking. Presently, the Kansas Police Department is collaborating with other law enforcement agencies to determine if Davis could be linked to additional homicides in the region or potentially thousands of miles away. Due to his occupation as a long-haul driver, Davis is currently a suspect or person of interest in at least 8 other cases. The establishment of the cold case unit through Justice for Wyandotte led to the resolution of 11 more cases. It is evident that the Kansas Police Department bears responsibility for the delayed arrest, which could have been made years earlier. The department owes the families of the victims an apology and a thorough explanation. The distressed loved ones, particularly Christina's daughters, who sought closure for years, were all victims of the department's incompetence. A young girl disappeared without a trace after leaving her home. She was soon to become the focus of one of the biggest searches in American history. Detectives encountered many unexpected turns during the investigation, and it took them an astounding 62 years to find the answers before they were able to piece together the whole story. Spokane, Washington is the birthplace of Candace Rogers, also known as Candy, who was born on July 18, 1949. The only child in the family, her parents separated soon after she was born. Since her father lived in the same city, they were able to spend a lot of time together. Candy was a typical sweet child who loved playing with her dog, going on walks in the park with her friends, and being in nature. She also dreamed of becoming a member of the Campfire Girls, an all-girls group that was popular in those days and comparable to the Boy Scouts. They went on hikes, picked up a variety of practical skills, and had fun as a group. Candy was ecstatic to finally have the opportunity to join this organization in 1959 when she was just 9 years old. Selling mints was one of the Campfire Girls' duties. They had to go door to door selling the sweets they had been given by the organization to the residents. Candy was scheduled to do this after school on Friday, March 6th. After coming home, she played with her dog, had dinner, and then at approximately 4 o'clock p.m., She grabbed about 8 boxes of mints and left. Candy intended to give her neighbors candy as she strolled through the neighborhood streets. Other girls were also expected to visit homes in this neighborhood, but in order to prevent running into each other and giving candy to the same people, they had pre-designated certain streets. Her mother started to worry a few hours later since Candy still had not come back. She was noticeably running late. She was meant to get home by 6 p.m. Her mother made the decision to go outside and look for her as night fell. Candy's grandfather went with them as they strolled around their neighborhood, but Candy was nowhere to be seen. Soon after, a few neighbors, family members, and friends joined the search in an attempt to assist, but they were unable to locate Candy, so Candy's mother called the police. It was already getting dark on the streets by then, and it was becoming more and more obvious that Candy might have suffered some sort of harm. The neighbors were all questioned by the police as soon as they joined the search. It did not take long for them to realize Candy had only sold 1 box of mints. This suggested that she might have experienced something soon after leaving her house. But a neighbor said that at around 6:30 p.m., she had seen the girl on a nearby street. This was strange because Candy's mother had already gone looking for her at that point. Strange observations were also shared by Candy's grandfather. A car was speeding and nearly hit him when he was looking for his granddaughter. The car even hit the curb. He was on the same street as the witness who had seen the girl. Sadly, he missed the license plate, but he did recall that it belonged to a green 1953 Ford. Despite providing a description of the vehicle, the police were unable to locate it. By 9 o'clock at night, they found a number of mint boxes scattered across the road next to a bridge. Fact that Candy was obviously the owner of these boxes added to the general anxiety. The search was concentrated here by the police, who went over the riverbanks and the small area of woods on either side. They searched the area all night long without finding Candy. Local newspapers began to report on Candy's disappearance by morning, and soon the case was being covered by media outlets throughout the state. Child disappearances in the vicinity of their homes were unusual in 1959 because they occurred very infrequently. Candystown's residents were extremely disturbed because they had not dealt with a situation like this in a long time. Police intensified their search early the following day, sending out more officers, mounted police, off-road vehicles, and even military personnel who were using helicopters to scan the area. Many volunteers from the city and surrounding areas also contributed to the search efforts. The search was one of the largest in the nation's history at the time, with over 1,000 people taking part in total. The search area extended 11 miles around the girl's house, but they still could not find her. On the same day, another tragic incident occurred. 3 of the 5 crew members were lost when a helicopter engaged in the search clipped power lines and crashed. Days went by during which time the search produced no results. In an attempt to find Candy, police officers kept working literally around the clock in several shifts. In the early days of the investigation, investigators received about 750 tips. They checked every one of them carefully, but they all ended in dead ends. 15 days later, 2 soldiers from the nearby base went hunting in the woods west of Spokane. When they saw kids' shoes on the ground there, they were instantly reminded of Candy's disappearance, since many military personnel had participated in the search. Were all fully informed about the case. After informing the police of their discovery, Candy's grandfather was shown the shoes. He affirmed that his granddaughter does, in fact, own the shoes. For the search, the police made their way into the woods. In a matter of minutes, one of the officers discovered the girl's body after seeing a foot protruding from the bushes. She lay in the pine branch covered underbrush. The cause of death was identified by medical professionals as strangulation. For this, offender had ripped a section of fabric from her skirt. Candy had been bound, based on marks on her hands and feet, even though no ropes were discovered close to the body. It was also determined that the victim had experienced sexual abuse. Police discovered a green car seat covered close to the crime scene during their investigation, but they were unable to determine whether it was connected to the murder. Even though officers detected a tiny purple stain on Candy's clothing that had a grape-flavored chewing gum odor, were unable to link it to the case. When the police could find no solid leads that would lead them to the murderer, they searched for any hints. As they went through the incoming tips, investigators looked into the potential involvement of hundreds of people, including neighbors, strange individuals, and convicted criminals. They soon turned their attention to Alfred Graves, a 50-year-old man. It was an odd reason that made him a suspect. On the same day that Candy's body was found, he committed suicide. He did it in his car not far from the location of the mint boxes. Additionally, Candy's house was only a few hundred yards away from him. Alfred's car contained a rope and a woman's hairpins, which the police found when they discovered his body. After obtaining a search warrant, investigators proceeded to his home and discovered a plethora of newspaper clippings containing articles about sexual crimes against women and girls. The police also discovered that his wife had confessed to having suspicions about him killing Candy, and that a number of women had accused him of harassing them. Investigators were unable to uncover any evidence connecting Alfred to Candy's murder in spite of this unsettling series of events. Although it seemed hard to prove his guilt, they were hesitant to absolve him of suspicion. Investigators investigated additional suspects, whose numbers continued to rise. A number of months after the murder had a long list of names that filled several pages. The police went through each name carefully, but each time they were unable to locate any proof of their connection. Hugh Morse, a serial killer, was another suspect that the police later had. He was taken into custody in 1961 on a number of charges, and there was a fascinating reason why he was made a suspect. It is remembered that Hugh used to chew grape-flavored gum nonstop. That something akin to it was discovered on Candy's clothing. The fact that he murdered 2 women in Spokane a few months after Candy passed away gave rise to additional suspicions. Hughes started committing crimes at a young age. After being arrested for the first time for abusing a woman, he was merely let go from the army, where he was serving at the time with no real repercussions. He later served just 6 months in prison after committing several robberies in Los Angeles. Following his release, he used the promise of ice cream to entice 2 8-year-old girls to a remote location. After abusing them sexually, he was arrested once more. He was surprisingly able to stay out of jail. He was admitted to a mental health facility after a medical commission declared him to be a sexual psychopath. He was freed by the doctors after 2 years, who thought he was healed. After moving to Spokane, Hugh began breaking into women's windows. He killed and assaulted the 28-year-old woman after breaking into her home in November 1959. A decade of months later, he went into the home of a 69-year-old woman and did the exact same thing he had done to the previous victim. A month later, he attacked another woman, stabbing her several times, but she survived. He fled the city after committing these crimes, and in the months that followed, he committed countless more crimes, including stabbing women and girls with a knife, forcing them into sexual relationships, and killing 2 more people. Hugh moved frequently between states and cities up until the FBI took up his case. He was quickly apprehended after being placed on the list of the top 10 most wanted criminals in the nation. Hugh tried to take his own life in his cell after receiving multiple life sentences, but the guards intervened to save him, and he went on to fulfill his sentence. Detectives in Candy's case paid him multiple visits in prison, but he denied any involvement. In addition, he underwent a polygraph examination, which demonstrated his honesty. However, because of its dubious accuracy, this tool is worthless in court. Hugh was the police's top suspect due to his biography and the fact that he was a Spokane resident at the time of the murder, but he insisted on denying any involvement, and there was insufficient evidence to connect him to the crime. Police later turned their attention to another suspect, Howard Barnett, a 49-year-old man. He was taken into custody in February 1960 on allegations of sexually abusing the young girl. He committed suicide in his Spokane police station cell a few days after the arrest. He had previously scrawled the words, "I have a sin before the Lord," in his own blood on the wall. Only after her husband's passing did his wife find out about his arrest. She questioned the police, asking if he had killed Candy. Investigators started looking into his possible involvement, but they were unable to uncover any proof of his guilt. The fact that Howard lived on the victim's neighboring street kept him as one of the primary suspects. Police pursued this case for many years, looking into additional suspects and obtaining fresh leads. They were contacted at one point by a woman who said she had seen a green car following Candy the day she vanished. Once more, the investigators concentrated their efforts on finding this particular vehicle, but this did not produce any noteworthy outcomes. It was peculiar, nevertheless, that the woman disclosed this information so long after the crime. This case was periodically reopened in the decades that followed, but investigators were always at a loss. It is interesting to note that in addition to looking for fresh leads, they also had to resist false accusations. 13 people came forward with confessions to Candy's murder, but the police found that they were all lying. These people were limited to repeating information from the newspapers and were unable to offer any information that the murderer would be aware of. Remarkably, these kinds of actions are frequent and prominent instances of people confessing to crimes they did not commit. The police department had many detectives come and go over the years, all trying to solve this crime. Not just in their city, but throughout the entire state, Candy's murder stood out as one of the most well-known and enigmatic cases. It had a big effect on a lot of people. Parents felt comfortable letting their kids play outside prior to the murder, but many had second thoughts about safety following this case. When this case was reopened in the early 2000s, a new detective made the decision to employ contemporary tools. Luckily, the police had meticulously gathered and stored all the evidence in 1959, which made it possible for specialists to locate a sample of male semen on Candy's clothing. Examining the sample proved very difficult, especially since it had been stored for several decades. However, experts were able to extract the DNA profile after much work, and they uploaded it to the FBI database, but sadly, there was not a single match. Additionally, investigators cross-examined the profile using samples from a number of suspects. However, none of them were identified as Candy's murderer. Many people were certain that Hugh Morse was responsible for the murder over the years, but the forensics showed he was unrelated to the incident. Consequently, the investigation came to a dead end once more. Although the perpetrator of Candy's sexual assault and death provided the police with a DNA sample, identifying them remained a difficult task. When the case was reopened in 2021, a new detective made the decision to use genetic genealogy, an innovative method of DNA analysis. The detective hoped that this method, which had been used to solve hundreds of cold case cases, would finally put an end to one of the longest-running investigations. He made contact with multiple laboratories that specialize in this analysis, only to be met with disappointment once more. In order to apply this technique, specialists had to look at the original DNA sample. Despite numerous efforts, every laboratory came to the conclusion that the sample had deteriorated too much to allow for the extraction of the required data. Suddenly, a long-awaited breakthrough materialized as the detective turned to face the final laboratory. With the use of cutting-edge instruments, the experts successfully examined the sample, providing them with the essential profile of the offender. They meticulously searched for the DNA owner's distant relatives by uploading the profile to genealogical databases. They examined thousands of people before focusing on one particular family. After looking into this family, they concluded that one of the three brothers' DNA samples was most likely the one in question. But now there was a new problem because the three had passed away. Still, the specialists and investigators learned that one of the brothers had a daughter, and the authorities got in touch with her. Even though the woman was horrified that her father might have killed the young child, she agreed to help without thinking twice. She gave the experts a sample of her own DNA, and they verified that she was closely related to the person whose semen was discovered on Candy's clothing. These findings allowed detectives to quickly secure a court order authorizing the exhumation of her father's grave. After 62 years since the murder, the culprit's identity was eventually made public thanks to experts' extraction of a DNA profile from his remains. The man's name was John Hoff. The results of the analysis showed that Candy's clothing and John's DNA were completely matched. John Hoff was never on that list, even though there were hundreds of suspects over the years. Detectives looking into his biography found evidence of his involvement in other crimes. He was 20 years old and lived less than a mile from Candy's home at the time of her murder. In addition, he was an army soldier who was stationed close to the location where the girl's body was found. He attacked a woman 2 years after the murder, bound her, sexually assaulted her, and tried to kill her, but she lived. After being detained, John was only given a 6-month prison sentence. Furthermore, he received a humiliating discharge from the army. John began a family after being freed, with 2 sons and 2 daughters. He continued to live an apparently normal life, staying off the police radar. John had multiple job changes. He once sustained a severe chemical burn to his face while working in a food packaging plant, which left a permanent scar. 11 years after Candy was killed, in June 1970, John ended his own life by hanging himself without leaving a note. Was also established by the police that the victim may have known him. Was friends with his sister, who was 10 years old at the time. Years later, she told detectives that after her friend was murdered, she cried in her brother's arms, unaware that he was the one who killed Candy. Regretfully, the girl's parents passed away before the killer's identity was made public. 4 years after the tragic event, in 1963, Candy's father took his own life. Her mother passed away in 2006. He may not have been able to deal with the loss of his own daughter, although this is still a mystery. However, this case was ultimately resolved, making it one of the longest inquiries. It involved different generations in addition to different detectives over a span of 62 years. There was only one police officer who had been involved in the 1959 investigation present at the press conference when the killer's name was revealed. He expressed gratitude to God for granting him the opportunity to live a long life and discover the truth. Regarding John's daughter, at first, she found it hard to accept that her father had committed such a horrible act. She later came to terms with this reality and called her father a monster for taking the life of a helpless girl. She regretted that he was not brought to justice while he was alive. Interestingly, John committed suicide exactly when his daughter turned 9, the same age as Candy. We may never know whether there is a connection because it is currently unknown. Houston, Texas, home to Sandra and Jim Melgar, who had been married for over 30 years and lived in a nice, quiet neighborhood on Kelsey Meadows Court. Jim Melgar was born in Guatemala, but immigrated to the United States when he was 3 years old. His family had decided to settle in Houston, where Sandra and her family lived. The two had met in school, with Sandra saying he was funny and charming, loving to make bad jokes and be a goofball. After weeks of him asking her out, she finally agreed to go ice skating with him, and they said the rest was history. They married in 1980, and Jim had started working as a computer programmer, and Sandra owned a medical billing and coding business. Both were very successful but enjoyed a low-key life, their friends said. The couple shared one daughter, Elizabeth, who went by Liz, and Liz said the three of them were as close as they could be. And her parents were best friends and made for each other. The three of them were big travelers and enjoyed things like hiking and fishing, but their love of outdoor activities sadly became a distant memory. Sandra suffered a lot physically with various conditions. She had lupus, epilepsy, hypothyroidism, and she had had hip replacements. Liz said she also saw her mother have violent seizures on many occasions, which was terrifying for the whole family. Jim was desperate to help his wife and spent whole days researching her conditions, trying to find treatments and cures. One of Sandra's friends said there were times that she didn't feel safe driving. She was afraid her seizures might come on, so she depended on him for a lot of day-to-day activities. On December 22, 2012, Jim and Sandra were out and about. Not only was Christmas just around the corner, the couple had recently celebrated their 32nd wedding anniversary and decided that today was the day to celebrate. They went out for dinner at their favorite Mexican restaurant. At around 9:30 p.m., Jim picked up some drink mixers at CVS, and sometime after the couple arrived home, they made their drinks and snacks and spent some time in the jacuzzi in their bathroom. They talked about what they wanted to do with their future, whether they would sell their home or not, and whether they would hopefully travel one day. Jim was just 5 months away from retirement and was keen to make lots of plans to fill up his time. They also spoke about the following day. Jim's family were coming over for a small party to celebrate their anniversary and catch up before Christmas. Sandra recalled that suddenly the couple's 4 dogs started barking, so Jim got up to go and see what was going on. After about 15 minutes, he still wasn't back, but the dogs seemed quieter, so she decided to get out and start getting ready for bed, heading for the closet next to the bathroom. December 23, 2012, 7 a.m. One of the Melgar's neighbors noticed that the couple's garage door was open, which instantly struck him as odd. It didn't close all day, and no one went in or came out that anyone could see. At about 4:30 p.m., Jim's family arrived at the house for dinner. Herman, Jim's brother, knocked on the door, but was met with silence. Jim's black truck was parked in the driveway. As the garage door was still open, he could see Sandra's silver car parked inside. He went through the garage and entered the house that way, unlocking the front door for everyone else. Inside, they called out for Sandra and Jim, but it was painfully quiet. Herman said all the blinds were still closed, the house felt stuffy, and there was a strange heaviness to it. The couple's dogs then started barking, and Herman's daughter turned to her dad and said, "Something doesn't feel right." The family tentatively started making their way through the home, calling out as they went. Suddenly, Herman heard Sandra's muffled voice coming from upstairs. He ran up and through the master bedroom and the bathroom that tagged onto it. Near the jacuzzi was a small walk-in closet. In front of the closet door was a chair, which was propped up under the handle. When he moved the chair and opened the door, he saw Sandra lying on the floor inside the closet, her arms and feet bound by 2 scarves. Herman tried for a minute to untie her before running to get scissors because the knots were too tight. He then discovered his brother Jim in another closet tagging onto the master bedroom, about 30 feet away from where Sandra was found. He was naked, badly beaten, and had been stabbed many times. Blood covered the walls and furniture. His legs had been tied with a telephone cord, and a rope was loosely wrapped around his chest. Just before 5 p.m. authorities were on scene, but just 2 minutes after they arrived, 52-year-old Jim Melgar was pronounced dead. He had more than 50 injuries in total and was covered in defensive wounds on his hands and arms, including 31 knife wounds. His skull had been bludgeoned too. An expert said that his defensive wounds showed he had attempted to fight off his attacker rather than run away. Through tears, Sandra told the paramedic that she last remembered it being about 1 a.m., and after that, her mind was totally blank. She said she had no idea that 15 hours had passed, but as she had woken up with soiled underwear, she knew it must have been a significant period of time. As authorities started moving through the home, which was now a major crime scene, they saw that drawers had been pulled open. Jewelry boxes had been gone through, and there was a wallet and a purse out and on the bed. Sandra and Jim's daughter Liz said there were prescription pills missing and a TV from one of the bedrooms. Despite the state of the home and what she said, nothing was listed as missing or stolen in the police reports. Inside the jacuzzi was a white blouse and a kitchen knife they determined to be the murder weapon. Police also found Jim's loaded gun in the closet where he had been found, and the couple's safe, which was still locked but had blood on the handle. Sandra said that her head was pounding and her body was aching as if she had had a seizure, a feeling she said she knew all too well. She was checked over, but they found no signs of her head being hit. They couldn't find any significant marks or abrasions to her arms or hands either, something the police found a little odd, given how tight the knots were and how long she would have been tied up. She was taken to the hospital for further checks but quickly discharged herself, and after this, she was taken to the Harris County Sheriff's Office to answer some questions. It was a very odd scene, and police suspected that something was off about Sandra's version of events. She said she had no idea what happened past getting out of the jacuzzi and couldn't remember a thing. She said she definitely didn't see or hear anything happen to Jim and had no idea that he had been killed. She told police that she had headed into her closet, started applying some lotion, and then completely blacked out, putting it down to either hitting her head or being struck by someone. An unknown amount of time later, she came around and realized she was bound. She called for help and then must have passed out again after having what she thought was an epileptic seizure. She said the reason she felt this was because her body felt the same way it always did after having one. She said the only thing that had been odd about that day was as they were driving home just hours before, a car they didn't recognize looked like it was trailing them. But investigators were still dubious about her story. They couldn't understand how she hadn't seen or heard anything, especially given how violent the scene was and how loud Jim likely would have been. He was fighting off whoever the attacker or attackers were for a while, given his defensive wounds, and this could not have been quiet. They also couldn't fathom why someone would kill Jim, but leave her alive and virtually unscathed with just a few bruises and small scratches. It was such a different scene in both closets. None of the neighbors reported hearing a commotion or the dogs barking either. There was nothing out of the ordinary to them. One neighbor was even outside working in his garage until 1 a.m. and said he didn't hear or see anything suspicious near the house or on the street. No noise, no cars, no dogs, nothing. He was surprised that a home invasion had actually happened right under his nose, especially while feeling he was more of a target. To be honest, if anybody was going to get robbed, it would probably be me, because the garage door was wide open. I'm there. It was just me messing with my stuff. If somebody were going to come down and try and rob somebody, they'd be like, "Look at that dude. Let's just go in there, tie him up and take all his stuff," he said. Officers said that there were no signs of a forced entry, and the drawers inside looked like they had been neatly pulled out, emptied and placed around, as opposed to someone opening them in a hurry and hunting for valuables. They found it odd that the murder weapon was left at the scene in the jacuzzi, the murder weapon that had come from inside the Melgar's kitchen. They also thought that she could have very easily pulled the chair against the door using a bath mat or a pillowcase. And they noted that neither Jim nor Sandra had any ligature marks, something they would have expected to see. This indicated to them that Jim had been tied up after death as opposed to being restrained before being killed. Despite the fact that things were missing, to Liz and Sandra, authorities and experts' overall conclusion was that the evidence was inconsistent with a home invasion and the scene had been staged by Sandra. They asked if she would take a voluntary polygraph test, which she declined. She said that she was freezing cold and shaking, and was worried that this would work against her. Detectives had made their mind up about what had happened that night, and on December 24th, they called the Harris County District Attorney's Office, requesting to file murder charges against Sandra Melgar. But the DA's office declined, saying there was a lack of evidence. Testing from the scene was starting to come back, and it showed there was no blood apart from Jim's present, which was unusual. But an expert said they could not exclude the possibility of someone leaving the home essentially clean. There were male and female DNA profiles discovered on some door handles, dresser drawers, the handle to the safe, and the scarves that had been tied around Sandra. These profiles did not match any members of the Melgar family, but they weren't fully tested. To determine who the DNA was linked to, detectives then received a message from Liz saying she had found a backpack with an Xbox in it in the garage. She said the only explanation for this was someone had bagged it up to steal it and then dropped it or left it on the way out. An unknown female DNA profile came back on this as well. A few days later, someone called in with a tip, saying after thinking about that night long and hard, they had recalled something. They said they had seen a man acting strangely around the neighborhood that night. It turned out that this man was Chad Sullivan, a convicted thief who was just out of prison on assault charges. Although police knocked on his door twice to talk to him and left a card asking him to get in contact, he never responded, never opened the door, and thus he was never questioned. A few weeks later, Sandra said her memory was finally starting to come back in bits and pieces, and she had a flashback to a young Hispanic woman in the closet talking to someone behind her that Sandra couldn't see. But investigators were still not convinced. They carried on building their case against Sandra over the next 18 months, believing that it just didn't add up, didn't make sense, and didn't seem plausible for this to have been a robbery gone wrong. In the summer of 2014, almost 2 years after Jim was killed, Sandra Melgar was indicted on first-degree murder charges. Her defense team argued that there was no physical evidence against her and that everyone was missing a very key part. There was simply no motive at all. They said, this idea that something must have happened and then she went crazy and subjected him to over 50 blunt force and sharp force injuries is just impossible. They maintained that someone or several people broke into the house via the back door to rob it and Jim ended up dead in the process. They questioned why Sandra was found with none of Jim's blood on her. If the attack had been as violent as it was, surely she would have something on her. But her hands and nails were clean and her nails were unbroken. She also had no injuries aside from some bruising on her upper arms, something they said they would have expected to see a lot more of given the crime. They also pointed out Sandra's various physical ailments and said there was no way she could have physically overpowered him in the first place and gotten away unscathed. and the fact that there was an unknown male and female DNA found in the house that was not fully tested should be enough to create doubt for the jury. And if there was anything that put doubt in the jury's minds that someone else could have done this, they couldn't find Sandra being guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Finally, her defense team pointed out that the lead investigator on the case was later forced to resign after backdating a search warrant in an unrelated murder case. It was purely a badly put together, circumstantial case in their eyes. But the prosecutors said her story just didn't make the slightest bit of sense and put forward two motives for murder. They said that she had wanted a divorce, but due to them both being Jehovah's Witnesses, she was worried she would be pushed out if she went ahead with this. But Sandra's family and friends said she never made any mention of wanting to separate from her husband. The second motive pointed to the $250,000 life insurance policy that Jim had, which Sandra would have benefited from. They claimed that was entirely possible that Sandra had tied Jim up before he was stabbed, perhaps positioning it as some sort of sex game, or she stabbed and bludgeoned him before he was tied up, hence the reason the knots were only loose as they weren't needed to actually restrain him. She then spent time staging the scene, finishing with tying her hands and feet. They said that one of her nails was slightly cloudy, which pointed to a cleanup happening. Celestina Rossi, a blood spatter analyst and crime scene reconstructionist, testified for the prosecution. She said that, in her experience, the crime scene didn't match that of a home invasion. There were no signs of a forced entry and dresser drawers weren't scattered throughout the bedroom. She also said that the candle on Jim's nightstand was still lit, and this was a sign that there was no struggle near the closet where Jim was killed, as would likely be expected in these type of situations. She agreed with the medical examiner's report that all of Jim's wounds were defensive and noted that his gun was still loaded and untouched, just inches away from his body. She said as it was his wife that was attacking him, he would be keen to disarm her rather than kill her in self-defense. And the chair blocking the door from the outside, the prosecution along with police argued it was entirely possible for her to put a pillowcase under the chair to pull it against the door and shut herself in. This was not something that needed to be done by someone else. In August 2017, a jury spent 8 hours deliberating. On the first day they were split down the middle in their decisions, but on the second day they had reached a verdict. Sandra Melgar was found guilty and sentenced to 27 years in prison for the murder of her husband Jim. Liz said an audible gasp went through the entire courtroom as the verdict was read out. Sandra almost passed out and sat sobbing. She said that the thought of her mother killing her father had briefly crossed her mind, but she no longer thought this was possible, and no one in court thought she would have actually been found guilty. Both Jim and Sandra's family support her claims of innocence and believe her story completely. I tried to look at the evidence. I tried to be unbiased about it, which is difficult because these are my parents. In the end, still want justice for my dad. I want to know who did this, and it was not my mother. I know that she did not do this. I'm going to continue to fight until we can prove that, Liz said. The prosecution were happy with the result and the sentence given and said she told a story that didn't make sense. It didn't add up and the jury didn't believe it. The jury foreman would later say a couple of months later Sandra's team filed an appeal requesting a retrial. This was denied. In 2018, famed defense attorney Kathleen Zellner announced she would be taking the case to help Sandra, believing in her innocence. Kathleen Zellner has helped exonerate 19 people who were wrongfully convicted and garnered major attention from the Netflix series Making a Murderer when she started working with Stephen Avery after he was convicted of the 2005 murder of Teresa Holbach. Another appeal for Sandra was lodged, but this was denied again, with one of the judges saying, in late 2022, the Innocence Project of Texas announced that they too would be picking up Sandra's case. She has spoken from prison and tells the same story she always has. It is really strange, confusing, and sad case, which has been divisive right from the beginning. Many believe that Sandra is a killer who masterminded the whole operation and staged the scene to get away with murder, whereas many others believe she is just as much of a victim. The police decided that it was her from the get-go. They created the narrative, and the killer or killers are still out there. With numerous groups, podcasts, and websites campaigning for her release, and with others fighting to keep her in, it's clear to see just how polarizing this case and conviction has been. Whatever anyone's thoughts are, there are still so many unanswered questions about that night. Is the real killer behind bars, or has someone been wrongfully convicted? Sandra Melgar will be eligible for parole in 2031. If she is not granted parole, her release date is August 2044. She will be 85 years old. Jim Melgar was a kind, hardworking, and thoughtful man with a great sense of humor and a big heart. He is missed dearly by everyone, and with so many questions about what happened still lingering, family and friends say it only becomes harder to find closure, when that was already so tough to get in the first place. On January 10, 1984, 50-year-old Patricia Smith's body was found in the Lakewood condo she shared with her daughter and grandchildren just west of Denver, Colorado. She had been assaulted and then fatally beaten with a hammer. Male DNA was collected from her body, nearby carpeting, and on a blanket that was used to cover her body. Patricia used to be a flight attendant. She was described as an outgoing, friendly, sophisticated woman who had recently started her own interior decorating business. At the time of Patricia's discovery, the Denver metropolitan area was plagued by a 12-day crime spree. Multiple victims in the area suffered the same fate as Patricia. In 2010, as DNA technology was getting more advanced, investigators were able to confirm that it was the same man responsible for the multiple hammer attacks in Denver back in 1984. One of the other hammer attacks that was committed by the man responsible for what happened to Patricia is the attacker on the Bennett family. This is a photo of the family. The unknown man was responsible for taking 3 of their lives just 6 days after he ended Patricia's life. Bruce Bennett had married his wife, Deborah, before joining the Navy, where he served at Pearl Harbor between 1976 and 1980 as a sonar analyst. Upon the completion of his service commitment, Bruce and Deborah moved to Aurora, Colorado. There, Bruce worked at a family-owned furniture store and helped Deborah raise the 2 daughters. They led a quiet life. They worked hard and stayed home at night. Bruce enrolled in a local college where he trained to be an air traffic controller with an eye toward landing a job at an airport in the area. These dreams came to a shattering end on January 15, 1984, between midnight and 6 a.m., when an intruder entered the Bennett home. Investigators believe Bruce confronted the attacker on the stairs. Deep gashes were later found on his arms, and body and blood was found up and down the staircase. The following morning, Deborah's body was discovered in her bedroom, while 7-year-old Melissa was found in her bed. The young daughter, Vanessa, then aged 3, was in bed when her grandmother came to the house and discovered the carnage. She survived the attack, despite suffering a shattered jaw and pelvis, among other horrific injuries. More than 500 people were questioned during this initial phase of the investigation, and while no arrests were made, detectives never stopped looking for the person responsible. 6 years after DNA technology linked Patricia's case with the Bennett family in 2016, investigators used age-processed DNA phenotyping, a technique developed by Parabon Nanolabs and dubbed Snapshot, to try and move the investigation forward. The result was a pair of images, one a likeness of a possible suspect at the time, and a second, aged to approximate his appearance in 2016. After the flurry of activity spurred by the snapshot pictures quieted down, the Bennetts and Patricia slid from the headlines again. Finally, in August 2018, investigators announced that they caught the man responsible for all the hammer attacks when his DNA scored a hit on the combined DNA index system. The man is Alex Ewing. In 2018, he was already behind bars for brutally beating a couple in Nevada with an axe handle. In August 2021, a jury in Arapahoe County District Court found Ewing guilty of taking the lives of Bruce, Deborah, and Melissa Bennett. I have seen all kinds of evil and wickedness. Nothing compares to the level of depravity that your actions show in this case, said Judge Darren Vale at Ewing's sentencing. There is no punishment that is too harsh for you. I will do everything in my power to make sure you never draw a free breath ever again, he added. He was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 20 years for each crime. Be served consecutively to his prison term in Patricia's case proved to be more difficult. In October of 2021, a Jefferson County Court judge declared a mistrial after granting a defense request for Ewing to undergo a competency evaluation. He passed that test, leading to a launch of a second trial that concluded in April 2022 with a guilty verdict. Afterward, First Judicial District DA Alex Keene whose office prosecuted Ewing, issued the following statement. "We truly appreciate the jury's service in this difficult case, and our thoughts are with the family of Patricia Smith as they finally see justice for her horrific demise over 3 decades ago. Today's verdict is the result of significant efforts and dedication by law enforcement, scientists, the witnesses who testified, and our staff, without whom this outcome would not have been possible." On April 12, 2022, Alex Ewing was sentenced to another life sentence for what he did to Patricia Smith. Patricia's daughter, Cherry Letton, had this to say, "It was not a human that took my mother's life. It was an evil monster who does not deserve to walk this earth." Ewing is not expected to be tried in several other attacks he is suspected of carrying out in the Denver area around the same time. One of those incidents was a home invasion on January 4, 1984, during which a man beat a sleeping couple with a hammer. Shortly after Alex Ewing took the lives of the Bennett family, authorities arrested him in Kingman, Arizona for breaking into a man's home and beating him with a slab of concrete. Due to overcrowding in Arizona, Ewing was held at a detention center in Utah before his trial. In August 1984, Ewing was en route back to Arizona when the deputies transporting him stopped in Henderson, Nevada for a restroom break, and he escaped. That very night, Ewing broke into yet another home in Nevada and beat a couple with an axe handle, nearly ending their lives. He was arrested 2 days later and spent the next 3 decades in Nevada prison system before DNA connected him to the other crimes in 2018. On December 18, 1996, a little after 9 a.m., workers at the Pleasant Valley Memorial Park Cemetery in Annandale, Virginia discovered the body of a woman. She was found near the section of the cemetery where infants are buried. The workers then called police. It was discovered that she put a bag over her head and secured the bag with tape. She was wearing a red shirt, a sweater, blue pants, and an Eddie Bauer jacket. An 8-inch Christmas tree and her backpack were found next to her. She was also found to be listening to a cassette tape using a tape player and headphones. 2 notes were found with one saying, "Now I lay me down to sleep, soon to drift to the eternal deep, and though I shall die and shall not wake, sleep sweeter will be than this life I forsake." The second message read, "Deceased by own hands, prefer no autopsy. Please order cremation with funds provided. Thank you, Jane Doe." 2 $50 bills were found with her. One of the bills was for the cemetery, the other bill was for the coroner. Authorities determined that she really did take her own life by suffocation, but they were unable to identify her. The unknown woman was nicknamed the Christmas Tree Lady. She was reported to be a Caucasian woman, had a height of around 5 feet, and was between 50 and 70 years old. Hoping to find a match, authorities looked at many nearby cases which involved missing people, but they failed. In 2000, a collared sketch of the Christmas Tree Lady was released. Unfortunately, no one came forward who knew her, and she would remain unidentified for many more years. Then, in 2022, investigators partnered with Othram Incorporated, a Texas lab, to help identify the woman. In January, they conducted tests using DNA. The tests were made possible by donations. In May of 2022, Othram discovered that a man, David Meyer, could be the Christmas Tree Lady's brother. Investigators contacted David, and he told them that he did have a missing sister. After David looked at the drawing of the Christmas Tree Lady, he was not able to say whether or not she was his sister, because the last time he saw her was decades ago. The detectives then went to his other sister, Clough. Clough said that it was definitely their sister. DNA was taken from Clough, and the Christmas Tree Lady was then identified as their sister. 69-year-old Joyce Marilyn Meyer Summers. This is what we know about her. She was born in Davenport, Iowa on July 20th, 1927 and had 4 siblings. Joyce relocated to Los Angeles to work at a magazine. After she left the magazine, she taught 2nd grade at a local Los Angeles elementary school. In the 1960s, Joyce and her mother had an argument where she felt that her mother was treating her terribly. Joyce then moved to Seattle and married, but later divorced in 1977. She then moved to Tucson, Arizona, where her siblings visited her. This was last time they saw her. Her siblings later hired a private investigator to locate her, but this failed. In the early 1990s, Joyce's brother traveled to Tucson in an attempt to locate her, only to find the trailer she had lived in abandoned. In it, he discovered a book, The Target Child, written by Joyce. In the book, she wrote about her supposed abusive upbringing. Major Ed O'Carroll had this to say: "After decades of wondering what had happened to their loved one, Joyce's family is finally at peace. Thanks to the dedicated work of several generations of FCPD detectives, anonymous donors, and Othram. Our detectives never stopped working for Joyce and her family. Advances in technology will continue to help close cases and prove answers to victims' families." On January 15, 2018, Louise Porton dialed the 999 emergency contact number, reporting that her 3-year-old daughter, Lexi Draper, was unconscious and not breathing. Despite the urgency of the situation, when the paramedics arrived, Louise's demeanor was unsettlingly calm. As they rushed to assist Lexi, they were met with a chilling sight: a lifeless body, her skin tinged blue and her jaw clenched tightly shut. Despite their desperate efforts, it was too late. The 3-year-old was pronounced dead at the scene, but the tragedy didn't end there. Just 18 days later, Louise made another call, this time to the 111 non-emergency number, reporting that her 17-month-old daughter, Scarlett Vaughn, wasn't breathing. In an extreme situation like this, why did Porton call 111, which is a non-emergency number, instead of 999? Did she think the numbers were the same? Or was there something more sinister behind her actions? The deaths of both children cast suspicion on Louise, prompting a closer look at her background. As investigators delved deeper, Louise's past began to reveal a darker side. Louise Porton was born in 1996 in the town of Walsall, located outside Birmingham in the UK. She grew up with her mother, Porton, and 2 siblings. From a young age, even as a child, Louise's behavior was a challenge for her family. While her family was close-knit, Louise often stood apart, displaying manipulative and cunning tendencies. She would often lie to her parents and try to manipulate her siblings and cousins, getting them into trouble. Notably, Louise displayed violent behavior towards her siblings and cousins, threatening them physically on multiple occasions. As she grew older, Louise's relationship with her family deteriorated further, especially with her mother. Her mother's affair and departure when Louise was a teenager had deepened her animosity towards her. Despite her siblings maintaining contact with their mother, Louise had cut ties completely. During her teenage years, Louise's behavior continued to worsen. She frequently clashed with her family, neglected school, and even got into trouble with the police. It's reported that she engaged in theft and displayed selfish and cold behavior. Additionally, Louise's apparent promiscuity became a significant issue. She sought attention from men, often using physical intimacy as a means to gain gifts and money. This behavior continued into her adulthood, where she extended it to online platforms, engaging with numerous men in exchange for gifts and money. Alongside this, Louise was also active online, posting photos to attract attention from men. She engaged in various forms of cosplay, dressing up in different costumes and sending out photos in exchange for payments or gifts. Over time, her photos became more revealing and she began claiming to be a model. Louise signed up with several model agencies, including one called Purple Port. However, the legitimacy of Purple Port is questionable, as some online reports suggest it may be used for exploitative purposes. Despite potential risks, Louise pursued modeling opportunities and offered intimate services to photographers for money. In addition to her modeling endeavors, Louise became a mother in late 2014 at the age of 18, giving birth to her first daughter, Lexi. However, she did not settle down and continued her lifestyle. Despite being a mother, Louise also had a strained relationship with Lexi's father, Chris Draper. Louise also had conflicts with her family, which were aggravated by her online behavior and refusal to prioritize her daughter's well-being. When her grandmother passed away, Louise's refusal to visit or attend the funeral led to further estrangement from her family. Despite these issues, Louise had another child, Scarlett, at the age of 20 with the same father as Lexi. As the children grew, Louise's actions became increasingly concerning. She spent hours every day on dating apps and websites seeking casual encounters and making money from these relationships. Louise would frequently leave her children with others or alone at home under the care of her landlady while she went out to meet strangers. This was to the point where the children spent more time with the landlady than with their own mother. In some cases, she even brought these men back to her home, putting her children in danger. Family members and acquaintances had grown increasingly worried about the safety and welfare of Lexi and Scarlett. They had reported Louise to social services, but no action was taken. The situation worsened as Louise began to view her children as a burden in her life, particularly when it came to her physical exploits. As Louise's life continued to spiral out of control, her relationship with her children's father, Chris Draper, remained strained. She even refused to allow him any contact with Lexi and Scarlett, going as far as giving Scarlett a different last name, Vaughn. This situation had taken a dark turn when Louise decided to move the family to Skidad Rugby, an hour away from Chris, effectively cutting him off from his children. Louise's sister Karen Porton had also tried to extend help and offer support whenever she could. However, Louise's priorities remained skewed. Many of the men she interacted with were clearly not suitable, with one even referring to her children as babies. Family members continued to express their worries to Louise, but she dismissed their concerns and even made light of the situation. Many had speculated that Louise might have given her children sedative medications to keep them unconscious while she pursued her own interests. In the following months in 2017, this negligence and abuse took a toll on Lexi and Scarlett, who were left to fend for themselves in their mother's absence. As Louise's relationship with her children deteriorated, so did her mental state. She became more aggressive and verbally abusive, lashing out at her children at the slightest provocations. On multiple occasions, she repeatedly subjected Lexi and Scarlett to physical violence, beating them to manipulate their actions and silence their cries. Social services continued to fail to intervene, leaving Louise free to continue her destructive path. As Louise continued to be consumed by her own desires and unable to cope with the responsibilities of motherhood, she had reached a grim decision and had devised a plan to rid herself of the burden her children had become. On January 2, 2018, Louise reached out to her sister, expressing worry about Lexi experiencing a fit. However, Louise only made the call after Lexi's condition had significantly worsened. This carelessness continued even after Lexi was discharged from the hospital, with Louise focusing more on her dating activities than her daughter's health. Meanwhile, Louise's Google searches showed a darker truth to the investigators. She had searched about suffocation, breathlessness in children, and how it might lead to death. And slowly, the investigators came to realize that her Google searches were not driven by genuine concern, but rather a more sinister motive. Tragically, just 2 days later, on January 4, 2018, Lexi fell seriously ill, and Louise called 999, claiming her daughter had stopped breathing. However, her emotionless demeanor during the call had raised further doubts about her sincerity. When paramedics arrived, they found Lexi in a critical condition with her lips, fingers, and eyes turning blue. It was evident that she had been in that state for a prolonged period before Louise had finally called for help, exposing the extent of Louise's neglect and indifference towards her daughter's life. Paramedics couldn't comprehend how a healthy child like Lexi could suddenly experience 2 life-threatening incidents within such a short period. During Lexi's 4-day hospital stay, Louise remained at the hospital, using the opportunity to send messages and explicit photos of herself to men and even flirt with hospital staff. After Lexi was discharged, the doctors could only conclude that a possible chest infection might have caused her symptoms. Lexi was brought back home, and Louise's actions continued to be callous and manipulative. CCTV footage from the hotel showed Louise and the kids returning home from the hospital, and her attitude even at this time clearly showed that she had no interest in caring for her children. She exploited her daughter's health issues to solicit money from men, claiming she needed financial assistance to care for Lexi. Louise's Google searches also became increasingly concerning as she looked up methods of self-harming and information about resuscitation and death. It became evident that she was researching ways to kill her daughter while making it appear as an accident. Investigators had gone through the searches she made on January 2nd and 4th, and over time, Louise's Google searches became more specific, focusing on the timing of calling emergency services after causing a person's death. She had even searched how long a body would take to turn blue from suffocation. This revealed her intention to ensure that she could still dial 999 after murdering her daughter, but not so early that she could be revived. Despite her heinous intentions, Louise continued to deceive men by fabricating her daughter's health condition, claiming that she was dying from a deadly flu. It seemed that her lack of empathy and the extent to which she was willing to manipulate others for her own twisted purposes knew no bounds. On January 14, 2018, the tragic incident unfolded when Lexi and Scarlett had visited Louise's sister, Karen. After returning home at 6 p.m., Lexi's health suddenly deteriorated again. Louise called 999, claiming her daughter was unconscious and not breathing. When paramedics arrived, they found Lexi unresponsive, with signs of rigor mortis, indicating she had likely been dead for several hours before the emergency call. Despite their best efforts, Lexi was pronounced dead at the scene. Despite the heartbreaking loss of her daughter, Louise continued her manipulative behavior. It was found out that she had accepted 41 friend requests on her dating app the very next day and exploited Lexi's death to solicit money from men. She even set up a GoFundMe account for her daughter's funeral, potentially using the donations for her personal gain. Her insincere Facebook post about Lexi further highlighted her lack of genuine grief. In the days following Lexi's death, Louise was seen laughing and joking with friends, even at her daughter's funeral. But this didn't stop there. Scarlett wasn't any different from Lexi to her mother and was also a burden to her. At the funeral, Louise's mother appeared in her life after Lexi's death, offering to help plan the funeral. Concerned, Louise allegedly mentioned that Scarlett might meet the same fate as Lexi, but no one reported her suspicious behavior to the authorities. On February 1st, just 18 days later, her words came true. Louise and Scarlett stayed in a hotel room, and despite Scarlett being healthy, her condition suddenly deteriorated. Louise messaged the men she was seeing, asking for £30 to cover petrol costs for taking Scarlett to the hospital. These men urged her to call an ambulance, but Louise only wanted attention and money. At 9:50 p.m., Louise left the hotel with Scarlett, but she didn't rush to the hospital. Instead, she drove around town taking her time and acting nonchalant, as if her daughter's life wasn't in danger. Surveillance footage at traffic stops at Hill Morton showed her driving around the city with no intention of reaching out to the helplines. She pulled into a gas station where surveillance cameras caught her. In the footage, we can see Louise taking her sweet time with her daughter fighting at death's door in the car. No concern or urgency can be seen in her face or behavior. Eventually, 30 minutes later, she pulled into a shopping center where she dialed 111. For people outside the UK, 111 is the non-emergency helpline while 999 is the emergency helpline number, and she still chose to dial 111. By the time the paramedics arrived, Scarlett was found dead and lifeless. It was again discovered that the child had been dead for a few hours before Louise had called for help. The doctors found that the death was consistent with deliberate airway obstruction, and Louise again showed little concern at the sudden and unexplained death. Doctors could not find any natural reason why either of the children would have died in such a manner. Meanwhile, when asked by the paramedics, Louise claimed that Scarlett had the flu. In both Lexi and Scarlett's cases, forensic experts conducted extensive post-mortem examinations. It was revealed that their deaths were intentional and not accidents. Lexi died from the deliberate obstruction of her airways. Examiners had found marks on her nose, indicating her nose was held shut, and she had scratch marks on her neck, suggesting she was fighting her mother's hands as Louise suffocated her. In Scarlett's case, the 17-month-old died from the obstruction of her airways as well. She had bruising around her neck and head, damage to her neck muscles, and bleeding in her lungs. Some of Scarlett's blood was also found on the pillow of the hotel room where she had died. Despite the overwhelming evidence, Louise had never admitted to her actions or shown remorse. Although there was not enough evidence to formally arrest her at the time, investigators continued to pursue the case, knowing that Louise was responsible for the murders of these innocent children. So nearly a year later, in January 2019, police finally gathered enough evidence to bring charges against her for the murders of her 2 children. And on the 20th of March 2019, Louise was arrested. In August of 2019, her trial began, and she pleaded not guilty. Overwhelming evidence was presented against her, including her chat history on dating apps, her neglectful behavior towards her children, and the results of the post-mortem examinations. On August 3, 2019, the jury found her guilty. Louise Porton was ultimately sentenced to 32 years in prison. However, many believe this sentence is insufficient, considering her young age at the time of sentencing, being only 23 years old. There are concerns that she might be released early if she behaves well in prison. During the trial, she showed no remorse and was emotionless. She just stood there without any guilt for murdering her own children. While speculations abound, the motive behind Louise's actions remains unclear. Despite undergoing a mental health assessment, no diagnoses were made, and she was deemed to be of sound mind at the time of the murders. The prevailing theory is that Louise saw her children as burdens, especially in relation to her immoral life, and thus decided to eliminate them. The aftermath of this case left everyone connected to it devastated. Louise's mother, Sharon Porton, fell into a deep depression, feeling she could have done more to help her 2 young granddaughters. Tragically, on February 4, 2020, she was found dead in her residence, having taken her own life at the age of 40. Also, the girl's father, Chris, experienced intense anguish. He expressed regret and frustration, feeling he could have done more to pursue custody when the opportunity arose. Now, the sorrow of never having met his 17-month-old daughter, Scarlett, consumes his every thought, even 18 months after the girls' deaths. In remembrance of the victims, Lexi Draper and Scarlett Vaughn are described as 2 sweet girls with infectious smiles and vibrant personalities. A white horse-drawn carriage adorned with purple was arranged to transport them to their final resting place. Their untimely deaths cut short lives that held endless promise. On the quiet autumn night of October 31, 1991, in Tyler, Texas, as the fall season settled in, the clock struck 2 a.m. The peaceful neighborhood of 29th Street was deep in slumber, except for a small framed house nestled at the corner, unaware that it was about to become a scene of horror. 8-year-old Chad Choice lay in his bed, lost in dreams, when an intruder silently invaded the house, snatching him away into the darkness of the night. Initially deemed a runaway incident due to lack of evidence, the case transformed into a nightmare for investigators once the crucial 48-hour window passed without any sign of who might have had the means to silently infiltrate Chad's home, spiriting him away without a trace. But the pivotal question remains, would Chad ever reunite with his family and return home? This city, named after the 10th President of the United States, John Tyler, stands as the largest in northeastern Texas, often referred to as the Rose Capital or Rose City. Tyler earned its reputation due to its extensive history of rose production, cultivation, and processing. Each October, the city welcomes thousands of tourists. However, the October of 1991 took a dark turn as Chad Choice mysteriously vanished without a trace, casting a shadow over the usually vibrant atmosphere. Ernest Chadwick Choice, known affectionately as Chad Choice, came into the world on April 26, 1983 in Texas. He was one of the cherished 4 children in the Choice household, a beautiful soul deeply adored by his family, particularly his mother, Karen Elaine Choice. Chad was an outgoing youngster surrounded by a large circle of friends with whom he frequently played. Moreover, his strong bond and affectionate relationship with his siblings were apparent as they often enjoyed quality time together. Chad's energetic and lively nature were further evident in his regular visits to the playground. Chad had an older sister named Angela Choice who fondly recalls that her little brother had a passion for riding bikes, scaling trees, and indulging in sports. Details about the remaining siblings were not made public. As a student at Mamie G. Griffin Elementary School, Chad's life was in its budding stage. At just 8 years old, he had his entire future ahead of him. However, fate often takes unforeseen turns and tragically, Chad's destiny had already been sealed. The daily routine of the Choice family was shattered on the morning of October 31st, 1991. Chad's mother, Karen, rose early and went to the church without waking her children, allowing them to continue sleeping. However, just a few minutes into her church service, Karen received a phone call. It was my daughter, and she asked me if Chad was with me, and I said no, I left him at home. And she said, well, we've looked everywhere and we can't find him. Karen rushed back home and began scouring the neighborhood for Chad. She sought assistance from her neighbors as well. Despite their collective efforts and their thorough search, Chad seemed to have vanished without a trace. It was as though he had disappeared into thin air. Now it was the police's turn to investigate the matter. During his initial inspection, he looked for signs of a break-in, but there were no indications of forced entry. Moreover, there were no signs of struggle inside the house. Based on the initial investigation, he began to consider the possibility that Chad might have run away from home. However, Karen firmly believed that her son had been kidnapped, and as the sun set and the day turned into a chilly night, the tension escalated into fear. Adding to her fear, the crucial 48-hour window had passed without any signs of him. During the interview, Chad's older sister Angela Choice provided a crucial piece of information to the detective. Her house keys had disappeared the day before, and she distinctly recalled leaving them by the back door of their residence. This revelation raised additional questions, suggesting the possibility of a planned kidnapping or something even more disturbing. 2 days after Chad's disappearance, a ransom note was discovered at the business of Chad's uncle, Greg Sterling, prompting the investigation to swiftly shift focus to a kidnapping scenario. As the family attempted to deliver the money at the Greyhound bus station as instructed, the kidnapper failed to appear. Several days later, Chad's mother received an anonymous phone call revealing that Chad's disappearance was linked to a family member's drug debt with a man named Paco. Investigators discovered that Greg Sterling owed money to 3 Colombian drug dealers in the area, Paco Jr. and Carlos, shedding light on a possible motive of Chad's abduction. However, the case still remained elusive. On the 1-year anniversary of Chad's disappearance, his mother, Karen Choice, discovered a note fluttering on her car windshield. The note asserted that Chad was still alive and demanded $6,000 for his safe return. This development reignited the investigation, filling the Choice family with hope and prayers of seeing Chad again. However, the case suffered a setback when the kidnapper failed to make contact once more, causing the investigation to stall again. Time was not on their side. Slowly, years were passing by, and Chad Choice's disappearance gradually evolved into a cold case. 4 years later, in October 1995, a grocery sack appeared on the Choice family's doorstep. Initially, it seemed like a regular grocery sack. However, upon opening it, it revealed something that would haunt Karen Choice for the rest of her life. Inside the package was a human skull. The skull was subsequently sent to the FBI for analysis. DNA samples from Choice's family were collected to compare with the skull's DNA to confirm its identity as Chad's. Despite these efforts, the results remained inconclusive. Later, the skull was sent to a university in Texas for further examination involving the expertise of forensic anthropology. The results came back, and unfortunately, Karen's worst fears were confirmed when forensic analysis revealed that the skull indeed belonged to Chad. Investigators grappled with the ruthless nature of a person who not only commits a crime but continues to torment the victim's family for years. Despite the struggle to comprehend this, Karen all along had an unshakable feeling in her heart that she would never see Chad alive again. All she could do now was pray for justice. While Chad Choice's case grew increasingly difficult to solve, another narrative unfolded in Smith County Jail in early 1996. A man named Patrick Horn was slated to be sentenced in federal court for credit union robberies and carjacking charges. He was also charged with the murder of James LeVisser, a fruit stand owner. It became evident that Horn was destined to spend the rest of his life behind bars or even face a potential death sentence. However, this man would soon become the center of Chad's murder case. It occurred when he mentioned Chad's choices named to the police during his time behind bars. While this might have been part of a deal to reduce his prison sentence, to the investigators, It marked the first significant breakthrough they had made in the case so far. Was a resident in the Choice family's neighborhood and was friends with them. During his interview regarding Chat's case, Horn informed investigators that he knew the identity of Chat's killer. As per Horn's account, Chat was murdered by two local drug dealers, both Colombian nationals who were known by the street names Paco and Carlos. But the case was just about to get more twisted. After Horn made the statement, he received a package in his jail cell containing a small boy's leg bone, later confirmed through analysis to be Chat's. Horn asserted to the police that Paco and Carlos had sent the package. However, detectives couldn't shake the feeling that Horn was hiding something significant about the entire story. Despite repeated questioning by the detectives, Horn consistently maintained that he had no additional information apart from Paco and Carlos being the culprits. However, on May 31st, 1996, Horn finally disclosed something more. He tells us, he says, basically, I'm a victim in this crime as well. All I did was help bury the child. I didn't have any other involvement in it. And now they're threatening me because of my knowledge of what they did. And Horn then revealed the precise location where Chad was buried. Shortly afterward, he was escorted by the police to 401 Summerside in Tyler, which was Horn's own backyard. At 4 p.m. that same day, the detectives began digging and discovered Chad's skeletal remains along with 38 caliber shell casings. This moment marked a sudden turn in the investigation, with all suspicions now pointed directly at Patrick Horn. Without delay, in June 1996, the investigators hurried to Athens, a city in Texas. In a jail cell there, a man sat who was anticipated to be a crucial piece of the puzzle, important in solving the case once and for all. This man was none other than Patrick Horn's brother, Keaton Horn, who was facing charges of probation violation. The detective's suspicions were completely on point this time. With Keaton's statement, this case solidified into concrete evidence that Horn was indeed responsible for this notorious crime. Keaton admitted to digging up the bones or the lake bone and mailing it to Pat in jail and at Horn's direction, preparing the note to make it look like a threat from Paco and Carlos. An investigator explained, Horn's scheme to mislead investigators had ultimately unraveled. The solution to a seemingly unsolvable case was finally in hand. However, one question still lingered. Why did Horn kill Chad? On September 24, 1999, 8 years after Chad Choice's murder, the jury found Horn guilty in the Smith County Courthouse and sentenced him to death. However, even at the end of his chapter, Horn wouldn't cease tormenting the Choice household. Horn adamantly refused to sign the waiver allowing Chad's remains to be released to his family for a proper burial. Legally, he was required to agree to the release since the remains were evidence in his case. However, he insisted on retaining control over the fate of the 8-year-old Chad's remains. Horn did initially sign a waiver indicating his agreement to the release of Chad's Choice's remains. However, the document was somehow lost between his attorney's office and the judge's office. At first deemed a mere formality, District Judge Diane DeVasto announced in a December 1999 hearing that she would order the release of 30 exhibits, including Chad's skull and other bones to his family for burial, contingent upon Horn signing another waiver. Horn's appellate lawyer, Tommy Wilkinson of Greenville, sent the document to Horn via Federal Express, anticipating its return with the signature within a day. However, a month passed without any response from Horn. He did not reply to several letters from his attorney and ignored messages sent to him through officials at the Atlanta Federal Prison. Assistant District Attorney Ed Marty stated that if the remains were granted without the waiver, they might have to be exhumed sometime in the future. It remains uncertain when Horn eventually signed the waiver and if he did, when he signed it. Furthermore, Horn was 17 years old when he committed the murder of Chad. According to a ruling by the United States Supreme Court, anyone under the age of 18 cannot be executed. As a result, his sentence was commuted to life in prison. While this might not have been the exact form of justice Karen Choice desired, she could finally find solace in knowing that Patrick Horn would never walk free. In Garden Grove, Orange County, on May 21, 1987, a tragic event unfolded when 23-year-old Shannon Rose Lloyd was found lifeless in her rented bedroom. She had been a victim of severe assaults and was ultimately strangled. This case remained a mystery for years until 2003, when a significant breakthrough in forensic science connected Shannon's death to another disturbing case: the murder of 27-year-old Renee Cuevas in 1989. Renee's body was discovered not far from a Marine base in Orange County. The link between these two cases, despite being years apart and under different circumstances, marked a new chapter in the long-standing investigation. The authorities were able to connect these cases after such a long time through a breakthrough in forensic science that provided crucial evidence linking the two tragic events. Orange County, California is a vibrant and diverse region located in Southern California. It is comprised of 34 municipalities and is renowned for its stunning beaches, world-famous surfing spots, and popular amusement parks such as Disneyland and Knott's Berry Farm. As a result, it has become a highly sought-after tourist destination. With a population of over 3 million people, Orange County ranks as the 5th largest county in the United States. While it generally enjoys a reputation for safety, there are certain areas within the county that experience gang activity. Against this backdrop, the cold case of Shannon Rose Lloyd and Renee Cuevas remains unsolved, casting a shadow over this otherwise thriving county. Shannon Rose Lloyd, born in 1964, was a vibrant and adventurous 23-year-old residing in Garden Grove, California. Known for her tomboyish charm and zest for life, Shannon possessed a multifaceted personality. Her love for horses was just one aspect of her vibrant character. Although details about her work life and family background, including her parents' names, were not widely known, it was clear that Shannon's life story was still unfolding. Those who knew Shannon remembered her as a free-spirited wild child, always ready for an exciting adventure, spending time with her men, embarking on a spontaneous journey with no predetermined destination. Shannon's brother, Tom Lloyd, shared her enthusiasm for life, contributing to the dynamic energy of their social circle. According to a close friend, Shannon was rumored to be a mother to a young son, revealing a tender side to her otherwise carefree nature. Her relationship with her boyfriend was a testament to love and patience. Despite Shannon's youthful energy and reluctance to settle down, the boyfriend's unwavering devotion to her was evident. He consistently made an effort to be by her side, demonstrating his deep care for her. Shannon's close-knit group of friends included Brian Schultz, John Beckman, and Roger Fillion. They were known for their strong bond, camaraderie, and shared love for fun and music. Renee Cuevas, born in 1960, resided in Orange County, California at the age of 27. Her family held a deep affection for her, especially her grandmother, Mercedes, who lovingly referred to her as Amma. Renee shared a close bond with her siblings Michael, Kelly, Victor, and her sister Marlene, enveloped in familial love. This love extended to her Aunt Amelia, who held a special place in Renee's heart. Unfortunately, tragedy struck as all these beloved family members have since passed away. Renee was a devoted mother to her son, Luis Ramirez, who bore a striking resemblance to her. Luis was the center of her world, bringing her immense pride and joy. She showered him with unconditional love, ensuring he always had little gifts, candies, toys, and clothes. In Luis's eyes, his mother was his everything. Renee possessed a striking physical beauty, with long brownish-red hair and fair, snow-white skin. Her smile, adorned with adorable dimples, radiated happiness. These same dimples were a charming trait passed on to Luis. Everyone around her could feel Renee's angelic presence. One unforgettable moment was when she excitedly shared her spiritual journey of being born again, her enthusiasm making her appear like a dancing angel. Sadly, this vibrant and beautiful woman's life was tragically cut short, leaving a void in the hearts of those who loved her. In 1987, Shannon Rose Lloyd, then 23 years old, rented a room in northern Garden Grove. Her residence was situated in the 11,900 block of Donna Lane. A peaceful part of the neighborhood, the house was owned by 70-year-old Kazimar Bursic, who provided Shannon with accommodation. It was an ordinary dwelling in a typical Orange County suburb, where tranquility was expected in everyday life. However, on May 21st of that year, an unimaginable tragedy shattered the serenity of this community. Kazimar Bursic, Shannon's landlord, made a horrifying discovery. He found Shannon's lifeless body in her room, a sight that no one, including himself, was ever prepared to witness. Casimir, overwhelmed with shock and a sense of urgency, hurriedly made his way to a neighbor's house, desperately seeking assistance. His primary objective was to immediately contact the authorities and report the horrifying scene he had stumbled upon. The police were promptly summoned to the location, initiating a lengthy and intricate investigation into the untimely demise of Sean. This particular day marked a pivotal moment, not only for Shannon's loved ones, but also for the criminal history of Orange County. The tranquility of the neighborhood was forever disrupted by this tragic event. 2 years later, another heart-wrenching incident unfolded in Orange County. In the early hours of February 19, 1989, a disturbing discovery was made near the El Toro Marine Base along Lambert Road. It was there that the lifeless body of Renee Cuevas, a 27-year-old woman, was found. This grim revelation was made by an anonymous individual who, upon encountering such a distressing sight, promptly notified the police. The area surrounding the El Toro Marine Base, typically associated with the disciplined lives of military personnel, suddenly became the focal point of a criminal investigation. The peacefulness of the early morning was shattered by the flurry of police activity as they arrived to unravel the intricacies of this tragic incident. Renee's death, occurring just 2 years after Shannon's, added another layer of sorrow and enigma to the Orange County community. The close proximity of these two cases, both in terms of time and geography, gave rise to numerous questions and concerns. The serene and orderly atmosphere of the area was once again overshadowed by the darkness of an unresolved crime, leaving the community and Renee's loved ones in a state of shock and sorrow. Immediately following the discovery of Shannon Rosloyd's body, the police initiated an extensive investigation into her untimely demise. They soon uncovered the distressing details. Shannon had been brutally assaulted and strangled in her own bedroom. The revelation had a profound impact on the community, intensifying the already tragic nature of the event. Shannon, described by neighbors as an attractive, empathite woman, was known to be a mother and had a boyfriend who frequently visited her. However, there were occasional sightings of questionable individuals at her residence, adding complexity to the case and expanding the potential pool of people who may have been involved or had knowledge of her final moments. Interestingly, the police had been called to Shannon's residence on 3 separate occasions before, though the reasons behind these visits remained unclear. Furthermore, neighbors reported a high incidence of burglaries in the area during that time. Surprisingly, there was no evidence of forced entry into Shannon's house, and no belongings seemed to be missing. This lack of disturbance at the crime scene suggested that the perpetrator may have been familiar with Shannon or her home. Despite these details, the investigation reached a standstill, with no clear suspects or leads. Shannon Rosloyd's case went cold. When Renee Cuevas' body was discovered, the police immediately launched a parallel investigation to Shannon's case. The circumstances surrounding Renee's death bore a chilling resemblance to Shannon's. She had been brutally assaulted and strangled. This disturbing similarity indicated a possible pattern, raising concerns for both the investigators and the community. However, the investigation into Renee's death faced significant challenges. Like Shannon's case, there were no obvious leads or suspects to pursue. The lack of evidence and witnesses left the police with limited avenues for exploration. As a result, it became increasingly difficult to reconstruct the events leading up to Renee's tragic demise. Over time, the investigation lost momentum. The available clues led to dead ends, and the trail of the perpetrator went cold. In a surprising turn of events, a significant breakthrough occurred in 2003 for the cold cases of Shannon Rosloyd and Renee Cuevas. Law enforcement's persistence led to the reopening of Shannon's case nearly 2 decades after her death. With advancements in forensic technology, the DNA evidence from the crime scene was entered into CODIS, the Combined DNA Index System. This national database for DNA profiles offered hope in solving these long-standing mysteries. The CODIS results reveal a shocking truth. The DNA from Shannon's case matched that from Renee's murder, indicating the same person was responsible for both crimes. Despite this crucial evidence, the killer's identity remained unknown, requiring further investigation. The breakthrough finally came in 2021, when the DNA evidence from both cases underwent forensic genetic genealogy. This innovative method, combining DNA analysis with genealogical research, marked a new phase in the investigation. Through this detailed process, a potential suspect was identified. Reuben J. Smith, the perpetrator in the cases of Shannon Rose Lloyd and Renee Cuevas, was born on December 11, 1959, in Michigan. Despite his connections to the community in the 1980s, much of Smith's background, including his childhood, education, and personal life, remained a mystery. Even the identities of his parents were unknown, leaving gaps in his early years. In the 1990s, Smith relocated to Las Vegas, Nevada. Following the relocation to Las Vegas, Nevada, Reuben J. Smith's criminal activities eventually led to his arrest in July of 1998. He was taken into custody by the police on charges of inhumane assault and attempted murder of a woman. This arrest marked a pivotal moment as it brought Smith's actions under legal scrutiny. Despite the dismissal of the charges against him, Smith tragically took his own life in November of 1999 using a firearm in Las Vegas. This sudden end to his life left many questions unanswered. However, through DNA evidence obtained from Smith's previous arrest, a crucial link was established. The DNA profile from Smith matched the male DNA found at the crime scenes of Shannon Lloyd and Renee Cuevas, revealing the truth. Reuben J. Smith was the perpetrator behind the murders of both women. The confirmation of Smith's involvement in these crimes brought closure to the long-standing mystery surrounding their deaths. The resolution of the cold cases of Shannon Rose Lloyd and Renee Cuevas provided a deep sense of closure to their families, who had endured years of unanswered questions and unresolved grief. Yellen DeLue, Rennie's cousin, came forward to express sincere gratitude towards the police and all those involved in the investigation. Additionally, Garden Grove Police Chief Amir El Farah issued a statement. As we conclude the investigation into the unsolved cases of Shannon Rose Lloyd and Rennie Cuevas, two significant inquiries arise. Is there any possibility of a different approach that could have expedited the resolution of these cases? And what valuable insights can we extract from their narratives to assist forthcoming investigations? On February 11, 2010, a truck driver was driving through the Greensburg, Pennsylvania area. Even though the empty streets on that chilly morning were perfect for a fast delivery, his eyes caught the attention of something unusual. Stopping by the Greensburg-Salem Middle School, the driver noticed a suspiciously tipped-over trash can. While it would have been easier to just mind his business and drive past, curiosity got the better of the man, and he stumbled upon something terrifying. Inside the trash can was a badly mangled and bloody corpse of a woman. While he couldn't make sense of what he was seeing, he immediately dialed 911, and the police rushed to the scene to inspect the remains of what seemed like a nightmarish act. On their arrival, the cops saw the body haphazardly stuffed into the dumpster with several knife stab wounds. Besides, they shockingly discovered that the woman had several bruises on her, indicating she was badly beaten by her attacker before they had killed her. The corpse also looked mysteriously out of place in a dumpster outside a middle school, suggesting that it was not the site of the murder, but the site of disposal. While searching the battered body of the woman, the police found a note in the back pocket of her pants. The condition of the body completely betrayed the contents of the note, and the only shred of truth it carried was the name of the unfortunate victim, Jennifer. What really happened to this woman? How horrifying were her final moments before she ended up getting killed in such a terrible manner? A little more scrutiny enabled the cops to track down the parents of the now deceased Jennifer Daughtry, who were then called in to identify her body. The parents, Richard and Denise Daughtry, were shocked out of their wits on seeing that their sweet daughter was taken away from them in such a vicious manner. They informed the police that Jennifer was 30 years old. However, her intellectual and psychological challenges had limited her mental age to that of a 12 to 14-year-old girl. Born on November 8, 1979 in Latrobe of Westmoreland County, Pennsylvania, Jennifer was a bright soul who had a very warm and welcoming vibe. While she got bullied by several kids in her school days because of her mental challenges, her personality allowed her to befriend several likable companions. On that fateful day, while talking to Jennifer's parents, the cops surprisingly came to learn that she was a resident of Mount Pleasant. This made them question what she was doing in Greensburg and who really took her life. The documentaries told the police that their girl regularly visited Greensburg for her medical appointments. She was also taking life skill lessons at the West Place Clubhouse in Greensburg, which also involved getting trained to become a mechanic. This time, however, she had arrived in the city to meet a new group of friends for a sleepover. Jennifer had met this group of 6 people via Angela Marinucci, whom she bumped into while taking her lessons at the West Place Clubhouse. Both girls hit it off very well, and Angela introduced Jennifer to her friends, Ricky Smyrns, Melvin Knight, Amber Menninger, Robert Masters, and Peggy Miller. While Jennifer had been battling with mental challenges, surprisingly, she wasn't alone anymore. Everyone in the new gang of friends had their own cognitive challenges, and so they stuck close to each other. Many of them had developed these issues because of bad childhoods, trampled with negative experiences. Such relatable issues helped Jennifer to quickly bond with the group and be happy in the company of others like her, who were also trying to live despite their psychological struggles. Jennifer's parents showed complete trust in this new group of friends, since they had observed that their daughter was very happy with them. Before going out on February 10, 2010, Jennifer had left a note for her mother, saying that she would be back home after the sleepover by the next day afternoon. In fact, she even mentioned the contact details of all 6 friends to reach out to in case of any unforeseen emergencies. Sadly, these words turned out to be her last bits of communication with her parents and the first lead in the investigation of her murder. According to the doctor, something must have happened after the time Jennifer got off the bus so as to reach the house where the fun getaway was planned. The police decided to meet this group in good faith and ask if they knew anything about this gruesome murder. But little did they know that they would discover something completely sinister and unbelievable. From the outside, the house where Jennifer was supposed to meet her friends seemed rather dull and ordinary. It still had some lights on its exterior, suggesting that the Christmas decorations hadn't been taken off. But when the cops walked in through the door, they discovered that the house, which adorned a semi-festive look, was plagued with a stench of gore and blood. The house occupied by Jennifer's friends turned out to be the crime scene where she was badly beaten and killed, with almost every corner of the house reeking of the grim nature of the incident. The cops apprehended all 6 in the group, who didn't try very hard to deny what had happened in the face of all the glaring evidence in the house. While just a glimpse of Jennifer's body screamed torture, the evidence found in the house of the Greensburg 6 confirmed that she was badly humiliated before being killed. In the house, the police found all the objects that were used to hurt the helpless Jennifer, along with the murder weapon, which was a kitchen knife that eventually ended her final breath. The cops relentlessly questioned everyone and asked them what happened during the night of the sleepover on February 10, 2010. The statements from the Greenberg 6 revealed that the sleepover was just a trap for Jennifer, and that her punishment was pre-planned instead of being something accidental. They also learned that the mastermind behind this heinous crime was none other than the youngest of them all, Angela Marinucci, who was also Jennifer's close friend. Just when Jennifer crossed their doorstep, the group put their plans into action, and they suddenly began hitting her. Jennifer was quite confused at the time, since this wasn't the welcome she was expecting. Why did this new group of friends she had trusted so much suddenly turn hostile? What sick intentions might have motivated these 6 people to mercilessly hurt a mentally challenged friend and eventually take her life? Jennifer's phone and purse were immediately confiscated by the group, who began the grueling torture session that would go on for 36 long hours. They tore her purse and poured several fluids into it. Angela and Amber initiated the physical assault and beat Jennifer up with several objects. They took turns as they bruised her with several items, including a sturdy pair of crutches, a vacuum cleaner hose, a towel bar, and a 2-liter lemonade bottle. The duo was later joined by the others, who kicked Jennifer repeatedly, crushing her belly and her chest. The badly bruised Jennifer was also forced to gulp down several undrinkable fluids like cooking oil, nail polish, detergent, urine, and even made-to-eat cheese. All of these were poured onto her head, followed by oatmeal and spices. Jennifer retaliated against the assaults, as she tried to throw her limbs around to attack her assailants. Unfortunately, Jennifer ended up choosing the wrong target by hitting Amber hard in the stomach. The group said that Amber was pregnant and escalated their assault on Jennifer after tying her with Christmas lights and decorations to prevent her from standing up to them again. The group shaved Jennifer's head and smeared her face with nail polish while continuing to thrash her. Unable to fight, Jennifer tried begging her attackers for mercy. The group neither stopped nor explained while she became the victim of their sadism. Instead, Melvin Knight took off Jennifer's clothes and forced himself on the heavily bruised victim, while everyone else watched. After Melvin was done, they forced Jennifer into the bathroom to have a shower, citing the trouble they were having with her stench. While Jennifer thought that her captors were done with her, you would discover next that she couldn't have been more wrong. The thrashing instantly resumed, and Jennifer's mini-illusion was instantly shattered. But things did come to a stop afterwards, since the Greensburg Six got bored of constantly beating Jennifer to a pulp. The group then decided to vote to either let Jennifer go on the expectation that she would remain quiet or to kill her and get rid of her body. Jennifer begged her supposed friends to set her free, but the next morning, February 11th, she learned that all six had unanimously voted to end her life. Before killing her, the group somehow thought that making Jennifer write a no would shield them whenever her body was found. For reasons unknown, the group made Jennifer take several antibiotics, painkillers, and sleeping pills before Ricky Smirms asked Melvin to stab her in the chest. This could either be due to an unexpected return of their conscience or an attempt to prolong Jennifer's suffering using medicines. The latter stands more probable since they didn't spare the life of the already tortured Jennifer. Thus, any consideration of the Greensburg Six empathy towards their unfortunate victim was completely out of the question. Instead, Melvin plunged the knife into Jennifer's body thrice, striking her chest and her throat. He later checked on her to find that she was still alive and slashed her wrist to end Jennifer's life. The group didn't immediately dispose of Jennifer's body. Angela Marinucci asked the group to prop the dead body up and wrap it in Christmas lighting to get a dazzling display of their monstrosity. But when the damaged Christmas lights didn't work, the frustrated group stuffed her body in a trash can where it was eventually found. All of this clearly showcased that none of the six had any form of remorse over their actions. But what really made them carry out this torture come murder? After learning of such a horrifying account, cops cracked down hard on everyone to find out why they made Jennifer suffer so much. The Greensburg Six revealed that Jennifer had developed a crush on Ricky, who was Angela's boyfriend at the time. Moreover, Angela once caught Ricky secretly speaking with Jennifer over the phone. This made her furious with jealousy, following which she decided to punish her new friend for crossing the line and hatched a plan with Amber. Cops found that this flow of romance wasn't one way, as Ricky later revealed that he loved Jennifer as well. Both had confessed their love to each other and had also been intimate on a few occasions behind Angela's back. This really made the detectives think as to why Ricky participated, or even approved of whatever happened with Jennifer. Especially, he could have avoided everything by simply warning Jennifer and asking her not to come for the sleepover. The confession from the other members of the Greensburg Six, especially Peggy Miller and Robert Masters, revealed that Angela was a very dangerous woman and they were very afraid of her. Peggy and Robert also said they didn't participate in any of the violence and were willing to cooperate with the police and get a plea deal in court. However, the fear analogy didn't stand true for everyone, especially Melvin Knight, who seemed to have enjoyed torturing and assaulting Jennifer the most. Nevertheless, when things came down to the point for each member to vote, none of them voted to let Jennifer live, despite already having made her go through a hellish nightmare. However, the police now had what they needed to get justice for Jennifer Daughtry. The hearing for the case began on November 3, 2010, revealing that Angela, Ricky, and Jennifer had a very complex love triangle, with Ricky being at the center of it all. Angela had actually overheard Ricky speaking with Jennifer when she had heard him saying that he loved her and wanted to marry her. This made Angela fume with rage since she had been his girlfriend for several years. The state of Pennsylvania had never seen a heinous and violent crime of this degree. On August 3, 2011, when giving the verdict, the court found the charges against Angela serious enough for death penalty. But since she was only 17 at the time of the incident, she ended up receiving life imprisonment without parole for first-degree murder, kidnapping, and conspiracy to commit murder. Due to certain unrelated developments, her sentence saw some revisions, with the final order coming in May 2022. Angela is now undergoing her sentence and would be eligible for parole only in 2070. Ricky Smyrns and Melvin Knight, however, received the death penalty. On February 28, 2013 and April 12, 2012, respectively. Knight later challenged his sentence in September 2014, stating that the jury was prejudiced towards him. But the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania upheld his sentence twice. Speaking about her judgment on Knight, Pennsylvania Supreme Court's Chief Justice, Todd, said that the jury was not biased in its judgment to give the death penalty to Melvin Knight. She instead noted that the decision was made after a thorough examination of a large pool of evidence which proved Knight and the rest of the Greensburg Six, having subjected Jennifer, a mentally challenged woman, to several forms of assault and torture, eventually killing her. Amber Menninger pled guilty to third-degree murder, conspiracy, and kidnapping, though she had initially tried to get some relief citing her pregnancy. Once she found out she could be facing the death penalty, she chose to cooperate as a witness and received a sentence of 40 to 80 years in prison on December 4, 2013. Prior to the trial, Peggy Miller and Robert Masters had already agreed to testify as witnesses. During the trial, Robert revealed that he had almost helped Jennifer in escaping and also returned her clothes while Melvin and Ricky were outside the house. But they returned before Jennifer could flee from the place. The court, however, noted that neither Peggy nor Roberts chose to inform the police of what happened, and only came forward as witnesses to get plea deals. Although they didn't participate in any of the violence, they did help in keeping Jennifer hostage and also voted to kill her. Peggy received a sentence of 35 to 74 years and Robert got a sentence of 30 to 70 years on March 17, 2014. The accounts of Peggy and Roberts also ushered in the need for a law in Pennsylvania to charge anybody witnessing a violent crime and withholding the information from the police with third-degree murder. This law was proposed by Senator Kim Ward in 2012, and he tabled the proposal as Jennifer's Law. Speaking at the trial of the murderers of her sister, Joy Buckholder said, "Jennifer was exploited. Her kindness and her handicap made her very vulnerable. She did not have a single mean bone in her body." Jennifer's family also took the blame of their beloved's murder on themselves, since they thought they shouldn't have left Jennifer alone, despite knowing that she needed the love, help, and support of someone close at almost all times. The horrifying and gruesome end of Jennifer Daughtry really shook one and all concerned from within. Jennifer's parents were especially devastated to know that their daughter was tortured, assaulted, murdered, and hoisted as a trophy in cold blood. To add to their grief, she was killed by the very people she trusted and someone whom she had fallen in love with. The Daughtries had been thinking of getting Jennifer a place of her own in Greensburg, where she could live more independently with a network of her reliable friends by her side. While the sleepover was a litmus test for such hopes of independence and companionship, the end result turned bloody red. The murder of Jennifer Daughtry is still noted as one of the most horrifying true crime stories out there. Notably, evidence draws a loose correlation between killers and the mental issues they face. But do you think that the Greensburg Six did what they did because of their mental challenges? Or were they capable of this cold-blooded, torture-cum-murder all along? On Saturday, May 4th, 2019, the day started like any other for Iman Nasser, a 17-year-old from Manchester, England. Recently becoming a new mother, she was still adjusting to this exciting phase of her life. However, the day took an unexpected turn when her ex-boyfriend and the father of her baby, 17-year-old Rhett Kardashaw, called to inform her that he was coming to visit. Despite their breakup and Rhett's involvement with a new girl named Sarah Muhammad, arrival of their baby had brought them closer again. Shortly after the call, Rhett arrived at Iron Man's room and the ex-lovers engaged in an intimate encounter. However, within minutes Rhett suddenly and violently stabbed a man multiple times. The question arises, What could have triggered Rhett's sudden outburst of violence? Was he under the influence of drugs, or was there a more terrifying reason behind his actions? It is important to note that Manchester, where this tragic incident took place, is a major city in the Greater Manchester area with a population of 552,000 as of 2021. The city is renowned for its football clubs, Manchester United and Manchester City, attracting fans from around the world. While the crime rate in Greater Manchester was 98.2 per 1,000 people in 2019, it is also a diverse and welcoming city with a rich historical heritage and esteemed universities. Aman Nasser, born in 2002 in Openshaw, Manchester, lived in this city with her family. Growing up in a close-knit family with 2 sisters and 2 brothers, Aman's upbringing was deeply rooted in her Islamic faith. Her family regularly attended the local mosque, instilling a strong sense of faith in her from a young age. Aman's personality radiated through her intelligence and charisma, excelling both academically and socially. She easily made friends and was a dedicated sister to her siblings. Her love for babies was so profound that she aspired to become a midwife in the future. However, in 2013, Aman's life took a different path when she met Rick Cartshaw, her classmate at Manchester Academy. Initially, their relationship seemed caring and protective, but over time, Rhett's behavior became controlling and abusive. As Aman's relationship with Rhett deteriorated, his behavior became increasingly abusive. He would engage in flirtations with other girls, cheat on her, lie to her, and even resort to physical violence whenever she questioned him. As a result, Aman's once vibrant social life began to fade away. She became withdrawn and isolated, afraid of upsetting Rhett, but also fearful of leaving him. Aman's friends and family noticed the distressing change in her behavior, but unfortunately, they were unable to separate the couple. Despite these challenges, Aman remained dedicated to her studies and managed to earn good grades in high school. She had plans to attend college, hoping for a fresh start away from the toxic relationship. However, at the age of 16, during her junior year of high school, Aman's situation became even more complicated when she discovered that she was pregnant with Rhett's child. This news clashed with her family's traditional expectations, and her mother was disappointed and angry. Initially, Aman's decision to keep the baby was met with resistance, but eventually her family accepted her choice and offered their support. At first, Rhett appeared to be happy about the pregnancy and assured Aman that they would work things out. However, his initial excitement quickly faded, and he reverted back to his old ways as the pregnancy progressed. Aman found herself torn between her loyalty to Rhett and her love for her unborn child. Unbeknownst to Aman, Rhett had started a relationship with another student named Sarah Muhammad. Sarah had always desired Rhett, so when he asked her out, she saw it as an opportunity. However, upon learning of Aman's pregnancy, Sarah's jealousy transformed into a vicious rage. Torn between the 2 women, Rhett ultimately chose Sarah, leaving Aman to face her pregnancy alone. Aman struggled with the breakup, but the arrival of her baby boy, Keenan, gave her strength. In March 2019, she gave birth to a healthy child, despite Rhett's absence during the birth and his continued emotional distance. However, the presence of their child only fueled Sarah's rage and jealousy. She found it unbearable that Rhett still had a connection through their baby, and her resentment reached toxic new heights. Meanwhile, Aman was completely engrossed in taking care of her baby, oblivious to the ominous presence lurking in the shadows. Despite no longer being in a romantic relationship, Aman and Rhett managed to maintain a friendship and frequently cross paths. However, when Sarah discovered their continued connection, she was filled with anger and promptly ended her relationship with Rhett. Unwilling to let go, Rhett was determined to salvage their bond and arrange a lunch meeting with Sarah on Friday, May 3, 2019, hoping to convince her to stay with him. The following day, on May 4, 2019, 17-year-old Rhett visited Aman's house while her mother was away, with Sarah waiting outside. Initially, Rhett appeared friendly as he caught up with Aman and reminisced about old times. However, his demeanor suddenly shifted. He retrieved a large kitchen knife from his bag and launched a vicious attack on Aman. A struggle ensued, but Aman summoned her strength and managed to push him away, fleeing into the garden. Red relentlessly pursued her, continuing the assault by brazenly stabbing her in the face, neck, armpit, and back 3 times. As Aman lay bleeding and fighting for her life, Red fled the scene and rendered vows with Sarah. The two embraced, engaged in conversation, and swiftly returned to Sarah's residence. Little did they anticipate that Aman would survive. One of her brothers had witnessed her bleeding in the garden and rushed her to the hospital. Rhett's escape was short-lived as the police apprehended him at a bus stop, clutching 2 bags containing blood-stained clothing and a bloody knife. Now in custody, Rhett faced intense questioning from the authorities. Through his responses and their subsequent investigation, the police pieced together the sequence of events. The tragic incident was set in motion during Rhett and Sarah's lunch meeting on Friday, May 3, 2019. Sarah's fury over Rhett's continued involvement with Aman led her to demand the ultimate proof of his love and commitment, the murder of Aman. She wanted him to go to great lengths to win back her affection. Rhett's phone records indicated that following the meeting, he had conducted online searches regarding asphyxiation and the potential penalties for murder. The investigation uncovered that Sarah had persistently pressured Rhett, bombarding him with numerous text messages instructing him to document his actions and share the footage as proof. Fortunately for Aman, Rhett's attempts at executing the plan have failed and her family promptly rushed her to the hospital. Aman underwent multiple surgeries and remained hospitalized for a duration of 4 days, as she had sustained severe injuries from a total of 15 stab wounds. The doctors confirmed that considering the severity of the assault, she was incredibly fortunate to have survived. During the police interrogation, Aman recounted that Rhett had posed disturbing questions during his visit on that fateful day. He inquired whether she would be willing to end her own life for him, if he should end hers, and how he should go about it. Rhett confessed to Aman that he was being coerced into terminating her life, claiming that failure to comply could result in harm to this family. He even requested her assistance in faking a strangulation, suggesting that she apply makeup to her neck to simulate the appearance of a choke mark, which he intended to photograph. Reluctantly, Ayman agreed and proceeded to apply the makeup, closing her eyes as he captured the staged image. However, upon opening her eyes, she was met with a horrifying sight. Rhett holding a large kitchen knife. Filled with fear, Ayman attempted to dial the emergency services, but he forcefully prevented her from doing so. Fearing for her life, she implored him to leave. A struggle ensued, and summoning her strength, Aman managed to escape from the room and flee into the garden. It was there that Rhett ultimately attacked her with the knife, inflicting over 15 stab wounds to her head, neck, and back. Following the savage assault, Rhett swiftly fled the scene, having prepared a change of clothes and sneakers to discard the blood-stained attire he had worn during the attack, highlighting the extent of his premeditation. He was apprehended. The items he had in his possession included a kitchen knife, a green sports bag, and clothing and sneakers stained with blood. Additionally, there was an open pack of wipes, some of which had been used, presumably for cleaning the knife. Shortly after, 17-year-old Sarah Muhammad was arrested. Her phone was seized, revealing messages urging Rhett to be cautious about leaving behind any DNA evidence, as it could lead to imprisonment. Furthermore, the messages requested that he record the attacks so that she could view it before deleting the evidence and disposing of the phone. The detectives also discovered that while Sarah was waiting outside Aman's house, she bombarded Rhett with over 50 texts, actively encouraging his actions. Among these messages, one stood out, stating, "Why are you taking so long? Hurry up and do it." What followed were a series of chilling messages that exposed the dark side of Rhett and Sarah's relationship. In response to Sarah, Rhett wrote, "I did it to prove I love you. There was no other way to keep you." Sarah replied, "I know there wasn't. I'm going to protect you at all costs." Shockingly, she even offered to assist him in obtaining a new identity, assuring him, "I would have done the same for you." Investigators were appalled that high school teenagers could harbor such sinister thoughts. Rhett Cardi Shaw was charged with attempted murder and possession of a dangerous weapon, while his girlfriend, Sarah Muhammad, was charged with intentionally encouraging and assisting in the commission of murder. Initially, Rhett was also charged with assault based on the hospital's examination of Iman. But this charge was dropped when Iman confirmed that it was consensual. Prior to the trial, Sarah Muhammad changed her name to Cairo Mori Akihiro. The trial took place in December 2019 at Manchester Crown Court, where a courageous Amin Nasser confronted her attackers as she provided her testimony recounting how the incident unfolded. On that fateful day, Amin received a phone call from Rhett informing her that he was en route to her residence. At that moment, she was sound asleep inside the house while her sisters were busy preparing food in the kitchen. Meanwhile, her mother had stepped out with her newborn baby. When Rhett arrived at her doorstep, he carried a green plastic bag and wore black gloves. Inside the bag, there lay a black Adidas hoodie and matching trousers. Rhett claimed that his intention was to donate these clothes to charity, but a man expressed her desire to examine them, which sparked an argument between them. Subsequently, when she retreated to her room, Rhett followed her and settled into the gaming chair, drawing closer to her. A man testified in court that he began touching her thighs and chest, kissing her neck, nose, and face, almost forcing himself upon her. Although she felt angered by his behavior, she eventually succumbed, and the two engaged in intimate relations within her bedroom. Later, their conversation took a disturbing turn as Rhett broached the topic of her demise. According to a man, Rhett gazed into the mirror and made unsettling remarks, including threats towards his own family. Frightened, she called out to her sister, but Rhett swiftly silenced her, assuring her that he had no harmful intentions. Suddenly, the tone of their conversation shifted once Morris's phone incessantly beeped with a barrage of text messages. He emphasized the seriousness of his threats. In response, a man threatened to contact someone unless he revealed the contents of the messages. However, Rhett attempted to conceal the messages from her as he perused them. These messages, sent by Kira Mori, also known as Sarah, were the final catalyst. The situation escalated from emotional distress to outright violence as Rhett launched an attack on Iman with a knife. Iman also provided insights into Cairo Mori's life, describing her as a demonic girl with a fascination for dark and gothic themes. She labeled Cairo Mori as a manipulative and delusional teenager who could not accept that Iman had been involved with Rhett prior to her. Iman believed that Cairo Mori had been stalking her on social media, which contributed to her feelings of insecurity. Amanda's testimony was filled with intense emotions as she recounted the harrowing experience she had endured. She described how her life had been completely transformed, struggling to find a sense of safety and even sleep at night. The daunting task of rebuilding her life now forced her to become a stay-at-home parent, solely responsible for caring for her child. Shockingly, Amand did not receive any form of apology from the perpetrators, which deeply affected her. She expressed her frustration, highlighting that no one had considered the fact that her son was only 2 months old at the time, and she had recently undergone a C-section at 35 weeks. Despite her powerful testimony, Kyra Mori, also known as Sarah, disagreed with the court's account of the events. She maintained her innocence, claiming that she believed Rhett was planning to end his relationship with a man. Kyra Mori explained her messages as an attempt to have their breakup recorded on his phone as evidence of their separation. However, her explanation failed to sway anyone. Throughout the court proceedings, Kyra Mori was observed smiling and even laughing, displaying a complete lack of remorse. Both Rhett and Kyra Mori, who were 17 years old at the time of the trial, were ultimately found guilty of all charges. During the sentencing, Judge Alan Conrad Keefe C. highlighted the disturbingly narcissistic behaviors exhibited by Rhett and Kyra Mori, expressing disappointment in Kyra Mori's actions. The judge emphasized that the victim was an innocent girl whom Kyra Mori had never even met and who had caused her no harm. Even the defense team expressed profound sadness over the tragic nature of the case, underscoring how the incomprehensible actions of these two teenagers had irreversibly damaged their own futures. Initially, the media was prohibited from disclosing their names due to their age. However, following their conviction and in response to requests from the press, Judge Alan Conrad Keefe C. ordered that their identities be made public. Aman Nasser also chose to waive her anonymity rights, as she believed it was crucial for her story to be shared. On Friday, December 20th, 2019, Rhett Cardyshaw was sentenced to 16 years in prison for attempted murder and possession of an offensive weapon. Kyra Mori Akihiro, previously known as Sarah Muhammad, has been sentenced to 16 years in prison for her involvement in encouraging and assisting a person to commit murder. Following the conviction of the teenagers, Detective Inspector Jennifer Tattersall from Greater Manchester Police commended Iman's bravery and determination. She acknowledged the significant impact the traumatic event it had on the young woman who was left in a serious condition and praised her for coming forward to assist the police during the investigation. Amin Nasser expressed her satisfaction with the outcome of the trial, stating that she achieved the results she desired. She also expressed gratitude towards the police for their assistance and support, and voiced her hope for a brighter future. Despite justice being served, Amin faces numerous challenges ahead. The incident has profoundly affected her perspective on life, leaving her in constant fear of potential harm. She disclosed that her family had relocated from Openshaw due to the traumatic incident and her deteriorating mental health. Amin now struggles to trust others and relies on medication to cope with the lingering effects of her ordeal. Although Amin's journey to recovery will be difficult, she remains determined to rebuild her life for the sake of her child. Her experience with a seemingly loving partner who turned violent serves as a reminder of the importance of vigilance and recognizing warning signs in relationships. As for the adequacy of the sentence given to Rhett and Kyra Mori, it is a matter open to interpretation and discussion. On the morning of December 10th, 2017, Gary Bentley, a 33-year-old resident of Campbellsburg, Kentucky, woke up bright and early along with his lovely wife, Tasha, who was 34 years old, and their 4-year-old son, Connor. Despite being married for 5 blissful years, Tasha had recently lost her job, which had left her feeling sad and miserable. The stress of finding a new job had taken a toll on her. However, on that particular day, Tasha returned from work in the evening only to discover that Gary had not been answering her calls or messages. As she approached their house, she noticed the garage door wide open and an eerie silence enveloping the premises. A sense of fear washed over Tasha as she realized that something was amiss. What had happened to Gary? Had he vanished without a trace? Or was there a more troubling explanation for his absence? Campbellsburg, situated in Henry County, Kentucky, is a charming community adorned with farmhouse-style homes. Despite its tranquil ambience, it is conveniently located just 40 miles away from the bustling city of Louisville, offering its residents easy access to urban amenities. As of 2020, the population of Campbellsburg stood at 836, steadily increasing over the past 2 decades. The town is part of the Louisville metropolitan area, renowned for its cultural landmarks and icons. Notably, it is the hometown of the legendary boxer, Muhammad Ali, and serves as the venue for the prestigious Kentucky Derby. Additionally, Campbellsburg probably claims to be the birthplace of Kentucky Fried Chicken and is home to the University of Louisville and the esteemed Louisville Slugger Company, known for manufacturing baseball bats. Like any city, Campbellsburg is not immune to crime, but its crime rate of 1.66 per thousand residents remains relatively low compared to other areas in the region. In this idyllic community, Gary Bentley resided with his wife and son, cherishing the values of family. Born on August 31st, 1984 in Louisville, Kentucky, Gary was the son of Gerald and Lisa Bentley. He held a deep bond with his younger sister, Amy, and embraced the importance of familial connections. From the very start, Gary displayed a genuine country boy spirit and reveled in the wonders of the great outdoors. He found joy in hunting, fishing, and immersing himself in the breathtaking beauty of the Kentucky landscape. Additionally, he had a talent for collecting guns, and his passion for the wilderness was only surpassed by his unwavering loyalty to his beloved sports team, the Kentucky Wildcats. As a young man, Gary pursued a career as an electrician and successfully graduated as a skilled member of the local brotherhood IBW 369. In 2006, Gary's life took an unexpected turn when he crossed paths with Tasha Lynn Etherden, a nurse who was a year older than him. Tasha's outspoken and outgoing nature perfectly complemented Gary's quiet and laid-back personality, creating an undeniable connection between them. They dated for 6 years, establishing a strong foundation for their future together. Finally, in September 2012, Gary and Tasha exchanged vows, solidifying their lifelong commitment to each other. Their home in Campbellsburg was soon blessed with the arrival of their son, Connor, who quickly became the center of their universe. Gary proved to be an exceptional father, showering his son with love and attention. He delighted in chasing the little boy around the house and eagerly anticipated embarking on outdoor adventures with him. The family also cherished their vacations, including a memorable trip to Jamaica in 2016 with their friends Kevin and Amy Day. However, beneath the surface, cracks began to appear in their seemingly idyllic life. Tasha faced challenges at work, putting her job at risk. This uncertainty led to arguments during their vacation. Tensions escalated to the point where it strained Gary's relationship with his closest friend, Kevin. Upon returning home, the situation worsened as Tasha lost her job. Although she eventually found another job, her demeanor grew increasingly irritable and distant, adding further strain to their relationship. Despite these difficulties, Gary remained determined to salvage their marriage, unaware that fate had other plans in store. On December 10, 2017, at 6:54 p.m., Gary's father, Gerald, received a distressing phone call from Tasha, who sounded deeply concerned. Tasha recounted that Gary had failed to answer her calls and messages throughout the entire day. Upon returning home from work, she discovered the garage door wide open, which left her too frightened to enter the house. Concerned for her safety, Gerald drove to their residence in Campbellsburg. He cautiously entered the house and was warmly greeted by their dogs, but his calls for their son Gary went unanswered. Gerald proceeded through the house and eventually arrived at Gary's bedroom, where he was met with a horrifying sight. Gary lay motionless in bed, with a gunshot wound to the back of his head. Overwhelmed by the shocking scene, Gerald immediately dialed 911 for assistance. The paramedics and police from Henry County arrived promptly, but unfortunately, it was too late for Gary. He was pronounced dead at the scene, leaving Gerald devastated. The police discovered a single shell casing next to Gary's lifeless body. The positioning of the body indicated that Gary had been facing away from the bedroom door when the fatal shot was fired, suggesting a cold-blooded execution-style murder within his own home. This revelation stunned the police, especially considering the absence of any signs of forced entry or break-in. Strangely, all of Gary's firearms were missing from the safe, yet nothing else appeared to have been taken. The house remained untouched. However, during their search of the premises, the police stumbled upon a concealed stash of marijuana and cannabis seeds stored in jars, raising suspicions of a potential connection between the death and drug-related activities. Investigators noted that Gary owned several dogs who would typically alert or bark if an unfamiliar person entered the house, yet none of the neighbors reported hearing any commotion or barking sounds in the vicinity. It was evident that Gary himself had been caught off guard, as there were no signs of a struggle. This led investigators to believe that the perpetrator might have been someone known to the dogs, someone familiar with the Bentley family. As part of the investigation, Tasha was interviewed inside a patrol car. Tasha provided a detailed account of her interactions with Gary on the morning of his deer hunting trip. She mentioned attempting to contact him throughout the day, but received no response. Additionally, Tasha revealed that she had visited their friends Kevin and Amy earlier that day. During the conversation about their friends, Tasha accidentally revealed that Gary and Kevin had a heated argument during their trip to Jamaica, which resulted in Gary throwing Godriga Kevin. Based on this information, the police decided to interview Kevin as a person of interest in the case. However, Kevin was able to provide a solid alibi, leading the police to remove him from the suspect list. As is common in such investigations, the detectives shifted their focus to Tasha Bentley, the surviving spouse. Upon delving into their marital history, the police discovered a relationship filled with challenges and conflicts. The breaking point in their 10-year-long marriage occurred after their vacation in Jamaica in September 2016, when Tasha lost her job due to ongoing issues at work. Although her stress seemed to decrease after securing a new job, there were peculiar incidents involving her cars. In 2016, Tasha contacted her father-in-law, Gerald, claiming her car had broken down and she needed a ride. Strikingly, this was not the first time she found herself in such a situation. There were 3 separate incidents where her cars were intentionally set on fire, leading investigators to question if Tasha orchestrated these events for insurance claims. By 2017, the problems in Gary and Tasha's marriage had intensified. Gary's family and close friends began suspecting that Tasha might be involved in an extramarital affair. She frequently spent a significant amount of time on her phone, often claimed to be working late hours, and appeared emotionally distant. This situation escalated to the point where Tasha started spending entire weekends away from Gary. Gerald made multiple attempts to address the concerning situation with his son, Gary. However, Gary consistently dismissed his family's worries and showed reluctance to discuss the issues in his marriage. One particular incident that stood out for Gary's family was the Thanksgiving holiday in November 2017, just a few weeks before Gary's untimely death. Gary's parents had hosted the holiday gathering at their residence in Louisville. During the celebration, Tasha, Gary's wife, seemed unusually eager to leave. After dinner, she excused herself, claiming she wanted to go shopping alone. However, she returned in the early hours of Black Friday without making any purchases. The following week, Tasha expressed her concerns to Lisa Bentley, her mother-in-law. She expressed her reluctance to attend the funeral, which immediately raised red flags for Amy. Amy sensed that there was more to the story and her intuition proved to be correct. She disclosed to the authorities that Tasha had been engaged in an affair with a coworker named Anthony. The situation had become so serious that Tasha had been planning to leave Gary and move in with Anthony in January 2018. Additionally, the police discovered that both Tasha and Gary had been researching life insurance policies. While Gary had reservations about the idea, Tasha had been advocating for a substantial $1 million policy. These revelations added further complexity to the intricate puzzle surrounding Gary's death. The detectives decided to delve deeper into the matter and made a startling discovery. They found that a newly acquired $1 million life insurance policy had been taken out in Gary's name just 4 days before the tragic event occurred. Tasha had given her consent to this policy by using Gary's electronic signature. The police now possessed sufficient circumstantial evidence to regard Tasha as their primary suspect. On December 11, 2017, Tasha was summoned to the police station for an interview where she was interrogated about her relationship with Anthony. Initially, Tasha asserted that they were merely colleagues and friends, both inside and outside of work. However, as the interview progressed, she eventually confessed to having an affair with Anthony and planning to move in with him. The conversation then shifted to the contentious topic of the life insurance policy. Tasha vehemently denied any involvement in Gary's death, but the police harbored strong suspicions that she either personally shot him or hired someone to carry out the act. Tasha's narrative crumbled when investigators cautioned her about the potential loss of custody of her son. In an emotionally charged breakdown, she admitted to murdering Gary, but with a twist. She claimed that Gary had allegedly assaulted their 4-year-old son, Connor, by throwing him onto the bed, hitting the wall, and repeatedly striking the child. Tasha asserted that she intended to intervene, but she became the target of Gary's violence as he kicked her. Hours later, while Gary was asleep in bed, Tasha used her personal Ruger firearm to deliver the fatal shot, implying that she acted in self-defense. Tasha further revealed that she emptied the gun safe in an attempt to make the crime appear as a failed robbery. She handed the firearms, including the murder weapon, a handgun with purple grips, to Anthony, who stored them at his sister's residence in Louisville. The police briefly considered the possibility of Anthony being an accomplice, but after questioning him and verifying his alibi, he was cleared of all suspicion. The outcome of the case now depended on verifying Tasha's self-defense claim and determining whether Gary had indeed assaulted his son. The police conducted interviews with friends and family members, as well as sought advice from medical experts. They transported 4-year-old Connor to Morton Children's Hospital in Louisville to assess him for signs of long-term abuse, but the investigation yielded a unanimous outcome. There was no evidence to indicate that Gary had inflicted harm upon his son. In fact, The information gathered portrayed Gary as a dedicated father, son, and husband who had never exhibited any violent tendencies towards anyone. However, it was discovered that Tasha had not only brutally murdered her sleeping husband, but had also fabricated a story about an assault in an attempt to mislead the authorities. Consequently, Tasha Bentley was promptly arrested and charged with the murder of Gary, as well as tampering with physical evidence. Additionally, she faced charges related to the possession and distribution of marijuana, as numerous jars of marijuana and cannabis seeds were found in their residence. Tasha Bentley pleaded guilty to her husband's murder on July 20th, 2021, and on September 17th, 2021, she received a sentence of 55 years in prison. Currently, she is incarcerated at the Kentucky Correctional Institute for Women, with her earliest possible parole date set for November 20th, 2037, according to her inmate records. Following the sentencing, both Gary and Tasha's families engaged in a custody battle over their son, Connor. After the murder, Tasha took Connor to Bullitt County, Kentucky, and entrusted him to Scarlett Etherton, who was later revealed to be Tasha's great-aunt. In July 2018, the Bullitt County Family Court granted permanent custody of Connor to Etherton. However, the Bentleys and their attorney, Lewis Winter, have claimed that they were not adequately informed about the custody hearing and are now seeking to overturn the custody order. They argue that they have been treated unfairly in Bullitt County, citing Etherton's previous role as a deputy court clerk, which they believe may have influenced the proceedings. Additionally, the Bentleys have raised concerns about their grants and Connor's well-being, alleging that Etherton violated a court order by removing him from therapy and discussing the crime with them. Despite the legal complexities involved, the Bentleys remain steadfast in their pursuit of sole custody for Connor. At the age of 10, Connor continues to grapple with profound emotional distress. He has displayed signs of trauma, often assuming the persona of his late father, Gary, and harboring deep-seated resentment towards his mother, Tasha. When Tasha attempted to arrange a visit with Connor at the correctional facility, he repeatedly expressed disinterest, stating, "Why would I want to visit the person who destroyed my life?" Gary Bentley's tragic story serves as a stark reminder of how financial greed can drive individuals to commit heinous acts, even at the expense of a loved one's life. Now the question arises, was justice truly served for Gary Bentley? And do you agree with the 55-year sentence handed down to Tasha? 19-year-old Chris Hannah Logan resided in Toledo, Ohio, where she worked as an exotic dancer at a club called Platinum Showgirls, performing under the stage name Vegas. Chris Hannah had great aspirations of relocating to Texas in order to pursue her higher education. However, tragically, her dreams would never be fulfilled. Chris Hannah typically worked most nights at the club, but on the night of April 14th, 2000, she had the night off and didn't go into work. She was found dead in her apartment just before dawn on the morning of April 15th. The discovery of Krishna's body was made by her neighbor and landlord, Theodora Wilson. Theodora had heard some noises coming from Krishna's apartment during the night, so being concerned, she decided to check in on her. She was horrified when she found Krishna in the living room, having been assaulted and strangled. Toledo police officer Michael Mugler and his partner were dispatched to the Robbins Wood address to assist fire crews on the scene. Their primary task was to secure the area, documenting all individuals entering and exiting and their purposes. Christian's vehicle was towed as evidence. While doing so, Mugler encountered a man walking down the driveway who identified himself as Christian Logan's boyfriend, Izell Brown, also known as Zeke. He expressed his desire to know what was happening. Detective Terry Cusino, the on-call Toledo police investigator, was responsible for photographing and videotaping the crime scene. Despite thorough examination, no usable fingerprints were recovered. However, various physical items, including Krishna's underwear around her right ankle, a black bra around her torso, and a flower dress covering her head, were collected as evidence. Lucas County Deputy Coroner Cynthia Bessier conducted Krishna's autopsy. She testified about the external and internal trauma to Krishna's neck. Supported by photographs documenting the injuries, Bessier collected swabs from multiple areas of Krishani's body for DNA testing and reported minimal alcohol and no illegal drugs in her system. Bessier determined Krishani's cause of death as strangulation, ruling it a homicide. Her autopsy report was submitted as evidence. At the crime scene, there was no sign of forced entry, leading investigators to initially suspect that she had been killed by someone she knew. As the investigation progressed, one of Krishan's friends from high school, whose name wasn't disclosed, stated that Krishan and her ex-boyfriend, Brown, had been involved in a toxic relationship marked by fighting and arguments, which Krishan had been trying to end. Despite Krishan moving out briefly, Brown continued to stalk her. She revealed that Krishan received money and gifts from Brown occasionally, often in exchange for intimate services. Additionally, Krishan occasionally engaged in physical relationships with her clients at the club. But whenever she did this, Christiana made sure that her friend knew about her whereabouts. The friend disclosed details regarding the night before the murder, stating that on August 14, 2000, around 12 p.m., she and Christiana had met at Christiana's apartment on Robbinswood Avenue in central Toledo. They left in Christiana's new Jeep to show it off. Later, they stopped at Christiana's mother's house, where they greeted a neighbor after returning to Christiana's apartment to prepare for the evening. They left around 7 p.m. visiting various hangout spots. They later attended a party at Krishani's male neighbor's house where Krishani's and the neighbor were seen kissing. Subsequently, they visited 3 after-hours clubs before returning to Krishani's apartment around 4:30 a.m. The neighbor testified that he and Krishani's Logan had been engaged in intimate activities in his room in the early hours of April 15, 2000. Although they had been intimate before, they were only friends and there was no romantic side to their relationship. He mentioned that Christiana had been dating a man from Detroit, but couldn't recall any other boyfriends. Theodore Wilson, Christiana's landlord, provided testimony consistent with the accounts from her friend and her neighbor of the day of the murder. Wilson also recalled encountering a large black man resembling Brown outside Christiana's apartment early on April 15, 2000. Later, she witnessed Christiana and the man entering her apartment after loud music emanated from a car parked nearby. Wilson's 911 call reported the disturbance, which he attributed to furniture being moved in Krishan's apartment. Now the only potential link was Krishan's former boyfriend, Brown. So law enforcement arrested Brown as the prime suspect in the case. However, he consistently asserted his innocence, and 7 months later, DNA evidence conclusively cleared him of any involvement in Krishan's murder. But at the same time, investigators were unaware of the broader pattern emerging. Krishana's case marked the beginning of a series of 3 victims targeted by a repeat offender. In late August of 2000, a girl in her late teens whose name has been kept hidden to protect her identity was making her way home in South Toledo at around 5:30 p.m. Little did she know that her evening stroll would turn into a nightmare. Suddenly, she was snatched off the street by an unknown assailant, dragged to a secluded area. She endured a harrowing ordeal as she was physically assaulted. Just a few weeks later, in early October, another young girl, whose identity was also kept confidential, was on her way to school when she too fell victim to a similar fate. Like the first victim, she was forcefully grabbed by the perpetrator and subjected to a ruthless physical assault. These incidents sent shockwaves through the community, leaving residents fearful and law enforcement authorities scrambling for answers. The similarities between the cases were undeniable, prompting investigators to go deeper into the connections. During the course of their investigation, a crucial discovery was made. The DNA recovered from both victims, as well as the body of Krishna, matched that of the same individual. However, at the time, the DNA profile did not match any known criminals in the database. Undeterred authorities intensified their efforts to track down the perpetrator. With the newfound DNA evidence in hand, they revisited the accounts of the victims, hoping to glean any additional details that could aid in identifying the suspect. Through these interviews, a detailed sketch was made. According to the victims' testimonies, the suspect was described as a light to medium-skinned African-American male, potentially in his early 40s at the time of the attacks. He stood approximately 5 feet 7 inches in height and had either a bald or shaved head, along with a distinctive mustache. One striking feature noted by both victims was the assailant's large protruding stomach. Additionally, The man emitted a strong odor of cigarettes and beer, indicating potential lifestyle habits. Scars or blotchy coloring on his cheeks, coupled with a generally unkempt appearance, further contributed to his description. One victim even recalled the possibility of a tattoo on his upper left arm, although the details remained unclear. Notably, both young women confirmed the perpetrator was not circumcised, providing a unique identifier that could aid in his arrest. Once these links were released to the media, Prashana's mother, Evelyn Logan, made an emotional plea to anyone who could help solve these three vicious crimes to please come forward. But despite the collaborative efforts of law enforcement agencies and the community's vigilance, the identity of the perpetrator remained elusive and the case went cold for years. It wasn't until 2013 that a renewed push to solve the cold case breathed new life into the investigation with advancements in forensic technology. And a persistent commitment to seeking justice, authorities continued to pursue leads and explore avenues for closure. And finally, after nearly 2 decades in 2021, a breakthrough occurred. The perpetrator's DNA profile, previously unmatched in criminal databases, produced a hit in the Combined DNA Index System, or CODIS. The long-awaited breakthrough led to the identification of Kenneth M. Marshall, 54, a resident of Hammond, Indiana. The link came up with an unrelated arrest in Lake County, Indiana, where Marshall faced charges for assaulting his girlfriend. After Marshall's arrest for this assault on November 18, 2021, his DNA was collected and uploaded to CODIS, where it produced a match for 3 cold cases dating back to 2000. And among these cases was the murder of Krishna. Marshall was arrested on January 15, 2021 by Hammond police with the help from the U.S. Marshals Great Lakes Task Force. Outside his home on the 900 block of State Street in Hammond, Indiana. Kenneth Marshall's conviction marked the end of a 2-decade-long saga of terror and violence that troubled the lives of numerous victims. On August 16, 2022, Marshall was found guilty by a jury of murder, aggravated murder, felonious assault, and 5 counts of assault. During Marshall's sentencing hearing, Lucas County Common Pleas Judge Stacy Cook delivered a scathing condemnation of his actions. She emphasized the predatory nature of Marshall's crimes, noting that he preyed upon vulnerable individuals for his own gratification. Despite Marshall's defense, arguing that the statute of limitations had expired for some charges, Judge Cook ensured that he would face the consequences of his heinous acts. The severity of Marshall's sentence reflected the gravity of his offenses. Judge Cook ordered him to serve a life term in prison with the possibility of parole, along with the consecutive sentences for the assault charges. As a result, Marshall would be eligible for parole only after serving 130 years behind bars. The impact of Marshall's crime extended far beyond the courtroom. The surviving victims, now adults, bravely testified against him, recounting the trauma they endured. Their testimonies played a crucial role in securing Marshall's conviction and sentencing. For over 5 years, Krishana's family had endured the agony of living without closure. The unanswered questions surrounding her murder had weighed heavily on them. As the wheels of justice turn and Marshall faces the consequences of his actions, we hope Krishan's family finds some solace in the pursuit of truth and knowing that Marshall will spend the rest of his life behind bars. In the early morning of April 7, 1996, Officer Freeman spotted a man dumping large black trash bags into the river's edge on Madison Street, New York. As Freeman approached, the man froze. The 2 cars next to the man with trunks filled with garbage bags caught the officer's attention. Upon searching, he made a shocking discovery. They contained bloody tools and blood-soaked clothes, and the rest had a dismembered body cut into 66 pieces in the most gruesome manner possible. The man disposing of the bags identified himself as 40-year-old Vladimir Zelinin. The police finally found out who the person inside the bags was. Yakov Gluzman, 48, a famous cancer researcher and billionaire, unfortunately fell victim to Vladimir's twisted actions. Then the case took the most unexpected turn when he mentioned the name Rita Gluzman, who was Yakov's wife. Now the big question was, how was Rita connected to this tragic event? Did she plot to kill her husband? Or was Vladimir merely playing a blame game to divert attention and escape the consequences? But to understand this situation fully, we need to rewind and meet the man at the center of it all. Yakov Gluzman. Who was he and what role did he play in this tragic event? Yakov Gluzman was born on January 2nd, 1948. He was a scientist who was globally recognized for his contributions to cancer research. Yakov and his wife Rita had known each other since childhood in Ukraine, then part of the Soviet Union. Rita Gluzman was born in Trebnitsa, Ukraine in 1948. She was the eldest daughter of Paula and Leib Shapiro, who were both Holocaust survivors. Growing up, Rita developed a unique perspective when she witnessed the death of close family and friends at the hands of the Nazis. However, Yakov's value as a researcher made it impossible for him to secure a visa to leave. After leaving for Israel in February 1970, Rita discovered she was pregnant with their son. Meanwhile, Yakov sacrificed his academic career in the Soviet Union by taking a simple job as a carpenter to make it easier for them to emigrate. With help from Jewish groups, Rita pushed the United Nations to reunite her with Yakov in America. She also went on an 18-day hunger strike near the UN and pressured the US Senate to help reunite her with Yakov. Her efforts forced the Soviet Union to let Yakov join her in the West. The couple then finally reunited in the US in 1972, and Yakov was able to continue his scientific work. Then, 5 years later in 1977, they settled in Long Island, New York. By 1987, Yakov started Harbor Laboratory, a pharmaceutical company in New York. At the same time, Rita had also established her technology company, ECI Technologies, with Yakov's help. Yakov progressed to become the director of molecular biology in 1987 for Ladirley Laboratories in Rockland County. While managing ECI Technologies, Rita had to take the tough decision of relocating to Long Island as Yakov worked in Rockland. But as time went on, the family became more successful and moved into a spacious residence in the rich area of Upper Saddle River, New Jersey. If Rita and Yakov truly had a happy marriage, then Zelenin's claims don't add up. Could he be fabricating this entire story to hide a more sinister motive like eliminating Yakov for financial gain? Before we jump to conclusions, to get a full picture, let's rewind to the time when Yakov's body was found. On Easter, April 7, 1996, Officer Freeman made an unusual discovery at the river's edge in a parking lot. The first thing he saw was 2 cars with open trunks. He also noticed Vladimir Zelenin, who wore a t-shirt and a single glove on his right hand. Zelenin was tossing large black trash bags into the river. Approaching cautiously, Freeman noticed blood splatters on Zelenin's pants and shoes with the surgical glove covered in blood. The smell of drying blood hung in the air. While investigating further, Freeman found a bag with bloody tools, a hacksaw, axes, knives, and a scalpel, and another bag with blood-soaked clothes. Shockingly, the trunks of the 2 cars revealed 8 more bags, and they contained the tragically dismembered remains of Yakov Gluzman. His body was cut into 66 pieces, a gruesome act that even involved removing his nose and lips. Officer Freeman stood with Vladimir Zelenin with blood-stained pants. He was Russian and could barely communicate in English. Shockingly, he revealed that Rita Gluzman was Vladimir's cousin and that she played a crucial role in helping him immigrate to the United States just 11 months prior. The chilling revelation unfolded as Vladimir confessed that it was actually Rita who forced him into the unthinkable act of taking Yakov's life. The following day, when authorities in Bergen County arrived at Rita's home, she had already left along with her passport. This raised concerns among prosecutors that she might have fled overseas. However, as Zelenin was detained in Bergen County, Rita was supposedly heading for Long Island. It was evident that she was aware that the authorities would be searching for her. During her journey, she briefly stopped in Ville, stealing a set of New York license plates from a parked car to make her vehicle less conspicuous with its New Jersey tags. Even though investigators in both jurisdictions had not officially declared Rita as a suspect in her husband's death, there was little doubt that she had orchestrated the killing and now was running away from the police. A public alert was issued emphasizing their intention to speak with her. Rita stayed out of sight for 6 days following her husband's death. Eventually, the police found her in Cold Spring Harbor, Long Island, on April 12, 1996. The discovery took place during a routine cleaning round at the Hawk's Nest cabin when a cleaning lady spotted Rita breaking into a guest cabin. This cabin was owned by a former company where her husband had worked. The woman had mistaken Rita for a thief and promptly alerted the police about the situation. Upon being confronted, Rita tried to escape by scrambling out of a back window onto the laboratory grounds. But after a while, local police managed to find her and placed her under arrest. Notably, her car had a stolen license plate. And inside the vehicle, authorities found various travel brochures, including some from Switzerland and Australia. Additionally, Rita was carrying a passport and flight information for trips to Switzerland. The police were shocked to see Rita Glusman after her arrest. She was not the woman who walked in luxurious clothes anymore. She had changed her look entirely, which led to the police getting more suspicious. But there was one problem which didn't let the police charge her for the murder of her husband. But the investigation took a turn when cracks began to appear in the seemingly perfect facade of their marriage. During their move from Long Island to New Jersey, hidden tensions emerged between the couple. Despite being a mutual decision, it became apparent that relocating to New Jersey caused financial stress for Rita, especially for her company, ECI Technology. But there was one inconsistency. Rita had claimed that the move left them poverty-stricken, but she was seen wearing mink coats, driving a BMW, and living a pretty luxurious life. In contrast, Yakov Klusman used to drive a 1983 Nissan and dressed in normal jeans. In the summer of 1995, Yakov Klusman moved out of the New Jersey house and rented a second-floor apartment in Pearl River, a few blocks from work. By September of that year, Yakov Klusman had started a romantic relationship with a woman he had previously met while visiting his family in Israel. In 1994, the relationship between Yakov and Rita had irreparably deteriorated. Yakov was advancing his career as a cancer researcher, while Rita's technology company was facing financial ruin. By the fall of 1994, during a telephone conversation with his father, Yakov had admitted that his 25-year marriage to Rita was falling apart. Shortly after, in December 1995, Yakov Glusman filed for divorce. Despite his generous divorce offer, Rita declined it. During their divorce proceedings, the ECI Technology Company became a focal point. Rita wanted sole ownership of the company, while Yakov insisted on properly reviewing its financials before he agreed to any terms. Hearing this, Rita was devastated. When Yakov initiated the divorce, he cited marital cruelty as the reason. For months later, in 1996, the struck as the couple's 25-year-old son lost his life while serving in the Israeli army, which added more strain to their already fragile relationship. Rita found herself growing desperate, and some observed her behavior becoming erratic. Despite receiving $90,000 from Yakov when he moved out a year earlier in 1995, she struggled to curb her desires for luxury. In an attempt to halt the divorce, Rita Glusman hired a private investigator to find any damaging information against Yakov. She resorted to illegal actions like wiretapping Yakov's phone and even threatened to poison his girlfriend with the AIDS virus. When these schemes failed to prevent the divorce, Rita Glusman began plotting to take his life. She faced another setback when she got caught stealing small items from a pharmacy in New Jersey, which led to her arrest on shoplifting charges. Her business continued to decline and the divorce proceedings became more bitter as both sides exchanged accusations. Rita had already made a firm decision and was ready to involve her cousin, Selena. Her plan, though simple, was incredibly brutal. In the months leading up to Easter, Rita obtained a key to her ex-husband's apartment. She convinced him to give it to her during one of their arguments and had it duplicated. Knowing her ex-husband's routine, she was aware that he often spent Saturday evenings at the lab and usually returned home around 11:30 p.m. Being aware that Rita ensured they had all the tools they would need, a hacksaw, a scalpel, a knife, along with numerous cleaning products. On the night of April 6, 1996, just hours before Yakov was supposed to return home, Rita and Zelina drove from Bergen County and a late model Ford Taurus registered to her company. They parked in a dimly lit area, not very far from Yakov's apartment, and silently waited in the living room. At 11:30 p.m., Yakov pulled his Nissan Maxima into his parking spot and entered his apartment. That's when Zelina delivered the initial blow with an axe in the darkness. He couldn't precisely see where he hit Yakov, but the scientists collapsed to the floor. Rita, filled with rage and vicious force, then attacked her husband. At one point, her ex slipped, striking Zelina on the right hand, which caused continuous bleeding. Rita insisted they had no time to spare and would look into Zelina's wound later. Grabbing a knife from the bag, she plunged into her ex-husband's chest to ensure he was not alive. They dragged his bloody corpse into the bathroom, proceeding to dismember the body. Rita insisted on making sure no piece of the man was large enough to be identified. They cut off his fingertips to prevent fingerprint identification and even removed his nose and lips to make sure anybody who might discover the body could never recognize him. While Zelina continued butchering the body, Rita went on a cleaning frenzy, attempting to remove any evidence of the crime. Only one neighbor, Kathy Armstrong, residing a floor below Yakov, heard something thumping and banging around 3 a.m. on April 7, 1996. Little did she know they were disposing of what remained of Yakov, his body parts and bloody clothing stuffed into 9 plastic garbage bags. The tools used for the gruesome task were crammed into another bag. Subsequently, the bags were loaded into the trunks of the 2 cars. Zelina would then return to East Rutherford, dispose of Glusman's remains in the Psyche River, and then get rid of the car before sunrise. However, a hitch occurred. They were off schedule while loading one of the cars. The leaning accidentally triggered its theft alarm. It was just a brief wail in the night, and if anyone in the apartment complex heard the alarm, they didn't bother to investigate. Despite this, Rita panicked, jumped into the tourists, and instructed the leaning to speed away. They circled the neighborhood for some time before cautiously returning to the apartment complex, making sure the coast was clear and resuming their somber task. Moreover, dismembering Yakov and cleaning his apartment took longer than Rita had anticipated. This schedule was further disrupted by the need to address the wound on Zelina's hand, a consequence of Rita's violent actions against her husband. While traveling south, Zelina and Rita made a stop at CVS Pharmacy in the town of Fairlawn. Rita purchased $32 worth of bandage, and this was recorded by a surveillance camera. After investigators examined the crime scene at Yakov Glusman's Pearl River apartment, it became clear that what initially appeared as a straightforward murder case was anything but that. While the investigators discovered some weird traces of forensic evidence, they had not yet undergone testing. The uncertainty remained even after testing, as there was no guarantee that the evidence would straight out point to Rita as the culprit, even if they managed to find a stray fingerprint belonging to Rita. The police were aware that a skilled defense attorney could dismiss it, connecting it to one of the couple's periodic arguments. At this stage, the police lacked concrete evidence and relied solely on Zelenin's confession. However, this posed a challenge as New York state law dictated that a murder case couldn't rest on the testimony of an accomplice unless supported by additional witnesses or compelling evidence, which was currently absent. The day after Rita's arrest, her attorney, Michael Rosen, tried to secure bail, citing the unusual nature of the case. Even though there was the possibility of murder charges, the judge rejected bail, and this prompted Rosen to file a felony examination. Prosecutors had 48 hours to prove Rita was dangerous, and there was a risk of her fleeing again for her to be held without bail. Rosen succeeded, as the police were unable to provide sufficient evidence, and Rita left for jail after paying $250,000 bond. But then, a call from an FBI agent changed everything. In a surprising turn, Rosen was directed to bring Rita to the U.S. Federal Court building in White Plains. This was unexpected, and Rosen was confused about why the federal government was getting involved. As Rosen and Rita arrived, the reason became clear. While Michael Rosen had been focused on securing bail for Rita, local authorities had collaborated with federal prosecutors and planned a unique approach to charge her for her involvement in her husband's death. In a concise 4-page complaint, federal prosecutors used the 1994 Domestic Violence Statute, officially named the Violence Against Women Act. It was a bold move. This law allowed federal intervention when someone crosses state lines to commit domestic violence, a tactic never against a woman until now. However, it provided the authorities with the leverage needed to prosecute Rita. Notably, it granted them the freedom to use Zelenon's testimony. Later, Zelenon explained in court how the whole incident took place and how they dismembered Yakov. The police brought in additional evidence, including eyewitness accounts from Yakov's neighbors, who spotted a couple loading bags into a car at 3 a.m. on April 7, 1996. A drugstore clerk identified Rita as the distressed woman, purchasing bandages and antiseptic at 4 a.m. on the same morning. Furthermore, a private investigator hired by Rita to spy on her husband and his lover confessed to her controlling nature. On April 30, 1997, over a year and a half after Yakov's death, Rita faced the U.S. District Court Judge Barrington Parker. She insisted that she didn't kill her husband, but the jury, convinced by Zelina's words, found her guilty of murdering Yakov, chopping him into pieces and planning to dump him in the river. The judge sentenced her to spend the rest of her life in prison. The woman, once hailed as a symbol of freedom for an entire class in the Soviet Union, now found herself incarcerated behind bars. Later, in May 1997, Vladimir was sentenced to 22.5 years in prison. In 2020, Rita Glusman was released from prison on compassionate grounds due to her declining health, which included multiple strokes and early Parkinson's disease. Rita's plea for a second chance to avoid dying in prison was considered by the judge. Although Yakov's brother expressed horror and fear in a letter opposing her release, despite concerns, the judge permitted her release and Rita returned home. Yakov Glusman's life took a terrible turn because of a broken marriage. The sad part is it was because of his wife, who was once seen as a symbol of freedom. Instead of finding a peaceful solution, their relationship turned into a nightmare. 31-year-old Jamie Lynette Yazzie lived in Pinion, Arizona in 2019. She came from a small town that is part of the Navajo Nation. Jamie was working as a nursing assistant. She was dating 27-year-old Trey James, a fellow Navajo Nation member. Jamie failed to show up for work on July 1, 2019. 5 days later, with no sign of her, her mother reported her missing. Investigators took a closer look at Jamie's boyfriend, Trey James. They found that both Jamie and James were seeing different people at the time of her disappearance. James' sister told detectives she had received a Facebook message from Jamie stating that James had fired off 2 rounds and chased her back into the house. Jamie's brother told authorities he and his girlfriend had been drinking with Jamie and James the evening before she disappeared. He recounted that James had shown off a black .45 caliber or 9mm handgun he'd gotten for his birthday. In the days following Jamie's disappearance, James camped out at his aunt's house. Family members reported to investigators he was in possession of a handgun and was acting aggressive, nervous, and paranoid. Jamie's blood, suspected cleaning products, a pistol, a stained and partially burned mattress, and spent shell casings were found at the couple's shared home after 2 searches. James' family members told investigators the couple's toxic relationship had been punctuated by domestic abuse. His sister and aunt described James as being abusive and aggressive towards Jamie, leading up to her disappearance. Jamie's co-workers told investigators that she'd been having problems with James as well. One colleague divulged that Jamie had sent her a picture of herself with a black eye the year before her disappearance. James' father also told detectives his son was responsible for Jamie's disappearance. Under questioning, he noted the couple's mutual infidelities, allegedly stated that his son had admitted that he messed up and that Jamie had been messing around with other guys. This all led investigators believing James gunned down Jamie at the couple's home in the early morning hours of July 1, 2019, following an argument about infidelity. Without a body proving James' guilt, was difficult and the case went cold for a short while. Then, in November of 2021, Jamie's incomplete skeletal remains were discovered at the Hopi Indian Reservation, which is just southwest of Pinion, Arizona. An autopsy confirmed, as suspected, that Jamie had been fatally shot, a gunshot wound to her head. James was questioned by investigators in January of 2022 and denied ever being rough with Jamie. He told FBI agents the last time he saw his girlfriend was when they were drinking at the couple's home with Jamie's brother and his girlfriend. He insisted she left with them. Finally, in August of 2022, Trey James was arrested in connection with Jamie's case. He was charged with taking her life. 30-year-old James was also slapped with an additional 6 charges: kidnapping, brandishing a gun, 2 counts of assault by strangling an intimate partner, 1 count of assault by suffocating an intimate partner, and 1 count of assault with a dangerous weapon. The Department of Justice had this to say in a statement on August 5th of 2022. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Arizona is committed to addressing the persistent violence endured by Native American families and communities in the state of Arizona, including by working with tribal nations to address the important issues of missing Indigenous persons in the acts of domestic violence. Navajo Nation President Jonathan Nez also released a statement where he said, "We continue to pray for the family and friends of Jamie. With the recent development, we are hopeful that we are a step closer to providing closure for the family and they can continue to heal. Our law enforcement and criminal investigators continue to offer support to the FBI to bring justice for Jamie and her loved ones." James appeared in court for a detention hearing on August 8th of 2022. A magistrate judge ordered that he be held without bond pending trial. James has pled not guilty, according to his attorney, Roberta McVickers. James's trial is currently ongoing in October 2022. If convicted, he faces life in prison. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.